The primal forest. Yunma leaned against the wreckage of the aircraft, her head pounding violently. Beneath her tightly shut eyelids, the movement of her eyeballs betrayed the rapidity of her thoughts. Before her lay an expanse of primordial forest, with numerous charred trees emitting wisps of white smoke that a robot was ensnared within the remnants, its blue eyes flickering intermittently, and she could faintly hear the crackling sound of short-circuited wires. She was not dead. How could she have survived such a cataclysmic explosion? This defied the laws of nature. Where was she? Yunma exerted herself to push against the ground, attempting to rise. A sharp pain shot through her, indicating she had significantly underestimated her injuries. Taking a moment to collect herself, she assessed her condition. It appeared she had plummeted from a great height in the aircraft, and the towering trees of the primal forest had cushioned her fall, allowing her to survive. After sitting for a while, she finally managed to stand, acutely aware of the fracture in her collarbone, the bone overlapping beneath her skin, thankfully not piercing through. Her left arm bore a deep laceration, and her shin bone was likely fractured as well. The pain had persisted so long that it had numbed her senses. No one was around, only trees and grass. Green snakes slithered among the branches, and crocodiles likely lurked in the waters. Her stomach growled with hunger, yet the bizarre appearance of the local flora left her uncertain of their edibility, causing her to hesitate in consuming them. With her eyes closed, an alien memory flooded her mind, intensifying her headache. Have I usurped another's consciousness? The device in her hand emitted a faint blue glow, devoid of signal and unable to summon help, yet it displayed her personal information. Yin Mo, female, born on March 27th, 1156 in the star calendar, originally from Blue Star. Account, 80 star coins. Yin Mo, whose 5 elements reflect a strong presence of wood, but a deficiency in metal. The heavenly stem of her day master is what she must have the assistance of fire, yet Sheol. D avoid an excess of earth. As she pondered over the name that mirrored her previous life, her fingers instinctively fidgeted, and a haze enveloped her vision, as if calculating the destinies of others while neglecting her own. Suppressing her astonishment, she activated the selfie feature. The screen of her intelligent device revealed a youthful girl, appearing around 16, with a commendable appearance. Yin Mo endeavored to scrutinize her visage. The path ahead appeared nebulous, yet from her facial analysis, the sun and moon on her forehead were askew, indicating a meager connection with her parents. Particularly, the right upper lunar aspect was sunken, suggesting her mother may no longer be alive. The left upper lunar aspect bore a faint scar that seemed healed, hinting that her father might also harbor a hidden ailment or injury. The brotherly palace was dense, yet the lunar pillar was overshadowed by the rival, with both official and adversarial signs present. Her brows were delicate yet sparse, not extending beyond her eyes, revealing the existence of twin siblings with a profound bond. Yet their journey ahead was fraught with obstacles and lurking dangers. Yin Mo blinked, and as her memories fused, her facial features blurred at a visible pace. She rummaged through her pocket, deciding to consult the oracle once more. Lacking the usual 3 coins, in this interstellar era, even coins were a rarity. Yin Mo lowered her gaze, tearing off 3 buttons from her garment, and awkwardly tossed them 6 times. Kuin below, Jin above the mountain, and Earth hexagram, the second line. Peeling the bed with feet, contempt, perseverance leads to misfortune. Adire omen. Damn. Yin Mo felt an overwhelming urge to curse. This divination was exceedingly draining, and she experienced that familiar sensation of dizziness once more. The hexagram foretold calamity. Yet, there was a glimmer of hope to the south, but where lies the south? At present, her mental fortitude was insufficient to support yet another divination. If this planet followed a similar pattern to Earth, where the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, and considering the time displayed by the intelligence system, dusk would sow on descend around 5 o'clock. Based on the sun's position and the density of the tree canopy, Yunma discerned the direction of south. Uncertain of how long she had slept, she now felt the wounds on her arms and legs beginning to redden and swell. This forest bore a resemblance to the Amazon rainforest, and the scent of blood would pose an even greater threat to her. Yunma compelled herself to move, searching for any usable equipment. Fortunately, She discovered a medical kit, however. She could not decipher the labels on the syringes and dared not use them indiscriminately. Instead, she sprayed a solution marked with a cross symbol onto her wounds. Regardless of its efficacy, at least the presence of such a marked medical item suggested it was harmless. Yunma strapped the medical kit to her back, tightly wrapping her wounds with bandages. She was uncertain how long she would need to remain in this place, and without treatment, the risk of ulceration, inflammation, or fever could prove fatal. She had to head south as swiftly as possible in search of a turning point. The oppressive heat enveloped her, and the grass grew taller than herself. With her left hand, she relied on a large umbrella for support while her right hand wielded a makeshift ST. To forge a path, limping along. Whoosh! Upon emerging from a thicket, she heard the flapping of a vulture's wings, a creature partial to carrion. Following the sound, she stumbled upon the bodies of 3 passengers, all upside down from the impact. The force had created a 1-meter deep crater in the ground, and one of them was still secured in a safety seat. Yunmo gazed for a moment, murmuring, "I apologize for the intrusion." Upon uttering her words, she felt around her surroundings once more and, to her astonishment, discovered a bag of milk candyisa, delightful surprise. The sky had completely darkened, yet the intelligence core, composed of unknown materials, continued to emit light. Yunmo dared not linger while she still possessed some strength. It was imperative to swiftly locate the turning point. Otherwise, she would be doomed to remain forever, serving as nourishment for this forest. The trees towered high, obscuring the sun, rendering even daylight eerily foreboding. Though Yunmo possessed a resolute character, traversing this forest teeming with threats instilled a deep sense of solitude and the specter of death that chilled her to the bone. To ward off insects and snakes, she incessantly struck the ground and trees, managing to cover a mere 2,000 meters over the course of 2 hours. Her gaze fell upon a relatively clean stone after ensuring the vicinity was devoid of snakes. Yunmo wearily climbed atop it, collapsing in a most ungraceful manner. She retrieved 3 buttons and, suppressing her fatigue, cast them 6 times anew. Yet this time, the divination yielded even more ambiguous signs, indicating that matters pertaining to her were no longer predictable. Nevertheless, she sensed that she was drawing closer to a turning point. After resting briefly, she resumed her cautious journey for another 2 hours, each step requiring immense willpower. The ground beneath her feet had ceased to be damp, and slippery a breeze stirred the air. Am I nearing an escape? Suddenly, compelled by an inexplicable instinct, Yunmo unfurled her large umbrella, shielding herself to the right. Clink! Echoed the sound of metal striking the ground. Simultaneously, a pungent scent of blood wafted through the air. Is anyone there? Stop! A cylindrical object pressed against the back of Yunmo's head, and she comprehended that it was a firearm. Slowly, she raised her hands and placed her umbrella on the ground. My airship has crashed. I came from the forest, and I am all alone. The metallic scent of blood thickened in the air, prompting Yunma to unfasten her backpack. Are you injured? I have medicine. Come here. Don't harbor any foolish thoughts. The man's voice was hoarse as he gradually lowered his weapon. Yunma turned slowly, mentally expressing her disdain towards fate. Was this truly a turning point? The man's wounds appeared more severe than her own. The stench of blood was undeniable. There are medicines in the medical kit. I cannot decipher them. Can you use them? Yunma inquired softly, for this was, after all, a glimmer of hope. The man leaned against the roots of a tree, injecting several vials from the medical kit into his own body. What is your name, sir? Yunma asked. In this wretched star system, where the power of faith was nearly non-existent and spiritual energy was pitifully scarce, she found herself unable to discern the features of the man before her. Chapter 2. The blue planet's decline. The man remained silent, methodically changing out of his bloodied garments and burying them in a nearby pit. A clear indication of his extensive survival experience in the wilderness. Yunmo observed him, a cloud of dark energy hovering above her head. Though his appearance suggested he was in his 30s, a fleeting glance at his bare torso revealed that his bone age could not exceed 25. It seemed he was using some form of disguise. The human masks of this era were remarkably sophisticated. How do we get out of here? Can you contact the outside world? Yunmo inquired. Don't count on the rescue team. You won't survive until they find you, the man replied dismissively, causing Yunmo to feel a pang of frustration at his contemptuous tone. Then shall we find our own way out? She tentatively suggested. With only the two of them present, she felt defenseless, and at a critical moment, she could easily be discarded as expendable. A rational individual would likely take her along. If you manage to survive until dawn, perhaps you will have a chance. And you? I cannot die. Yunmo felt a sting from the disdain in his words. Yet, she soon grasped the man's implication. This jungle was perilous at night. She found it hard to fathom how she had traversed such a distance unscathed. Was she perhaps blessed with extraordinary fortune? As she pondered this, she noticed the dark energy above the man's head seemed to grow denser, particularly on his left side. Be careful, to the left, she instinctively shouted. With a swift motion, the man delivered a powerful kick, and a heavy crashing sound echoed from behind a nearby tree. It's a bristly beast. We must leave this place. Yunmo understood that this creature was gregarious, akin to a hyena. Once surrounded, given their injuries, their demise was inevitable. As the man spoke, he prepared to charge into the thicket ahead. Do not go that way. Take the right. Utilizing the illumination emitted by the intelligent brain and her unique vision, she sensed that advancing forward would only deepen the man's dark aura. Perhaps this was the essence of a turning point. Though she lacked the ability to divine further or ascertain her own fate, the intensity of the shadow above his head at least allowed her to deduce that the path ahead was somewhat safer. Remarkably, the man did not question her words. Perhaps in his mind, any direction was equally perilous. The hyena-like creatures were exceptionally adept hunters, and as the two hastened to the right, numerous yellow eyes glimmered in their surroundings. While running, the man surveyed the terrain. These creatures moved with remarkable speed, and had it not been for the deterrent effect of his shotgun, they would have lunged at them already. Yunmo struggled to keep pace with him. The large umbrella proved invaluable at critical moments, providing at least a temporary shield against the wild beast's onslaught. It could only be said that interstellar wonders were truly remarkable, as everything was constructed with exceptional sturdiness. Although Yunmo lacked physical strength, she always managed to find a foothold, narrowly evading the fierce lunges of the hyenas. The man caught sight of her, his gaze momentarily chilling as he swiftly dispatched a hyena that lunged at his shoulder. It took them half an hour to subdue 6 of these creatures. The man, with his pitch-black eyes fixed on Yunmo, queried in a low voice, which way? Yunmo was momentarily taken aback. His perception was indeed keen. Roll 6 times, she declared, extending her palm to him, indicating that he could cast the buttons from her hand. With determination, one can hardly account for oneself, but perhaps one can for others. The man, filled with skepticism, casually tossed a few times. With the hexagram of Kin below and SN above, the wind flows freely. The first line indicates auspiciousness, suggesting the pursuit of animals. Following their lead, the two managed to catch a small quadruped creature, remaining silent throughout their journey. At dawn, they finally heard the buzzing of a small spacecraft. Boss, is that you? Yunma's head was spinning. Had it not been for her instinct for survival, she would have collapsed long ago. Upon hearing the voice, her spirit relaxed, and darkness enveloped her as she fainted. When she regained consciousness, she found herself in a tidy room, adorned with pristine white sheets, and a treatment robot was diligently attending to her. A fellow patient activated the video screen. This morning, the Central Federation launched 15 lethal interstellar missiles towards Blue Star Sector 12, resulting in millions of civilian casualties. The protective shield over Blue Star Sector 12 has been raised. Yet not a single missile has been successfully intercepted. The mechanical voice, accompanied by the image of a graceful woman on the large screen, delivered the chilling news. Beep. The intelligent device on her wrist emitted an urgent notification. Your brother is calling. Would you like to answer? Yuma raised her hand and connected the video call. A striking yet severely haggard face appeared on the terminal. Big, brother? Yuma? Did something happen to the spacecraft you were on? How are you doing? Yunfeng inquired, frowning. Are you in the hospital? Noticing the stark, white walls behind her, he pressed further. Yes, I'm fine now. Brother, has Blue Star been downgraded? Yunma asked, a wave of indescribable sorrow rising within her. In the backdrop of the unfolding events, the determined voice of the elder resonated within the Galactic Council, vehemently contesting the unfounded provocations from the Central Star and asserting the absence of any evidence of rebellion from the Blue Star. Yet, the majority of representatives shook their heads and rose to depart. The plight of the weak star, devoid of diplomatic power. Is it merely for the recently discovered mecha energy on the Blue Star? Those hypocritical politicians, cloaked in fabricated accusations, are poised to obliterate an entire planet. It is unimaginable that the protective system painstakingly established by her ancestors could not withstand a single interstellar missile. Indeed, to fall behind is to invite assault. UNMO raised her hand to cover her left chest, murmuring almost inaudibly, "Rest assured, though I do not intend to usurp you, I have already claimed your life. I shall fulfill what you must do." Upon uttering these words, the ache in her chest subsided. "UNMO, everything now rests upon your shoulders." After a brief conversation with Yun Feng, he sorrowfully terminated the communication. Beep. The intelligent brain chimed once more. UNMO opened it to find an email from the Federal First Comprehensive University. "Dear UNMO, due to your insufficient physical skill level and mental capacity not meeting our admission standards, we regret to inform you that you cannot enter the Federal First Comprehensive University." Ah, UNMO chuckled wryly. Did she not already know? When they were still a Class C resource planet, how many resources had they sent to that university? It was a foregone conclusion that even if a few useless individuals were admitted, the principal would receive them with a smile. Now, having just been demoted to Class D, how swiftly they seek to sever ties. Meanwhile, the assembly hall of the Federal First Comprehensive University echoed with a cacophony of differing voices. "Principal, isn't this rather arbitrary?" Vice Principal Wu Gang remarked. "Arbitrary? With a B-level physique and B-level mental strength, even under normal circumstances, she might not be admitted." "Principal, that is not the point. We have quotas on every planet. Are we really going to disregard all applicants from Blue Star this year?" Wu Gang's voice brimmed with dissent. "Assessments can be conducted for special admissions. If one passes, they can join us. This will prevent others from accusing us of favoritism. As for the evaluation criteria, given our years of establishment, you are all well aware of them," the principal retorted with a cold snort. The other board members exchanged glances, even if they disagreed. They could not find a valid counterargument. Chapter 3. The Star Network store commences. Beep. 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 As if on cue. A series of notifications chimed in. Initially, UNMO held a flicker of interest in opening them, but soon lethargy overtook her. "We regret to inform you that you do not meet the admission criteria for Lauren Technology University. We regret to inform you that your application to York Polytechnic University has been denied. We sincerely apologize." The mockery in Yunmo's smile deepened as she flung herself onto the pillow, deciding it prudent to first assess her physical condition. The 5 arts of metaphysics encompass the practices of mountains, medicine, fate, physiognomy, and divination. Medicine includes remedies, acupuncture, and spiritual healing. The practice of mountains focuses on cultivating the heart and nurturing the body. Fate, physiognomy, and divination are often dismissed as superstitions, subjected to harsh critique. However, in reality, numerous historical military strategists were well-versed in divination techniques, such as the Plum Blossom Divination, the Na Jia Divination, the Six Rin Divination, and the Chimin Duanjia. The Yun family, one of the 4 esteemed clans that prefer to remain hidden from the world, boasts disciples who delve into the profound arts of metaphysics, with UNMO being the most distinguished among them. In her prime, her mastery of talismanic arts was so formidable that she could not only invoke blessings and alter fortunes, but could also erect formidable protective arrays capable of withstanding heavy weaponry. Had it not been for her determination to avert the impending apocalypse, she would not have exhausted her spiritual energy, thus arriving in this era. UNMO assessed her current state, noting the faint glow of merit that surrounded her, perhaps the reason for her survival, considering the monumental achievement it represented, previously unnoticed. Now that her body has begun to mend, she realizes that her primordial spirit has weakened to the point of being unable to withstand any further impact. Her current condition is akin to a fragile shell, barely clinging to life. Should another similar incident occur, she fears it may lead to her ultimate demise. The restoration of her primordial spirit is of utmost urgency, and to achieve this, a substantial amount of faith energy is required. Lying on her bed, she endeavored to calm her mind and regulate her breath for a while. With her capabilities, she could practice in any posture, yet, lamentably, she felt no trace of spiritual energy. Previous divinations had nearly drained her mental fortitude, leaving her uncertain whether mental energy could be transformed into spiritual energy, a matter in need of exploration. As for faith energy, it was almost non-existent, a particularly vexing predicament. With a deep sigh, the once mighty heir of the Yun family now finds herself relying on cunning and deception to survive. Why do I say this? Because in this era, technology has advanced to such a degree that even injuries as severe as hers could be treated by robots. with nutrient solutions facilitating a swift recovery. She cannot fathom how much value her medical expertise still holds. Currently, it appears that her most lacking skill in divination may ironically be the very one she must rely upon for survival. With 80 star coins remaining in her account, and the blue star nearly devoid of civilian spacecraft activity, her elder brother is likely overwhelmed and unable to attend to her needs. As she awaits the settlement of her hospital discharge in a couple of days, she remains uncertain whether she can incur further debts. Yunemo lies in bed with her eyes closed, contemplating her next course of action. "Charlotte, you have again indulged in reckless purchases," exclaimed a portly man, his expression reflecting discontent as he addressed the woman in the neighboring bed. "What do you mean by reckless purchases? Look at this lipstick. I desperately needed this shade. Of course, I had to buy it. And this handbag, a limited edition, it will retain its value." Charlotte, with her curly hair and appearing to be in her 40s, showed no signs of remorse in response to the man's demeanor. These nonsensical items cannot be eaten or utilized. I truly fail to comprehend the logic of women." The man expressed his frustration. Yunemo, eavesdropping with keen interest, felt as though she had unlocked the door to a new world, with dawn approaching. In her past life, she had focused on cultivation and had never concerned herself with mundane necessities. However, in the 21st century, online shops abound. There is no reason to believe that the Star Network would lack such platforms. Theoretically, she could establish one herself. The intelligent brain was remarkably efficient, far superior to the smartphones of yesteryears, with a screen that could expand and contract. After some contemplation, Yunmo hurried to register a store on the Star Network Mall, naming it after her family's former establishment, Jiu Shuetang, to enhance the store's credibility. The registration process required extensive personal information to be filled out and displayed to customers, akin to the distinctions between ordinary Taobao shops from the past. Yunmo contemplated her youthful visage, recognizing her solitude and vulnerability, fearful of attracting unwanted attention. Thus, amidst numerous options, she opted for the highest confidentiality level, SSS store grade, refraining from uploading any personal information that was not absolutely necessary. She preferred to allocate a larger share of her revenue to the marketplace platform in exchange for added security, resolutely refusing to disclose further personal details. Wealth is significant, but safety is paramount. The interstellar online stores had evolved exponentially since days of yore, allowing patrons to engage in virtual logins, thereby simulating the experience of browsing physical shops. As for the shop's decor, it reflected the owner's taste, but ultimately, it was a matter of financial investment. If one possessed ample funds, they could hire professional technicians, acquire various decorative materials, and even advertise within the marketplace. However, funds. Yunmo clenched her teeth, lamenting the relentless grip of capitalism, which had persisted for so many years, leaving no realm untouched, not even the stars. What does money signify? Yet, after all these maneuvers, her account now held a mere 4-star coins, insufficient even for a vase. Deciding against any renovations, Yunmo chose to handwrite her store's name and adorn it with a couplet, striving to cultivate an air of sophistication. History has taught us that things we cannot comprehend often incite greater fascination, much like the works of Picasso. Thus, the first zero-cost store in the Federal Star Network Mall was born. The door bore the inscription 49 Academy, flanked by couplets with bold characters and audacious content. All things in heaven and earth are omniscient. Yin and Yang, the 8 trigrams, elucidate life and death. Setting a timed reminder, Yunmo exited the store. This was her first attempt at earning money, and while she felt a mix of trepidation and anticipation, there was also an undercurrent of excitement. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes slipped by. Half an hour went on. Yet, astonishingly, not a single customer graced her shop. Was the mall's traffic truly lacking? Yunmo glanced at the statistics in the upper right corner. Today's mall visitor count was a staggering 500 billion. But the number of visitors to her shop stood at 0. The clicks to view her store were also nil. A lump formed in her throat, caught between swallowing and expelling. This was illogical. After all, in the past, countless individuals had sought her family's divination services. In this interstellar age, even if faith had waned, surely there would be at least a curious soul. What Yunmo did not realize was that due to the overly simplistic setup of her shop and the absence of relevant information, it had been flagged as a fraudulent establishment by the Star Network. Even if there were genuinely curious onlookers, the sight of her 0-star rating and the network's dubious labeling would deter them. This was a reality she had not anticipated. while she waited earnestly for customers to arrive. She had unwittingly fallen victim to the Star Network's pitfalls. An hour later, Yunimo could no longer endure it. A wave of frustration had settled heavily upon her. The greater the expectation, the deeper the disappointment. This aptly described her predicament. It was imperative that she take matters into her own hands. As her gaze caught a glimpse of a medical robot approaching, seemingly holding a bill, she tilted her head and lay back on the bed, feigning death. The robot, perplexed, conducted a thorough examination, clearly preparing to discharge her, convinced of her recovery. Chapter 4. The deception begins. Yun Mo's account held merely 4-star coins. Where could she find a place to stay for free? She could not simply refuse to leave the hospital. Interstellar law dictates that patients who have not fully recovered cannot abandon their treatment. When the robot arrived for inspection, Yun Mo began to hold her breath. After a prolonged period of activity, her face turned crimson, and just as she felt her chest was about to burst, she finally heard the robot's expressionless voice recording data. Blood oxygen levels are below normal. Further observation is recommended. Damn. Once the robot departed, Yun Mo slowly exhaled. How could her levels not be low? It felt akin to the symptoms of hanging oneself. Fortunately, it was merely a robot conducting the examination, solely relying on data. Had a human been present, her subtle ruse would undoubtedly have been exposed in no time. With a swift motion, Yun Mo sprang upright from her bed and continued navigating the Star Network. She first sought out the most popular forum on Chengdu, 666 BBS. Upon entering, she discovered a plethora of topics: emotional life, wedding shopping, travel with children, jewelry. Almost everything one could imagine. Across any era, women remain the primary consumers and are also more inclined to share their feelings. Yun Mo clicked on emotional life and registered an ID, worry reliever. In her self-introduction, she sincerely wrote, "In the materialistic expanse of the stars, we too encounter moments of confusion, uncertain of our paths and our pasts. Have you ever contemplated that the myriad forms of life adhere to certain laws? Past causes yield present effects. Worry reliever is the companion you most need. From divination to fortune-telling, home feng shui, mother-in-law relationships, infertility. Feel free to add my messaging account for a private chat." After posting on a forum, Yun Mo swiftly changed tactics, copying and pasting the same content to various other sections. Amidst her frantic activities, a red alert from the smart brain flashed. You have excessively forwarded spam today. The Star Network reminds you that your actions violate the Interstellar Public Opinion Law Management Regulations. All accounts except the first one will be frozen. Yun Mo's eyes widened in disbelief. Damn it, Star Network. Your father hasn't said a word yet, and you dare to freeze my account. She pounded her fist against the wall in frustration. Feeling dejected, Yun Mo collapsed on the spot. The couple in the adjacent bed, who were embroiled in a quarrel, paused in astonishment at her audacious display, momentarily forgetting their argument. Employing her previous tactics, Yun Mo sprang back into action after the medical robot recorded her unknown pathological response and departed. Without funds, progress was impossible. Relying on her own promotional efforts seemed futile. Yun Mo's fingers twirled together, her eyes darting around in contemplation. 5 minutes later, she opened the interface of 666 BBS once more, searching for potential clients amidst a sea of complaints. A highlighted VIP account comment caught her eye. Have you ever encountered such an eccentric mother-in-law? With thousands of replies. It seemed to possess sufficient popularity. Yun Mo assessed the situation discreetly, feeling no remorse for exploiting others' misfortunes for her own advertising. Upon clicking in, "Long time no see. I was born in the year 1136 of the stellar calendar. While my family may not be exceptionally wealthy, it is certainly plausible that they could provide me with a capital of 100 million star coins by the time the younger generation comes of age." A cascade of comments follows. Indifferent girl's dream. Are you flaunting your wealth? I love Qianxi. Corruption relies on women. Quickly connect with the Federal Anti-Corruption Bureau. Your neighbor's grandmother. Quiet. Keep reading. The year 1136 of the stellar calendar? That means I am currently 36 years old. Given that people are living longer nowadays, with an average lifespan of 200 years, 36 is indeed quite young, a time of blossoming youth. Long time no see. I have been married for 2 years. My husband runs a Star Network transportation company, undoubtedly ranked among the top 5. I shall refrain from disclosing which one. Loved by all. Come on, tell us which one it is. Queen Duanmu. Goodness, be cautious, host. Your husband is about to be exposed. Protect the flower. Is this truly wise, host? a top 5-star network transportation company, newly married for 2 years, and having married into a wealthy family at 36. Do enlighten me. Is it merely transportation? Long time no see. In the early days of our marriage, everything was quite pleasant. My mother-in-law treated me well, and the family atmosphere was harmonious. The company of my partner has encountered several financial crises, all of which relied on the support of my family. Ever since I became a member of the shareholders' meeting, conflicts have begun to arise. My mother-in-law is excessively critical, often overstaying her welcome at our home. Despite our possession of the finest domestic robots, she insists on personally handling our household chores, even going so far as to tidy my intimate garments. The neighbor's grandmother remarked, "Are you showing off?" To which I retorted, "Those who accuse me of boasting can leave at once. You must understand the intentions of that elderly woman. She implies that I should attend to household duties and cater to her son, thereby removing myself from the shareholders' meeting." A heated debate ensued, and before long, images of the female lead, the male lead, and the mother-in-law were circulated, accompanied by detailed biographies that left little to the imagination. As the story unfolded, the audience grew ever more captivated, and Yun Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was her opportunity. A helper in alleviating worries chimed in, "Dear host, you have misunderstood your mother-in-law. She has a kind demeanor and is undoubtedly a good person." A fan from the brothel commented, "Who is this helper? Could it possibly be a disguise for the mother-in-law?" The worry alleviation expert responded, "The issue does not lie with your mother-in-law, but rather with your husband." I countered, "You speak nonsense. My partner cares for me daily, wishing to be by my side every hour of the day. How could that be possible?" The worry alleviation expert replied, "It is true. If you do not believe it, check your accounts for any recent transfers. A long time ago, I was not fond of your chatter. My husband borrowed $200 million from me yesterday for a quick turnaround, and he is to repay it today. Kindly step aside." Onlookers gasped in astonishment. Truly, he borrowed such a sum. The problem solver interjected, "Your husband is having an affair." I retorted, "Nonsense. My company is filled with my informants. Not a single woman dares approach him." The crowd, eager for drama, exclaimed, "The fight is on. Keep the flames stoked. This gossip is too tantalizing." A suave rogue mused, "I am curious, how does the problem solver know this?" The problem solver replied, "Your husband's marital palace is flawed. The yang energy is excessive, leading to discord in your intimate life." The crowd gasped in disbelief. They urged the original poster to defend herself fiercely, to hurl her boot at the accuser and proclaim her innocence. As if to amplify their shock, the problem solver continued, "I warned you. Your husband's marital palace is overwhelmed by yang energy. He prefers men." The crowd was left utterly bewildered. In a meticulously designed private room, a graceful woman abruptly stood, forcefully pushing her Star Network terminal to the ground. "Madam, how may I assist you?" A bodyguard promptly inquired. "Investigate the whereabouts of Li Xixiang. Is his assistant, Zhu Yuhao, with him? Ensure I have a comprehensive report on all assets under Zhu Yuhao's name." "Yes, madam." With her crimson manicured nails digging into the table, her eyes remained fixed on the interface. Problem solver, if you cannot alleviate my concerns, I shall ensure you face dire consequences. Chapter 5. Distrust in her, the onlookers exclaimed, "Oh, the master of alleviating worries. Please continue." One observer urged, "Do not cease. Keep confronting." At that moment, Yun Mo had already spotted the approaching robot. She could only manage to type one last line before plunging back into her battle of wits with the machine. With the hospital providing both sustenance and shelter, no one could compel her to depart. However, this encounter was far more complex than the previous one. After multiple records were taken, the robot resolved to conduct a comprehensive examination, consuming an inordinate amount of time. Yun Mo exerted considerable effort, holding her breath, coughing, and, compounded by the mental fatigue incurred from earlier divination and fortune-telling, she feigned a state of fragility. Welcome to the CGE Learning Academy. The first 10 patrons receive a 50% discount. The audience on StarNet remained eager for updates, yet the parties involved had all but vanished. One observer queried, "Where do you think they have gone?" Another speculated, "Could it be that they are truly engaging in infidelity?" A third chimed in, "I checked the StarNet store. The master of alleviating worries establishment is undoubtedly a fraudulent enterprise. My assessment is conclusive. Money can indeed work wonders, especially for a socialite like Wang Yusin." Within mere hours, she had thoroughly unmasked the affairs of Li Xixiang and Zhu Yuhao. Wang Yusin, the actual controller of Guangguang Transport, tears Li Xixiang apart. The affluent lady dismantles the plight of a tortured soul. The entanglements of Li Xixiang and Zhu Yuxiang. Onlookers gasped. What on earth is happening here? One observer remarked. Could this master of alleviating worries be a private investigator? The onlookers remarked. That makes perfect sense. The intellect received numerous friend requests. Yet most were mere advertisements. These merchants resorted to every possible tactic, even exploiting her account for promotional purposes. A small fraction urged her to surveil certain individuals, providing photos, recordings, and other evidence. No one believed in her abilities. They preferred to see her as a detective or a hacker. With a heavy sigh, Yunmo resolved to change her approach. Wasn't the store lacking customers? She donned a pseudonym and left herself a glowing review, hoping to garner a bit of attention. Under several aliases, she meticulously crafted dozens of messages and sent them out in succession. Moments later, her praise appeared beneath the store, a conscientious establishment, truly knowledgeable. With the master's guidance, I even found the flower pot that went missing 2 years ago. Yunma was delighting in her accolades until, suddenly, her smile froze. What was going on? Why was every post followed by the same device number, prominently featuring her name? A chill ran down her spine as she recalled that the Star Network Mall, in an effort to regulate and eliminate false reviews, linked all pseudonyms to personal identity information, while one account could have multiple nicknames. Masquerading as a customer under an alias would lead to immediate exposure. This was utterly ruthless. After lying there for a moment, Yunma pondered whether their exaggerated claims about the store had made it seem intimidating. She contemplated for quite some time whether to initiate a complimentary activity. 5 minutes later, undeterred, Yunma returned to the Star Network store, intending to modify her business scope. The first order has been placed for you. Congratulations on your opening. Please check the entrusted task. Yunmo's eyes widened in astonishment, her spirit rejuvenated. With immense excitement, she opened the initial client's commission letter. I am Dabaikai. My father is gravely injured and in a coma, while my stepmother is out all day. I suspect she plans to usurp my father's estate. Please keep a close watch on her for 24 hours. Yunmo felt a lump in her throat, utterly astonished that she was being regarded as a private detective. Beep. The intelligent terminal chimed again. Your wealth treasure has credited 30,000 star coins to your account. This is a prepaid amount, usable only upon completion of the commission. As Yunmo contemplated contacting the client to cancel the order, her finger hesitated. Beep. The terminal chimed once more. The client has opted for a fake one. Compensate 3 transaction method. Failure to complete the commission within a week will result in a 3-fold penalty to the client. Yunmo, Star Network, you are like a father to me. Is there truly such a scheme to exploit children? She had never been aware of such a predatory rule. Was it merely because her business scope was a bit too broad? Her gaze flitted over the categories concerning infertility, feeling her heart constrict. Setting aside the profitability of her shop, if more clients like this came along, truly demanding her assistance with fertility issues, or if more clients were to pay up front without hesitation, her debts could spiral into the galaxy, suppressing her toothache. Yunmo's shop retained only 2 options: private detective, results provided without evidence, and physician, accepting only those whose lives are not meant to be extinguished. Surely, this presented no further complications? Yunmo contacted Dabaikai online. I have accepted your order. Dabaikai replied. Oh? Yunmo continued. Please provide the detailed information of the person under investigation. Dabaikai responded. Aren't you omniscient? Besides, didn't my commission agreement state that you could refuse my order? But once you confirm an order, you must pass the test. Finding my stepmother is my trial. Yunmo, is there an option to refuse? She dragged the drop-down menu to the end, where the 4 words indicating acceptance were displayed in the smallest font at the bottom right corner, with the default option set to yes. This was infuriating. Yunmo felt deeply hurt. Was the Star Network populace truly so cunning? Yunmo, are you certain you are not deliberately trying to deceive me? Dabaikai retorted. Oh, I moonlight as a fraud investigator. Yunmo was fuming, feeling that as a newcomer, she was being unfairly treated in this interstellar realm. Send me a photo of your palm, she demanded. Dabaikai inquired why. Yunmo replied, do you really think that even the most skilled detective can retrieve a needle from the ocean? I need a picture of your left palm. What for? Her roommate questioned, puzzled. I want to see what trick this fraudster is up to, Yunmo declared. Chapter 6. Unraveling the mystery that is not your palm print. Yunmo's words instantly halted the young man's candy chewing. Dabaikai insisted, this is indeed my palm print. Yunmo narrowed her eyes. Do you wish for me to request arbitration from the Star Network? I believe providing false information to mislead me into fulfilling the commission could also be deemed as fraud. The young man with blonde hair was momentarily taken aback, swallowing hard before addressing his roommate. I have truly never encountered a scammer so audacious. His roommate glanced up at him nonchalantly, replying, "Perhaps she is attempting to deceive you. Why not let her explain herself and see if she can provide a coherent rationale?" The girl retorted, "On what grounds do you claim that this is not my palm print?" Yunemo coldly scoffed. She was the first to brazenly attempt to swindle her. To make her point clear, she inverted the character for Yun in her writing. "Your commission does not include the provision for divination." The young man took a hefty gulp of water, curiously jabbing at the keyboard. "Divination? What are you talking about?" Yunemo replied, "Your account does not correspond with the palm print you provided. This is an undeniable fact, and I have taken a screenshot as evidence. Do you wish to pursue arbitration? Damn this arrogant scammer." The young man rolled up his sleeves, his face reddening with indignation. Behind him, the other 3 boys from the dormitory had already gathered. "Ask her. Unless she can provide an explanation, it is simply a scam," suggested his roommate. Meanwhile, the young man had already relayed the same inquiry to the smart assistant. The young man and his roommates exchanged bewildered glances. What did she mean? What was this divination? Could it be that this was her scheme all along, to swindle us under the guise of divination? How much could a divination cost? Prompted by his friends, the young man cautiously typed out a few words. At that moment, the room was thick with an indescribable excitement, a blend of certainty in labeling the other as a fraud and an exhilarating vigilance against any potential trickery from her side. Life can be quite tedious, and encountering such an oblivious charlatan is a rare delight. It would be a disservice to the spirited youth of this new era not to indulge in a little amusement with her. Yunemo pondered for a moment, then conducted a search for interstellar luxury hotels, discovering that the nightly rate appeared to hover around 800 star coins. As the esteemed young master Yun, she simply could not settle for anything less. Yunemo is a disciple of the art of divination, a practice that traces its origins back to the Zhou dynasty. Historical records reveal that King Wan, building upon the foundations of the Lianshan and Guizhong texts, further explored and developed the principles into the 64 hexagrams and 384 lines, resulting in the Zhou Yi, also known as the Book of Changes. The study of physiognomy, which encompasses both palmistry and face reading, forms the cornerstone of Yunmo's introductory education. This art is divided into innate and acquired aspects, as well as variations in form and complexion. The hand embodies the principles of yin and yang and encompasses the mysteries of the 5 elements. Thus, its significance is profound. The cosmos is contained within a single palm, and conversely, the intricacies of the internal organs can be discerned with clarity. Consequently, by examining the size and direction of the lines, along with the branching symbols and the placement of features on the palm, one can analyze an individual's innate talents, character, achievements, ancestral wealth, parental influence, marital status, offspring, and developmental trajectory. While she may interpret the hexagrams, she does not resolve problems. Her readings come at a price of 800 star coins. Without hesitation, Yunemo dispatched the payment. The blonde nearly spewed the water in his mouth onto the terminal before him. 800 star coins? What audacity! Her roommate stared in disbelief. A graduate from the foremost comprehensive university in the Federation earns merely 5,000 star coins in their first year. Does this fraud truly grasp the weight of her own worth? The roommate remarked, "Let it go. It's not worth the trouble. Cancel the order." No. The yellow-haired girl, with her neck stretched, engaged in a verbal spar with her. Big Cabbage inquired, "What if what you say is incorrect?" Yunmo replied, "The funds will be returned via the original route. You may take a screenshot as evidence and request arbitration from Starnet." Big Cabbage retorted, "Your demands are exorbitant. What if you are merely spouting nonsense?" Yunmo stated, "Divination is a matter of probing celestial secrets. There are 3 categories of individuals who may receive it free of charge, though I doubt you would wish to belong to any of them." Big Cabbage raised an eyebrow, and under the urging of her roommate, continued typing, "Oh, pray tell, which 3 categories are exempt?" First, those who are on the brink of death. Second, those who are about to face great calamities that they cannot evade. Third, those who have no further fortunes to rise or fall. For these 3, I shall offer my services for free, and I might even provide additional compensation for the divination. Big Cabbage pondered, feeling increasingly as though the conversation was veering into the realm of superstitious promotion. The trio felt a growing sense of pressure. Roommate attentively suggested, "How about we negotiate the price? If it's cheaper, We can split the cost among the four of us, and the loss won't be substantial. The other three nodded in agreement. Big Cabbage said, lower the price. Yuma questioned, how much? Big Cabbage contemplated briefly and typed lightly on the keyboard, 80. Yuma exclaimed, is this really a reduced price? Is your Yun Xiaoshuo's divination worth merely 80 star coins? Yuma jabbed at the screen vigorously. Deal. Payment up front. Ding. Your wealth treasure has received 80 star coins. The notification from the intelligent terminal alleviated Yunma's melancholic spirits. Big Cabbage pressed, hurry up and tell me. Where are my 80 star coins? Yun Mo observed the palm print and deduced that the individual was approximately 18 years of age, certainly not exceeding 20. He was male, with 3 siblings in the family. As Yun Mo typed away, she pondered carefully. The information gleaned from palmistry was rather limited. She retrieved 3 dark buttons from her possession to assist her calculations with the hexagram. After all, this was her first business transaction, and it bore significant implications for the reputation of her establishment, warranting utmost seriousness. While she spoke, the atmosphere in the dormitory became somewhat tense. Roommate B remarked, I feel a bit cold. The young man providing the palm print nodded in agreement. Indeed, replied Dabaikai. Yunimo continued, in fact, the 2 lines of the earth element on your image indicate that you have many siblings. The celestial line suggests a poor familial relationship, indicating that you were raised without your grandfather and followed your mother into marriage later in life. With a sudden clatter, Nen Fongyue stood up, his face ashen, having knocked over his chair without even realizing it. Yes, he managed to affirm with great difficulty. The 4 brothers in the dorm shared a good rapport, and while he was willing to share this with them, the truth about his mother's marriage was a secret known to none. Dabaikai exchanged glances with the 3 brothers, and for a moment, they fell into silence. Roommate A nudged Dabaikai and gestured toward the screen. She's still waiting. Dabaikai wiped the sweat from his palms. Is there more? Yun Mo pursed her lips. The hexagram indicates that with Jin below and Qin above, it resembles a mountainous water village, suggesting favorable outcomes in the southwest and unfavorable in the northeast. Sirius, positioned to the northeast of the central star. Nan Fongyue swallowed hard and connected to his father's video call. Dad, have you set off yet? No, I encountered some issues on the way and missed the starship. Oh, that's good. Nan Fongyue has already severed communication. At that moment, a news alert on the star network scrolls across the screen. The VG-5624 starship heading to Sirius has encountered interstellar pirates in the Delta system. Huang Mao and Nan Fongyue exchanged bewildered glances, their mouths agape in shock. Chapter 7. The Portent of Financial Loss. What else do you know? Dabaikai's fingers danced across the interface with increased urgency, revealing his desperation. If I ask again, it will cost more? 80 star coins for a client? Yunma shook her slightly dizzy head, still grappling with her first business transaction. Her mental energy was insufficient. It seemed that after a whole day, she could only manage 3 divinations at best. Moreover, it appeared that the interstellar spiritual energy was lacking. However, the backlash from her divination was still formidable. Most fortune tellers encountered the 5 misfortunes and 3 deficiencies. The 5 misfortunes being widowed, orphaned, lonely, disabled, and destitute, while the 3 deficiencies consisted of life, power, and wealth. In her past life, she lacked life, perishing at a tender age. In this life, it seemed she was currently short on wealth. Though more issues could not be ruled out, she anticipated that the more she divined, the more severe the 5 misfortunes and 3 deficiencies would become. This was hardly a sustainable profession. Dabaikai conferred with his roommate and decisively pressed the confirmation button. Regardless of how the other party had acquired this knowledge, it at least proved that she was indeed not a fraud. Beep. Your first business transaction has been completed. The intelligent terminal chimed appropriately. Yunma contentedly stroked her chin. At that moment, a robot brought a physician over, prompting Yunma to exit the shop. The young man with yellow hair stared at the fading interface, feeling somewhat at a loss. He arrived under the pretense of apprehending fraudsters. Yet little did anyone anticipate the depth of his capabilities, far exceeding their expectations. Intrusion? Roommate A pondered, a super hacker perhaps? The palm print photographs we submitted, if examined with high-precision instruments, should reveal fingerprints, serving as a means of retrieval to uncover the records of Nanfangwa. After extensive analysis, the roommate felt he had unearthed the most plausible truth. Meanwhile, Yunemo remained in a meditative state, awaiting the slightest flicker of faith's power. She believed that after this ordeal, the youths would harbor a modicum of reverence towards her. However, while there was indeed an air of awe, The power of belief remained non-existent. This was utterly illogical. Yunmo felt on the verge of nausea. Despite everything, did they still not believe her? Yunmo, is it? The young doctor, with a charming smile and a dimple adorning his cheek, bore a name tag reading Qin Mu. Are you feeling unwell? He inquired. Yunmo replied. I feel utterly fatigued, dizzy, and unable to move. Qin Mu responded. That is improbable. Your test results indicate all functions are normal, save for a slight depletion of mental energy, with no other adverse reactions. Yunmo struggled to keep her eyes open. Dr. Qin, do I appear to you as someone who is fine? Qin Mu remained silent, but Yunmo would not allow him to retrieve the diagnosis before continuing. Do not attempt to placate me. The Federal Third Hospital is not a profit-driven institution, hence you should prioritize the well-being of the patients. Qin Mu. Yunmo glanced at his expression and continued. The Lingshu Wei Qi states that when the upper void is dizzy and the upper qi is insufficient, the brain becomes unsatisfied. The ears suffer from ringing, the head feels heavy, and the eyes become blurred. Surely, you are not unaware of this. Qin Mu replied. What nonsense is this? Observing the conflicted look on his face, Yunmo pointed to his wrist, implying, you can verify whether my words hold any truth. To his astonishment, Qin Mu indeed entered the terms Ling Shu and Wei Qi, discovering that they existed. Yet, all the information pertained to theories from the cataclysmic era on Earth. Yunmo continued, thus, my mental energy has been damaged, resulting in grave consequences. You cannot dismiss the patient's feedback simply because of so-called data. Surely, in interstellar medicine, there are countless cases that defy explanation by data? Qin Mu hesitated for a moment, recalling the imperial general who had suffered for long and could not stand, yet whose examinations revealed no abnormalities. Noticing his wavering demeanor, Yunmo raised an eyebrow and beckoned him with her index finger. Qin Mu furrowed his brow, regarding her with caution. Dr. Qin, there is something I wish to convey to you. Qin Mu cast her a puzzled glance and took a seat on the chair beside the bed. Go on, he said. Are you predicting fortunes? Yunmo inquired. Qin Mu, do you realize this is my working hours? Do you know how many patients are waiting? Yunmo glanced at the word intern on his chest, a smirk playing on her lips as she replied, yes, I am aware. However, as a patient, the ethics of your profession do not allow you to abandon a patient in need of care to attend to others, do they? Today, Qin Mu found himself at a loss for words more than usual. He was not typically a hot-tempered individual, yet today, this young lady was provoking his anger. What exactly do you want? Qin Mu inquired. Oh, nothing much, just asking if you wish to have your fortune told. I perform 3 divinations daily, exclusively for those with whom I share a connection. Sincerity brings forth clarity, Yunmo replied, sporting a smile she deemed endearing. Unbeknownst to her, this very smile appeared to Qin Mu as nothing short of deceitful. Only those with a connection? And sincerity yields clarity? Was this just a roundabout way of saying that if the prediction was accurate, it was due to their shared bond, and if it wasn't, then it was his lack of sincerity? Are you jesting with me? Qin Mu rose, glaring at her. How many divinations have you performed today? Yunmo shifted her pillow and sat up slightly. You are my second client for today. Interested? Is it complimentary? Qin Mu's lips twitched, clearly indicating his intent to leave. 80 star coins for a session. I highly recommend you give it a try, or you might find yourself regretting it. Having spent considerable time in this hospital, Qin Mu was well aware that individuals with super S-level psychic abilities possessed some unique talents that others did not. It was not inconceivable that this bothersome patient before him was one of them. 80 star coins was not an exorbitant fee, coupled with Yunmo's ominous expression suggesting regret if he declined. Ding. Yunmo checked the payment records and felt a surge of satisfaction. She had accumulated 164 star coins, enough to stave off hunger for the time being. How does this work? Qin Mu asked. You know the saying, you get what you pay for, right? Yunmo replied. Before he could react, she slowly squeezed 3 black buttons in her hand and continued, You've lost something today. Haven to you? Were you eavesdropping on my communication? Qin Mu glared at her, visibly displeased. Yunmo spread her hands, indicating that she had been lying in bed all along. Qin Mu gazed at her with suspicion, preparing to hear her words. Your forehead is dark, marked with a scar. A financial misfortune is indicated by a blemish at the corner of your right eye. Although it has been removed, a faint trace remains. You are likely to incur financial loss due to disputes in the near future. Yunmo spoke with unwavering certainty, although her insights were not entirely derived from divination. When deception could suffice, why squander mental energy? Earlier that morning, during a brief excursion to the restroom, She had overheard a quarrel from the adjacent patient room. Given the timing of the duty of the intern doctor, the likelihood of his misfortune was considerable. Qin Mu clearly grasped this implication. His expression was complex, confirming once more that he had been led astray. "I shall take my leave." Yun Mo gestured for him to do so. Ding! A notification from the intelligent assistant chimed in, alerting her to a cancellation of an initial order for cabbage. Yun Mo glanced down to see that the customer, Cabbage, had canceled the order within 12 hours, thus ensuring a full refund without any fees. Yun Mo exclaimed in frustration, "You scoundrel!" She slumped against the head of the bed, gazing up at the ceiling in despair. The effort she expended bore no semblance to the meager rewards. Not only was she deprived of faith and wealth, but she also risked the unknown backlash. This was untenable. She must seek alternative avenues. Chapter 8. The professional newspaper. After lying there for a while, Yun Mo contemplated her current predicament. The robots were incessantly lifting her every 2 hours for health inspections. This incessant disturbance was irksome and detrimental to her mental and physical well-being. Yun Mo regarded such actions with disdain. When Qin Mu came by for his rounds, Yun Mo softly inquired, "Dr. Qin, does your conscience not ache with such arrangements?" Qin Mu casually tossed her hair aside and departed with a haughty little stride, leaving behind a callous silhouette. Since the first order, the Star Network shop has remained silent, with no further updates. That big cabbage, perhaps startled or ensnared by other matters, has not even bestowed a 5-star review. It seems that in the short term, sustaining herself through entrepreneurship is unattainable. A more distant plan involves attending a university. However, due to her identity as the sister of a Blue Star diplomat, the major universities on Central Star have unequivocally rejected her. A cursory search reveals that the launch of interstellar missiles towards Blue Star was propelled and voted upon by the 3 prominent generals, Tang Jianma, Mei Shana, and Mark Jiu. These individuals graduated from the Federal First Comprehensive University, the Federal First Military Academy, and the Federal Political Academy, respectively. Logically, it follows that a consortium of interests led by these 3 institutions would not be inclined to accept her. Nevertheless, she is not entirely devoid of opportunity. Each year, the major military academies of the Federation not only enroll new students through standard examinations, but also select a portion through special recruitment. Even though there may be underhanded dealings within this special recruitment, at the very least, Central Star must maintain its dignity. While aggression may prevail, appearances must still reflect equality. Thus, the opportunity she is entitled to will not be denied. Whether she can successfully gain admission hinges upon her own capabilities. Rationally, Yun Mo is reluctant to enter a military academy. The stringent management starkly contradicts her professional inclinations. Yet, there exists no superior alternative, as only military academies offer waivers on tuition alongside stipends. Yun Mo perused the profiles of several high-ranking generals, simultaneously delving into relevant military academy information. When Tinghui, Yun Mo's fingertips glided over the photograph of this individual, a faint smirk playing at the corners of her mouth. Intriguing. Among the 5 prominent generals of the Federation, only this one cast a dissenting vote against the proposal to launch lethal weaponry towards Blue Star. A slight smile graced Yun Mo's lips as her fingers lingered over the page dedicated to Rochester Military Academy, revealing that when Tinghui concurrently served as a board member of this institution. 3 black buttons spun rapidly in her palm. Today marked the final day for enrollment in special admissions at Rochester Military Academy. This would suffice. Yun Mo opened the enrollment page. The interface was quite sophisticated, presenting a plethora of available majors: mecha design, weapon development, information technology, and individual combat. After all, politicians still require a semblance of propriety. A cold smile curled on Yun Mo's lips as she shook her head in disbelief. One could only hope that the fools of Blue Star were not so numerous and possessed some understanding of the unspoken rules. She chose to forego the major descriptions, directly selecting individual combat to submit her application. Why opt for individual combat? Because the upper echelons of the Federation undoubtedly share a unified strategy regarding Blue Star. They would never allow Blue Star another opportunity to rise again. Her background precluded her from applying to any major that might pose a threat to Federation security. Wasn't the attitude of Central Star's universities abundantly clear? Sensitive fields involving weapon design and other high-tech disciplines would not be accessible to any student from Blue Star. Individual combat, a frontline role that could easily be utilized as cannon fodder in interstellar conflicts, was the most controllable option for politicians. It also presented her with the greatest likelihood of breaking free from her current predicament. Moreover, she was merely a frail girl. Furthermore, politicians could manipulate her prospects for advancement. However, the military academy's special recruitment is still a month away. During the examination period, the school will arrange accommodation and meals, but in this 1-month interim. After much contemplation, UNMO decisively registered an account on 47 City, preparing to seek a job that offers lodging and meals. A driver? Domestic service? A restaurant server? The more UNMO browsed, the darker her expression became. Opportunities suitable for someone her age, which do not require prior experience, are exceedingly scarce. After all, young Master Yun has never engaged in servile tasks. Just as she was feeling despondent, contemplating how to fold clothes should she take up domestic service, the large screen before her began to display news. Dozens of Blue Star insurgents, armed with tri-level energy blocks, detonated explosives at the Central Star Shung World Shopping Center, resulting in numerous injuries among shoppers. The emergence of new interstellar human bombs and the travel intentions of such individuals. UNMO? It is not that she is indifferent to the plight of her home planet, but rather that such sensationalist journalism merely provides politicians with further excuses for plunder. It is profoundly unwise. Indeed, it did not take long for her to discover that her registration information on 47 City had been conspicuously marked in bold, Blue Star. Known for its efficiency, 47 City had initially displayed hundreds of potential matches upon her registration. Now, expanding the search radius by 10 kilometers from her location yields a mere handful of options. Are they treating her as a terrorist? UNMO once again lay on her bed in despair, feeling utterly unfortunate. She believed she must have offended the heavens this year and would need to burn some incense to appease them soon. Indeed. I must promptly donate half of the 164 yuan in my account. Otherwise, I shall incur karmic retribution. How could I have overlooked this matter? Throughout the night, UNMO felt her rest was rather unsatisfactory. It is impossible for anyone to enjoy a peaceful slumber while being incessantly disturbed by a robot. However, the next day, upon seeing Qin Mu, whose complexion was even darker than hers, UNMO could not help but burst into laughter. Dr. Qin, are you headed to court today? The signs on his face were unmistakable. The frown lines between his brows were chaotic, indicating he might be spending a few days behind bars. Qin Mu looked at her with a grim expression. You're just guessing, aren't you? What do you think? UNMO retorted, tilting her head and crossing her legs on the bed. Do you know something? Qin Mu inquired. It's been a dreadful morning. As soon as I opened the door, I received a letter from a lawyer regarding the patient in bed number 2, who is suing me for administering the wrong medication. The issue is, I was covering for someone else that day and didn't have time to double-check, and indeed, I made an error. If you could assist me, I would tell you how I managed to navigate the afternoon without incident. With no one around, UNMO leisurely conversed with Qin Mu. Although Qin Mu was reluctant to engage with her, he was indeed troubled and decided to indulge her. What kind of assistance do you need? I wish to work as a waitress at the Faye's restaurant for a month. Could you vouch for me? What on earth for? Qin Mu could not help but rub his ears, feeling as though he was experiencing auditory hallucinations. Is this girl even of legal age? You heard correctly. I am a being from the blue planet, and I find myself destitute and homeless. The cold demeanor on Qin Mu's face gradually faded, as he contemplated the seemingly irksome girl who had resorted to deception in the hospital. Little did he realize, her actions were born out of necessity. Was his suggestion to the hospital's central system, advocating for increased medical examinations for UNMO, a grave mistake? Qin Mu became engulfed in profound regret, nearly forgetting the worries that had plagued him earlier in the afternoon. UNMO couldn't help but smirk. It appeared that beneath that guise was a well-meaning little lamb. How grand must one's heart be to prioritize others before oneself? What do you think? UNMO interrupted his reverie. If you have nowhere to go, you may stay at my place. Qin Mu spoke earnestly, wishing to atone for his misjudgment. No, no, no. UNMO emphatically shook her head. Rest assured, I will not charge you, Qin Mu said, filled with sympathy. No, 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 it's not about the money. It's just that I fear your recent misfortunes may bring me down with you. Qin Mu thought to himself, damn, let my heart go to the dogs. Chapter 9. Taking a gamble, is this business worth pursuing? There is no cost involved, and I assure you, your afternoon will be devoid of peril. Yunmo's proposition was exceedingly tempting. Qin Mu regarded her face, feeling an acute sense of discomfort. What kind of environment had birthed such a child? Fine, he sighed deeply, harboring no expectations for Yunemo. On his way to the hospital, he had already communicated via video call with the other party, who was in a state of fervent agitation, unwilling to accept a settlement, and vowed to ensure that those who neglected their duties would face consequences. Extend your hand. Let me take a look, Yunemo said. Qin-mu, somewhat skeptical, wondered why examining one's palm was necessary for problem-solving. Nonetheless, he placed the document in his left hand and earnestly extended his right hand before her. After a brief glance, Yunemo disdainfully flicked his hand, insisting, use your left hand. Qin-mu replied, is there really a difference? According to the teachings, the left hand is considered innate while the right hand is acquired. The left symbolizes the azure dragon and the right the white tiger, representing a simple differentiation of yang and yin energies. When assessing a man's fortune, particularly one under the age of 30, like Qin-mu, the left hand is deemed primary, with the right serving as a complement. Yun-emo pondered, feeling that perhaps this task was a bit disadvantageous for her. Qin-mu exclaimed, What killing intent? As he observed her expressionless face and the gaze directed towards his thigh, realization dawned upon him. Was she implying that he should engage in such acts with his right hand? What absurdity! Qin-mu's face flushed crimson, and he instinctively extended his pinky finger. You, at such a tender age, who taught you to be so unabashedly crude? Perhaps you should focus on how to handle this afternoon instead, Yunemo suggested. Oh, pray tell, what have you disowned? Qin-mu pushed his chair back slightly, awaiting her elaboration. You have the pattern of Ahuagai on your palm, with the Sun and Li palaces displaying purple. If no assistance is forthcoming, there will surely be calamity within the month. Yunemo indicated several points on his palm. Surely not. It's merely a complaint from a patient. Qin-mu clearly expressed his disbelief. In addition to this, the palm's inner palace exhibited a shade of dark azure, with a bifurcated line of wisdom, one branch directed towards the base of the little finger and the other pointing towards the Qian palace. The celestial court, encircled by ominous clouds, revealed red silk threads on both the year and longevity indicators, suggesting a significant burden of calamity, likely leading to severe judgment. Qin-mu once again experienced a sensation reminiscent of the previous day. He earnestly patted Yunemo and said, Child, if you are in need of money, I can lend you some, but deceit is ill-advised. Please do not persist in this. Yunemo replied, Hand me your paper and pen. What for? Qin-mu extracted a sheet from his folder and handed her a signed pen as well. Yunemo cast him a glance filled with complexity, sought a flat surface at the head of the bed, and began to draw symbols. The act of drawing symbols is divided into pre-heavenly and post-heavenly categories. The post-heavenly symbols involve intricate rituals. Aside from the necessity of bathing and fragrant offerings, the room where the symbols are drawn must be tranquil. Even slightly inferior red cinnabar or yellow paper could adversely affect the efficacy of the talismans. The pre-heavenly symbols, however, are created with a singular stroke of energy, celebrated as a spark of inspiration that constitutes the symbol itself, rendering the use of ink and cinnabar as a folly. Yunemo is among the rare individuals capable of crafting pre-heavenly symbols. Given her former prowess, it would have been possible for her to draw symbols in midair. Now, however, what lay before Qin-mu's eyes was a girl trembling, gripping the pen's tip with fervor, seemingly contending against some unseen force. With each stroke she made, her complexion grew paler, and beads of sweat the size of mung beans began to form densely on her forehead. Qin-mu was inclined to interrupt her, wishing to convey that although she appeared convincing, it was not. Just then, as Qin-mu could no longer restrain himself from speaking, Yunemo weakly wiped her brow. What is this? Much like the enigmatic symbols of a ghostly scribe, Yunemo meticulously folded the talisman into a triangular shape. Her earlier conjecture was validated. Indeed, mental energy could be transformed into spiritual power, albeit with rather low efficiency. This simple talisman of fortune consumed the majority of her mental strength. This is the talisman of fortune. Take good care of it. Is it truly a talisman? Qin-mu found himself at a loss for words. What use does it serve? He felt a surge of despair, yearning for one final attempt. Yunemo met his gaze, filled with skepticism, unfazed by his doubts. The deeper the skepticism, the more stinging the reality would become. Afternoon, perhaps. It might even bestow upon her the first glimmer of faith. As Qin-mu observed her expressionless visage, he couldn't help but shiver, exclaiming, I almost believed you. You will come to believe, Yunemo replied confidently. You mentioned what should be. Surely there is a but to follow? Indeed, Yun Mo continued, with my talisman of fortune in hand. You ought to find yourself somewhat less unfortunate. However, you are destined to incur a loss of 20,000 star coins, and an accident involving the hover vehicle is inevitable. Yet, it will be limited to minor scrapes. She shrugged nonchalantly. Meanwhile, Qin Mu increasingly sensed something amiss. The plight of Blue Star was indeed deserving of sympathy. This girl was still quite young, and he could not simply turn a blind eye. Unable to restrain himself, he opened his Weibo account and posted a message. His Weibo account had been active for over a decade, aptly named Don't Disturb Me. I Have Medicine, where he often shared medical knowledge and had garnered a substantial following. Qin Mu shared Yun Mo's declarations on Weibo, and immediately, the comments section began to buzz with activity. In the realm of discourse, the term divination was introduced, eliciting a bemused reaction. Had it not been for an encounter with this term within the confines of a museum, one might have mistaken it for a contemporary buzzword. The nurse, seeking to extinguish the flames of controversy, remarked on the eclectic nature of society today. While I am inclined to believe in phenomena that elude scientific explanation, I remain skeptical of individuals who claim the ability to assert non-scientific truths without empirical basis. The plight of the individual in question evokes sympathy, however. The exploitation of such empathy for duplicitous ends is nothing short of repugnant. I concur with previous sentiments. Even if she were to conjure an entirely novel electromagnetic theory, derived from an uncharted magnetic field and extrapolating potential probabilities, I would still be inclined to grant her a measure of sympathy due to her background. Subsequent commentary has only diversified in its absurdity. Throughout history, there have always existed those who stir the pot, and the number of vitriolic voices is indeed considerable. One particularly brash netizen, expressing their disdain, questioned whether no one would intervene against such folly. At merely 16, she is already ensnaring others. What will become of her in adulthood? The blue planet should no longer be referred to as such, but rather as an irretrievable cesspool. Taken aback, he had merely sought advice to aid a wayward young woman. How had the tide turned so dramatically? Qin Mu, feeling a twinge of guilt, glanced around, contemplating the deletion of his post. At that moment, a user by the name of Call Me Daddy boldly interjected, tagging all those who had expressed disparaging remarks. If you do not comprehend, refrain from speaking thoughtlessly. Mysticism is not non-existent. It is merely your limited perspective that renders you incapable of understanding. This utterance has undoubtedly stirred a hornet's nest. Qin Mu's face turned pale as he hurried towards Yun Mo's hospital room, intending to dissuade her from inciting public ire and caution her against being unmasked. Chapter 10. Kneeling while singing Conquer by Heavens, my friend. I had previously observed your plight and spoke with restraint, but have you truly lost all sense of propriety? Spare me the platitudes. Let the facts speak for themselves. The frog at the bottom of a well knows there is a boundary to the sky, yet you seem only aware of the super-S mental strength? Fine. Do not blame me for bullying you. I shall make this proclamation, should your claims prove true this afternoon. With a loss of 20,000 star coins and an accident involving a floating vehicle, I will distribute a red envelope of 10,000 star coins on the StarNet. Yun Mo snorted coldly, continuing to tap on her keyboard. What is 10,000? Do you dare to issue 100,000? Young master, what troubles you now? Immediately, a mecha manufacturer rushed over to inquire. While others were comfortably surfing the internet from home, this individual preferred to engage in disputes with netizens from within the mecha cabin. Exhibiting a volatile temper, having damaged several motherboards this month alone, Chuan, exceedingly enraged, had yet to voice his thoughts when the opponent audaciously countered him. He quickly retorted, "If you also put forth 100,000, I shall indulge in this game with you. Just fear that you cannot afford the stakes. Let the netizens testify. If I lose, I shall issue a red envelope of 100,000 star coins. If you lose, you too shall issue 100,000. I will ensure you kneel and sing Conquer." A once inconspicuous building suddenly garnered attention due to the extravagant wager of these two affluent individuals, drawing in curious onlookers from the star network. This even sparked discussions regarding the legitimacy of the Central Star's deployment of lethal weaponry against the Blue Star, a topic that Yun Mo had not anticipated. While engrossed in her scrolling, she was abruptly interrupted by the appearance of Qin Mu's face. "Is there something you need?" she inquired, her expression betraying a hint of anxiety. "Where do you intend to procure 100,000 star coins?" Qin Mu felt a twinge of embarrassment, recognizing that his actions had been rather reckless. "Shall I delete the post?" he suggested. "Don't you think that sentiment comes a bit too late?" Yun Mo retorted. As Qin Mu glanced at the post that had already been screen captured and widely disseminated, he understood the truth of her words. How about I cover the cost for you this afternoon? Though it pained him to part with such a sum, Qin Mu genuinely wished to avoid cornering this young woman. After all, the original intent of the post was to salvage her precarious values, yet it appeared to have had the opposite effect. Among those who followed Qin Mu on Weibo were several colleagues from various hospitals. In an effort to protect Yun Mo's privacy, he had merely stated that he was discussing a patient of a friend. Wang Mingtao, also one of his followers, chimed in, Mu. Would you like me to accompany you to court this afternoon? Why? Are you afraid I might conspire with a charlatan to deceive you? Qin Mu replied, somewhat displeased. Certainly not, Li Pingyun interjected. After all, we are both witnesses. Having an additional voice could enhance our credibility. Wouldn't you agree? Doesn't this serve to vindicate the charlatan? Is it not so? Go ahead if you wish. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the Intermediate Court of Central Star convenes. In the case of Hong Xingwen versus Qin Mu, this court has adjudicated, with the facts being clear and the evidence irrefutable, sentencing Qin Mu to pay a total of 20,000 star coins in mental compensation and lost wages. Wang Mingtao and Li Pengyun exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with excitement. Brother, hey, brother. Wait a moment. Seeing Qin Mu making his way out, Li Pengyun hastened to catch up. What is it? Qin Mu's mood was far from pleasant. After all, who would be joyful about owing such a hefty sum? Brother, have you forgotten? The charlatan also foretold that you would have a car accident this afternoon. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu shuddered. This is cheating. He objected. For the young woman was already pitiable enough. Where would she find the money to repay 100,000 star coins? Let us give it a try. If it comes to it, I shall cover that 100,000. Wang Mingtao, undeterred by financial concerns, was eager to test whether destiny truly wielded its hands. Are you serious? Qin Mu turned to him in disbelief. Indeed, I shall transfer the funds to you now, and you can then forward it to her, Wang Mingtao declared. Not waiting for Qin Mu's refusal, as he promptly transferred the star coins into Qin Mu's account. Qin Mu, then let us depart. The three stood by the roadside, awaiting the arrival of the 222 hovercar, the sole public transportation available in front of the high school. To ensure reliability, Li Pingyun also placed an order through a ride-hailing app. This is absurd, Li Pingyun remarked skeptically. Perhaps we should try another app. Or else I could summon my bodyguard to fetch us. Wang Mingtao suggested. Qin Mu, why haven't you left yet? A male voice called out from behind. Director Huang, what brings you here? Qin Mu inquired, somewhat surprised. I have a matter to attend to, and since you are here, my hovercar has broken down. You must accompany me to the medical association immediately. No way. Before Qin Mu could respond, Wang Mingtao gasped in shock, while Li Pingyun's expression was equally grim, his lips moving but unable to articulate a response. Director Huang, seemingly oblivious to their dismay, anxiously checked his watch. Hurry, we're running out of time. Where's your car? The three exchanged glances and reluctantly followed him. May I drive? Li Pingyun asked. You drive. Wang Mingtao and Qin Mu, as if liberated, quickly vacated the driver's seat. Director Huang, what is this trickery? What are these young people up to? Half an hour later, an inconspicuous blue hovercar, having been grazed by a yellow supercar, was shared online. Alongside it, Li Pingyun and others provided accounts of the incident, complete with necessary audio evidence. The Star Network erupted in astonishment. This defies logic. As the crowd was taken aback, they felt as though they had unlocked the door to a new realm. The wind blows coolly, and indeed, wealth is abundant. WB's red envelope was dispatched promptly. Initially, it seemed the matter would pass without further incident. However, unbeknownst to him, Yun Mo was waiting on the other side of the screen. Call me daddy. Wind blows coolly. What happened to your promise to kneel and sin conquer? Will you go live? Or will it be a video? Huachuan, incensed, erupted in curses. This charlatan, does he even know who I am? Young master, you have an abundance of aliases. This one is encrypted and won't reveal your identity. Though Huachuan was somewhat naive, his integrity was commendable. If I lose this round, I shall accept it with grace. If he dares to continue, I shall play along. Half an hour later, the audience was delighted to hear Conquer, and the young man's off-key singing nearly brought them to tears with laughter. Netizen A. Oh my heavens. I'm about to become a fan of this young man. How did I not know this song could be sung like that? Netizen B. Today I have found two idols. One is a charlatan, and the other is a singer. Chapter 11. The first fan. The shock on StarNet lasted only a few fleeting minutes before public opinion began to sway in opposing directions. Netizen A. I feel as if my worldview has shattered. I need to piece it back together. Netizen B. Is this some sort of group deception? Netizen C. I recall 2 years ago, there was a Master Lin who allegedly could predict the future with certainty. Wasn't he later apprehended by the Galactic police? It was rumored he was part of a scam for wealth and seduction. Netizen D. Exactly. I hadn't thought of that until you mentioned it. It was quite the sudden emergence. In the vastness of the galaxy, there are all sorts of characters. If he truly possessed such abilities, would he have fallen to such financial ruin? If I believe this, I would be a fool. Regardless of the circumstances, the account on WB, bearing the moniker Call Me Daddy, experienced a sudden surge of 2 million followers. The original poster had no history of previous posts, leaving the fans to entertain themselves, engaging in lively disputes between believers and skeptics. Yunma felt an indescribable sense of exhilaration as she perceived a faint yet tangible force of faith, albeit minimal, gradually mending her ethereal essence. The long-lost sensation of comfort enveloped her, instilling a warm glow throughout her being. Indeed, this exchange of barbs was not in vain. It presented an opportunity for further strategic engagements. As Yunma pondered this, she continued to tap on the screen. Call me Daddy. Wind blows. Your credit appears commendable. So when you find yourself in need, I shall offer you a divination. Wind blows. Call me Daddy. Everyone, a divination for 800 star coins. Feel free to follow the WB account and message privately. The online community responded. I was almost convinced. Chinmu politely rapped on the door of the hospital room, his heart a whirlwind of emotions, his expression a tapestry of conflict. Dr. Chin? Yunma inquired, stroking her chin as she regarded him. Chinmu approached with a hint of trepidation. Are you truly not endowed with super S-level psychic powers? Hasn't your hospital conducted numerous examinations? Yunma curled her lip in disdain. What of it? As Chinmu spoke, he retrieved a piece of ash from his pocket. He recalled distinctly that Li Pengyun drove with utmost caution, ensuring that Director Huang arrived at the medical association without incident. The return navigation indicated that their route was devoid of other hovering vehicles, signifying an exceedingly low probability of an accident. We were overly cautious, Wang Mingtao exhaled, feeling a tinge of disappointment linger in his heart. It seems that the charlatan was merely fortunate, or perhaps acquainted with Hong Xingwen. Li Pengyun also remarked. Suddenly, Chinmu felt a searing pain in his left leg. What's wrong? Li Pengyun jumped at his exclamation, causing the steering wheel to veer. With a screech, the rearview mirror was grazed by a yellow sports car. The two vehicles swiftly descended onto Princeton Road, where a perspiring middle-aged man sprinted over from the hovering vehicle. Are you all right? How did you end up driving against traffic? If I had gone any faster, it could have resulted in a tragedy. The three exchanged bewildered glances. What was this about driving against traffic? The middle-aged man activated his smart brain. Did your hovering vehicle not update its route? A wave of trepidation washed over them. Against traffic. Full responsibility. A human life. If Chinmu hadn't called out. If Li Pengyun's hand hadn't trembled, then, brother, you are my own flesh and blood. Could you perhaps introduce me to this individual? Wang Mingtao's eyes sparkled with eagerness. I need to inquire first, Chinmu replied, somewhat dazed. What he did not disclose was that the talisman in his pocket seemed to have burned, and it was that searing sensation that compelled him to cry out. Discard it. It's of no use, Yunma said, casting a glance at the ashes of the paper. You. Chinmu was at a loss for an expression, tentatively asking. A friend of mine wishes to meet you. What does that imply? Chinmu inquired. I have mentioned to you before, a divination thrice daily. Only for those fated to meet, correct? Yunma replied. He is exceedingly wealthy. Chinmu interjected. Oh, Yunma acknowledged. Aren't you in need of money? Chinmu pressed. Yunemo. Oh, Chinmu. What are you really thinking? Yunemo was perusing the charitable institutions of the Central Star. Feeling somewhat irritable upon hearing his question, she looked up at him and said, What do you mean by thinking? I have an interview at the Fist restaurant. It's best to stop daydreaming and be a good citizen. What time are we leaving? I finish work early today. Chinmu glanced at his wristwatch, noting it was 3:30. If all went smoothly, he would arrive just in time for dinner. Curiosity piqued. He leaned closer and inquired, What is this? Have you heard of auspicious days? Yunemo asked. Chinmu nodded. Today is a designated day for setting up the stove, holding banquets, finalizing agreements, and is highly favorable for auspicious activities. Litigation, medical matters, and military endeavors are ill-advised, she explained. Chinmu listened, utterly perplexed. So? Observing his earnest expression, Yunemo pondered for a moment, realizing that being alone in the cosmos indeed posed certain inconveniences. The character of those around her was commendable, and their faith likely reflected their contributions. This was her source of spiritual nourishment. It was her principle to treat her own well. Yun-Mo straightened her posture, speaking with utmost seriousness. Qilong, Ming-Ang, Jingque, Tianda, Yutong, Siming, these constitute the 6 auspicious days. The term auspicious day refers to the days corresponding to these 6. Beyond these 6, there exist 6 minor auspicious days: Jian, Man, Ping, Shou, He, and Huang. Each can be utilized, while the Pa and Bai are to be avoided. Qin Mu. I don't understand. He merely wished to know what time they were departing. I converted the star calendar to the ancient Earth calendar, and upon calculation, today is a designated day among the 12 celestial stars, hence your legal misfortune, Yun-Mo stated. Qin Mu, with a head full of dark thoughts, exclaimed, "Why didn't you mention it earlier?" Yun-Mo replied, "Would you have been able to delay the court proceedings if I had?" Qin Mu retorted, "So, have you calculated everything? What time are we leaving?" "We shall depart at 4:30, an auspicious hour, ensuring all goes well." Qin Mu had never considered himself to have communication barriers, yet in the presence of this young lady, his moments of speechlessness multiplied with each encounter. "Then at 4:30, I shall come find you." Yun-Mo waved her hand dismissively. "You may leave now." Qin Mu muttered under his breath, "Leave? Seriously?" His frustration boiled within him as he turned to exit, berating himself 100 times over. What kind of charlatan is this? Just a mere sycophant. Wait. Yun-Mo suddenly recalled something and called out to him. "Could you help me determine which charity organization in Central Star is the most reputable?" She pointed to 3 organizations displayed on the screen. "Aren't you supposed to be good at calculations?" Qin Mu inquired. "Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut?" Yun-Mo replied. "This one," he remarked, pointing to the Ling Yao Yao Foundation. "I've heard good things about it. I often donate there myself." "Your judgment is commendable," Yun-Mo observed, as the 3 organizations she had filtered were all places she deemed worthy of merit, with Ling Yao Yu being the most prominent. Merely seeking Qin Mu's confirmation as a precautionary measure. Ding. With the transfer completed successfully, Yun-Mo let out a long sigh of relief, sprawling out on the bed without a care for her image. Qin Mu was taken aback, for he had just witnessed this young woman willingly parting with half of her meager 164 star coins. What a magnanimous spirit. He could not help but reconsider his opinions of Yun-Mo. Were she privy to his inner thoughts, she would undoubtedly exclaim, "Silly boy." Chapter 12. The Fist Restaurant. Are you ready? Qin Mu arrived 5 minutes early to seek her out, ensuring he would not miss the so-called auspicious moment. "Is this your hovercar? Has it been repaired?" Yun-Mo inquired, her curiosity piqued as she examined the vehicle. It was blue, boasting sleek lines. Powered by a 3rd-tier energy cell, operating on principles akin to magnetic levitation, navigating along designated magnetic lanes based on its destination. Yun-Mo's reaction brought a sense of gratification to Qin Mu. He was an automobile enthusiast, dedicating a significant portion of his salary to maintain this vehicle. This is a new product from the Mercedes Hover Company. Do not be deceived by its unassuming exterior. Its performance surpasses that of its competitors. Yun-Mo merely scoffed, recognizing the mindset of a Phaeton owner, humble on the surface but yearning for admiration, not for themselves, but for their car. As Qin Mu unlocked the car door, Yun-Mo's mouth fell open in awe, and she exclaimed, "Wow." The doors unfolded like wings, graceful and enchanting. At that moment, after knowing Yun-Mo for so long, Qin Mu found himself thinking that she was not so insufferable after all. "Can I give it a try?" Yun-Mo asked, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Do you have a driver's license?" Qin Mu inquired. "Yes. The original owner could drive a hovercar. I'm just experiencing it for the first time," Yun-Mo replied, her excitement palpable. "All right then." Faced with Yun-Mo's gaze brimming with anticipation, Qin Mu experienced a profound sense of self-satisfaction. This led him to make a decision he would later deeply regret. He relinquished the driver's seat. As she pressed the accelerator, the Azure hover car gracefully ascended. "Oh, so this is how it feels." Following the navigation, Yun-Mo aligned the vehicle with the lane, reveling in the exhilarating experience. The navigation was already set. "You can give it a try, but if it feels overwhelming, switch to autopilot," Qin Mu suggested. The lane was sparsely populated, with only 2 or 3 cars in sight. Typically, a young girl driving would be prudent, so he anticipated no issues. However, he did not foresee that as Yun-Mo took the wheel for the first time, the hover car swerved erratically, and her acceleration and deceleration were all or nothing. Even the turns were executed with a drift. Seated in the passenger seat, Qin Mu's palms grew clammy with anxiety, his grip on the handle tightening, his face paling in fear. "Hey, I beg you, can you please switch to autopilot?" he implored. "Look at your lack of finesse. I'm perfectly capable of driving," Inemo retorted, rolling down the window with her left hand. "Ah, I just love the thrill of speed. It's been years since I've felt this free." Suddenly, at a traffic light, Inemo aggressively merged into the slow lane, encroaching upon the space of a nearby red vehicle. A greasy, middle-aged man rolled down his window and flashed her an obscene gesture. "It's fine, don't be nervous. Just ignore him," Qin Mu quickly reassured, hoping she wouldn't lose her temper. After all, if she crashed his car, where would he go to lament? "Idiot. Didn't your mother teach you to watch the road?" The man regarded her with indifference, his yellowed teeth bared as he cursed incessantly. Inemo remained silent, calmly unscrewing her water bottle and leisurely filling it. Qin Mu sighed with relief, thinking that this young woman had some hope, at least displaying a sense of reason and restraint. However, before he could fully compose himself, the moment the green light illuminated, Inemo, without a glance, pressed down on the acceleration, her left hand swiftly flinging the entire cup of water squarely onto the middle-aged man's face. "Damn you," the man bellowed as he furiously honked, attempting to pursue her. Yet, from the rear of the hovering vehicle, two bursts of flames erupted, propelling the car forward with sudden force, swiftly veering from the slow lane into the fast lane. In an instant, the vehicle executed a sharp 90-degree turn, leaving the bewildered man staring at empty space where the car had been. "Amu, I see your car. When did you acquire such driving skills? How did you manage that drift?" Qin Mu's terminal buzzed incessantly, indicating messages from acquaintances. "Amu, do take a moment to teach me." Soon, they arrived at the parking lot of Faye's restaurant. A directing robot, upon spotting a sky-blue hovering vehicle, appeared overhead with remarkable speed, halting abruptly, causing the vehicle to tremble. "Come out," Inemo said, tapping on the passenger window, her face brimming with satisfaction. The door swung open violently, and Qin Mu, his legs trembling, stumbled towards the trash bin, pressing his hand against his chest, and promptly retched. "Dr. Qin, is this the person you wish to vouch for?" Manager Wen inquired politely, his eyes gleaming with intensity. The Faye restaurant is a renowned 5-star establishment in the galaxy, celebrated for its exquisite cuisine. The proprietor, a proponent of nature, has established this as the sole restaurant on the central star that opts for high-cost labor over robotic assistance. This unique characteristic has drawn a plethora of patrons. As previously mentioned, Qin Mu's complexion appeared somewhat pallid. "You are Inemo, correct? What skills do you possess?" Manager Wen scrutinized Inemo, silently appraising her. The verdict: Blue Star inhabitant, negative review. Female, mediocre. Age, too young. Salary expectations, average. Work experience, none, negative review. Guarantor, positive review. "I possess the culinary skills of a top-tier chef," Inemo thought, perceiving the disdain in his gaze. She mused that securing her position here would not be an easy task and decided to embellish her qualifications. "Do you understand the role we are hiring for?" Manager Wen inquired. Qin Mu raised a hand to his forehead. "Isn't it working in the kitchen?" Inemo responded. Manager Wen could hardly contain his desire to dismiss her, not as the head chef, but as a kitchen assistant. Inemo was somewhat taken aback. In this era dominated by robots, was there truly a need for humans to wash and prepare vegetables? "Manager Wen, could you do me a favor?" Qin Mu whispered. "If she doesn't fit during the probation period, could you let her go?" Manager Wen glanced at the time. The dining rush was imminent. Out of respect for the doctor, and for his own future interests, he relented. "Very well, follow me," he said, leading her to the kitchen. Inemo internally lamented, as she despised two tasks above all, washing vegetables and doing dishes. Forget it, when destiny intends to bestow great responsibilities upon an individual. After Qin Mu ensured that she was well settled, they exchanged contact information before turning to take their leave. Just before departing, he couldn't resist inquiring, "If you were to offer a divination for my friend, would it not be an effortless way to earn some money?" Inemo regarded him earnestly. "I have stated before, I only read for those fated to me. It is not mere rhetoric." "Why is he not fated?" Qin Mu questioned, perplexed. "Then, what about befriending him?" Qin Mu persisted, unwilling to relent. "Fate will bring us together if it is meant to be. If, let me emphasize, if I truly encounter someone in need of assistance." Qin Mu probed further. "Matters that accumulate merit, I typically do not decline. You may have him contact me online." Yun Mo gestured dismissively as she retreated into the kitchen. Qin Mu stood rooted in place for a moment, struggling to comprehend the lofty spiritual realm of a sage. Previously, he had engaged her for half an hour over 80 star coins, and now she spoke of fate, of accumulating merit. Meanwhile, as Yun Mo turned away, she murmured regretfully, Yun Mo, Mu Wang lacks gold, requiring the aid of fire, and must avoid excessive earth. Wang Ming Tao, an earth element lacking fire, must steer clear of wood. Their destinies do not align. What a pity for a major patron. Chapter 13. A new opening. As Yun Mo exited the Federal Third Hospital, several anxious individuals awaited in the corridor outside the VIP ward on the 8th floor, their eyes frequently darting towards the door. The man on the hospital bed lay with his eyes tightly shut. Despite his pallor, his innate charisma could not be concealed. Half an hour later, the door swung open. A woman with a gentle demeanor rushed forward, her anxiety palpable as she inquired, Dr. Huang, how is Lian Yi? The doctor's expression was grave as he removed his mask and silently shook his head. The woman covered her mouth with her right hand, tears cascading down her cheeks. Mom, let us speak with Dr. Huang, Lian Yao softly said, wrapping his arm around her shoulder. Let us not disturb Ertie's rest. The five of them emerged from Dr. Huang's office, their steps heavy, their expressions somber. Lian Yi's spine has been injured, but we have confirmed repeatedly that his external wounds have largely healed, and there are no issues with his nerve pathways. Dr. Huang furrowed his brow. Then, why has he not awakened? Dr. Huang shook his head, filled with regret. We have consulted countless esteemed specialists. His condition is beyond the scope of surgical intervention. How can this be? The woman's emotions began to spiral out of control. We suspect that his mental faculties have also suffered severe trauma. Dr. Liu specializes in the field of psychology. We could reach out to him for assistance. It would be futile, interjected a girl nearby, her fists clenched tightly, her nails nearly digging into her flesh. Doctor, Liu has already examined him. If you are willing to stay, we will exert every effort to observe and treat him. Dr. Huang sighed, feeling an immense weight of responsibility. The entire Central Star knew the Lian family. They were a lineage of military service, having sacrificed countless descendants for the Federation, holding a position of great significance in both the political and military realms. Lian Yi, the second son of the Lian family, possesses the rare and extraordinary S-level mental prowess, heralding him as a young man with boundless potential. On the surface, he holds the esteemed rank of the youngest colonel in the 72nd Army. Yet only a select few are privy to the fact that he is also the commander of the Falcon Special Forces. Now, this legendary figure of the Federation has been confined to a sickbed for half a month. It's all your fault. He could have thrived in business. Yet you insisted he enlist. Are you satisfied now? The woman vented her frustrations by striking the man beside her. A flicker of pain crossed the man's resolute face, but he quickly masked it, resolutely asserting, he is my son from the Lian family. He will surely pull through. Lian Zhu's voice trembled with emotion. Lian Yi was the brother she had idolized throughout her life, and their bond ran deep. His condition weighed heavily on her heart. I will reach out to other specialists. There must be a solution, Lian Yao, a businessman, declared, embodying the unique tenacity and decisiveness characteristic of the Lian family. Lian Zhu pulled up a chair and sat vigil in the hospital room, her gaze unwavering upon Lian Yi. Second brother, you will awaken, one to you? You can hear my words, can't you? I received excellent grades this semester. Didn't you promise that if I excelled, you would introduce me to my sister-in-law first? You never described what she looks like. I've collected many pieces of jewelry to gift her. As she murmured the word jewelry, a shiver coursed through her, as if awakening from a trance. In a moment of clarity, she quickly opened 666 BBS, recalling that there was a soothing expert within its virtual embrace. At that time, the post garnered immense popularity, remaining prominently on the homepage for an extended duration. Out of curiosity, she perused the introduction of the so-called worry relief expert, a description that was met with derision from countless individuals. Drip, drip, drip. Yunma lay comfortably on her bed, her hands cradling her head, legs crossed, relishing the rare days devoid of concerns about sustenance and attire, while her smart device emitted a persistent buzzing sound. Having long since muted her Weibo and 666 BBS accounts, she had also resigned her shop to fate due to its seemingly dubious business scope. Yet, where did this relentless notification originate? Yunma extended her left arm to examine it closely. Million Spider has collected your shop. Million Spider has left you 10 messages. Would you like to view them? Million Spider has placed an order at your shop, prepaying 100,000 star coins. Please review the request. Who is Million Spider? The name sounds like a significant client, and the actions seem rather extravagant, yet the prepayment was undeniably audacious. Yunma felt the lingering sting of being hurt by the cabbage incident, her mind playing tricks on her. She refrained from confirming and instead opened the messages. But before she could read them thoroughly, an incoming call interrupted her. Million Spider requests a voice call. Would you like to accept? Yunma clicked to decline. Meanwhile, Lianzhu, gazing at the gray avatar of the shop, was on the verge of giving up. She felt she had truly resorted to desperate measures, questioning why she was so determined to persist with this seemingly fraudulent establishment that lacked even the pretense of legitimacy. It is difficult to articulate. The shopkeeper has already retreated into the realm of meditation, until communication was rejected by Yunma. She is online. Lianzhu immediately straightened her back, her hands trembling slightly, and quickly sent a message. Are you there? I have read your introduction. You claim to possess omniscience, understanding the mysteries of life and death through the principles of yin and yang. Do you truly know everything? Lianzhu. Huh? Dialect? What does that mean? Now that contact has been established, Lianzhu exhaled in relief, feeling the need to proceed with caution, especially since her brother's health was at stake. Do you really know everything? Lianzhu inquired. You may try, Yunma replied, already adept in her responses. No unnecessary chatter, let the facts speak for themselves. And allow the client to draw their own conclusions. How do I try? Lianzhu wiped her forehead, feeling somewhat anxious. Place an order in my shop and pose your question. Each inquiry costs 800 star coins. Yunma cheerfully directed her to a new link. Lianzhu was momentarily taken aback. Although she was not short on funds, 800 star coins for a single question seemed quite steep. She felt she had already faced enough misfortune, and if she were to be deceived again, she was uncertain how she might react. Could it be a little cheaper? After much hesitation, Lianzhu sent the message. How much? Yunma inquired. 80? Lianzhu suggested. Yunma, do you enjoy eating Chinese cabbage? Lianzhu was utterly baffled. Just as she was about to ask for clarification, the other party had already confirmed. May I ask now? Lianzhu politely inquired. Go ahead. Yunma replied, as she fumbled with the 3 black buttons, finding them quite inconvenient. Perhaps she should visit the bank tomorrow to withdraw some coins. Recently, I have encountered a perplexing dilemma. What aspect do you refer to? Lianzhu inquired. Please send me a photograph of your palms, Yunma replied. Why a photograph of my palms? Lianzhu pondered, her thoughts drifting. She had encountered speculations regarding the identity of this problem-solving adept on 666 BBS, with many believing she might be a private investigator. If that were indeed the case, it would be possible for her to glean information about Lianzhu's family through such photographs. However, this would not aid in resolving her issues. You may also provide a clear photograph of your face, or simply write something for me. Yunma offered alternative options. Writing is acceptable? Until she verified her identity. Sending a photograph was out of the question. But writing? That was feasible. You may, in your mind, contemplate the issue you most desire to resolve. And then inscribe a character for me, Yunma instructed. The art of character divination is deeply rooted in the I Ching, encompassing symbols, numbers, and principles. Each character embodies a symbol. When chosen and inscribed at a specific time and under particular circumstances, its underlying numerical significance is revealed. Through the analysis of symbols and numbers, along with the principles of the 5 elements, predictions emerge. Lianzhu hesitated, her gaze lingering in the hospital room, where she spotted the beast Horn her elder brother intended to give to Lianyi. She swiftly inscribed the character for Horn and sent it. I wish to inquire about my family's situation, Lianzhu vaguely stated. Horn signifies a weapon. If related to a military individual, it suggests they may be unwell. Yunma interpreted. Character divination holds a certain validity, yet merely relying on a single character cannot yield such precise insights. Yunma initially intended to provide a general overview and perhaps delve into an octagram for further insight. However, the client's inadvertent oversight revealed a corner of a military boot beneath the text, thus exposing the identity information. Moreover, Yunma was exceedingly familiar with the decor style of that particular hospital. She could recognize the tile patterns even if they were reduced to ashes. This fortunate turn of events not only simplified her task, but also enhanced her image as a skilled professional. The client exhibited intense concentration, and the characters she wrote bore deep expectations. Yunma discerned that mental energy could serve as a conduit. The more fervent the thought, the sharper her perception became. Chapter 14. The thunder of misfortune. Lien Zhu's eyes widened in astonishment. Have you breached my system? Yunma, feeling rather bored, turned her neck slightly. Why did everyone assume she must be a high-level hacker? If she possessed such abilities, would she truly be confined to working as a waitress in a modest eatery? If Manager Wen were to overhear her disparaging comments about the so-called small restaurant known as Feisty, he would likely be appalled. If I am correct? Do not forget to make your payment, dear patron. Yunma languidly typed out. Lien Zhu promptly transferred 160 star coins. Let me inquire further. What of the character yin regarding the ailment? Yunma perked up. The character yin begins with an ominous stroke and concludes with a fortunate one. Misfortune precedes fortune. Hence the condition is not dire. However, the treatment has been somewhat inadequate, which may lead to recurring issues. Lien Zhu felt a flicker of joy upon reading this, yet expressed concern, but he has remained in a coma, and even the doctors cannot ascertain the problem. If you do not mind, may I see his face? Yunma pondered, adding, if you are apprehensive, I can sign a confidentiality agreement. Lien Zhu felt a twinge of uncertainty as she contemplated her second brother's illness, which had become widely known. It would not harm to let her take a look. Yunmo scrutinized the one-way video, deliberating carefully before finally exhaling a long sigh. She typed slowly on the screen. This individual bears a needle that pierces the seal. His forehead is smooth and radiant. In his lifetime, he is destined to encounter a perilous event, one that may even threaten his very life. However, at this moment, his forehead is neither narrow nor sunken, signaling that he will escape great calamity and will surely enjoy future blessings. Can you cure him? Is he, as you mentioned, a person whose fate is not meant to end? Lien Zhu's heart raced, nearly reaching her throat, as she trembled while asking, What? Are you serious? Though elated, Lien Zhu was also apprehensive, fearing that the person on the other end might be fabricating words to extort money. There is no significant issue. Weakness is to be expected. Once he awakens, we can prepare some medicinal cuisine to nourish him. Will he truly awaken soon? Lien Zhu inquired once more, seeking a definitive answer. The earliest would be 7 days, the latest over a month. Yunmo examined the divination signs before her, shaking the qian above, revealing the hexagram of Wu Wang, representing unexpected events. The thunder of heaven is unforeseen. The 9th line suggests a journey of surprises, with joy emerging without the need for medicine. Could you clarify further? Lien Zhu's lips quivered with anticipation. There is no need to rush into medication. He will heal naturally, Yunmo replied. Very well. Let us conclude this pleasant conversation. I wish to rest now. Wait, how do I prepare the medicinal cuisine? Lien Zhu hastily typed with utmost speed, continuing to inquire. Are you certain you wish to ask? Oh, I understand now. Lien Zhu quickly sent over 800 star coins without hesitation. Yunmo smirked, finding the interstellar populace quite cunning, always enticing her with offers she found difficult to refuse. Let me first conduct some research. By the time he awakens, I should be nearly prepared. For the sake of her own reputation, Yunmo must proceed with caution. After all, her recent experiences in the kitchen have profoundly enlightened her. After thousands of years of evolution, flora and fauna have long since transformed from their original forms. Who can ascertain if their efficacy remains unchanged? One cannot indulge recklessly. I shall seek an opportunity to converse with Manager Wen, to engage in some preliminary adjustments before proceeding further. Indeed, Lien Zhu found herself at a loss for words. Through this brief exchange, she seemed to glimpse a long-awaited glimmer of hope. Regardless of the motivations behind the man before her, today, he had genuinely provided her solace. Yunmo glanced at the time. It was just past 11. Manager Wen should still be awake, as individuals of his stature are often busy, and it is uncertain whether he would attend to her tomorrow. Thus, she decided to go now. With a firm knock, Yunmo casually transferred 80 star coins to the Ling Yao fund, slipped on her slippers, and rapped on door 506. She refrained from using the doorbell, knowing it often failed to elicit any response after prolonged pressing. What is it? Manager Wen inquired, his expression betraying his surprise as he opened the door. Oh dear. Have I come at an inopportune time? Are you about to retire for the night? Yunmo observed that his hair was still damp, suggesting he had just finished his ablutions, dressed in a hastily donned t-shirt. Nevertheless, the young Master Yun was resolute in her endeavors. She had no intention of abandoning her purpose midway. Leaning against the wall, she felt no remorse or embarrassment for potentially disturbing him. Do you require something? Manager Wen asked, his impatience palpable. It was the end of the month, a time for settlements, and he was quite fatigued, having just intended to rest. She had better possess a matter of significance. Is your cervical spine bothering you? Yunmo observed him as he incessantly rubbed his neck, his eyes darting about before he inquired. Manager Wen nodded. He spent more time seated than standing, and given the myriad responsibilities at their esteemed restaurant, both his cervical and lumbar regions were in distress. On weekends, he had to visit the hospital for nutrient infusions, which provided only fleeting relief but was preferable to enduring constant discomfort. Manager Wen, may I offer you a few massages? Yunmo suggested with an ingratiating tone, recalling the ancient adage that to acquire something, one must first give. The young Master Yun was adept at both humility and assertiveness. No need, Manager Wen replied, scrutinizing her with suspicion, curious about her true intentions. Judging by your complexion, it seems your condition has begun to disrupt your sleep. If massage chairs were effective, wouldn't the myriad therapy shops on the streets have closed their doors? This ailment of yours cannot be remedied without altering your habits. However, I can ensure you do not suffer a relapse within a month, she insisted. Just tell me your objective. Manager Wen remained skeptical. While the girl had many admirable qualities, her penchant for boasting was notorious. Yunmo hesitated, brushing her nose. If my treatment proves effective, could I perhaps receive an advance on my salary? Manager Wen sighed. Come in. It seems the employee is genuinely in need. I am not devoid of compassion. Over the past few days, Yunmo had indeed performed commendably. Being a father to a daughter of similar age, he felt a sense of empathy towards her plight. Yunmo glanced around, making a quick assessment in her mind. It was the dead of night, with only the two of them present. The man posed no threat to her safety. Yet, to avoid any misinterpretations, she deliberately left the door ajar. Seated, Yunmo gestured towards the square stool beside the bed. Manager 1. This is my room, isn't it? He had initially intended to discuss the matter of Yunmo's salary directly, yet before he could utter a word, he found himself pressed onto the stool. Manager Wen was somewhat bewildered. He truly did not anticipate that a mere finger resting upon his shoulder would drain him of all strength to stand. Yunmo signaled for him to extend his hand, her fingers delicately resting on his pulse for a moment. No major issues, I shall merely apply a bit of pressure. Though Yunmo was not a medical expert, she was sufficiently capable of addressing minor ailments. Without waiting for Manager Wen to decline, she began to apply pressure to his neck. Manager Wen's muscles were taut, a condition known in traditional Chinese medicine as bai. The amalgamation of wind, cold, and dampness resulted in this affliction as external evils invaded, obstructing the meridians and causing rigidity and pain. Yunmo's remedy involved following the pathways of the meridians and the flow of qi and blood, adjusting his sinews and bones to warm the meridians, promote circulation, and dispel cold while alleviating pain. As Yunmo's right hand pressed gently on Manager Wen's right shoulder, he emitted an extraordinarily high-pitched exclamation. Oh, goodness. Yunmo's expression darkened, and she rushed to the door, slamming it shut with a forceful kick. Manager Wen, could you possibly exercise a bit of restraint? Manager Wen was already somewhat euphoric. He simply could not control himself, feeling utterly at ease, as though he were about to melt into the seat. This sensation was far more pleasurable than his usual sessions in nutrient baths. He had visited massage therapy establishments before, yet those that proved effective always left him in excruciating pain. But how could this be so wonderfully comfortable? Right there. Put in a bit more effort. Yunmo, with a serious expression, massaged for 5 minutes before patting his shoulder. That should suffice. Give it a try. Manager Wen felt so relaxed he could almost slide to the floor. Is this really the end? Yunmo replied. Too much can be as bad as too little. Manager Wen, with a face full of regret, inquired, what were you going to say? Could I possibly receive an advance on my salary for a month? Yunmo asked. Certainly. I shall transfer it to you tomorrow. Manager Wen responded, then eagerly added. Can I have another massage? Let us schedule it for 10 tomorrow, after I finish work. Yunmo replied. That works for me. I will wait for you. Manager Wen said, his expression filled with delight. Yunmo's eyes darted around before she continued. Then, Manager Wen, may I request a clay pot to cook for myself using the kitchen ingredients? Of course, Manager Wen replied, his eyes sparkling with affection. Chapter 15. A misunderstanding in this world. There are no secrets that cannot be uncovered, especially when the gossip mongers unleash their fervor. Chef Fong, holding a spoon, wore an expression of regret mixed with disappointment, sighing deeply as he turned away. Yunmo nudged Wang Xiaoqian, asking, what is wrong with him? Wang Xiaoqian regarded her with a rather complex expression, saying, "Don't you think Manager Wen is a bit too old?" Yun Mo responded, "You were born after I was, yet I find you already aging." It seemed that Assistant Wang had perused numerous texts to articulate such a profound statement. That morning was a blend of awkwardness, schadenfreude, regret, and an indescribable array of human emotions. Chef Fong and Chef Wan, along with others, presented a medley of dishes embodying the 5 fundamental flavors: sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty, before Yun Mo, hoping she might comprehend their artistry. With a firm slap on the table, Yun Mo pointed at a tall figure with a garlic-shaped nose, commanding, "You, come here." "What is it?" Sun Jihong replied, his gaze flickering, unable to meet her eyes. "You propagate rumors quite effectively, possessing a keen sense of information, an abundance of emotions, and commendable writing skills. Why not join the gossip brigade?" Yun Mo retorted, locking her eyes on him with a cold scoff. "Do not wrongfully accuse me," Sun Jihong protested, bristling defensively, with a hint of a smile playing on her lips. Yun Mo continued, her finger jabbing towards him. "You are quite something. Tell me, when you saw me enter Manager Wen's office, did you witness what transpired within? At what time did you see me go in, and at what time did you see me emerge?" "It wasn't he me who spread the rumors," Sun Jihong stammered, his face reddening with indignation. Feigning ignorance, Yun Mo raised her wrist to check the time. "Let me clarify. I entered room 306 at 10:55 and exited at 11:01. This is all captured on surveillance. Now, I wish to inquire. Do you believe 6 minutes is sufficient for anything substantial?" "Only 6 minutes?" The surrounding chefs and assistants exchanged bewildered glances. At that moment, Manager Wen descended the staircase, stretching leisurely. "What are you all congregated here for?" he inquired, yet was met with numerous sympathetic glances. "Oh, Sun Jihong believes that last night we utilized approximately 6 minutes to engage in a series of activities ranging from disrobing to redressing," Yun Mo said, crossing her arms and speaking with a deliberate slowness. "Pfft." Manager Wen erupted, spewing his tea in surprise, choking as he coughed repeatedly. "It was not my words," Sun Jihong bellowed, continuing to struggle. Your brow furrowed into a straight line. Your philtrum was short. When you called out to him, your head turned, but your body remained still. From a distance, you appeared amiable, yet up close, your expression seemed to oscillate between anger and indifference, embodying a quintessential wolf in sheep's clothing. Your depth of character was beyond my purview, and your penchant for gossip was your own affair. However, I must insist that you do not bring such matters to my doorstep. Yun Mo narrowed her eyes, gazing at him with profound significance. It was only then that the colleagues began to sense the peculiarity of the situation, if the principal was so composed. Could it truly be a misunderstanding? I distinctly heard it from Wang Shaocan. As Sun Jihong noticed Manager Wen's gaze growing frigid, he hastily deflected the blame. Wang Shaocan turned pale, stammering, I heard it from Sister Wu." The crowd's attention shifted to the robust middle-aged woman. Sister Wu responded, "I heard it from Li Jiangang." Li Jiangang, flustered and red-faced, finally managed to utter, "Ah, I remember now. I overheard Sun Jihong on the phone in the men's restroom, mentioning he heard shouting from room 306, which prompted my comment." Sun Jihong retorted, "Regardless of how this has unfolded, I shall not concede. So what if I said it? Are you all too cowardly to act yet too bold to be criticized?" Silence. Manager Wen trembled with rage. Their feisty restaurant was notoriously stringent in its hiring practices. Even temporary workers were meticulously selected, and no one anticipated such hearsay to arise. "Then what were you doing at Manager Wen's quarters in the dead of night, Yun Mo? Are you willing to confess?" "I was treating him," Yun Mo scoffed, pointing to Manager Wen's neck. "His cervical spine is not in good condition." Initially, the crowd was somewhat convinced, yet at this moment, they were left speechless. The reasoning presented seemed far too implausible. With a chuckle, Sun Jihong remarked, "Do you think we are fools?" As if sensing his inner thoughts, Yun Mo pinched her chin with her right index finger and thumb, stating, "They say that what is heard may be illusory, while what is seen is reality. Today, allow me to demonstrate just how foolish it is to chase after shadows." "I await your demonstration," Sun Jihong replied. Ignoring him, Yun Mo called out, "Chef Fong, could you please join us?" She pulled over a stool and gestured for Chef Fong to take a seat. Chef Fong, already wavering, had been reluctant to believe. Yet he complied and sat down. Yun Mo took his hand and briefly checked his pulse. Chef Fong had several ailments: cervical spondylosis, shoulder periarthritis, and varicose veins in his lower limbs. As she spoke, Sun Jihong scoffed, "Isn't that obvious? Such conditions are merely occupational hazards for those of us in this line of work." He muttered under his breath, It wasn't until Yun Mo pressed on a specific acupoint on Chef Fong's back that he let out a sharp cry. Ah! Chef Fong's exclamation startled everyone present. He had managed to restrain himself considerably, yet his voice echoed throughout the hall, nearly bringing him to tears. Oh, please apply more pressure. The onlookers exchanged glances, bewildered by the exaggerated display. Meanwhile, Yun Mo felt a powerful surge of faith energy emanating from her consciousness, invigorating her instantly. Faith energy. How extraordinary. It turned out to be possible in this manner. Just last night, she had sensed something similar, initially attributing it to the million spiders. But it now seemed it originated from Manager 1. Originally, the act of kneading one's shoulders and neck could indeed evoke a sense of faith. Why then? One might ponder, is she laboring away in her shop? What fate is that? Yun Mo gazed upon the remaining 10 or so individuals, akin to a ravenous wolf spotting a tender lamb. Is anyone else inclined to try? I shall give it a go, Chef Juan exclaimed, brimming with curiosity as he plopped down with enthusiasm. The composure of Chef Juan was hardly superior to that of Chef Fong. Tears and snot streaming unabated. Old Fong, old Juan, what on earth has befallen you? Observing their exaggerated reactions, the other onlookers were nearly wide-eyed in astonishment. This is utterly delightful. Chef Fong reclined on the sofa, utterly motionless, as if under the influence of a hallucinogenic substance. Is there anyone else who wishes to try? Yun Mo spoke slowly. Today, by fate's design, I can grant you 5 minutes. Of course, this offer does not extend to you. She pointed at Sun Jihong, revealing a devilish grin. Who would want that? Sun Jihong slammed the door and departed. I refuse to be deterred. I shall try, a young man exclaimed, swiftly taking a seat. And I shall be second in line. Regardless of their intentions, a long queue soon formed behind him. Yun Mo initially examined each individual's physique. While there were no grave issues, many exhibited signs of muscle stiffness and ailments related to the cervical and lumbar spine. After some contemplation, Yun Mo decided to provide each person with a session of 5-element massage therapy. For those with ailments, relief would be offered, and for those without, it would serve as a form of relaxation. The group of youthful colleagues expressed their delight in a rather exaggerated and direct manner. This is simply exquisite. Yun Mo, will you be my goddess from now on? Chapter 16. Are you of the Conan physique? Beep. The intelligent brain resonated countless times. But Yun Mo was preoccupied with earning her faith power and paid no heed. My dear, how are things on your end? Are you getting along well with your colleagues? Have they been giving you a hard time? It's Saturday today. Are you taking a break? Let me take you to explore Central Star. He furrowed his brow. Glancing at the time, 9:45, it shouldn't be like this. Qin Mu could no longer sit idly. He grabbed his coat and rushed to the Fai's restaurant. Even before entering, he heard a trembling scream. An indescribable anger surged within him, akin to that of a cherished vegetable being trampled by a pig. To his astonishment, the renowned Fai's restaurant was so disreputable behind the scenes. Public debauchery. Do they even have any shame? Yun Mo was already a crooked seedling. If she stayed any longer, she would be beyond saving. Resignation. It was imperative to resign. Qin Mu, with his face flushed and neck taut, stormed inside, only to be left dumbfounded. Dr. Qin, you've come? Yun Mo beamed like a blooming flower. Although she was attempting to mend her mind, which was as tattered as a spider's web, this meager faith power was but a drop in the ocean, yet she had finally found the right direction, nearly moved to tears. Qin Mu surveyed the scattered employees on the floor and felt a sense of disillusionment. What on earth are you all doing? Massage, Yun Mo replied. What did you think we were up to? Qin Mu's face turned crimson. I was worried they were indulging in some grand health treatment, fearing you might be bullied. Come, Dr. Qin, let me give you a massage, Yun Mo warmly greeted him. Qin Mu, with a cold demeanor, replied, no need. 3 hours later, at Yun Mo's insistence, Qin Mu drove the hover car to the entrance of the bank. The Central Star, bustling with a large population, had experienced economic prosperity in recent years. Despite it being the weekend, many individuals were still attending to their business. A charming lobby manager welcomed Yun Mo. Hello. Welcome to RS Interstellar Bank. How may I assist you today? I would like to withdraw some money, Yun Mo replied casually. The lobby manager graciously ushered her inside. RS Interstellar Bank had reached the pinnacle among its peers, thanks to its unique confidentiality policies and anonymous deposit system. During her training, the lobby manager had been repeatedly instructed that nearly all clients visiting their establishment were renowned tycoons throughout the galaxy. and one must never underestimate a customer based on their attire. Before long, Yun Mo's number was called, and the lobby manager respectfully escorted her to the counter. "Hello. What service do you require?" A friendly employee at the counter inquired. "I'd like to withdraw 3 $1 coins," Yun Mo stated calmly while swiping her neural identity card. The employee appeared slightly puzzled. "Excuse me, could you please repeat that? What would you like to withdraw?" "I want to withdraw 3-star coins, and coins, please," Yun Mo reiterated. The counter attendant was momentarily taken aback, but proceeded with the transaction. Satisfied, Yun Mo left a 5-star review and, amidst their complex gazes, requested a cup of tea and took a few complimentary throat lozenges, leisurely settling into a chair. "Do you have something to attend to?" Qin Mu felt overwhelmed by the mounting pressure, akin to a person brimming with ambition. Entering a cosmetic clinic but only managing to afford a mere $20 for a haircut, the sensation was quite unbearable. Yun Mo's gaze drifted towards the entrance. To the eyes of an average person, the world appeared vibrant and resplendent, yet through Yun Mo's perspective, it occasionally morphed into hues of purple, gold, black, and red. Purple signified nobility, gold represented virtue, while the ominous black and red hinted at foreboding omens. As they entered, everything seemed normal. However, at this moment, the entrance of the bank was entwined in black and red, a disquieting sign. Unable to restrain herself, Yun Mo scrutinized Qin Mu from head to toe. "What are you doing?" Qin Mu felt a chill under her piercing gaze. "Are you some sort of detective?" Yun Mo inquired. "What kind of detective?" "Never mind," she replied, choosing not to elaborate. After millennia, the cultural treasures had dwindled significantly. Could one truly expect animated tales to endure in the hearts of people? "Call the police. There will be robbers here shortly," Yun Mo stated. "Are you joking? Do you realize the consequences of making a false report?" Qin Mu retorted. "All I know is that if we do not act, many lives will be lost here today," Yun Mo asserted with conviction. Qin Mu surveyed the surroundings. The security personnel were stationed at their posts, armed and vigilant, showing no signs of disturbance. The thought of Yun Mo's abilities sent a shiver down his spine. "Are you certain? We must alert them immediately. Do you think they will believe you, or do you think you appear more like a robber?" Yun Mo replied. "Then will you stay here?" Qin Mu asked. Yun Mo sighed. "You know, when God opens a window for you, he is likely to close a door as well." Qin Mu seemed perplexed. "What do you mean?" "My sect forbids me from turning a blind eye to potential malevolence. Otherwise, I would bear the consequences," Yun Mo explained. "Aren't you capable of drawing talismans? Quickly produce a few for defense." Qin Mu handed over the paper and brush he always carried. Having perused numerous ancient texts in the museum recently and learned quite a bit about the legends of talismans. "Do you think I'm some kind of energy reservoir, able to unleash power at any moment?" Yun Mo retorted, gritting her teeth. "My skills are insufficient." "How can you speak like that? Who do you think you are?" Qin Mu playfully tapped her head, determined to correct her misguided attitude. Despite her words, Yun Mo accepted the paper and brush. After carefully laying the paper flat on the table, she stated earnestly, "You should call the police first. I just checked the route. If all goes well, the assailants and the police should arrive in quick succession. Why don't you report it directly?" Qin Mu asked, puzzled. Yun Mo operated her cognitive device, displaying her household registration information before him. The glaringly bold red characters of her origin, Blue Star, leapt into view. Qin Mu fell silent. Indeed, coming from a planet of assailants, no one would believe her report. "Only 2 minutes left. I suggest you hurry," she urged. In an inexplicable turn of events, Qin Mu did indeed call the police. After ending the communication, he sat closely beside Yun Mo, his eyes scanning the other patrons anxiously. "Hey, I've treated you quite well. You're not trying to lead me into a trap, are you? If I were to be imprisoned for making a false report, you must rescue me." "Is it he? The one clad in purple?" "Oh dear, that thin, sharp-featured fellow does bear a resemblance." Yun Mo had never anticipated that the man before her would be such a chatterbox. She genuinely wished to slap him into silence. Their whispered exchanges had already caught the attention of the security system, and numerous eyes, both intentional and unintentional, were drawn to them. "Robbery." When those 2 words were shouted, the entire hall fell into a stunned silence. Moments later, it erupted like droplets hitting hot oil, with countless individuals screaming and many rushing towards the exits. A peculiar twitch appeared at the corner of Qin Mu's mouth as excitement overshadowed fear in his eyes. He tightly grasped Yun Mo's arm, his hand clutching a folded triangular talisman. "What should we do now?" Yun Mo retorted, "Could you perhaps temper your exuberant tone for a moment?" Suddenly, The hall was plunged into darkness as the rolling shutter door descended with a clang. The cacophony of screams, the blaring of alarms, and the incessant threats from the robbers created an utterly chaotic scene. The lobby manager appeared bewildered, utterly at a loss. "Get down. Cover your heads," the robber bellowed. Chapter 17. She is unsuitable for you. UNMO promptly crouched down, gesturing silently to Qin Mu, indicating there's an insider at counter number 7. Qin Mu too scanned the surroundings. Outwardly, there were 5 robbers, all donned in black hoods, brazenly wielding shotguns. The leading robber fired a shot at the concealed surveillance system. And with a crackle, the screens all went dark. UNMO had been observing closely when the 5 robbers burst in. A man in the corner was simultaneously filling out a form and making a phone call, his little finger inadvertently gesturing towards the entrance. This man wore a hooded hat, his long bangs obscuring his forehead, and a pair of sunglasses concealed much of his face, rendering his features indistinguishable. The robbers had meticulously planned this heist, having conducted thorough reconnaissance beforehand. 5 were visible, 1 was an insider, and another was hidden among the crowd. In mere moments, 2 robbers approached the 7th counter, demanding the staff to hand over the cash. The other 2 swiftly opened fire, taking down 2 security guards and subduing the remaining ones. The Central Star had enjoyed an unnaturally prolonged calm. The security guards' usual duty was to assist robots in maintaining order, and the robots had been programmed with the fundamental principle of not harming humans. In this dire situation, with weapons pointed at their heads, the guards felt utterly incapable of resistance. UNMO watched coldly, aware that she was merely a fragile presence, agile though she might be. Evading gunfire seemed a fanciful notion, especially against the muscular brutes before her. Perhaps it was the sounds of sobbing and shouting in the hall that heightened the robbers' anxiety. One of them kicked the nearest man and fired a shot into the ceiling. The resounding gunshot sent a shiver through the crowd. Anyone who wishes to live, shut up. Yet, it was the seemingly calm tone of this robber that instilled the deepest dread in their hearts. A cultured rogue is undoubtedly more menacing than a brutish fool. Indeed, as he spoke, he discharged a shot towards the security guard, who collapsed onto the ground, leaving a pool of blood in his wake. The onlookers were rendered motionless, paralyzed by fear. The robber at the counter swiftly stuffed the money into a bag, aided by accomplices, demonstrating remarkable efficiency within a mere 30 seconds. They had nearly depleted the bank of its precious metals and anonymous cards. "Boss, it's done." The robber hoisted the bag and began to exit. However, the third accomplice noticed a woman crouching nearby, clutching a bag tightly to her chest, her face etched with wariness. Observing the substantial size of the bag and the woman's fierce grip, he reached out to seize it by force. "Let go. This is my company's operating funds, and I cannot relinquish it to you," the woman protested, holding the bag even tighter. The third man exerted his strength, pulling her closer. Yet he was still unable to wrest the bag from her grasp. The alarm outside blared, signaling the imminent arrival of interstellar law enforcement. Frustrated and humiliated, the man kicked out in anger, shouting, "Release it, you wretch." To his surprise, the woman summoned an unexpected courage. Instead of yielding, she lunged at him, ripping off his mask to reveal a scruffy face beneath. "You seek death," he roared in rage. As the assailant turned to fire, UNMO observed coldly, knowing full well that if she did not intervene, the woman was doomed. This was the moment. Just as the second accomplice prepared to shoot, UNMO, half-crouched, swiftly targeted the soft pressure point between his legs with her fingers and thrust her hand onto his upper arm. With a loud thud, the onlookers witnessed the man's left knee buckle, causing him to crash to the ground, his gun discharged harmlessly into the air. Upon witnessing the scene, the third brother was taken aback. "Second brother, what has happened to you?" UNMO swiftly executed a backward kick, catching him off guard and disarming him of his firearm. She advanced, seizing him by the throat. "You seek your own demise." The second brother raised his gun, aiming to fire at her head. But UNMO rolled to the ground, evading the shot and taking cover behind a robot. Qin Mu discreetly placed a defensive talisman upon the 3 service robots, directing them with his voice to form a formidable triangle, momentarily shielding the others from danger. The sounds of interstellar law enforcement grew increasingly closer. The assailants in front had already opened the rolling shutter door, and the second and third brothers swiftly scrambled to their feet, dashing towards the exit in a bid to board the hovercraft for their escape. "Eldest brother, we must hurry," the anxious robbers urged. "No, the third brother has been exposed. There are too many witnesses." We must silence them first, the leader of the gang responded with chilling composure, retrieving a dark explosive from his backpack. Eldest brother. There are our people inside. The third brother shouted desperately. It matters not. I will ensure their families receive the money. With those words, the black bomb detonated in midair. Let us go. Without a glance back at the unfolding chaos, the 5 robbers leaped into the hovercraft, vanishing from sight along with the late-arriving interstellar police. That was the latest developed cloud bomb, while its power was considerably less than that of an armor-piercing shell. Annihilating such a small number of hostages was still within its capability. Boom. The individuals within the bank stared in horror at the cloud bomb exploding above them. Their eyes filled with despair. They braced themselves for the worst, only to be astonished as the shockwave of the explosion was remarkably shielded by the 3 colossal robots. They were all enveloped in an invisible circle until the robot was shattered into countless fragments by the explosion. Miraculously, they suffered little more than superficial injuries. The survivors, elated to be alive, embraced one another, weeping openly. Unimo coughed up a significant amount of blood, sensing a divine light of merit descending upon her. Yet, the little spirit energy she managed to restore showed signs of rapid deterioration. How utterly unfortunate, Yun-Imo mumbled, tilting her head before losing consciousness. When Yun-Imo awoke once more, she found herself undergoing a routine examination by the police. They did not pose many inquiries, primarily concerning the appearance of the robbers, and after completing their questioning, they departed. However, a young policewoman named Zhang Lei seemed particularly intrigued by Qin Mu. Dr. Qin, you graduated from the Federal Medical University, which is right next to our school, she remarked as she put away her recording device and moved toward the door. How many people are there in your family? Zhang Lei inquired. 4, Qin Mu replied, somewhat puzzled as to why this question hadn't been asked earlier. Do they all reside on Central Star? She continued. I live at Shirue Tianji, not far from your home. Is that so? Perhaps we might run into each other often then. Please leave me your number. You can contact me directly if needed, Zhang Lei suggested, exchanging contact information with him. Oh, Qin Mu thought nothing of it and turned to seek out Yunemo. Hey. Dr. Qin, someone seems to have taken a liking to you. Yunemo teased as she glanced at him. Who? He asked, perplexed. Yunemo rolled her eyes. You truly are oblivious, but I wouldn't recommend pursuing it. Qin Mu, of course, would not truly go. Instead, he pulled up a stool and sat before the bed. His curiosity piqued as he inquired, why do you not recommend that I go? She is not suitable for you, Yunemo replied. Oh, you have not even met her. How can you be so certain? Qin Mu retorted, unconvinced. Your cheeks are flushed, and at this moment, the situation resembles a peach blossom calamity. If you do not take precautions, misfortune and financial loss are inevitable, Yunemo asserted, her words flowing with certainty. Qin Mu responded, is there no truth in the predictions of you fortune tellers? Yunemo replied, oh, that pertains to Buddhism, which is not part of the same system. However, benevolent falsehoods can promote well-being. Qin Mu was somewhat taken aback. Are you still in need of money? Why not offer me a reading? Yunemo responded, for 800 star coins. Very well. Nodding, she retrieved 3 newly acquired coins, their weight pleasing in her hand, and she proceeded to perform the reading 6 times. With wind beneath heaven, the hexagram reveals a strong woman. Do not take her as a partner. Yunemo arched an eyebrow. Understand now? She is not suitable for you. Qin Mu exclaimed. Is this truly worth 800 star coins? Chapter 18. Read more books. The equipment capable of withstanding cloud-exploding projectiles had garnered immense attention from above. However, despite working through the night and employing the most advanced devices for inspection, they could not discern any anomalies in the 3 robots. Could it be that Alpha Star has made some technological innovations? Pondered a silver-haired researcher, anxiety evident in his demeanor. Are you suggesting they are disposable? To be destroyed after use? Another researcher queried closely behind. We cannot detect any abnormalities. Either their technology surpasses ours significantly, or they have implemented a self-destruction system. The silver-haired researcher speculated about those present at the bank that day. Were there any anomalies? Could it be related to the equipment they brought? General Tang Jinma also regarded the matter with great seriousness. After giving his instructions, he turned and departed, his golden hair glistening in the sunlight as it danced in the wind. Yunemo remained unaware that her talismans had entangled the bank's procurement personnel in a web of persistent troubles. She was still troubled by how to amass faith power. The impact had left her primordial spirit in a state of near-constant fracture, causing her dantian to throb with intense pain intermittently. Were it not for the feeble contributions of faith power from Qin Mu and Manager 1, she was uncertain she could endure any longer. Yet she sensed that the speed of her repairs was lagging behind the rate of her deterioration. However, through this ordeal, Yun Mo discovered a silver lining. When she fully exhausted her mental energy, the pathways in her brain seemed to widen slightly, suggesting that her mental prowess could be further enhanced. Otherwise, given her initial level of mental strength, it would have been utterly impossible to withstand 3 low-level defensive talismans. Sitting on her bed, Yun Mo reflected that the immediate priority was to swiftly increase her faith power. Dr. Qin, do you know of any methods to garner the most followers? Yun Mo inquired. Posting on Weibo or live streaming would be the fastest routes, provided you have sufficiently captivating content, Qin Mu replied. Yun Mo blinked. Clickbait? Qin Mu glanced her over. You could fully leverage your strengths. There will always be some diehard fans. Yun Mo stroked her chin, pondering. That makes sense. Let me think it over. You may take your leave for now. Qin Mu, the feeling of being used and discarded is rather bittersweet. Yun Mo pondered over her resources and realized that drawing 3 talismans a day would deplete her considerably and require interaction, which was rather time-consuming. Perhaps she should attempt to create a talisman for fortune and revitalize her Weibo account, which boasted over 2 million followers. Resolutely, she centered her thoughts, aligning her mental energy to an optimal state, and began the intricate process of drawing the talisman. Talismans, by their very nature, harness one's spiritual field to infuse the symbols with spiritual energy, transforming ink and vermilion into a unique field designed to channel the elemental energies of the universe. The higher the quality of the paper and vermilion, and the more flawlessly the altar and rituals are performed, the greater the amount of spiritual energy that can be sealed within, thus elevating the talisman's potency. From the moment she first grasped a brush, Yun Mo emulated her father's technique in crafting talismans. To her astonishment, her inaugural attempt stirred waves of spiritual energy, causing a profound stir within her family, who deemed her a natural in this vocation. Over the ensuing 20 years, she created countless talismans, effortlessly reproducing most from her family's library, while diligently memorizing those she could not replicate. Practicing this craft is inherently an act of defiance against fate. Crafting talismans for blessings, fortune, home protection, and pain relief is manageable, yet creating those that usurp fortune or alter destinies could potentially endanger her own fate and that of those around her. Thus, after mastering the art of talisman creation, Yun Mo endeavored to refrain from altering others' fortunes, instead focusing her studies on offensive talismans like the 5 Thunder Talismans and Fire Cloud Talismans, as well as defensive ones such as the Diamond Talisman. Now, however, she found herself in dire need of faith energy and aspired to craft a mid-level talisman for fortune, hoping to disseminate good fortune through the medium of photographs. Yet, the medium for this talisman. Yun Mo let out a deep sigh. It seems that the vermilion talisman paper must be sourced from a museum, which she cannot afford. For now, she can only continue to use a signature pen, substituting spiritual power for mystical energy, solidifying it onto ordinary paper, resulting in a significantly diminished effect. Presently, there are as many as 2 million people following the Call Me Daddy account, but the vast majority of these followers are mere bots. After all, internet celebrities require constant exposure, otherwise, they swiftly fade into obscurity. A few curious users, however, energetically leap about, attempting to capture the attention of the original poster. Yun Mo carefully took a high-resolution photograph of the luck-bringing talisman and uploaded it, annotating it with luck 500, effective 500 times, stating that the first 500 individuals who share it will receive a boost of good fortune. After some contemplation, she added a conspicuous note in bold font. Beyond 500 times, it will not be effective. It is advised not to share after exceeding 500 times. In truth, she was overthinking the situation. The majority of those 2 million followers were merely fleetingly interested, casually following her. However, they followed numerous accounts. And since Yun Mo's account remained inactive for eons, unless someone was particularly attentive, her posts could easily be drowned out by other information. After publishing her post, Yun Mo took a deep breath, feigning calm as she awaited the power of belief. Nevertheless, she understood that it would take several days for people to realize the efficacy of her talismans. A distant solution does not quench an immediate thirst. Thus, she needed to devise an alternative plan. Dr. Qin, Yun Mo endeavored to invoke Qin Mu's attention with the most gentle tone. What is it? Qin Mu furrowed his brow, watching Yun Mo with a cautious gaze. The young woman, with no pressing matters at hand, seemed to frequent the sacred hall, her demeanor excessively obsequious, suggesting ulterior motives. Could you introduce me to a few patients? Yun Mo inquired, batting her eyelashes. What patients? What do you intend to do? Qin Mu retreated a step, questioning her. I possess a hereditary massage technique, free of charge. If you escort me to the orthopedics department, I shall offer each patient a 5-minute session. How does that sound? Yun Mo contemplated, realizing that massage was the only immediate remedy at her disposal. She was willing to take the plunge, for her skills were unparalleled. Qin Mu, before he could decline, she pressed a finger against him, compelling him to sit in a chair. An hour later, the Federal Third Hospital acquired a delightful moniker, the Third Health Specialty Hospital, specializing in treating cervical and lumbar muscle strain. This title swiftly gained popularity across the Central Star, drawing countless individuals eager to obtain a medical card. Consequently, even a month later, the hospital director received persistent inquiries from various clubs and therapy centers, subtly probing about the enigmatic therapist. There were even communications from the vice squad, cautioning against overstepping boundaries. How could a prestigious federal hospital provide such indulgent services? The director's face darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot, feeling utterly wronged. After garnering the trust of dozens of patients, Yun Mo finally alleviated the excruciating pain in her dantian. Feeling somewhat fatigued, she addressed Dr. Qin. Shall we conclude for today? Could you give me a ride? Let us go? Qin Mu, in a daze, sensed that the worldview he had constructed over the past 20 years was careening towards collapse. He began to understand why the employees at Feisty Restaurant eagerly volunteered to cover her shifts upon hearing of Yun Mo's leave. Let this individual owe a favor, so that in the future, she may be asked to extend her time by an additional 5 minutes. Yun Mo approached the entrance, her gaze lingering on a crimson hovering vehicle for an extended moment. Qin Mu immediately tensed, nervously inquiring, "What is the matter? Is something unfortunate about to occur concerning the vehicle's owner?" Yun Mo fixed her serious gaze upon Qin Mu, scrutinizing him until he broke into a cold sweat. What? Could it possibly be related to me? Qin Mu stammered, trembling slightly. No, I'm merely curious about how that vehicle charges its energy, Yun Mo replied. Qin Mu was left speechless. You ought to read more and indulge in less superstition, Yun Mo advised, patting his shoulder with a grave expression. Qin Mu felt a mix of irritation. You, a mystic, telling others to read more and embrace less superstition? Chapter 19. The Grand Pill having secured a massage service at the Third Hospital. Yun Mo successfully procured various medicinal herbs such as Cotinopsis, Angelica, star anise, and Cape jasmine from the pharmacy. Fortunately, many components of the current interstellar nutritional solutions are derived from these very ingredients. Even more fortuitous is the foresight of an astute sage who believed in the remarkable effects of these traditional herbs, which have been developed over millennia. Thus, throughout the lengthy process of biological evolution, efforts were made to preserve the original state of these herbal remedies. Beep, beep, beep. The intelligent device of Yun Mo emitted a high-frequency alert, indicating the urgency of the caller's emotions. Yun Mo raised her hand to check. It was a call request from Million Spider. Yun Mo promptly declined the call. On the other side of the screen, Lian Zhu momentarily froze, then broke into a smile, and began typing frantically. Million Spider, immortal, great deity. Please accept my humble bow. Million Spider, immortal, my second brother has awakened. 7 days, you said 7 days, and he truly has awakened. Million Spider, I have left a 5-star review for your shop and will recommend it to more friends. Did you see that? Million Spider, immortal. What about the herbal remedy you mentioned? Million Spider, what does that mean? Yun Mo, come find me when your brother fully awakens. With that, she exited the shop. The exhilaration on Lian Zhu's face had yet to fade. Father, it is true, I am not deceiving you. It is indeed this worry-relieving expert who predicted my second brother would awaken in a week at the shortest, or a month at the longest. Lian Zhu's spirit soared, filled with joy over her brother's awakening and a peculiar sense of satisfaction in having discovered someone extraordinary. Father gently patted her head. Well done, little Zhu, you are remarkable. Yet, it was evident that he remained skeptical. Second brother, truly, she is incredibly skilled. She even performed a divination for me, and everything she said was accurate. Lian Zhu turned to Lian Yi, her tone imbued with affection. Please do not doubt. Oh, by the way, she also mentioned that my second brother may fall back into slumber, advising us not to worry. I have arranged for the herbal remedy, and she assured me that once my brother awakens, all will be well. Lianzhu. The following morning at 10 o'clock, Lian Yi unexpectedly fell into a coma once more, without any prior indication, and the medical system registered no anomalies. The expressions of disbelief and astonishment were evident on the faces of Lian Dad and the others as they turned to Lianzhu, asking, "What did you say yesterday?" Lianzhu wore an expression that suggested she had foreseen this moment. With a smile gracing her lips, she extended her arm and pointed at Lian Yi. Echoing Yun Mo's words verbatim, this individual bears a needle mark upon his seal, with his forehead radiant and unblemished. In his lifetime, he is destined to encounter a perilous event that may even threaten his very existence. Yet, at this moment, his forehead remains neither narrow nor sunken, having survived great tribulations. He is bound to enjoy future blessings. Lian Dad and the others were left speechless. Meanwhile, Yun Mo contemplated the medicinal herbs in her possession. Recalling the client who had promised 800 star coins, she resolved to experiment first, intending to replenish her own energy as well. Although her primordial spirit could not be restored, augmenting her vitality would suffice. Once morning arrived, after wrapping up her work, Yun Mo commandeered the kitchen stove typically utilized by Chef Fong, immersing herself in her tasks. The chef and his assistants, thoroughly impressed by her dexterous hands, voiced no complaints. Yun Mo decided to begin with the Zhengqi pill, a concoction she had practiced making previously. The Zhengqi pill, derived from the secret formula of pharmacology, is designed to replenish deficiencies, invigorate blood, and strengthen bones. It incorporates aconite, ginger, and cinnamon, among other warming ingredients, meticulously prepared in conjunction with astragalus and sweet potato. Though it contains less corn than the Seven Treasures powder, it compensates with an abundance of red dates. While its potency may slightly fall short of the original formula, the vigorous flavor dissipates, yielding a subtle essence that nourishes and warms without the risk of indigestion. Chef Fong observed as she methodically selected each ingredient, skillfully tossing them into the cauldron. In a brief span, the seemingly pristine and lustrous slices of herbs transformed into a dark, viscous substance, releasing a rich aroma of medicinal herbs. It appeared remarkably enchanting, prompting Chef Fong to lean in closer, inhaling the invigorating scent. "What purpose does this serve?" he inquired. "It possesses the ability to replenish energy and blood, regulate suboptimal health conditions, treat ailments when they arise, and provide protection in times of wellness." Yun Mo murmured softly, inviting the question, "Would you care to try?" Chef Fong had long since surrendered to her miraculous hands, particularly captivated by the rich aroma wafting from the pot. A clear sign of something extraordinary. He had not even paused to consider the potential consequences of consuming dubious concoctions. "Could you spare me a bit? How should it be consumed?" Yun Mo scraped a generous spoonful of the viscous substance from the pot, skillfully shaping it into pill-sized morsels, which she offered to the eagerly awaiting crowd. "Give it a try." Chef Fong and the others received the offerings with utmost reverence, bringing them to their noses for a preliminary sniff. The medicinal fragrance was invigorating, and merely inhaling it seemed to clear their airways. However, Yun Mo cautioned them that moderation was key. They should partake no more than once a month, and the timing of their next opportunity remained uncertain. With an unwavering trust and admiration for Yun Mo, Chef Fong and the others bravely consumed the sizable pills. Then, a wave of nausea overcame Chef Fong as he clamped his mouth shut, desperately suppressing the urge to expel the revolting taste. How could something that smelled so delightful be so utterly repulsive? The flavor was beyond description, transcending the boundaries of human vocabulary. It was neither merely bitter nor sour, but rather an indescribable amalgamation that caused their stomachs to churn violently. The kitchen echoed with the sounds of retching. "Yun Mo, I can't bear it any longer. Forgive me, but I cannot endure this pill." The restroom on the first floor of the Feisty restaurant proved insufficient, as anguished sounds of vomiting erupted from the second floor. Yun Mo simply remarked, "Is it really that severe?" She dipped her fingers slightly, tasted it, and remarked, "Oh, the efficacy of the Codonopsis has altered a bit. It requires some adjustment." For the next few days, the kitchen was suffused with the aroma of traditional Chinese herbs, prompting the chefs to secrete gastric juices in response to the scent, almost as if by instinct. "Would you care to try?" This time, it was indeed effective. Yun Mo sealed each black pill in wax and waved them before the others. "No, no, please keep them for those in need." Chef Fong quickly retreated. Alas, such ignorance of value. Yun Mo exclaimed, tossing one into her mouth, complemented perfectly by honey. She placed an order on the Star Network, sending 3 pills to the address provided by Lianzhu. The efficiency of interstellar transport was remarkable. Within 10 minutes, a robot delivered the package. Lian Yao stared at the cash-on-delivery notification, unsure of what to say. "Brother, let me see," Lianzhu quickly interjected, opening the package to reveal a meticulous list of ingredients and their effects. "Lacking a GMP certificate, we should have it tested first," Lian Yao advised. "Very well." Lianzhu noted her elder brother's still pale complexion and did not dare to be careless, promptly dialing the family doctor. Chapter 20, An Alternative Belief System. Ding. Million Spider confirms receipt. Ding. Million Spider places a new order. Yun Mo raised an eyebrow. "Oh, Million Spider, great deity, immortal. Did you not mention having medicinal cuisine?" "Million Spider, I have received your pill. My family doctor has examined it and confirmed its nourishing properties. However, I must candidly remind you that interstellar regulations prohibit the sale of products lacking a GMP certification." "Million Spider, great one. Could you enlighten me on how to prepare medicinal cuisine?" Yun Mo stretched lazily and gazed outside at the brilliant sunshine. It was a splendid day, perfect for a stroll. The family doctor repeatedly inquired about the source of the concoction, suspecting it to be an ancient recipe. Holding the paper filled with ingredients, she summoned a few interns and delved into research at the laboratory. Yun Mo retrieved the remaining herbal medicine, sifting through to find a few useful items, and then took out a duck and a chicken from the refrigerator. The medicinal duck and the divine chicken were the most suitable choices for nourishment. Chef Fong and the others, seeing her bring out the clay pot used for simmering the vitality pills, felt their stomachs churn with unease and promptly distanced themselves. Yun Mo pursed her lips at these mortals. The medicinal duck, as its name implies, is a duck soup prepared in conjunction with herbal medicine. She began by blanching the duck and fresh vegetables before placing them into the clay pot. Next, she added dried chili peppers, ginger slices, scallions, water, caramelized sugar, and the most crucial ingredient, the carefully curated medicinal herb package. Finally, she covered the pot, brought it to a boil over high heat, and then allowed it to simmer gently. The preparation of the divine chicken is somewhat similar. The Tuning the Cauldron collection once documented the method of stewing heavenly chicken, with the key lying in the filling of the ingredient package. Clean the chicken, marinate it with soy sauce, and braise it in a double boiler. For the tender chicken, fill its belly with astragalus and steam it for enhanced nourishment. In recent days, Yunma has diligently brewed the vitality pills, and her understanding of the characteristics of interstellar medicinal herbs has significantly improved. After careful comparison with the attributes stored in her memory, she has skillfully refined the formulas, capable of crafting potent concoctions. Leaning casually against the door frame, Yunma gazes at the steaming earthen pot, her eyes flickering with unspoken thoughts. Before long, the clock strikes 5:30, and Yunma resumes her bustling life as a kitchen assistant. Today, a newcomer named Lu Tianming has joined, alleviating much of her workload. The chicken and duck broths are already prepared, and the delivery she ordered has arrived. After tidying a thermal container, she spends approximately 10 minutes packing the divine chicken soup, then heads to the entrance to send it out via Guangguang Transport, the very same company whose founder recently engaged in heated disputes on the Star Network. Now entirely under the management of Wang Yusen. Although it is a weekday, the seats at Feisty Restaurant have been fully booked. Zhu Hongwen's son has achieved 3 A's in his exams this year, prompting the family to celebrate together. Unable to secure a private room, they settle for a relatively secluded round table in the hall. The restaurant's specialty, the mushroom chicken soup, is renowned for its exquisite flavor, and Zhu Hongwen generously pours a cup for both his wife and son. The soup is served in a purple clay cup, and Zhu Jin lifts his small cup. Inhaling deeply, a delightful aroma wafts through the air. It truly deserves the price equivalent to a month's salary of his father. However, wait a moment, something feels amiss. The flavor seems to diverge from the cup before him. Zhu Hongwen repeatedly inhaled the aroma, lifting the cup only to set it down again, and then lifting it once more, ultimately confirming that the scent did not emanate from the chicken soup before him, but rather from the adjacent table. Trouble loomed. Chef Fong bellowed within the confines of the kitchen. Lu Tianming, did you serve the casserole duck that was just prepared? Indeed, the young lad with tousled hair replied earnestly. Table 103 was in a rush, so I brought out the duck soup from your stove. Chef Fong smacked his forehead in realization, exchanging anxious glances with Chef Wan and the others, as their stomachs churned with unease. Could it be the pot of cheese soup made by Yunmo? Wang Xiaokan turned to look, his expression souring. It was all over. If they tarnished the reputation of the Feisty restaurant, would he be dismissed outright? Lu Tianming, aware of the calamity he had unleashed, hastily made his way outside. Wait, where's my soup? Yuma entered just behind him. Upon hearing her words, Lu Tianming bowed his head in silence, quickening his pace. Yet, he was still too late. The guest had already lifted the lid of the casserole. A plume of steam erupted forth, filling the room with an enticing aroma. My apologies, madam, Lu Tianming interjected as the guest prepared to ladle the soup. This dish has been served incorrectly. Allow me to fetch you another. Incorrectly? Not at all. This is duck soup, precisely what I ordered, Zhao Yuna remarked, glancing into the pot and inhaling deeply. As a seasoned gourmet, she was well aware of what constituted delectable fare. No, it truly has been served incorrectly. This merely smells delightful, but the flavor is quite peculiar. It's something our staff prepared for their own consumption. Lu Tianming, his face flushed, said, Your dish will be ready shortly. Allow me to take this away. No, if it's wrong, then so be it. I want this pot, Zhao Yuna interjected. Scooping a cup for herself and drinking it down, Lu Tianming gazed at her, astonished that she truly consumed it, and to his disbelief, she did not retch. There was no sign of discomfort on her face. How could this be? Within the pot lay an entire duck, its stuffing nestled inside. The meat tenderly stewed to perfection, while a hint of milky broth shimmered on the surface. The aroma wafted enticingly, causing Zhu Jin at the adjacent table to swallow hard. The medicinal duck had been steamed for an entire afternoon, with the unique essence of the herbs infused deep into the flesh. The meat succulent and even hinting at a sweetness. The patrons in the hall could hardly contain themselves, instinctively inhaling deeply. How fragrant! Zhao Yuna savored the duck's soup, allowing it to linger in her mouth before reluctantly swallowing. The livestream equipment before her was flooded with comments. What is happening? I've never seen this sharp-tongued host so quiet. Why am I feeling so uneasy? I am curious how much Feisty restaurant paid Miss Zhao to endorse them. The uniqueness of this duck soup lay in Lu Tianming providing a spirit lamp, allowing them to cook and eat simultaneously, the delightful aroma permeating the entire hall. Zhu Jin was nearly beside himself. Dad, let us order a portion too. Order, order. Mr. Zhu eagerly grasped the ordering device, yet he could not find the dishes anywhere. The clamor of voices echoed throughout the restaurant, all clamoring for additional dishes. Lu Tianming's explanations seemed to leave him utterly drained. He wished he could strike himself for the absurdity of the situation, which felt more exasperating than a pot of toxic cuisine. May I have a taste? Those who frequented the Feisty restaurant were invariably affluent, and such audacity was typically unheard of. Yet, one parent, besieged by their child's relentless nagging, boldly approached Zhao Yuna to make the request. Zhao Yuna, engrossed in her meal, replied without lifting her head, Help yourself, I haven't touched the pot. The gentleman carefully ladled a spoonful and sampled the broth, exhaling deeply before earnestly inquiring, Waitstaff, could you please check if another pot can be prepared? I will offer 1,000-star coins. Me too. I will also bid 1,000-star coins. The chorus of voices crescendoed, leaving Lu Tianming astounded. In the kitchen, Yun Mo shared his astonishment, feeling the overwhelming surge of faith emanating from hundreds of patrons, a tide as powerful as the ocean crashing towards her. However, she lamented, We are out of medicinal ingredients. The guests expressed their disappointment. What was once deemed a culinary delight now seemed rather lackluster. Chapter 21. The efficacy of the fortune amulet under the predatory gazes of Chef Fong and others. Yun Mo signed the technical transfer agreement. Manager Wen invested 20,000 star coins to acquire the recipes for the divine chicken and medicinal duck. In an instant, Yun Mo transitioned from a state of abject poverty to one of newfound wealth, particularly since this fortune bore no karmic entanglements and required no charitable donations. Yun Xiaozhu inhaled deeply. This was the state she ought to embody. However, she perhaps underestimated the repercussions of her previous missteps. Just as the money in her hands had yet to warm, her cognitive device received a glaring notification from the tax bureau. Yun Mo. Following an investigation in the Dongguan jurisdiction of Xinguang, it has come to our attention that in the year 1172 of the stellar calendar, you accrued an income of 21,840 stellar coins, which you failed to declare in a timely manner, nor did you authorize Xinguang to withhold taxes. Consequently, in accordance with the interstellar personal income tax declaration regulations, we intend to impose the following fine. Yun Mo? The penalty was not exorbitant, yet it was sufficient to instill a sense of caution within her. In this lifetime, it seemed she would inevitably encounter financial losses, no matter how much wealth she amassed. It would always slip through her fingers for various reasons. Life is arduous, and one must cherish each moment. That evening, Yun Mo accessed her WB account via her cognitive device. Considerable time had elapsed since she last posted, yet her shares barely exceeded 50. Among those, a user named Wind Blows, but Chills occupied a space, surely drawn only by the spectacle. A well-meaning netizen even commented beneath her post, "Dear poster, it's currently fashionable to share koi for good fortune, generated by the system, aesthetically pleasing and auspicious. Your good luck talisman appears rather peculiar and unappealing." Yun Mo felt her heart sink. What was the sensation of buying the case while casting aside the pearls? Could that ridiculous koi even be compared to her good luck talisman? Bored, she closed the WB page, feeling somewhat disheartened. The instigator behind such a massive wave of shares was none other than that Wind Blows, but Chills. I shall personally unmask her disguise and reveal the true face of this charlatan. Huichuan spoke fiercely. Ever since he was compelled to sing that song Conquer, he had set his sights on Yun Mo's Weibo account. Thus, whenever she posted something, Huichuan was quick to repost it, and not only did he share it himself, but he also coerced his driver, Jiang Haitao, to do the same. Jiang Haitao, in turn, sought out his friends and family to continue the chain of reposts. He aimed to demonstrate to that charlatan that her claims were nothing but deceitful. However, given the rather unappealing nature of the talisman, the people in his social circle merely exchanged a few jests upon seeing it, and not many chose to share it further. Wei Dahai operated a trading company primarily engaged in transporting purple gold sand from Sirius to Central Star. In this line of work, connections were paramount. He meticulously maintained relationships across various factions, managing to establish a foothold in Central Star. Wei Dahai followed the path laid out by the Mei family, yet since last year, a branch of the Mei family had relocated from Yaoguang Star to Central Star, encroaching upon this industry. The primary use of purple gold sand in Central Star was for the design of mecha circuits, with demand being relatively low, rendering it impossible to absorb all the production capacity from both Yaoguang Star and Sirius. Moreover, navigating the route from Sirius to Central Star involved traversing a tumultuous starfield rife with interstellar pirates. Previously, the Mei family's escort fleet ensured that transportation costs remained manageable. However, with the arrival of the Mei family's branch, they successfully persuaded the direct lineage to withdraw the escort ships from that route. Other transportation companies either hesitated to accept Wei Dahai's orders or lacked the necessary strength. Were it not for the remaining stock in Central Star's warehouse, they would have long since lost their clients. Today, Wei Dahai prepared a lavish gift once more, hoping that the Mei family would reconsider their situation. He was willing to leave only a mere 10% of the profits, relinquishing the majority to the Mei family. Yet, he could not even cross the threshold of their estate. The butler conveyed a clear message. The purple gold sand was a crucial strategic resource that must remain under government control, suggesting he relinquish the Sirius mine. In his despondency, Wei Dahai received a communication from Jiang Haitao, who mentioned a reputed master on WB who had drawn a talisman for fortune enhancement, claiming it could improve one's luck. Even without elaboration, Wei Dahai could discern from Jiang Haitao's helpless gaze that the young master was likely up to some mischief again. With a heavy heart, Wei Dahai ended the call, cradling his head in his hands as he sat on a bench by the roadside for a prolonged moment. Was he truly going to abandon decades of effort? His eyes vacant, he murmured to himself. Suddenly, a notification from the smart brain interrupted his reverie. Jiang Haitao had shared a WB post and tagged him. With a wry smile, Wei Dahai glanced at Jiang Haitao's account and thought, well, it's not easy being a subordinate. I might as well lend a hand. He casually forwarded the talisman to his circle of friends. Half an hour later, a news ticker on Xinguang announced a significant discovery that made Wei Dahai's eyes widen in astonishment. A new migration point had been found at Kaiyang Star, sufficient to support the passage of dozens of star ships simultaneously. Kaiyang Star? He could hardly believe his eyes. He read the news multiple times to confirm it. Indeed, it was Kaiyang Star, the very planet under the command of General Wan Tingwei. The most optimal route from Sirius to the Central Star traversed the chaotic star domain. However, it is widely acknowledged that the starship from Sirius can also navigate around Kaiyang Star. Yet, prior to the discovery of the transit point, the detour was more than double the distance. rendering it prohibitively expensive and unappealing to merchants. But now that a transit point has been discovered at Kayong Star, that extra distance is no longer a formidable obstacle. Wei Dahai could hardly contain his laughter. The Mei family, huh? Human calculations cannot rival those of destiny. As he chuckled, a peculiar talisman crossed his mind. Could it be due to that? The news arrived neither early nor late, but precisely after he had shared it. Following Wei Dahai, several newly employed staff members in the Huachuan family enterprise were also compelled to forward the information, as they were set to take the notoriously difficult mecha engineer qualification examination this year. Wang Qing performed as if he were under a spell during the exam, as nearly all the material he had studied in advance appeared on the test. Elated, he displayed the talisman that his boss had insisted he share. In truth, this talisman merely serves to enhance fortune. It does indeed foster good luck, but does not substitute for the genuine effort of the individual. It is akin to someone who could originally score 90 points. A 5 boost in luck from the talisman cannot alter the fundamental trajectory of one's life. Nonetheless, a few fortunate individuals showcased exceptional results, igniting a surge of excitement. The combination of psychological effects and the encouragement of those around them led them to believe that their luck had indeed improved. Is this not exaggerated? This is merely a form of psychological reassurance. Take it too seriously, and you will surely lose. In this era of interstellar exploration, one must steadfastly adhere to materialism. If the blogger were truly so remarkable, could they have possibly fallen to the desperate state of being impoverished and resorting to trickery in hospitals? Call me daddy. You merely bask in the glow of freedom of expression, skirting the edges of propriety. Should you propagate superstitions on the planet Elon, you shall surely find yourself imprisoned for an eternity. Allow me to speak a word of justice. I am a writer of online literature. Ever since I began sharing, I have genuinely felt a resurgence of spirit, a refreshing clarity enveloping me. I am convinced I could write 10,000 words daily for countless days. Indeed, I share that sentiment. However, it is unfortunate that the initial effect lasts only 3 days, as the host mentioned. Are you all hired trolls? How much did you spend on this? I counted, and there are thousands of comments solely from your flattery. Did not the host say that more than 500 shares are ineffective? Is this not a contradiction? Call me daddy. We implore you to speak up. If you remain silent, our support group may falter. Wherever there is genuine affection, there also exists criticism, and the debates between both sides are spirited. Yet, Yunma has long ceased to pay heed to such matters. She has entirely lost faith in this mode of communication offered by WB. She resolutely blocks it, vowing never to return to this sorrowful place again. Sitting upright on her bed, palms resting on her knees, she continues to mend her spiritual essence. Whether it is a mere illusion or not, her belief seems to have intensified significantly. If this concentration can be maintained within 3 months, it may almost restore to 20%. Once the primordial spirit is mended, she can attempt to store her mental energy, though it remains uncertain whether it can be preserved within the primordial spirit like spiritual energy. Chapter 22. Undercurrents within the Lien family villa. Lieni stood upright before the floor-to-ceiling window, sunlight cascading upon his shoulders, filtering through his dark hair onto the floor, yet failing to bestow any warmth to the smirk at the corner of his lips. Reporter. Excuse me, Secretary of State. What is the current situation regarding Kepler 186? Reporter. There are reports indicating that the protective shield of the military base was activated from within, and the weapon responsible for the extensive damage is the Federated Military's Stinger interstellar missile. Is this true? Milo Marson. This is unequivocally unfounded slander. Reporter. The majority of the severe injuries sustained by the soldiers are concentrated around the spine, strikingly reminiscent of the conditions from 2 centuries ago during the Star Alliance invasion. Is there a possibility of an external force from Ji Yuan Star returning? Does the Federation possess the capability to respond? Milo Marson. I solemnly caution the media and viewers before the holographic screen that spreading rumors will incur legal repercussions. Reporter. If it is confirmed that the Star Alliance has invaded, Blue Star is the nearest transference point to Kepler 186. Is there any connection between this incident and Blue Star's demotion? Is Blue Star the primary battlefield chosen by the Empire? Milo Marson. The inquiries you pose are entirely baseless conjectures. I reiterate, do not believe in rumors. Do not propagate them. Our surveillance of the Star Alliance has never ceased, and at present, there is no evidence indicating any signs of a resurgence. I cannot believe it. Do you trust this? If it truly is the Star Alliance, deeming us to be low-level life forms, how terrifying. Now, not only are posts being deleted, but even the rapid-fire updates on social media have begun to be censored. Seeing the Federation's shamelessness brings me a sense of relief. My life is improving, MLGB. Fear. Frustration. Drink Wanglaji. At that moment, Lian Yi turned and took a seat, his fingers flying across an antiquated holographic terminal. The figure before him was encased in armor. Yet having witnessed countless interstellar battles, Lian Yi discerned that the individual's operational style bore a striking resemblance to that of the Star Alliance. It was during that time that the Galactic Empire established the Human Covenant, categorizing civilizations from E to A based on their achievements against the Star Alliance, thereby delineating resource allocation according to these classifications. Planets rated C and above possessed their own sovereign governance, while those rated D and below, euphemistically referred to as affiliated planets, retained certain civil rights. However, in reality, prior to the designation of a primary planet, they were merely subject to the whims of stronger celestial bodies. Much like the current blue star, the Federation encompasses 20 affiliated planets reigning supreme within the Galactic Empire. Other planets, such as Alpha Star, each possess their own unique attributes. Kepler, 186, surrounded by white dwarfs and red giants, lies distant from various factions, yet stands as an optimal supply point. To claim that star is to encroach upon another's territory. Consequently, this planet has become a battleground for all factions within the Galactic Empire, where open and covert conflicts have never ceased. Yet this time, things are different. What Lian Yi was certain of was that they had been betrayed by their own kind. The mission of a soldier is to defend the homeland. Yet he could not allow his comrades to make sacrifices devoid of meaning. What of the 15 dead? What of the baseless claims? Nonsense. Lian Yi did not utilize his account privileges. When the orders were issued from above, no explanations were provided, and at that moment, he was afforded no opportunity to question them. His fingers danced swiftly across the holographic interface, his pupils reflecting lines of indecipherable code. This device had been specially modified by him, equipped with superior hardware and devoid of any records on the Star Network. Directly infiltrating an IP on the high seas of Star 186, erasing all traces of his presence. In less than 5 seconds, he breached the government website of the Central Star. The profiles of all government officials instantly materialized on the screen. Lian Yi swiftly perused the information, locking onto Tai Pu Lynch before exiting the interface, all within mere seconds. Tai Pu Lynch, the ex-husband of Tang Jianma's secretary, Reina Abedin, was also a notoriously infamous politician. A grand performance must commence with the foolish, mustn't it? Tai Pu and Reina maintained an inextricable bond. Starting with him, there would surely be gains to be had. After pinpointing Tai Pu Lynch, Lian Yi's fingers continued to deftly strike the code. The firewall of his adversary transformed into mere sequences of numbers in his perception. It was at that moment that the artificial intelligence within Tai Pu Lynch's residence became chaotic, robots flitting about like headless flies. Before he could report the error to the central system of the Star Network, Lian Yi scoffed disdainfully and decisively pressed confirm K. Oh. By commandeering the holographic interface within Tai Pu's home, he implanted a virus into his cognitive network. Mission accomplished. As Lian Yi's finger descended, everything returned to normal. General, we have an intrusion, the Star Network intelligence Natasha alerted. From where? Unable to lock on. Lian Yi squinted, pushing open the door to the living room. Second brother? You are back? Lian Zhu at the table felt a twinge of embarrassment. Indeed, it was quite awkward. Before her lay a pot of chicken soup, already consumed to a significant extent, which she had claimed was meant to nourish Lian Yi. However, it was simply too delicious for her to resist. There's still a bit left, would you like some? You go ahead, Lian Yi replied, his gaze softening. I have matters to attend to at the military headquarters. I must take my leave. Oh, all right, Lian Zhu said, patting her full belly and letting out a satisfied burp. September 22nd, a splendid day, marked the conclusion of the routine competition for recruitment among major military academies, finally opening the doors to special recruitment. The nature of special recruitment has always been shrouded in mystery, and this time it united dozens of military academies surrounding the Central Star, evolving into an annual grand event. Major media outlets of the Star Network exerted their utmost effort, securing live broadcasting rights. With special recruitment open to society at large, anyone of eligible age could register to participate, the scale even surpassing that of unified entrance examinations. In addition to those already registered for special recruitment, A considerable number of students who had already been admitted to various universities were eager to test their mettle in this special selection process. They yearned to observe up close the disparities between themselves and the special recruits. Thus, this year's special recruitment can be better described not merely as an admission process, but rather as a competition among eligible students, a grand display of the esteemed faculty and the comprehensive strength of various military academies. Those students who excelled during the special recruitment will have their achievements recorded in their files, serving as a crucial reference for their future graduation assessments. The peculiar advertisements from each institution have proliferated widely, proclaiming the supremacy of their mecha technology. The comprehensive university in Nanxiang boasts its long-standing reputation and reliable quality. Pursuing military studies is essential, and for that, one must consider the illustrious Rochester Military Academy. The Federal First Military Academy promises an affluent educational experience. Chapter 23, Rochester UNMO dedicated considerable time to researching the historical special recruitment patterns. She discovered that aside from the written examination, there appeared to be little commonality, making it difficult to discern the specific traits they sought to evaluate in candidates. However, one thing was certain: the process was entirely eliminatory. Failing at any stage would result in immediate dismissal. As for the written examination questions, they were nothing short of extreme, spanning knowledge from literary appreciation to artistic evaluation, from mecha manufacturing to mecha operation, and from electromagnetic theory to quantum mechanics, encompassing a vast array of topics that could lead one to question their very existence. Although last-minute preparations might prove futile, UNMO did not abandon her efforts. What could she prepare? Talismans, fortune talismans, safety talismans, protective talismans, social affinity talismans, and academic success talismans. Everything that could enhance her personal fortune was at her disposal. Naturally, considering the likelihood of a subsequent eliminatory round assessing combat capabilities, she also prepared a substantial collection of defensive and offensive talismans. On the day of the examination, Qin Mu rose early, driving his understated hover vehicle to accompany her. "Good morning. How are you preparing?" He greeted her cheerfully. UNMO frowned slightly, scrutinizing him from head to toe. "What happened to your chin?" Qin Mu chuckled awkwardly. "Oh, I accidentally bumped it. It's nothing. I'll just apply some restorative spray at the hospital later." UNMO sighed deeply, reluctantly removing a talisman from her hand and handing it to him. "What is this for?" Qin Mu asked, a hint of apprehension in his voice, wary of her peculiar belongings. The chin, also known as the suspended wall, is linked to the servitude palace. Injuries in this area can attract misfortune and deceitful individuals. Do be cautious in the coming days. Qin Mu was taken aback. But there are countless people with chin injuries. Do they all face misfortune? UNMO grasped his hand, pointing to the two upward slanting lines at the base of his index finger with a tone reminiscent of a concerned father. "The marks of deceit have already manifested. Be mindful, young man." Qin Mu was startled. "Are you serious?" As she opened the car door, UNMO replied, "Thus far, I have never uttered a falsehood." Her words drained Qin Mu of his earlier exuberance, and he drove her to her destination in a despondent silence. This marked UNMO's first entrance into the prestigious Rochester Military Academy, a revered institution that has persisted since the formation of the Federation, steeped in rich historical significance. The academy, resembling a military base, featured sentinels armed with rifles at its entrance. Following a rigorous security check, the imposing statue of the founding marshal came into view. The material remains indiscernible, yet it stands approximately 2 meters tall, exuding an air of solemnity that commands profound respect. Numerous students, upon passing, salute with military precision. The campus sprawls extensively, devoid of ornamental flora, instead dominated by tall, unadorned trees. The positioning of various edifices is meticulously planned, with remote weaponry strategically placed to ensure comprehensive surveillance over the entire area. In warfare, the matters of the nation are paramount. As UNMO ambled along, she nodded in understanding. The main gate, aligned with Dingshan Guixiang and Jianweichou, is nestled against the verdant mountains, facing southward. Flags flutter in the breeze, harnessing the might of the great river, while a small sandy island at the entrance forms a natural barrier on either side, reminiscent of a classic waterway formation, evoking the grandeur of a general's ascent. Exclamations of awe escape the lips of new students as they approach a towering, 4-meter-high heavy-duty mech, prominently positioned before the lecture hall. Its exterior is riddled with scars and marks of battle. The battered metallic surface and the multitude of cannons on its back and shoulders elucidate why the term heavy-duty mech has become synonymous with steadfastness on the battlefield. Is this the first generation of the Thunder God? How I wish I could touch it. What am I thinking? My experience is merely a fleeting thrill within the Star Network's simulated warfare. The mech specifications are not publicly available. Only upon entering the military will we have the true opportunity to engage with such marvels. Wow. I wonder what the examination will entail today. With the Thunder God in sight, I must muster all my strength. As UNMO absorbed the atmosphere, she continued onward, swiftly arriving at the examination hall. The multitude stood in an orderly fashion, facing countless square compartments, each approximately 2 cubic meters in size, filled with an array of wires. What purpose do these serve? Whispers rippled through the crowd. The sound of military boots echoed, sharp and resolute, as a line of upright figures came into view. Their steady, powerful strides seemed to resonate with the hearts of the onlookers, causing their pulses to race, igniting a fervent spirit within. These were soldiers, hundreds of them, all sporting closely cropped hair, their bronze skin radiating masculinity and authority. The foremost among them exuded an aura tinged with a hint of bloodshed. The crowd's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity, instinctively tightening their legs and standing tall. This was a contingent of formidable soldiers, their presence simultaneously imposing and illuminated by an aura of virtue that dazzled Yunmo's vision. Yet, beyond this, Yunmo found herself unable to discern their features. As if they were shrouded in a veil of mist, impenetrable. She squinted, focusing intently, her palms gently rubbing 3 coins. Still obscured, still inscrutable. What could this mean? UNMO turned to her classmates, some of whom had clear and distinct visages, while others appeared to be concealed beneath a layer of something, preventing clarity. No, it would be inaccurate to say they were entirely opaque. Rather, it was their essence that eluded her. Take, for instance, the Palace of Wealth. She could perceive the straight lines on an individual's nose, allowing her to deduce their propensity to adopt or foster children. However, the subtle hues of crimson or darkened tones that signified misfortune and financial loss, elements invisible to the ordinary eye, now also evaded her comprehension. Could it be? Is it the power of the mind? UNMO blinked, contemplating silently. She was aware that her mental energy could be transformed into spiritual power. Thus, it stood to reason that others with exceptionally high mental prowess might also unlock various abilities. Could she only perceive those whose mental energy was inferior to hers, or those who had entirely lowered their defenses? Before she could ponder further, the commanding officer stepped forward. My surname is Wei. I am the chief instructor for this assessment. You may call me Instructor Wei. His introduction was remarkably succinct, delivered in a flat tone with little inflection. Apart from his surname, he offered no additional information. Yet none dared to underestimate him. Now, according to the intelligence systems prompt, we shall proceed with the sequential testing of physical fitness and mental energy data. What? A chorus of lamentations erupted from the crowd, as many among them had hoped to slip through the cracks and merely experience the assessment without genuine intent. The initial data test was evidently designed to eliminate such disruptors. Since the advent of the interstellar age, the quality of individuals had seen a remarkable enhancement. Within the military, the most formidable class of soldiers, known as the Ultra-S warriors, could withstand the pressure exerted by the Federation's most advanced battle mechs and endure the rigors of intergalactic combat, demonstrating even greater strength in actual combat scenarios. Correspondingly, a category of individuals possessing mental energy that met the Ultra-S standard had emerged, although the limits of Ultra-S mental power remain unknown. It has been observed that they exhibit greater aptitude in mech manufacturing, particularly in the intricate manipulation of mechs, making them exceedingly rare. Currently, there are fewer than 10 Ultra-S warriors in the Federation, 3 of whom have already retired. Among the soldiers endowed with extraordinary psychic abilities, there are no more than 5 individuals, one of whom already holds the esteemed position of the Falcon's leader, known as Lieni. The criteria for testing are straightforward yet stringent. Those whose psychic strength reaches grade A or above are exempt from the examination and will proceed directly to the next round of evaluations. For those who do not meet this exemption criterion, a physical potential of at least grade B is required. This standard surpasses that of the general recruitment. Yet none among the multitude raise objections, for this is indeed a special recruitment. Furthermore, given the limited resources of the institution, it is only prudent to select the best among the best. The instructor succinctly instructed them, Locate the machine according to your assigned numbers. Don the helmet. He demonstrated once, revealing a glaring display of psychic strength at S and physical prowess at S, which ignited a profound sense of reverence among the onlookers. Yun Mo donned the helmet, feeling an odd sensation, akin to an invasion of her personal space. She closed her eyes, striving to resist the encroaching sense of vulnerability from all directions. Time elapsed, and she found herself drenched in perspiration. All right, you may exit now. The results had already appeared in bold crimson letters on the massive machine behind her. Yun Mo, psychic strength B, physical strength B, assessment passed. Glancing at the others, she noted, Zhang Mingfeng, psychic strength B, physical strength A, assessment passed. Li Zhaoshan, psychic strength A, physical strength S, assessment passed. The results are evident. Now disperse. The candidate pool at the Rochester Military Academy's examination zone totaled approximately 148,000 individuals, with around 40,000 successfully passing the assessments. Among them, the number of candidates in the individual combat division who passed was roughly 18,000. Yun Mo's dual B potential placed her at the bottom tier amidst the throng vying for special recruitment spots, just barely scraping by the threshold for passing. Chapter 24. Finding the examination venue, the unsuccessful candidates were courteously ushered out of the school gates. While the 40,000 who had passed the preliminary assessments were fervently preparing for the afternoon written examination, the institution had made no arrangements for their accommodation, nor did it extend any further assistance. Indeed, after the conclusion of lunch, the sprawling campus was left with only these 40,000 examinees and the invigilators. Their cognitive and digital devices had already been discreetly severed from all signals. The first to notice this was a girl who prided herself on being well prepared. She had previously downloaded the school's map offline, only to discover that it was now rendered useless, appearing in a grayed out state. Oh, is this for real? Has anyone seen the map? Or has anyone been here before? Step forward. A boy began to rally the others. It seemed our assessment had commenced. A tall boy, approximately 6 feet 3 inches, leaned against a pillar with his hands in his pockets and remarked, "It is already noon, and the afternoon examination is scheduled for 2 o'clock. This meant they had a mere 90 minutes to locate their examination venue within the vast expanse of over 1,000 hectares of the Rochester Military Academy. What does 1,000 hectares signify? It is roughly equivalent to 3 times the size of the Summer Palace. Even at a run, it would take a full day to traverse. If we fail to reach the examination venue on time, we will all be considered eliminated," stated a girl with full lips. The glaring sun hung overhead, and the waiting students resembled wilted cucumbers, their faces a portrait of bewilderment, lost in a daze. After 5 minutes of stunned silence, the students simultaneously sprang into action, recognizing that forging alliances was their foremost priority. In a time of collaboration rather than individual heroism, a fervent male student approached Yun Mo with a question. "Which examination room are you in?" "Room 33, Yun Mo replied. The boy's suggestion garnered enthusiastic support, and as everyone composed themselves, they collectively adopted the same strategy. "Gather at room 12. A voice rang out. Subsequently, a chorus of calls echoed. "Over here at room 5. Students of room 68, assemble here." The collective spirit of the group surged with an unexpected unity, and their preliminary strategy was remarkably cohesive. First, locate teammates and harness the strength of the group to identify their objective. Time is of the essence. Allow me to volunteer as the temporary leader for room 33. Does anyone have any objections? Lin Fanching boldly stepped forward. With approximately 40 individuals in this examination room, a sea of heads turned to focus on him. "No objections, Fanching. Please, go ahead and share your plan," a stout boy interjected, clearly a familiar face. Others echoed their agreement, including those who were previously unacquainted. This is not the moment for competition. Having a leader is far superior to being a disorganized crowd. Our intellect may be of limited use, but I have provided you with paper and pens. Record every examination room you encounter along the way. If we do not find room 33, we will seek to exchange information with other groups. Is there any further inquiry? Lin Fanching inquired. "I have a question." A girl with a youthful visage raised her hand. Upon glancing at her name tag, it read Han Jing. "Han Jing? Please, go ahead," Lin Fanching responded with an open demeanor. "Should we not ascertain the general direction?" Han Jing inquired. "Do you have any thoughts?" Lin Fanching concurred, then humbly sought the opinions of his teammates. Towards the northeast, Yun Mo suggested. "What? Lin Fanqing was momentarily taken aback. Do you have any basis for that? It's just a feeling, Yun Mo replied, aware that even if she provided justification, they would likely remain skeptical. The ancient principles of divination, specifically for locating lost items, are most apt for this situation. The hexagrams of Jia, Zhen, Yi, Li, Bing, Xian, Kuan, Ding, Qian, Wu Can, Ji, Sun, Geng, Ri, Shi, and Dui represent the 8 cardinal directions, commencing from the northwest and moving clockwise. Each character, Jia through Gue, signifies specific hours of the day. For instance, considering today's scenario, it is the 5th day of the 4th month in the year 1172 of the stellar calendar, a Rin Su day. This correlates with the verse indicating that Rin and Gue can be sought in the direction of Jin, which is northeast. As for the distance, the mnemonic states, Jia and Ji signify 5 li, Yi and Geng denote 1,000 li, Bing and Xian represent 10 li, Ding and Rin indicate 3 li hidden, while Wu and Gue revolve around. Clearly, this hexagram corresponds to the notion of Ding and Rin indicating 3 li hidden, suggesting a location approximately 1.5 kilometers to the northeast. Coupled with the specific time, this significantly narrows our target area. Lin Fanqing chuckled lightly, dismissing her remark as a jest. Does anyone else have any thoughts? He continued to inquire. Indeed, the Kaiyang star, Zhou Xiao affirmed with a nod, uncertain of the accuracy of his conjecture. The instructor gestured upward to the right as he announced the dispersal. Zhou Xiao then remarked that the Kaiyang star lay to the northeast of the central star. Recalling that the instructor had been facing them, Lin Fanqing realized that his right side also pointed northeast. Could this be a signal? He remembered that the teaching area was indeed predominantly situated in that direction. If it were a written examination, that would be the most suitable location. Let us inquire with the other teams. If the instructor's gestures align in a single direction, our hypothesis is likely correct. The crowd buzzed with excitement, their voices overlapping. Lin Fanqing had already ventured forth, and after conversing with several teams, he confirmed their suspicions. Although the examination sites varied, they were all concentrated in the northeast. Onward, he commanded with a sweeping gesture, and like startled birds, the group scattered swiftly towards the northeast, a flurry of chaotic energy in their wake. Indeed, it is northeast. Did you notice the instructor's gesture as well? One student nudged Yun Mo, maintaining her composure, flipped her hair, leaving behind an aura of tranquility. 10 minutes later, they congregated before an immense teaching building. This area comprised a serene educational zone, with a gravel path winding through towering trees, creating a peaceful atmosphere that contrasted sharply with the students' mounting anxiety. Scattered across the landscape were 45 buildings, assuming each structure had 30 stories, even with a relentless sprint. It would take them 30 minutes to inspect a single building if they spent a minute on each floor. Let us each search one building. Lin Fanqing gritted his teeth. Has anyone found anything? He inquired. No. Huh. Yun Mo smirked, finding it amusing that none of you managed to locate examination room 33. Shall we continue onward then? Lin Fanqing also felt a sense of unease. There's no need, Yun Mo replied. The group's gazes immediately turned towards her, eager to hear her thoughts. At this moment, anyone who could offer a well-founded statement could provide some illumination. The examination room is right here, Yun Mo asserted. Are you certain? Weren't you unable to find it? A student furrowed their brow and questioned her. Someone here is lying. Yun Mo's eyes sparkled with intensity as she scanned the 10 or so students, noting that the buildings they were responsible for lay in the exact northeast direction from their starting point. What do you mean by that? A boy mocked rudely. On what grounds do you claim we are lying? Is it your sixth sense as a woman? Whether it is a lie or not can be determined through investigation. I suggest we focus on the buildings they are in charge of, Yun Mo stated emphatically. No, I disagree, Han Jing interjected. It takes 30 minutes to inspect a building, and we only have 45 minutes left. We can't afford to waste time here, and what motive would they have to lie? There is no benefit to them. There is a benefit, if someone has found it while we have all been diverted. A voice timidly chimed in. The crowd fell silent, realizing the implication. Indeed, only one person would stand to gain, instantly eliminating numerous competitors. What evidence do you have? Lin Fanqing looked earnestly at Yun Mo based on what has been said. You may look ahead to see how far the next building is from us. Do you believe that 45 minutes is sufficient to thoroughly inspect the next location? Is the school's intention behind this assessment merely to test the students' luck? Yun Mo inquired in a leisurely manner. If not, then this area would be the most suitable examination venue, and they are situated directly to our northeast. As soon as Yun finished her statement, a chorus of voices erupted beneath her, creating a buzz of conversation. Her reasoning was sound. I concurred with the suggestion of a re-evaluation, and immediately, a few resolute classmates followed suit. Very well, those willing to stay back for the exchange of inspections, let us focus on these 10 buildings and act swiftly. Lin Fanching added without hesitation. Has anyone found anything? We have. 5 voices responded in unison. Lin Fanching, filled with irritation, felt the urge to scold someone. He was aware that there would be disruptions, yet he did not anticipate such a multitude of them. With only 15 minutes remaining, despite the certainty expressed by these 5 regarding the floors, it was indeed feasible to check each one individually. However, what if they were still lying? What if those 5 locations were not the correct ones? The examination had yet to commence, yet a grand drama of intrigue was already unfolding among the participants. Those who had gained advantages might continue to conceal their knowledge, while those who had guessed could sow confusion. Deception is a common strategy in competition. If one cannot share in prosperity, then let them share in downfall. What lies before everyone now is a puzzle of intellect. It is akin to a scenario in which A claims B is lying, B asserts C is lying, C states A is lying. Among them, only one person is deceitful. Who could that be? Yet, in the current situation, it is evident that more than one person is indeed lying. Lin Fanching was so anxious that he was nearly pulling his hair out. Chapter 25. Damn it, is it him? Time ticked away, and a thin layer of sweat formed on everyone's foreheads. Does anyone have any thoughts? Speak up. Lin Fanching was growing frantic. There were only 15 minutes left. Were they really going to leave it to chance? The classroom 502 on the first floor of the teaching building was the examination venue, Yun stated. Why? It felt like Yun did not elaborate further. I thought it was building 3, a boy interjected, his tone somewhat brash. The answer has already been revealed to you. Decide for yourselves. I will take my leave first, Yun said calmly, striding towards the first floor. The others were taken aback by her decisiveness, exchanging glances for a while. Did she know something they didn't? Let us follow her. If we're wrong, we still have time. Lin Fanching stomped his foot and rushed ahead of Yun. Indeed. Is she cheating somehow? Do women really possess a sixth sense? Yun ascended the stairs, and as she pushed open the safety door, an instant silence enveloped the room. Even the instructor at the entrance turned to follow the gaze of the crowd. Then, the instructor's eyes met Yunmo's directly. A palpable spark ignited in the air. Yunmo's heart skipped a beat. Damn it, it's him. The instructor. Upon seeing Yun narrowed his pupils, momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that she would be one of his examinees. And Yun was equally unprepared to be under his scrutiny. Now, with the instructor gazing at her in that manner, Yun, renowned for her keen judgment of character, felt a sense of impending doom. That night, a man stormed into the VIP room of Feisty Restaurant, launching himself at another man amidst a throng of bodyguards. Chaos erupted, with cries of distress piercing the air, as dishes and furniture shattered upon the floor. By the time Yunma entered, a row of individuals knelt on the ground, all bearing bruised faces, while a woman, her head stained with red wine, sobbed pitifully. Ultimately, the scene culminated in the woman signing a divorce agreement, while the man became thoroughly intoxicated. Naturally, Yunma overheard snippets of their heated exchange, accusations of impotence, and claims that the child was not his. It was evident that the man who had been fighting was none other than the instructor before her. In this moment, Yunma sensed impending misfortune. Officers require absolute authority to ensure compliance from their subordinates. He would never permit any display of vulnerability to be revealed before his subordinates. Should such a lapse occur, the repercussions would be severe, leaving one unable to recall even their own grandfather. If it were possible to eliminate this individual entirely and have him serve under her instead, that would be even more advantageous. Moreover, she not only discerned the man's infidelities, but was also aware of his weaknesses. She even knew that those who sought to steal from him often dined at their establishment, perhaps possessing knowledge of secrets he himself was oblivious to. If this instructor were merely a temporary assignment, it might be manageable, but if he were to oversee the training following the commencement of the school term, well, a major and a student found themselves locked in a silent confrontation. Even Lin Fanching sensed something amiss. He tugged at Yunma, inquiring whether she knew the instructor. The instructor's lips curled into a subtle smirk as he cast a threatening glance in Yunma's direction. Yun naturally comprehended his intent, given the current circumstances. It was prudent to endure this indignity for the time being. Please, proceed inside, the instructor said, squinting slightly. Lin Fanqing exhaled in relief and was the first to remove his intelligence device as he entered. You, remove the items from your hands and neck, the instructor commanded, pointing at Yun Mo. This, she inquired, raising her wrist to reveal a bracelet crafted from paper talismans. Open it, the instructor insisted. Yun Mo felt a pang of reluctance. The efficacy of the talismans would be compromised once opened. There were still several blood talismans within, and the thought of exposing them made her fingers ache with trepidation. Nevertheless, in a moment of resignation, she opened one of the talismans. Disjointed black lines emerged, causing the instructor to furrow his brow. He activated his terminal, hoping to utilize the omnipotent search engine to identify its nature, but to no avail. Leave it there and step inside, he instructed curtly. Yun Mo couldn't help but feel foolish. Had she known they wouldn't allow her to keep it, she would have refrained from this unnecessary action. Oof, what a pauper. A haughty female voice echoed from behind. Upon entering the classroom, Yun Mo raised an eyebrow and turned her head to investigate the source. The girl had already removed the energy stone hanging from her neck and tossed it into the storage box with a flourish. She then slid off several bracelets from her wrist, each adorned with rare energy stones that sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight. It was Milia Polino, and whispers erupted from those around her. Who is that? You don't know Milia? She's from Rockmephew Energy Corporation, the largest mecha energy company in the Federation. It is indeed her, no wonder. A classmate had already nudged him, causing the boy who spoke to promptly fall silent. Yun Mo found it rather novel. On this wretched planet, while the spiritual energy was lacking, irascible individuals abounded. Welcome, candidates, to the Rochester Military Academy. This written examination will last for 4 hours. Upon the sound of the signal, please commence your answering. The mechanical announcement caused everyone's hearts to race, leaving them little room to concern themselves with trivial matters. In the examination hall, with over 40 candidates present and surveillance omnipresent, the likelihood of any cheating was virtually non-existent under the watchful eyes of the 4 astute instructors. Yun Mo activated her light brain and logged into the interface, preparing to tackle the questions. A sharp intake of breath was heard. Silence. One of the instructors stood up. The exam comprised a daunting total of 500 questions. The first 400 were multiple choice, followed by 100 requiring multiple selections. The topics ranged across literature, art, medicine, electromagnetism, quantum mechanics, mecha knowledge, and spatial theory. After perusing the questions, Yun Mo felt utterly overwhelmed. After a moment's contemplation, she retrieved her 3-star coin. At that moment, the previously bored and fidgety proctor became invigorated. The major, sitting rigidly, fixed his gaze upon her intently. Old Zhang, desk number 165, did you see that candidate? The tone of the proctor was laced with excitement as he began communicating through the intercom. Stay alert, let us catch her off guard first. Even the proctors at the control center began to focus intently on Yun Mo through the monitors, anticipating her next move. The result. She brazenly engaged in a coin-tossing game. The proctors felt exasperated. Their anticipation built up only to find her indulging in such triviality. This is utterly foolish. You possess the ability to flip a coin, yet you do not consider the possibility of borrowing answers? Yun Mo is equally discontent. Surrounded by peers who are diligently scribbling away. Only she remains, an unmistakable aura of a struggling student lingering around her. Even in the art of divination, she finds herself limited to merely 3 hexagrams. What significance does this hold? It presents itself as a formidable challenge. The coin twirled in her hand for quite some time before Yun Mo resolved to pose 3 inquiries. The first question, what is the rate of elimination in this examination? The second question, among the options A, B, C, and D in the multiple choice section, which answer holds the highest probability of being correct? The third question, what are the odds of selecting all options in the multiple choice questions? The first hexagram revealed was the rising wind over Earth, suggesting a low rate of elimination for this assessment. The second hexagram indicated that if option B is chosen in the single choice questions, the accuracy would surpass 30, implying that she could answer 120 questions correctly. The third hexagram suggested that selecting all options in the multiple choice questions would yield an approximate accuracy of 50, meaning she could potentially earn points for an additional 50 questions. Calculating her potential, with single choice questions valued at 1 point each and multiple choice questions at 5 points each. She could anticipate scoring around 370 points out of the total 900 available. Not too shabby. Then, the invigilator noticed the girl's fingers gliding swiftly across the holographic interface. Tap, tap, tap. Dozens of questions were answered in quick succession. Again, tap, tap, tap. Yet another set of questions completed. In less than 5 minutes, she had filled out all 500 questions. Mo decisively clicked submit, signaling to the instructor as she calmly exited the room. The other candidates regarded her with a mix of awe and relief, grateful that one formidable competitor had been eliminated. A true hero, indeed, Lin Fanching silently mused. Chapter 26. Did you really copy such an answer? Mo took her intelligent brain and talismans, and with ample time at her disposal, began to stroll through the campus. The military academy exuded a robust masculinity, imbued with a sense of cold hardness. At this moment, the campus had returned to its normal state, no longer desolate. As the laughter and chatter of students filled the air, as Mo wandered through a verdant garden, she overheard 2 boys excitedly shouting, "Quick, hide. That's a close combat mecha. What are you doing charging in with your frail ranged unit? Are you foolish? Wow, how did you execute that move?" Their exuberant voices were contagious, drawing Mo closer to see what was unfolding. She discovered they were watching a live stream of a mecha battle. "How do you log in?" Mo inquired, tugging at the sleeve of one of the boys who seemed amiable. Oh, he replied, and she settled beside him, entering the stream to watch. The viewing area was packed with spectators, and ahead, smoke billowed as 2 humanoid mechas engaged in fierce combat. The dazzling flashes of artillery and lasers sent adrenaline surging through the crowd. So, this is the essence of mecha warfare. The towering figures, exceeding 4 meters in height, moved at speeds almost imperceptible to the naked eye, armed to the teeth with heavy weaponry. No wonder they had become the most crucial assets in contemporary warfare. The live broadcast continued for quite a while, showcasing intense clashes between close combat mechas and the stealthy maneuvers of reconnaissance units, prompting Mo to nod in appreciation. After witnessing the mecha battle, she could not resist logging into the StarNet Mall, eager to explore the mecha sales. To her surprise, there were indeed listings, albeit all comprised of simulated data without any physical units. Furthermore, the specifications were for 4th-generation mechas, which stood in stark contrast to the military's current 6th-generation models, revealing a considerable disparity. Depending on the configuration and materials, prices generally range from several thousand star coins to over 100,000. Moreover, merely purchasing data is insufficient. To engage in mech battles, one must possess accompanying simulation equipment. Since the advent of the 4th-generation mechs, manual operation techniques have been abandoned in favor of neural transmission. Once the simulation equipment is donned, it automatically captures the participants' movements and relays them to the mech for combat. Mo was somewhat taken aback. Indeed, in every era, the most lucrative occupations are invariably technical ones. With such a modest number of model parameters, they can fetch such exorbitant prices. If she were to sell talismans, would she not also achieve remarkable success? Wait a moment, talismans? How could she have forgotten that? Mo slapped her forehead and rose to her feet. The talismans of today rely on her mental energy solidified onto paper to function. If one day her mental energy were to advance further, could she not contemplate equipping mechs with talismans? What if long-range mechs were outfitted with defensive talismans? And what if close combat mechs were equipped with thunderstorm talismans? Oh, just the thought of it made Mo feel that perhaps she could break free from her lifetime of poverty. The more she pondered, the more exhilarated she became. No, she must seize the time to enhance her mental energy. Oh no, merely increasing her mental energy is insufficient. She currently resembles a hero in a game, where the cooldown period for her ultimate move is rather lengthy. The immediate priority is to first restore her primordial spirit and then attempt to store her mental energy. Filled with excitement, Mo walked while contemplating, when suddenly, someone brushed past her, causing a collision. With a clatter, the folder in the other person's hand fell to the ground. "I'm so sorry, I didn't see you." Mo hurriedly crouched down to gather the scattered documents and handed them back to him. It was nothing. The man took them without pausing and continued on his way. Sighing softly, Mo appeared somewhat perplexed, wishing to follow. "Please hold on." A figure resembling a deputy obstructed her path. Mo rested her chin on her hand, observing the man's retreating silhouette, lost in profound contemplation. This individual, though past 50, was enveloped in a shroud of dark energy, which did not emanate an ominous aura, but rather resembled a kind of lifelessness. Although she had not clearly seen his face, the shallow philtrum beneath his nose did not suggest longevity. Yet, judging by the vigor of his stride, he seemed remarkably healthy. Something felt amiss. Yun Mo tilted her head in thought for a moment, then decided to let it be. Since he was at this military academy, she would likely have another opportunity to see him. She turned and walked in the direction of the examination hall. Unbeknownst to her, upon entering a quiet conference room, a glint of brilliance flickered in the man's eyes as he beckoned to his deputy. "Principal Shui, what is it?" The deputy inquired softly. "That girl from just now. Investigate her. There is something about her that makes me uneasy," Principal Shui replied. "I looked into it. Her name is Yun Mo. A citizen of Blue Star, here for a special recruitment," the deputy informed him. "A citizen of Blue Star? The surname Yun? What is her connection to Yun Feng? Have the reserves of Blue Star's mecha energy been ascertained?" Principal Shui pressed. "All we know is that the concentration is extremely high. The exact quantity remains unclear. However, there is significant resistance from that side, and the newly established refining center by the Federation has suffered severe damage. Furthermore, Alpha Star is also competing for it. If they are resolute in waging a protracted battle, we may not withstand the pressure of public sentiment," the deputy remarked. "This Yun Feng is quite a character." Principal Shui closed his eyes. "So, Principal, what about Yun Mo? Has she been disqualified?" the deputy inquired, uncertainly. "No need. There are too many eyes outside," Principal Shui replied, waving his hand, and chose not to elaborate further. Her glaring score of 370, dismally occupying the last spot for admission, left Lin Fancheng utterly astounded. What on earth is happening? The students below were equally incredulous, shouting in unison, "This is impossible. Instructor, did she cheat? Was there a system malfunction? I refuse to accept this. We demand to see the answers. Is Rochester really going to shield the cheater?" Countless students below cried out in dissent, particularly the nearly 10,000 who had been eliminated. Why should Yun Mo, who submitted her paper early, be allowed to pass when they, equally struggling students, could not? Did she even attempt the questions? The outcry of the masses reached the heavens, prompting Instructor Wei to display Yun Mo's examination paper on the large screen. An unbroken series of B's alongside A, B, and C, D options nearly shattered the hearts of the students, as if to plunge them into the depths of the Pacific Ocean. If it still existed. The crowd seemed pierced by 1,000 arrows, clutching their chests in disbelief. How could such audacious antics occur? Why did their arduous efforts yield lesser results than her mere guesses? This day became a nightmare for countless students. Lin Fancheng rushed to Yun Mo, incredulously asking, "How did you select your answers?" He has calculated that Yun Mo's combination is undoubtedly the optimal choice for underachievers, even if one were to adopt the same strategy. Without her unique selection, achieving a score of 370 would be impossible. Yun Mo flashed a devilish smile and uttered 2 words, "Guess." Off with your guesses. On this day, countless individuals were haunted by nightmares, dreaming of a girl with a dazzling smile proclaiming 2 words, "Guess." Chapter 27. The assessment of StarNet live broadcasting the first day of the regular examination lacked any sensational elements. If one were to identify a highlight, it might be the introduction of several trendy phrases in the lexicon of the year 1172 of the Star Era. For instance, there exists a form of injury known as being last. Did you manage to guess today? Confirming with a knowing glance, the answer is B. Yun Mo appeared entirely innocent regarding this matter. From the second day onward, this so-called special recruitment truly became captivating. While the specifics of other disciplines remain unknown, at least the special recruitment for the Infantry Combat Department will unfold in the format of a league competition, with over 10,000 participants, particularly in a live elimination format. The traffic for various live streaming platforms surged dramatically. On StarNet, even celebrity students initiated betting, with everyone's gaze fixed on the screen, eager to identify their dark horse. The allure of money and the fervor of youth ignited a collective frenzy. Yun Mo observed the escalating stakes in the betting pool with palpable excitement. Gambling possesses an inherent enchantment. Many are aware that they cannot control the outcome, yet are irresistibly drawn to take a chance. The impoverished hope to alter their fate, while the affluent seek to manipulate it. No one could have anticipated that as a practitioner of the metaphysical, Yun Mo too harbored a penchant for gambling. I still vividly recall my first journey abroad, when I found myself on Sentosa Island in Singapore, wagering $50 for an entire night, only to depart with empty pockets. No one could fathom how she managed to gamble for 10 hours with just $50. Her mentor had imparted countless lessons, reminding her that she could never accurately predict her own outcomes, thus ensuring her perpetual losses at the gambling table. Yet, UNMO believed that nothing is absolute. The grand principle is 50, while the celestial mechanism operates on 49. The way of heaven is incomplete, yet it allows for a glimmer of hope. Esoteric knowledge is inherently a defiance of fate. In times of peril, that slender chance of survival is, in itself, a gamble, is it not? Now, an opportunity has arisen once more. The affairs of others do not concern her. She focuses solely on her own gamble, with odds of 1 to 100. What does it mean to stake 1 to 100? If she invests 10,000 star coins, she stands to gain 1 million. To hell with the 5 flaws and 3 deficiencies. With that million, what could she not achieve? UNMO assessed her account, reserving 5,000 star coins as a contingency. The remainder was all plunged into the betting pool, wagering on her own triumph. This time, fortune was bound to favor her. UNMO rubbed her hands together eagerly. Rochester was the place where she felt her luck resonated most harmoniously. She could not fathom failing to pass even a special assessment. The competition began at 1 in the afternoon, yet by morning, the Star Network was already abuzz with activity, a flurry of analyses and posts filling the digital sky. However, UNMO had long since lost interest in such matters. By 8 in the morning, she had been whisked away with other students by the instructor onto a spacecraft, heading towards a desolate star. Oh no, it was not entirely devoid of inhabitants. Rather, it was an abandoned planet. Surveillance drones trailed the major spacecraft, preparing to broadcast the students' experiences live upon receiving approval. As the clock approached 12:30, a gentle female voice began to broadcast. The special recruitment competition of the Retester Military Academy in the year 1172 would commence in half an hour, urging all students to prepare themselves. The format of the competition was elimination. The first round would be a team event, lasting 24 hours, with teams comprising no more than 5 members. The criteria for victory were based on the total score of the team. Points could be accrued as follows: 5 points for the first kill, 1 point for each subsequent opponent defeated, and a bonus of 50 points for the first to reach the finish line. Students yet to form a team were encouraged to do so swiftly. A cacophony erupted aboard the massive airship. 5-member teams. Almost everyone was selecting familiar and advantageous allies. The supervising instructor was also somewhat exhilarated, activating the live broadcast interface of the light brain to observe this group of Navi youths. Teams were quickly formed, and soon, small clusters of students appeared on the light brain's display. Amidst this tense and competitive atmosphere, the figures of 2 individuals stood out as particularly solitary. One was UNMO, whose impressive written examination results were well known. Everyone recognized that she was primarily an underachiever, a girl, and her potential was only rated as B. She represented the ideal target for points. Having such an individual on a team would only serve to hinder progress. What of cherishing the delicate? After all, her lifespan was limited. It would be wiser to utilize her finite points to fortify their ambitions. In the days to come, there would be plaques to commemorate the illustrious achievements of these single-minded men of strength. The other individual appeared to be a newcomer, having encountered some difficulties that nearly prevented him from boarding the airship, and naturally, he had not had the opportunity to find a teammate. The individual cast a sweeping glance around before fixing his gaze on UNMO and approaching her. "Classmate, it appears we are the only 2. Shall we form a team?" The boy inquired, followed by a courteous self-introduction. "I am Louis Weban." Louis Weban, patting his stomach, displayed an exceedingly amiable smile. Such gentle-natured boys seldom evoke wariness, especially when he genuinely came forth to propose collaboration. UNMO had already taken note of him. "Louis Weban, that is a lovely name." Louis Weban, feeling a pang of embarrassment, corrected her. "The Wan my name signifies leap, and ban does not imply fat." "Oh," UNMO remarked, glancing at his slightly protruding belly, choosing to remain silent. Louis Weban followed her gaze downward, pondering. Why does everyone presume he ought to be called Lou Fat? Shall we team up? Louis Weban gritted his teeth. Had it not been for the lack of alternatives, he would have preferred to go solo. However, even the weakest ally could serve as fodder in a challenging situation. "No, thank you." Yunmo's response left Louis Weban utterly taken aback. He had meticulously prepared an impassioned speech, intending to use his silver tongue to persuade her that even with just the 2 of them, they could successfully complete the entire dungeon. Who would have anticipated such a blunt refusal? Why? This was Liu Yueban's first experience of such a forthright rejection, particularly under these circumstances. You have no other options. Yun Mo scrutinized him once more, noting the persistent aura of misfortune surrounding him, a veritable harbinger of bad luck. His brows, eyes, nose, and mouth were all remarkably aligned in the most unfortunate manner. He was indeed a celestial embodiment of misfortune, yet simultaneously a bearer of broken luck. What then is a bearer of broken luck? A person who can, through sheer determination and effort, overcome all misfortunes and adversities is indeed capable of achieving great things. Although you and I may not be on the same team, we can both navigate the challenges ahead successfully. Yun Mo confirmed this once more before speaking. What? Just you? Liu Yueban exclaimed in disbelief, as if he were hearing things. To succeed in the assessment, one must face 5 opponents alone. He was well aware of his own capabilities. It would be difficult for one person, but not entirely impossible. Yet this girl. Surely, it was a jest. Very well, do as you wish, Liu Yueban remarked. Yet he did not leave, instead choosing to sit beside her. Prepare yourselves. The ship came to an abrupt halt, and the instructor's voice resonated. The students swiftly donned their protective gear, enveloping themselves from head to toe. Simultaneously, the buzzing of the camera drones activated, soaring up and down, broadcasting the scenes in real time across the internet. Each student wore a small tag on their clothing, displaying their scores and health status, while also serving as a navigation tool to reveal the locations of their peers. The instructor was providing them with no opportunity to conceal themselves. The students were soon deployed to various locations. They found themselves in an ancient city, surrounded by jagged boulders and climbing plants, with enormous leaves fluttering in the breeze, evoking a surreal ambience. The climate was sweltering, reaching upwards of 40 degrees Celsius, and even through the protective gear, the glaring sun was enough to sting their faces. The drop zones were concentrated in 10 areas, each housing around 1,000 individuals. The commencement of the competition was often accompanied by a sanguine spectacle. The most densely populated locations serve as the most optimal arenas for slaughter. It is already rare for females to apply for individual combat. Hence, this venue only hosts a mere 200 individuals scattered about. Upon landing, Yun Mo swiftly dashed forward, heading straight into the depths of the stone forest. Suddenly, a chorus of hisses erupted from behind her. The invigilators, unable to suppress their disapproval, shook their heads in resignation. What purpose did it serve? It was merely a temporary evasion. Their gaze had long since abandoned her, having already resigned themselves to her inevitable elimination. Yun Mo charged ahead in a straight line, encountering numerous distorted and mutated trees along her path that impeded her speed. However, it seemed the instructors had cleared the area, as no life-threatening specimens were in sight. Today, the auspicious position lay to the east, this very spot. In the distance, the sounds of fierce combat echoed. The clash between the top students and the underachievers had commenced. I've spotted a girl up ahead. Focus the lens. Capture this moment, for I shall achieve my first kill. Suddenly, a robust male appeared beside Yun Mo, his athletic form towering over her. Be careful, Liu Yueban called out from behind, extending his arm towards Yun Mo. Duck. With a swift roll to the side, Yun Mo narrowly evaded the blade, seizing her own weapon in one fluid motion. With a deft maneuver, she thwarted the boy's attack, twisting his wrist with a flourish. Stepping forward, she grasped the tip of his blade, leveraging his momentum to pull him toward her, before delivering a fatal thrust to his heart. What? Liu Yueban gaped in astonishment from behind, witnessing the boy's folly as he had essentially delivered himself to his demise. Who, in their right mind, would willingly charge into the path of a weapon? The first kill was achieved. The defeated student lay dazed on the ground, staring up at the clouds, momentarily questioning the meaning of existence. Yun Mo's speed with the blade was astonishing, her agility and keen eyesight exceptional. Liu Yueban barely caught sight of the knife before it was mere moments away from piercing her protective gear. Yet, she swiftly countered, and in the blink of an eye, her opponent had already yielded a point. Do you practice ancient martial arts? Liu Yueban inquired, excitement evident in her voice as she followed closely. Step back. Maintain a distance of 2 meters. Yun Mo shouted at her. Liu Yueban replied, let us collaborate. I believe we would make a formidable team. Chapter 28. Emoji in the distance, the anguished cries of the crowd echoed, the atmosphere of conflict intensifying. Yun Mo had not anticipated that reaching the finish line first would also serve as a test. The destination lay 30 kilometers away on the other side of Stone City. If all went well, a swift dash could allow them to lie in wait for their opponents, presenting a favorable opportunity. However, it was clear that many shared this thought. She knew she was fragile, possessing agility but lacking endurance. Nevertheless, seizing the moment while others were still unprepared could prove advantageous. Yun-Mo glanced up at the sky, where dark clouds loomed ominously, rumbling thunder heralding an impending storm, obscuring the once brilliant sun. Is rain imminent? She pondered, her brow furrowed. Should the rain arrive, it would undoubtedly complicate the skirmish. In preparation for this contest, Yun-Mo had assembled an array of talismans: defensive Vidra talismans, offensive wind blade talismans, thunderstorm talismans, fire cloud talismans, among others. Though they were all of a lower tier, they were better than nothing. However, she had not anticipated that this event would be broadcast live on Starnet. The potential for unusual phenomena from the thunderstorm and fire cloud talismans warranted caution. Without adequate cover, it would be wise to refrain from using them. Yun-Mo remained in the position she had chosen, enveloped in profound contemplation. She had made a wager. She would strive for the first place. With a decisive slap on her thigh, she resolved to pursue this goal. However, considering her B-grade potential, surpassing her peers, who were A and even S-grade, seemed almost fantastical. Thus, her immediate priority was to acquire a spiritual movement talisman. The talisman was of considerable grade, and without pen or paper at hand, she felt the strain on her mental fortitude, making her plight all the more distressing. As Yun-Mo pondered, a male student was suddenly felled, his lifeless form collapsing right before her. His eyes remained wide open, and Yun-Mo's gaze fortuitously met his. In that instant, an unusual glimmer sparked in her eyes, akin to a famished individual encountering exquisite marbled pork. What are you doing? The boy, earnestly playing the role of a corpse, found it hard to withstand the unsettling intensity of her stare. Without uttering a word, Yun-Mo crouched down and began to peel off his protective gear. Hey, what are you doing? The boy exclaimed, his voice cracking in alarm. I'll call the instructor. Silence. Corpses don't speak. Don't make me knock you out. Yun-Mo retorted fiercely. The onlookers began to stir with unease. Was this not the Dongguan campus? Where were the comrades from the anti-vice and anti-legal activities office? Was this selection process truly taking a risky turn? As the surrounding crowd valiantly engaged in battle, the boys' cries were drowned out by a chorus of indignation. With no one noticing the atrocities lurking behind the large rock, the scene, even the supervising teacher could not help but facepalm. What was she intending to do? Should she intervene? First, take a look, the instructor remarked. The rules do not prohibit this. Astonishing. The comments on Starnet were remarkably unified. This young lady is quite audacious. From where has this native emerged? I am utterly impressed. I thought today's competition would be my greatest anticipation for the league, yet unexpectedly, an underdog has appeared here. Who is this person? That valiant comrade, with a face devoid of hope, was swiftly transformed into a meme, circulating through social media. He has gained notoriety, albeit in a different sense. Yun-Mo peeled away his protective suit, revealing a white cotton garment beneath, which appeared to be of fine quality. Without hesitation, she seized a large knife. Hey, stop that. The boy's cry was heart-wrenching. The onlookers on Starnet could not help but turn their heads. There they saw Yun-Mo tear his cotton shirt into a large square piece, spreading it on the ground, and then kindly assisting him in pulling up his protective suit. What on earth do you intend to do? The boy was already weary and despondent. Come, lend me some blood. Yun-Mo placed the knife near his fingertip, assuring him it wouldn't hurt, just a little would suffice. Why not use your own? He retorted. Ah, blood blossomed from his fingertip, and Yun-Mo swiftly grasped his hand, busying herself over the fabric. The innate symbol requires a touch of brilliance to manifest. The boy, stubbornly resisting, found it quite inconvenient. Realizing this approach was unworkable, Yun-Mo reluctantly made a small incision on her own finger. Ouch, that truly stings. The incantation of the spirit still relies on one's own mental prowess, drawing forth symbols with blood, a process that swiftly depletes one's spiritual energy. Once the talisman is completed, Yun-Mo perceives a constellation of twinkling stars above her, shimmering and radiant. The surroundings fall into an eerie silence, as if a vacuum has formed around her. Seizing the moment of solitude, Yun-Mo settles cross-legged and engages in a brief period of meditation. After 5 minutes, she begins to execute hand gestures with remarkable speed, her lips moving in incantation. The The Star Network chat is inundated with curious inquiries. What is she doing? What is this? Could she possibly think of herself as Kai Wenji from the game? No, I believe she imagines herself to be Cheng Yaojin, believing that shedding blood enhances her prowess. Before they could ponder further, Yun Mo's clear voice resonated. Taishang Laojun, urgent as a decree. The Star Network audience is left bewildered. Is this some indigenous chant? How peculiar. No extraordinary phenomena occur, yet Yun Mo rises, tucking the blood-stained cloth into her waist, bending to stretch her legs, and after performing a few fundamental movements, she dashes towards the east. The crowd is utterly astonished. Why am I forsaking an exhilarating battle to spend time watching this girl perform? As Yun Mo advances, in the midst of the throng, Hua Chuan finds himself encircled by 4 individuals, all engaged in a frantic sprint. The age-old adage of leveraging one's lineage remains timeless. Hua Chuan epitomizes the archetype of one who relies on familial connections, surrounded by peers who are all exceptional, providing him with unwavering support. Hua Chuan's audacity is well-founded, as he possesses ample justification for his bravado. Today, he is determined to showcase to everyone that young Master Hua possesses not only wealth, but also striking good looks and remarkable talent. Even though his protective suit obscures his face, the camera should undoubtedly focus on him. Hua Chuan executed what he believed to be an exceedingly handsome gesture. His 4 teammates, aware of his antics, couldn't help but remind him, young Master Hua, you're going to fall behind. Hua Chuan feigned calmness and responded with a shout, let us go. Today, I will lead you all to seize the MVP title. Hua Chuan adjusted his stance, striking the most dashing pose as he began his sprint. All 5 members of the team possessed potential rated A or above, with 2 of them subtly approaching S level. As this small team surged forward, they swiftly created a void within the crowd. With a spectacular start, Hua Chuan wore a broad smile, his eyes scanning for the camera. Young Master Hua, you must reach the finish line first. One of his followers exclaimed, feeling a tinge of regret for accepting 1,000-star coins, fearing that this fool might drag him down. Charge. First place is mine. While Hua Chuan continued to boast, a slender figure swiftly glided past him. To his astonishment, upon standing on the same starting line as Yun Mo, everyone realized that her speed was astonishingly swift. Hua Chuan was momentarily taken aback as the girl beside him moved like the wind, her strides expansive and her footfalls remarkably silent, a running style that demanded considerable stamina. Block her, Hua Chuan bellowed, a flash of motion slicing through the air towards Yun Mo. She instinctively raised her arm in defense, resulting in a loud clash indeed. The disparity in physical capabilities was too significant. Her wrist throbbed painfully, as if it had cramped. If it were not for that talisman. Be cautious, Master Hua, shouted his subordinate, blocking an attack on his behalf. In such circumstances, there was no room for distraction. There were too many adversaries. One must break through. Hua Chuan was not foolish. Rather, he was merely arrogant, and in this moment, he felt a surge of annoyance. Kill. That's the spirit. This is how the young should be. The proctor observed with a glint of excitement in his eyes, fixated on the holographic display. To echo the words of the venerable Gulong, it was akin to the tempest before the storm, atop the stone forest, a blade slicing through the air. A celestial being descending from the heavens. Yun Mo paid no heed to the clamor behind her. She had plunged deep into the stone forest. Countless onlookers only perceived her incredible speed, oblivious to the intricate movements of her fingers. The art of Qi Min Dun Jia encompasses 8 gates: the rest gate, life gate, injury gate, burial gate, scene gate, death gate, alarm gate, and open gate. The rest, life, and open gates are deemed auspicious, while the death, alarm, and injury gates are considered ominous. However, the specific application of these gates is contingent upon the circumstances of prosperity and confinement. The alignment of auspicious gates varies with different locales and times. As the ancients sang, when an auspicious gate is forced, fortune does not follow. When an ominous gate encroaches, calamity befalls even more. Most practitioners of metaphysics habitually employ a compass to determine auspicious positions, yet Yun Mo excelled in mental calculations, and her speed in computation was remarkable. The efficacy of her talismans was swift, yet even the most potent auxiliary talismans necessitated her physical constitution to keep pace. For Yun Mo, forcibly sprinting at high speed for over an hour had already reached her limits. Gradually, her pace began to wane. The majority of the viewers on the Star Network remained engrossed in the fervent clashes, failing to notice her gradual deceleration, and as she began to move more slowly, Even the last glimmers of curiosity faded away. At this moment, they belatedly realized that the young woman had consistently positioned herself in the most advantageous spots, skillfully evading impending crises. Was it mere fortune, or was it a testament to her prowess? Surely, she possessed an extraordinary capacity for observation. It dawned on me. She was the one ranked last, the one who had relied entirely on chance during the written examination. Discussions on the star network were rife with confusion, veering off into tangents. Chapter 29. Shall we collaborate? After a brief respite, Yun Mo resumed her frantic pace. She understood all too well that the ordeal of a long run was excruciating. However, once one halted, the desire to continue would wane even further. It was far better to maintain momentum. After another half hour, she arrived at the stone tower that marked the finish line. The tower, resembling a grand vessel, stood magnificently. Its base consisted of 4 stone pillars constructed from blocks, while the body and top were meticulously carved from blue stone. The apex was adorned with flagstones, forming a framework-like pedestal. 13 circular reliefs encircled the structure, atop which rested a lotus-shaped seat, leading up to the tower's summit. Though the tower appeared remarkably beautiful, if asked to describe it at this moment, Yun Mo would likely have only one word: "Pa." It was utterly disappointing. She finally comprehended why a group of 5 was required. 3 meters from the tower stood 5 stone pillars, each inscribed with the same ambiguous rules: strike. But strike what? Yun Mo stood momentarily stunned, attempting a punch, which resulted in a scattering of strength values appearing above the pillar. Was this how it worked? She struck again, and once more, a few strength values emerged. With all her might, Yun Mo struck the stone pillars a dozen times, gradually comprehending that only when the attack values of all 5 pillars reached a certain threshold would the conditions to unlock the stone tower's gate be met, allowing her to reach the true endpoint. Alas, this endpoint was, for her, akin to a carrot dangled before a donkey, an enticing prospect that remained frustratingly out of reach. Once more, she felt the unfriendliness of the cosmos weighing heavily upon her. She had witnessed her full-powered strikes leave not even the faintest trace upon the stone pillars. It seemed that countless individuals would need to exert themselves to meet the requirement. And even after that, a fierce battle awaited her. A brutish clash ill-suited for someone of her civilized disposition. Yun Mo lamented the mental energy she had already expended, as well as her dwindling physical stamina. The surrounding jungle provided ample cover for concealment. Gritting her teeth, she persevered through the aching fatigue and slowly ascended a tree. Soon, footsteps echoed nearby, noisy and cautious. Yun Mo concealed herself among the leaves, vigilantly observing the ground below. Despite possessing several golden talismans, she recognized that such advantages were insufficient to lower her guard, especially considering her adversaries operated in teams while she stood alone, rendering her position particularly precarious. Having lingered in this area for an hour, fatigue weighed heavily upon her. She wondered if merely surviving until the end would yield any rewards. Yet, from the early skirmishes, it was evident that the novices had been eliminated almost immediately. Even if the remaining competitors were exhausted, they would undoubtedly be the elite. Given her current frail physique, she was merely a prime target for points. Thus, while she could rest, she recognized the necessity of finding a reliable partner and taking the initiative. Regret washed over her for having turned down Lu Pang's offer. As she twirled the coin in her palm, her gaze flickered like a candle flame. Cloaked by the invisibility spell, she resembled a leopard poised to pounce, lurking amidst the dense foliage. The audience in the live stream had long diverted their attention, although the crimson maneuvers initiated by Yunma had entertained them momentarily. They harbored no interest in a static tableau. With the passage of time, the struggle for survival among the masses had begun to exhibit a semblance of intelligence. As the students dispersed widely, many resorting to traps to ambush their foes, the instructor, nervously tapping his leg while fixating on the screen, had been particularly attentive to this girl. Her eyes possessed an extraordinary clarity, as if she harbored all knowledge within, emanating an inscrutable aura. Cautiously leaning against a tree, she maintained this torturous posture for an extended period, yet her visage betrayed no sign of impatience. The instructor found himself questioning his own professional integrity. Instinctively, he bent his legs, adopting a similar squatting position. Reality taught a harsh lesson. 5 minutes later, the instructor's assessment of Yunma included a new remark. She could endure what others could not. Suddenly, Yunma heard footsteps approaching. She inhaled deeply and glanced downward. The figure rushed with urgency, yet exercised caution. Executing a forward roll, he darted into the woods, swiftly seeking refuge behind a large tree, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Then, his gaze locked directly onto her hiding place. A chill ran down Yunma's spine as she hastily descended from the tree. The two moved almost in unison. The assailant had already scaled the trunk, wielding his blade as he aimed for her concealment. In a formidable leap, Yunma evaded to the shelter of another tree, while her pursuer charged forward, knife in hand. Yunmo recognized the individual, glancing at his badge. Wasn't he the one who demanded the spotlight, Huichuan? He had effortlessly severed one of her Vajra talismans, and beneath that foolish exterior lay a character that was remarkably astute and difficult to contend with. Their blades clashed, resulting in a one-sided torment, and Yunmo finally grasped the vast disparity in potential that existed within the system. In a mere few seconds, 3 of her Vajra talismans had already been rendered useless. Should another strike land, she would likely be forced to forfeit the match. At that moment, a cacophony of sounds reached her ears. "Wait," Yunmo called out, swiftly retreating to a safer distance. "We can collaborate." Huichuan paused for an instant, inquiring with skepticism. "What makes you think I would want to cooperate with you?" Cautiously, Yunmo stepped back and responded. "Someone is pursuing you, right? What about your teammates?" "Most likely. They have already perished, haven't they?" Huichuan remained silent, recognizing that this girl was somewhat troublesome. She had managed to withstand several of his most forceful strikes, indicating she possessed considerable strength. Yunmo fixed her gaze into his eyes, noticing that his intent to attack had lessened. She then declared, "I am aware of where all the traps are laid in this examination ground." She presented her most enticing bait. If this did not entice him, she would have no choice but to make her escape. Huichuan listened intently as indistinct voices began to emerge, for individuals were in pursuit, one of whom was a girl trailing behind. He gestured for Yunmo to be silent, then crouched and concealed himself within the underbrush. Yunmo too found a hidden spot, her gaze never leaving Huichuan, as she intended to assess the capabilities of this potential ally. As the 2 young men approached the striking range, Huichuan's blade suddenly sliced through the air from behind the blue stone, its glimmering edge arcing unexpectedly towards the assailants. One of the boys executed a roll on the ground, delivering a kick towards the source of the attack. The clash of steel resonated loudly, and even from a distance, one could feel the force behind it. Huichuan leaned against a grand tree, steadfastly fending off the onslaught. Although he had not formally studied swordsmanship, the drawn blade was executed with simplicity and precision, devoid of any superfluous movements. He relied on speed rather than brute strength. His S-grade physique endowed him with remarkable control over the blade's power, angle, and timing. He was a formidable opponent, wielding the heavy sword with a grace that exuded a deadly beauty. While ancient martial arts often triumph through strategy, pitting the weak against the strong, when power and speed are maximized, the adage that one force can overcome 10 becomes a tangible reality. Amidst the coordinated assault, Huichuan struggled to maintain his ground. Yet he did not falter, nor did he have his subordinates by his side. Time and again, he raised his sword to retaliate. His youthful visage bore only determination and conviction, revealing that he was more than just a typical young man lost in fantasies. At that moment, Yunmo, shouldering the weight of an entire planet, also faced the chaos with a smile. Huichuan's perseverance stirred something within her. The opposing young men had noticed her presence, yet they likely regarded her merely as a point to be scored. Eliminating Huichuan would inevitably lead to her downfall. Thus, they chose not to squander time on her. Yunmo set her sights on the girl amongst them, seizing the opportunity to approach her while the 3 were preoccupied with Huichuan. Tian Yafa never anticipated that someone would dare to challenge her. Yunmo, a fellow female, possessed far superior strength. Have them retreat a kilometer. Yunmo's formidable blade was poised against Tian Yafa's throat. "Do you believe they will heed my words?" Tian Yafu, though somewhat flustered, feigned composure. "Shall we put it to the test? Do you wish to forfeit this contest?" The blade edged closer, and Tian Yafa's scorekeeper flickered with ominous red light, indicating her vitality was waning. "If they leave, will you spare me?" Tian Yafu bit her lip, resentment bubbling within her, realizing she was at a disadvantage. "Indeed," Yunmo replied. "You all may depart." Tian Yafu gestured toward them. The 3 young men exchanged glances, hesitated for a moment, then turned to leave. "Shall I proceed?" Yunmo inquired, pressing the blade closer to Tian Yafa's neck. "You can't be serious?" Tian Yafa panicked. "Just a jest." Yunmo chuckled, patting her shoulder. Be strong, dear. In a sudden burst, Tian Yafu turned and fled, calling out, Huichuan, just wait. And you, I won't forget you, Yunmo. Chapter 30. The Three of Us. Shall we collaborate? After dispatching Tian Yafu, Yunmo turned to Huichuan. He crossed his arms, surveying her with keen eyes. You've been here for quite some time, haven't you? Why choose me? This inquiry revealed his depth, suggesting he was not as rash as he initially appeared. Yunmo smiled, a hint of mischief playing at her lips. It seems fate has brought us together. Huichuan. Yunmo continued. You are currently alone in this endeavor. You possess physical strength, while I wield intellect. We have previously experienced a gratifying collaboration, and I am confident that we shall work together splendidly. Huichuan. Yunmo glanced towards the other end of the narrow path, and then remarked, the sky is growing darker. Continuing this way will lead us to a battle of endurance. I have mentioned before that I am aware of the distribution of traps in this area. Information is a supreme asset in this selection process. Wouldn't you agree, young man? At last, Huichuan acquiesced, following her as they navigated around the so-called advantageous position. Their journey was fraught with suspense, yet devoid of peril, and Huichuan's wariness of her gradually diminished. The duo successfully occupied a position that was easy to defend yet challenging to assault, discovering that it was quite suitable. Although it was near the main road, the grass towered above them, rendering them nearly invisible unless viewed from above, thus ensuring their safety. Yunmo settled down, massaging her legs, and inquired, I'm famished. Are you hungry? Just a bit? Huichuan gazed at the sun, which was nearing its descent. He had expended considerable energy, and after a day without food or water, he felt quite uncomfortable. As they concealed themselves in the grass, their eyes met, each reflecting a shared sense of uncertainty. Huichuan gestured subtly beneath his nose, tilting his head to the side. Yunmo squinted, fixating intently on the area beneath a tree. Before long, she spotted a disheveled figure stealthily parting the underbrush and cautiously concealing his tracks. It was none other than the unfortunate Lu Pang. Just as Huichuan was about to intervene, Yunmo softly called out, Wait, he is one of us. Shall we form a team? Yunmo extended an invitation to Lu Pang. Lu Pang, having recognized her, responded, Now you know, brother. It's a deal. You two are quite something. Lu Yueban remarked as he plopped down beside them, casually crossing his legs. What? Yunmo asked, somewhat perplexed. Are you not aware? Malia has placed a bounty of 1 million star coins for anyone who can take you two down. You can claim the reward at her location. There are also substantial bonuses for those who provide information, Lu Yueban continued, swinging his leg. So who exactly is this Malia? How did you get entangled with her? Yunmo inquired, tilting her head to look at Huichuan, feeling as though she had made a regrettable choice in selecting him as a teammate, especially considering the rivalry with most of the participants in the examination. Speaking of Malia, Lu Yueban smirked, gesturing towards Yunmo. She has a bit of a connection with you. Me? Yunmo responded in confusion. Have you forgotten? Just before your ostentatious written exam, a girl called you a country bumpkin. That was her. Lu Yueban seemed to know everything. As for the two of them, they are merely indulging in their wealth. Lu Yueban scoffed disdainfully. Huixiao also appeared quite displeased. I merely asked a few people to help me boost my scores. Who knew she would engage in a contest of wealth with me? I offered 10,000. She countered with 20,000. I raised it to 50,000. And she upped it to 100,000. I managed to take out one of her underlings, and now she has been pursuing me relentlessly, even causing my partner to fall by the wayside. Yunmo felt a sharp pang in her chest. That wretched second-generation rich kid. This is blatant showboating. What is the current situation? Why are students being eliminated so swiftly? In the midst of their conversation, they were soon greeted by a cacophony of footsteps, students bearing white flags, dejectedly escorted away. If I am not mistaken, it must be Fong Hongchen's team. He has always employed this strategy. It is highly probable that the area ahead has been occupied by his associates. Yunmo looked up and asked who. Lu Yueban stared at her in disbelief. Haven't you read the freshman handbook? You don't even know him? He is an elite from the command department already recruited by Rochester. Many people are acquainted with him during this special recruitment. Is there even a freshman handbook? Yunmo felt somewhat bewildered, as she had never heard of it. Lu Yueban slapped his forehead. You're participating in a special recruitment without consulting the guide? Each year, seniors share their experiences on the school forum, and there are also some materials that are shared. I don't know who compiles them, but they are quite useful. Oh, Yunmo understood, I was too busy earning money and adapting to notice the school forum. Is there anything else? What experiences do the seniors have regarding the special recruitment? She inquired. Nothing particularly useful, but there is one piece of advice that everyone remembers, Lu Yueban replied, rolling his eyes. What is it? Yuma asked. Do not provoke public outrage. Huichuan and Yunma exchanged glances, both incredulous. Are they considered public outrage? It is clearly a matter of being targeted by the wealthy. Isn't it? What should we do now? Yuma questioned. These two men were evidently self-centered. Despite Lu Yueban's seemingly amiable exterior, he was quite arrogant. In my opinion, we should find something to eat. I am famished, Lu Yueban declared. I concur, Huichuan did not dissent. Then let us proceed, beyond this main road. There is food in the woods over there. Yunma brushed off the dust from her rear and stood up. What? The two exchanged incredulous glances, both taken aback. I assure you, I am well acquainted with the map. No, my dear. If you were aware that there was food nearby, why did you not go and retrieve it? Lu Yueban inquired from behind. Is there truly food? Oh, I had just taken a break and was unaware until now. She fiddled with the coins in her pocket, reflecting on today's initial divination. However, the previous blood talisman had significantly drained her mental energy, making it somewhat laborious. Yunemo took a sip of water and bit into her bread, sharing her conjectured map that she had pieced together. Having chosen to collaborate, there was no need for secrecy. The trio eventually decided to commence from their current hiding spot, gradually maneuvering in the opposite direction of Fong Hongchen. The main force had already emerged. Malia must have gathered another group of individuals, and everyone sought to score points, making it impossible to absorb all into one. Thus, a location further away would be the optimal choice for scattered forces and their best opportunity. Having remained concealed previously, Yunemo had scarcely scored any points. Now, as they opted for a proactive approach, an exhilarating feeling surged within her. The instructor on the screen finally widened his eyes, shifting his focus to this trio. One adept in intelligence, another proficient in assault, and a third who appeared weak yet seemed to embody a hidden boss. After satisfying their hunger, the three operated with remarkable efficiency, led by Yun-Mo, as they effortlessly harvested opponents. After approximately an hour, Yun-Mo had amassed around 10 points, while the other two had each garnered over 20. At this juncture, the number of opponents began to dwindle, while those bearing white flags increased. A large team is approaching, Lu Yueban exclaimed. As dusk approached, Yun-Mo lifted her gaze, sensing that their opportunity was drawing near. What do you mean? Huichuan inquired with confusion. The visibility was poor at night, and everyone was clad in similar attire. Even the luminous name tags lacked distinctiveness. Amidst the thickets and stone forests, one could vaguely discern human silhouettes, yet they remained indistinct. We intended to gather individuals and confront them, Yun-Mo, striking her thigh in frustration, remarked that this prolonged standoff was becoming tiresome and suggested a swift resolution. The former prey had now become our allies. They had indeed brought many into our fold. These were the weaklings abandoned by the larger group. While the masses appeared settled, a sense of unease lingered in their hearts. A young man questioned. Their numbers are substantial, and they have commanding officers overseeing them. Can we manage? Do any of you study command tactics? Yun-Mo inquired. One young man timidly raised his hand. Yun-Mo stood, her arm gesturing toward the darkened forest, and turned to ask, in the darkness, with numerous individuals around, which tactic proves most effective? The young man's eyes lit up. The infiltration tactic. Yun-Mo chuckled, patting his shoulder. Indeed, a student of command. He grasped the concept swiftly. Do you see that? 11 o'clock, she whispered, signaling. We would charge in. In the night, distinguishing friend from foe was challenging, and we would weave through their ranks, sowing chaos, seizing the opportunity to harvest. A full day had passed, and the supplies dropped by the instructor were scant. The majority of us were in a state of hunger and thirst, making the combat particularly grueling. Hunger could be endured, but thirst was a torment. Water sources were not entirely absent, yet this planet had lain desolate for ages, and none could ascertain the potential hazards lurking within the water. The fear of radiation loomed large, discouraging any attempts to sample it. If not for the aspiration of advancement, it is likely that many would prefer to end their lives and withdraw at this very moment. Their numbers are substantial, and as they draw closer, some manage to notice. Exchanging rallying cries. Charge! Yun-Mo suddenly shouted, and without hesitation, she surged forward. Upon witnessing this, the other boys gritted their teeth and resolutely followed suit. The sky was growing increasingly dark, and their limited range of movement concealed her physical weaknesses. The clash became a chaotic exchange, blurring the lines of identity amidst the fray. The combatants howled the names of their comrades while swinging their blades. Adorned with various talismans for fortune and safety, Yun Mo, favored by fate, claimed numerous victories. Upon counting, she realized she had taken down over 20 opponents. The opposing students roared fiercely, seemingly anxious that their struggle lacked intensity, prompting the deranged instructor to launch illumination flares. These were specifically aimed at the most intense combat zones, instantly disrupting Yun Mo's strategy. Her combat abilities were limited, rendering her unsuitable to be exposed within the crowd's line of sight, so she quietly withdrew. Chapter 31. The frustrating cheating device Milvia, that Yun Mo is utterly insufferable. Tian Yafu stomped her foot in indignation. Humph, does she not realize you belong to me? Milvia retorted, displeased. I believe she is acting with intent, Tian Yafu remarked. Just like that Hua Chuan, they are cut from the same cloth. What was that sound? A lackey rose to inquire. The noise had become somewhat pronounced, as if the ground was trembling. I think I heard the sounds of battle, Tian Yafu stated. Let us go and investigate, Milvia urged, leading her group towards the source of the commotion. The battle over there has escalated into a fierce confrontation. Amidst the darkened sky, the glint of blades is strikingly evident. Fang Hongqian has long sensed that something is amiss. The ranks of his side appear to be in disarray. If this chaos continues, the likelihood of friendly fire increases significantly. We must depart from this place. The first team will retreat while the second team provides cover. It must be said that Fang Hongqian's decisiveness is commendable. Planning to escape? Lui Weban has discerned their intentions. The tumult of the night presents the perfect opportunity for them. Allowing their adversaries to flee would mean a more formidable challenge when they regroup. The commander in the midst, Hua Chuan, is unable to intervene directly and can only shout towards Lui Weban. Hold them back. With a roar, Lui Weban charges forward. Despite Fang Hongqian's role as a commander, he is no slouch in combat. The two engage in a fierce exchange, locked in a struggle. Hongqian, I shall assist you. A tall young man emerges from the crowd, delivering a kick to Lui Weban's back, causing him to stagger. Fang Hongqian seizes the moment, swinging his blade, but Lui Weban can only evade to the side, colliding against a stone wall before regaining his footing. As he braces himself, he feels as though he is pressed against something. Boom. At this moment, not only are the candidates bewildered, but the audience watching through the Star Network is equally perplexed. They had assumed this planet was merely a backdrop. Little did they know it was a catalyst for unleashing powerful attacks. The soil beneath the candidates suddenly turns to quicksand, and one by one, they begin to sink. Those fortunate enough to be at the edges quickly reach out, hoping to grasp something to save themselves. In a state of crisis, human potential knows no bounds. The students nearby react with remarkable speed, seizing every opportunity within their grasp. Let go. Who is grabbing my pants? Release me, my waist is about to break. Yun Mo observed from a distance, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she dashed towards the sand pit, ominously brandishing a large blade. What are you planning to do? The crowd quaked in fear. Without uttering a word, Yun Mo swung her blade indiscriminately. Some candidates were struck on the head, tumbling down like a string of candied hawthorns into the pit. A few, relying on their agility, clung desperately to the edges, attempting to evade their fate. Yun Mo squinted and smiled, crouching down to fix her gaze intently upon one candidate's eyes. What are you doing? The candidate shouted. In response, Yun Mo slowly lowered the tip of her blade beneath his fingers, prying them apart one by one. Oh no! The boy lost his grip and plummeted down. Yun Mo continued her methodical descent, sending countless others into the abyss. Her spirits lifted as she gazed into the dark hole. That was Yun Mo. Tian Yafu approached with her companions. Yun Mo swiftly turned and fled. Moments later, the students at the bottom of the sand pit, spitting out mouthfuls of yellow sand, crawled out. What on earth is this place? After a brief moment of confusion, the crowd remembered the assessment and hurriedly sought advantageous positions to hide. Armory. Someone shouted. There are crossbows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The students who had taken the initiative began their ranged assault. Unprepared opponents fell in droves. Lui Weban managed to seize a repeating crossbow, slinging the quiver over his shoulder as he scanned for targets. Whoosh! The first shot missed. Realizing something was amiss, Lui Weban adjusted his aim and prepared for a second shot. It became apparent that this batch of crossbows had been deliberately misaligned in their accuracy. The crowd swiftly adapted, dispersing around the stone chamber, each embarking on their own hunt. As if to amplify the chaos, countless black circular apertures silently opened upon the walls. Thud, thud, thud. An innumerable swarm of arrows shot forth like a horde of locusts. Alas, the unsuspecting participants, caught off guard, fell to the ground, victims of their own sluggish reactions. For a full 30 seconds, arrows rained down from all directions, flooding the space. The individuals were compelled to huddle back to back, desperately seeking refuge in the shadows as they wielded their blades in a frenzied dance of defense. What on earth is happening? Are we destined for total annihilation? How can we even score points? The candidates gasped for breath. As the barrage of arrows momentarily subsided, those who had been standing back to back now faced one another, weapons drawn, ready for confrontation. Wait! Fang Hongchen shouted, "Cease fire." "Hongchen, what's the matter?" A boy rushed over. "Look," he said, pointing to an inconspicuous spot on the wall. The other students had already directed their cognitive beams towards it. In half an hour, the sludge will fill the maze. Damn! Panic surged among the crowd. It had already been 5 or 6 minutes since their descent, and the expanse was vast. Continuing the fight would not only prevent them from claiming others' points, but they would also be finished when time ran out. "Stop fighting. We must find a way out first. Let us search for clues," Fang Hongchen declared with resolute determination, his charisma evident. Quickly, quickly! The participants scrambled like their behinds were ablaze, scouring the stone walls for any leads. Lu Yu observed quietly, taking in the disarray of scattered stones within the chamber, the walls adorned with incomprehensible totems. Yet one particular spot piqued his interest. Counting the fallen arrows and deducing their trajectory, it became evident that only one location had remained unscathed. "There!" Lu Yueban exclaimed, striding forward with determination. Fang Hongchen swiftly followed suit. "Look, there are 3 buttons, red, green, and yellow," a student pointed out. "There are no hints. Let us try pressing one." Before any suggestions could be voiced, Lu Yueban pressed the green button. "Isn't this just a traffic light? Green means go." With a series of clicks, a massive iron door swung open, inviting everyone inside. "Should we go in?" The students hesitated. "Press the other buttons," Fang Hongchen advised cautiously. "They all turn gray. There are no other options, and the terrain here is elevated. Let us move." No one wavered. Staying behind would only squander time, and it was better to venture forth. Once they were all inside, the great iron door clicked shut behind them. "Shall we proceed?" The group advanced with trepidation. A faint sound, indistinct yet present, echoed in the air. Before them lay a stone-paved path enveloped in a web of laser beams. A door was visible on the opposite side. We must dash for it. The ground was marked with peculiar lines, seemingly inscribed with numbers. Impatient candidates took the lead, treating it as a conventional laser grid, believing that avoiding contact would suffice. However, upon stepping onto the first stone, they realized the laser beams were not static. They seemed to move without any blind spots. Among the 5 who rushed forward, only one boy remained standing while the other 4 had their health depleted. What a trap! As the group discerned the pattern, they dared not move recklessly and chose to remain still. The members of the Star Network could not help but facepalm. They possess a divine perspective, and the paths corresponding to the other 2 buttons are quite secure. Stepping on the correct positions will not trigger any attacks. Chapter 32. The frustrating cheating tool. Lu Yueban also peered out. The stone-paved passage beneath his feet comprised over 100 slabs, their arrangement somewhat chaotic. Yet not every slab was ensnared in laser beams. There exists a discernible pattern. Observe, there are tracks on the wall, which are detectors that systematically scan and emit lasers. The crowd followed the direction of his finger, twisting their heads from the left wall to the right, their eyes nearly crossing. Was there truly a pattern? Can you discern it? Lu Yueban activated the calculator on his smart brain, incessantly computing. Indeed, he had just timed it. The detector traversed a complete circle above their heads every 30 seconds. And at varying positions, its scanning range differed. As long as one stepped on the designated stone slab at a specific moment, safety would be assured. "Who shall go?" Fang Hongchen hesitated. "I shall," Lu Yueban declared. Having observed for a considerable time, he felt somewhat dizzy yet believed he had grasped the pattern. The crowd instinctively took a step back, clearing the central position. "Your safety rests in your hands." Lu Yueban nodded, once again reviewing the calculated route on his smart brain, gritted his teeth, and commenced his advance. Breath, breath. All hearts were in suspense until he successfully reached the destination. There still remained 3 options on the door, red, green, and yellow. It was uncertain which would deactivate the safety mechanisms. Liu Yueban shouted. Do not select the green one. The crowd roared back, recalling that the green button had been previously encountered. Very well, I shall take a gamble. Liu Yueban felt no psychological pressure at that moment. He was the only one temporarily safe. It mattered not what he chose, and he casually pressed the yellow button. Suddenly, a cacophony of wails erupted behind him. The scene shifted once more, and everyone found themselves submerged in a mire up to their chests, the water reeking of decay, its presence undetermined in duration. Liu Yueban, I detest you, cried one boy, whose fragile psyche was on the verge of tears. Exhausted, the group crawled onto a massive rock suspended in the air like a defeated fish. Once again, it was Liu Yueban, who discerned a pattern from the seemingly insignificant points and lines on the ground, guiding his fellow candidates to 3 handprints, red, yellow, and green. I fear I may develop a psychological aversion to these colors, lamented Fong Hongchun, utterly worn out, as he lay flat on his back. Which one to choose? After their arduous efforts, only over 500 of them remained in this treacherous examination hall. Half of their comrades had already sacrificed their vitality to this land. The water was rising. Time was running out. Liu Yueban observed the swiftly ascending water level and declared, only the red button remains unpressed. Shall we give it a try? Please, I beg you, implored his companions, some clutching his trousers tightly. Brother, tell us, aside from red, which color do you prefer? Liu Yueban, struggling to focus on the 3 positions, tilted his head and pondered for a moment. Yellow, perhaps. It is quite lovely. Hurry, try green, cried another candidate, who had already dashed forward and slapped the green button. Click, click, click. What awaited them was the gentle caress of the outdoor breeze. At no other moment have sentient beings perceived the external environment as wondrous as at this instant. Enveloped in mud, they swiftly rolled out. The scene was almost unbearable to behold, eliciting laughter from the supervising instructor who seemed on the verge of collapsing from amusement. The audience, witnessing their disheveled appearance, stifled their reactions, feeling a pang of sympathy. How pitiful it was that among the 3 options, the one with the highest risk factor was invariably selected by them. They probably couldn't fathom, even with their knees, that a certain fortunate individual was pulling the strings behind the scenes. This self-destructive tactic, which harmed 1,000 foes while inflicting 800 upon oneself, was a burden only the most resilient could bear, marking them as favored by fate. The unfolding scenario spiraled uncontrollably towards chaos. Attack! Hua Chuan and Liu Yu, as nimble as ever, sidestepped and began to unleash arrows from their crossbows. Once comrades united in purpose, they now stood ready to turn their blades against one another. Yun Imo found herself besieged by Malia and her throng. The forest, though modest in size, felt constricting with thousands seeking her out, leaving Yun Imo in a state of disarray. Under the inky night sky, a casual glance upwards revealed a particularly resplendent blue star in the northern expanse. There must be a way, Yun Imo mused, her fingers tracing the stone wall. Lost in contemplation, she was certain she had not erred. Click, click, click. Indeed, a mechanism was triggered. Pushing open the stone door revealed a few stone benches and a rudimentary stone table. Countless chains coiled around a massive rock, their purpose unknown, some already corroded, while the bases of the chains threaded through holes in the ground, leading to an uncertain destination. This enigmatic stone chamber prompted the audience of the Star Network to swiftly shift their focus. With Liu Yu's remarkable maneuvers, they brimmed with anticipation for what might transpire next, eager to witness Yunmo's own explosive response within this confined space. The chain was interminably long, and Yunmo had been pulling at it for an extended period without finding an end. Outside, the jungle was thick and the sky rumbled with thunder. A glint of mischief flickered in Yunmo's eyes as she smiled. It seemed rain was imminent, and she decided to bestow upon them an unforgettable thunderous incantation. She commenced severing the chain. What is she doing? The crowd from the Star Network was momentarily perplexed. The anticipated twist and unforeseen developments had yet to materialize. What purpose does the chain serve? Are you foolish? The chain attracts lightning. I think you are the one being foolish. How can it attract anything here? Do you believe it's a lightning rod? You can't just summon it at will. A cacophony of arguments ensued. Yunmo was preoccupied, tirelessly grappling with the iron links. After a prolonged observation, the spectators lost their patience, and their gaze shifted once more to the depths of the stone forest, the very heart of the battleground. Hua Chuan was recognized by Milia's team and found himself encircled in a central position, his score tracker already emitting a crimson glow, his vitality hanging by a thread. Get back. Everyone, clear the way. If you don't move, I'll self-destruct. Hua Chuan, trapped in the midst of his adversaries, felt his temper flare, and his words became a jumbled mess. Huh. If you have the guts, explode for me to see. Leave behind your points. Let me go? This was the perfect opportunity to eliminate skilled opponents and score points. Rarely does one find such a densely packed scenario right for opportunistic gain. Lu Yu deftly maneuvered and dodged, occasionally launching surprise attacks, as his score tracker gleamed with the souls of the unwilling victims who fell under his blade. The supervising instructor was exhilarated. This was the league, the quintessential way to engage. At last, Lu Yu managed to break free from the throng, tumbling and scrambling as he made his escape. Yunma stood beneath the tree, and Lu Yueban, panting heavily, called out, "Yunma, sister, for the sake of our shared plight, lend me your protection." Yunma turned to him, revealing a radiant smile through the protective barrier. "Sure, come here, stand right by this tree, under the branches. And don't move." "What are you doing?" Lu Yueban, utterly exhausted, plopped down in the spot she indicated, seizing the opportunity to regain his strength before the pursuers arrived. Yunma assessed her mental state and resolved to push through this final effort. Once more, she removed her gloves and made a small incision on her right index finger. The pain was almost enough to bring tears to her eyes. Lu Yueban was taken aback. "No, Yunma, it's okay if you can't fight back. There's no need for self-harm. If you truly wish to end it, you should cut your wrist instead. This won't bring about any real harm." "Shut up." Yunma shot him a glare, the pain intensifying. The pursuers were closing in fast. As Yunma circled around Lu Yueban, her blood dripped, tracing an eerie pattern against the darkness of the night. Lu Yueban's mouth hung open in bewilderment, unable to comprehend her actions, yet clearly intimidated by her demeanor. He wanted to say something, but before he could utter a word, Yunma had completed her formation. Standing firmly, she faced the direction of the thunderclaps, chanting incantations while forming hand seals. "They're coming." Lu Yueban felt the urge to leap up. "Don't rush," Yunma commanded as she leaped, placing her right hand firmly on his shoulder. At that moment, the pursuers beheld the girl beside the trees and boulders, slowly raising her middle finger in defiance. "Whoa, we're being scorned by this weakling. No one shall stop me. I am determined to end her." The crowd was in a frenzy as Yun Imo swiftly handed the knife to Lu Yueban, raising his hands high and bellowing an urgent command. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted. "Oh, what is happening on the Star Network screen? My word, what am I witnessing?" In slow motion, they observed Lu Yueban brandishing a large blade, seemingly ready to attack. As the crowd surged forward, the situation precariously tense. At that moment, a thunderous bolt descended from the heavens, striking Lu Yueban's sword. It then spread outwards along the ground in spiraling chains, connecting with the blades of the crowd. The personnel were densely packed, and unleashing a massive area attack was the most prudent choice at this juncture. Amidst the flashing lightning, chaos ensued. Everyone stood in a state of bewilderment. The youths collectively recalled their grandmother's warnings about seeking shelter under trees during thunderstorms. "I can't shake off this sense of dread. It's definitely going to rain. How unfortunate. And that Lu fellow. He seems to be a harbinger of misfortune. Does no one find Yun Mo's bloody maneuver suspicious? Is everyone upstairs daft? Could this perhaps be some indigenous ritual?" Tick-tock, time marched on inexorably. The protective suits ensured safety. Yet many in the group found their health points dwindling to a mere thread. In this dire circumstance, Yun Mo persevered, reaping the benefits of the chaos. Fang Hongchen, having just extricated himself from the battle with Milia's forces, rushed over with his members. However, he could only see a girl leaning against the towering tree at a distance, devoid of any distinct form. Yunma looked up at them, striking her large blade as she declared, "I've had enough. I no longer wish to fight." Fang Hongchen. The assessment has concluded. All candidates are to remain at the designated endpoint. The guiding airship will arrive shortly. Chapter 33. Making a run for it? Principal Shui was also observing the tournament, albeit with little enthusiasm, perhaps even a touch of ennui. Talents emerge annually, and over time, one becomes desensitized to their brilliance. Moreover, how many truly mature into greatness? Principal Shui reclined backward in his massage chair, listlessly cycling through perspectives. On the screen, Yunma sliced her fingertip. In that fleeting moment, His fingers seemed to freeze, and Principal Shue's expression shifted, his body abruptly straightening. He paused the footage, magnifying the crimson cloth lying on the ground. Scrutinizing it intently, his brows knitting tighter with each passing second. When Yunma's figure intertwined with that of Hua Chuan, surpassing him, Principal Shue could no longer remain seated. He rose in a flurry, hastily retrieving a bound volume from his study. It was, astonishingly, a talisman. It was indeed possible for someone to draw a talisman. Principal Shue muttered in disbelief, his gaze flickering, lost in thought. Undoubtedly, Yunma had triumphed in the assessment by a significant margin. With her own strength, she had vanquished nearly 200 candidates, claiming the top position. Louis Weban had also weathered that lightning strike, seizing the opportunity to amass over 100 points, successfully advancing. Yunma's score had once again inflicted a grievous blow to the spirits of the candidates. They have envisioned themselves as the saviors, emerging as a new star, triumphantly singing amidst the solitude of the desolate sands in the Interstellar League, while also pondering the tragic fate of their shattered dreams. Yet, they never anticipated being crushed by a mere underdog. I refuse to accept this. This must be another phrase that has become popular in the year 1172 of the stellar calendar. Regardless of what others might say, the team competition has passed, and Yunma feels quite at ease. The concentration of faith in the air has indeed increased, albeit in a rather chaotic manner. For the beliefs of the interstellar populace are rather eclectic. Seated in the cafeteria, Yunma nibbled on a piece of bread while casually opening a page on her intelligent device. The overwhelming advertisements momentarily disoriented her, especially the posts resembling a tower stacked high, featuring her and Lu Yu. One is hailed as the goddess of fortune, while the other is humorously dubbed as the harbinger of misfortune. Let the revelry ensue. After browsing briefly, Yunma noticed that people had not associated the final lightning strike with her, yet they were genuinely intrigued by her artwork, sparking fervent discussions. Observing their enthusiasm, Yunma decided to create a thread of her own, anonymously analyzing the topic beneath the existing posts. Bystander, during the assessment, that girl drew talismans. The techniques employed are derived from the I Ching, specifically the mystical arts of Qi Min Dun Jia, fundamentally embodying the principle of transformation and regeneration. Where the limitless gives rise to the great ultimate births the dualities yield the four images generate the 8 trigrams, and the 8 trigrams manifest all things. Onlooker. What are talismans? Bystander. Talismans are relics from the era of Earth. To put it simply, they embody the essence of the Tao, inscribed with simple ink, channeling the vital energies of objects. Bystander. The vitality of transformation signifies the cosmic principle of creation and evolution. In the primordial chaos, the concept of Tai Chi emerged, followed by the duality of Yin and Yang. From these two fundamental natures, the 4 symbols of Tai Yin, Tai Yang, Shao Yin, and Shao Yang were derived. These 4 symbols further evolved into the 8 trigrams, which in turn gave rise to the 64 hexagrams. Onlookers 1. What on earth is this? Onlookers 2. I recognize every character, yet I cannot comprehend the meaning when they are combined. Onlookers 3. I refuse to accept that I am illiterate. This is utterly inconsistent with my interstellar theoretical foundation. Onlookers 4. As a struggling student, I beg for mercy. Yunmo. Such an unteachable populace. Fine, since reasoning fails, I shall not insist. Yunmo opened the betting website to check the odds. Having successfully passed 2 rounds, she had heard that the 3rd round would commence in 5 days. While the format and questions remained elusive, she still held confidence in her abilities. Yunmo hummed a dissonant rendition of the song Money, expressing her desire for endless wealth and a business that reaches monumental heights. However, after 30 seconds, the official website of the company she had placed her bets with still displayed the incessantly spinning funnel symbol. What is going on? This seems amiss. Yunmo exited the page, conducted a search, and attempted to log in again, yet the situation remained unchanged. The funnel continued to spin, deepening her sense of unease. At that moment, an urgent news alert flashed across the screen. Yet another financial mogul had fled, using 52 shell companies to deceive countless internet users, and was wanted for illegal fundraising. Their portfolio included lottery, pawn shops, insurance, and P2P ventures. Damn it! Yunmo slammed her fist onto the table in frustration. Your grandfather's 5 shortcomings and 3 deficiencies. Is this the first one to swindle her money and flee? At that time, She was pressed for time and could not examine the details. Yet she chose the most conspicuous link, placed her bet, boarded the ship, and felt triumphant. Surely it cannot be this outrageous. How dare a fraudulent company advertise across the entire star network? No one has ever dared to deceive a master of metaphysics. Do they not fear retribution? Yunmo's teeth were gritting in frustration. She felt perhaps she was ill-fated with the online realm. Ever since she arrived here, she had never truly profited from the internet. Now, her meager sum of over 20,000 star coins had dwindled to a mere 5,000, leaving her utterly despondent. Very well, you have successfully provoked my ire. Meanwhile, she searched for information about the founder of that company online. The more she read, the more infuriated she became. Why had she not taken a glance earlier? Huduojin, born in the year 1126 of the star calendar, holds a master's degree in business administration from the Federal University and has a considerable reputation in the finance sector. He established Igu Group a decade ago, and its scale has rapidly expanded, now boasting assets worth hundreds of billions and thousands of employees. Online, some have begun to unearth details about him, and from his social circle, it is evident that he leads an extremely lavish lifestyle. Just considering the floating vehicle he drives. The limited edition Mercedes S800, its price nearly rivals that of a small spacecraft. Now 46 years old, with prominent cheekbones and sunken teeth. He clearly embodies someone who yearns for success, yet possesses little ability. Moreover, based on the birth date disclosed on the star network, calculating his fortune reveals a presence of 7 killings, partial official, and injured officer. The former denotes ferocity, while the latter indicates rebellion, marking him as far from virtuous. With a questionable character, Yunmo stared at the photograph of that person, engulfed in a profound melancholy. An individual steeped in esoteric knowledge had been deceived. If her revered ancestor were to discover this, would he not rise from his coffin in a fit of rage? The entire galaxy was on high alert. Yet, would this be of any consequence? The cosmos is vast, and one could easily retreat to an underdeveloped planet, adopting a new identity with the mere flick of a wrist. Yunmo blinked repeatedly, overwhelmed with frustration. A torrent of exasperation surged through her mind. It was not merely the financial loss that troubled her. Rather, this situation painfully underscored the adage of 5 deficiencies and 3 shortcomings. It was indeed infuriating. Her petite stature might prove inadequate. She might very well be forced to kneel. At that moment, 2 girls approached, chattering animatedly. "How prepared are you for tomorrow's exam?" one asked. "Alas, I fear I might not pass," the other girl sighed. "But I did turn the fortune charm." "Ah, you too? Then you must surely succeed. I've heard it's remarkably effective, even more so than the lucky koi," the first girl exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with excitement. "I turned it as well." "A fortune charm?" Yuma's ears perked up. Could it be the very charm she possessed? What was her account password again? The notification alerts were nearly overflowing, and she had lost count of the myriad messages. Yunma's dismal mood began to lift ever so slightly. Was this what they referred to as gaining something in return for a loss? The fortune charm's cumulative shares had astonishingly reached 1 million and continued to rise. Yunma raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised. The comments section was ablaze with activity. She perused it for a while. The remarks fell into 3 categories: those singing praises, those criticizing her, and those pleading for the charm. No wonder she had recently felt an increase in her sense of faith. As I perused the comments, an account's messages continued to flood in. I casually click on one, belonging to a user named Salty Fish, who claims to be a stock trader. Her messages began over 10 days ago, with a relentless stream of several each day. Come rain or shine. Even if a newcomer manages to push her down the list, she quickly resurfaces. Salty Fish, are you there? Salty Fish, hello? Salty Fish, great deity. Are you present? Salty Fish, great deity, greetings. I can't help but smirk. My mood is rather ambiguous at the moment. Even when I am in high spirits, there is one thing that irks me. When friends initiate a conversation with, "Are you there?" Each time I encounter such an opening line, it sends my heart racing with a flurry of apprehensions and wild speculations. Can't you just be direct if you have something to say? If I respond affirmatively, what if you ask to borrow money? This Salty Fish asks daily. Are you there? How annoying. Of course, she is not my friend, so perhaps I can afford her a measure of tolerance. Chapter 34. Chin Mu's Romantic Misfortunes. I wonder if the automatic notification reached her. In any case, this Salty Fish has ceased to send further messages. After perusing my posts, I ponder for a moment. In this era, anyone has the potential to achieve fame within 15 minutes. Yet equally, they can fade into obscurity within a week. The memory of a fish lasts merely 7 seconds, and without continuous stimulation, the memory of netizens is scarcely better. If I wish to rapidly amass followers through the star network and thereby accumulate faith value, I must consistently provide stimulation. What kind of stimulation proves most effective? She perused countless analytical posts and discerned that the fulfillment of physiological needs occupies the lowest tier, followed by the need for safety, and then an array of boasting. There is a saying, isn't there? Life is a cyclical journey oscillating between one's own self-aggrandizement and the spectacle of others' boasts. The third element, Yunma decided to promote. Of course, she did not intend to boast herself. Rather, she yearned for others to extol her virtues, taking pride in the successful dissemination of her charms. It has been quite some time since the last prosperity talisman, and she felt it was time to create another wave of brilliance. Currently, the most suitable options were the wealth charm and the Winchang charm. She opted to start with the latter. After all, academic success is not only the aspiration of countless students, but also the heartfelt desire of their parents. She sat diligently at her desk, meticulously crafting a Winchang charm. Then took a photograph and shared it. Call me Daddy. Winchang charm 500, wishing for academic success, valid for the first 500 participants. Though this Winchang charm may not be particularly exquisite, it certainly surpasses the previous prosperity charm. Presently, Yunma boasts over 3 million followers on Weibo. And from the conversation between two girls, one can sense how profoundly students regard their examinations. Indeed, just 5 minutes after posting, the shares surpassed 100. And within half an hour, they exceeded 500. Winchang charm? Splendid. I claim the sofa. Oh, please don't rush. I'll log in with my son's account first. Save me a spot. I want one too. I've called my sister, so please be a bit slower. Besides these eager participants, there were, of course, detractors, questioning, have you all lost your minds? Indeed, if everything could be altered merely by forwarding something, what would be the purpose of striving? The original poster, it seems, has refrained from amassing wealth or disseminating harmful content. Otherwise, I would surely confront her. Yunmo gazed at the star network for a while. The shares continued to rise, yet with so few followers, it remained insufficient. Her primordial spirit was still in a damaged state, making faith particularly vital for her. Regarding the primordial spirit, according to the Yun family's teachings, it is inherently ethereal. Referred to as the primordial spirit, only a select few metaphysicians, through fortuitous encounters and rigorous cultivation, can manifest this spirit. The power of the primordial spirit bears a resemblance to mental strength, harboring immense energy within the psyche. Furthermore, the primordial spirit is directly linked to moral cultivation. The broader the virtues accumulated, the greater the intangible support, or faith, drawn by the primordial spirit. In a general sense, the primordial spirit comprises 10 levels in 3 realms: the early stage, levels 1 to 3, the middle stage, levels 4 to 6, and the late stage, levels 7 to 10. The limits of primordial spirit power remain unknown, yet it is clear that higher-level talismans demand greater primordial power. However, advancing the realm of the primordial spirit is quite arduous. Aside from consuming faith, it also draws upon substantial spiritual energy. Some individuals may spend decades in arduous cultivation, only to reach a peak state of level 3 due to their aptitude or fortuitous circumstances. Yunmo, despite her youth, had already touched upon level 4, which was quite astonishing. Nonetheless, after much exploration over these days, Yunmo sensed that the connection between the primordial spirit and mental strength was profoundly intricate. For instance, previously, when concentrating to draw talismans, the assistance of the primordial spirit was essential. Now, she first transforms her mental energy into spiritual energy, and then extracts it into primordial spirit energy for the purpose of talisman drawing, feeling as though she has traversed an enormous circle. She has attempted to draw talismans directly with mental energy, yet to no avail, leaving her uncertain if there remains something she has yet to comprehend. At this moment, her primordial spirit appears as a fragmented web. Despite possessing a foundation at the 4th level, she is unable to manifest even a 1st-level prowess. Prior to the group battle, this was not particularly evident, but during this special recruitment, Yunma discovered that without faith energy, her primordial spirit would alternatively draw upon her mental energy. The more it extracts, the more severe the consequences of mental collapse become. No matter how she contemplates, the path ahead feels uncertain, and her life hangs in the balance. She must hasten to enhance her faith energy. Yunma's eyes scanned the top few prominent accounts, pondering whether she could ride on the coattails of others' popularity while observing. Recently, Qin Mu has been somewhat unsettled. Following Yunma's previous guidance, he has remained cautious and has not encountered significant setbacks. However, today, he inadvertently pulled out the talisman given by Yunma, only to find it had turned black. This was not the natural black of the paper, but rather as if it were covered in dark gray patterns, indicative of some form of corrosion. He could not quite articulate his feelings. It felt as though, earlier in the afternoon, Director Sun had called him, requesting assistance with a fund transfer, a routine reimbursement. They had previously aided each other with transfers, yet this time, Director Sun's transaction was rather substantial. Moreover, it required transferring funds first from the hospital to Qin Mu's personal account, and then from his personal account to another account. Qin Mu sensed something was amiss, especially when he recalled the moment he had been jostled by the threshold while gathering materials, which brought to mind the talisman that had ignited in his pocket. Seeking an excuse to retreat, he contemplated employing a strategy of delay to inquire further with Yun Mo. "Amu, what troubles you?" Wang Mingtao inquired, having stopped beside his hovering vehicle. Noticing Qin Mu's prolonged silence, he pressed the horn and then approached to rap on the window. Qin Mu lifted his gaze to meet Wang Mingtao's. "It's nothing significant. Has the little officer been bothering you again?" Wang Mingtao teased, sliding into the passenger seat, his expression playful. Qin Mu wore a complex look, at a loss for words. He vividly remembered Yun Mo's warning. Jiang Lei was his romantic tribulation, and thus he maintained a respectful distance from her. To his dismay, he discovered that her residence was right next to his parents', effectively allowing the enemy to infiltrate his inner sanctum. Why is it that in times of drought, one perishes from thirst, and in times of flood, one drowns, yet no one seems to take an interest in me? After all, I am a golden bachelor. Wang Mingtao lamented with a hint of envy. "Please, spare me the subject," Qin Mu replied, lacking enthusiasm. "Look at you. Something must be troubling you. Come on. Let me treat you to a meal to lift your spirits," Wang Mingtao suggested. Qin Mu shook his head, feeling that he could not articulate the reasons behind his discontent. Perhaps engaging in conversation with this friend would help divert his restless thoughts. During their meal, his communicator chimed repeatedly, and he secretly wished it was Yun Mo reaching out, yet each call turned out to be from Jiang Lei. Qin Mu chose not to answer. Today, he truly lacked the inclination to engage in idle chatter with her. The meal proved rather unappetizing, and it seemed Wang Mingtao had noticed his mood. "What on earth is going on with you?" he probed. Qin Mu let out a sigh. "I don't know. Do you believe me? I'm just inexplicably feeling down." "Is it your physiological cycle?" Wang Mingtao smirked. "You don't have that function, do you? Are you a deity?" "Make sure to remember," Wang Mingtao continued excitedly. "Does she want to see me?" "Not at all," Qin Mu replied, somewhat dejected. "She said I've offended someone. I should be cautious." "Isn't that alarming?" "Really? Have you truly offended someone?" Wang Mingtao inquired. "I'm not entirely sure," Qin Mu said, taking a sip of his drink. He hesitated to elaborate, pondering the possibility of a misunderstanding. If word reached Director Sun, how would he navigate future interactions? They were colleagues after all, and there were certain topics that were best left unspoken. Wang Mingtao, displaying his own wit, refrained from probing further. Feeling increasingly despondent, Qin Mu had consumed quite a bit of alcohol. He patted Wang Mingtao on the shoulder. "I'll head to the restroom." "Go ahead," Wang Mingtao replied, waving his hand while scrolling through his social media feed. Qin Mu felt a bit disoriented as he turned on the faucet to splash water on his face. He sensed someone approaching from behind. A figure loomed over him, taller by half a head. The alcohol muddled Qin Mu's vision. Before he could clearly discern the individual, a dark shadow struck him from above. Under normal circumstances, Qin Mu would have evaded the blow or at least not taken it squarely. However, with the alcohol affecting his reflexes and the assailant's larger stature, he barely managed to raise his hands before a fist collided with his ear. His vision blurred, and a ringing filled his ears. Almost immediately, an unpleasant odor engulfed him as the other party seemed to have placed a toilet paper holder over his head. Damn it! Qin Mu was truly furious. He valiantly endured the dizziness and pain, evading the second assault while forcefully charging towards the assailant's abdomen. As a doctor, he instinctively knew where the most acute pain resided. The assailant did not anticipate a counterattack. Muttering a low curse, he bent down. Coincidentally, he felt an uncomfortable fullness in his own stomach and decided to investigate. Upon hearing the noise, the assailant clutched his abdomen and fled. Qin Mu, his vision fading to black, collapsed onto the ground, his ears ringing, surrounded by shadows. Chapter 35. Peach blossoms and malicious figures. Wang Mingtao was nearly knocked off balance by a person bursting from the restroom. What are you doing? He had yet to finish his sentence when the individual had already dashed away. Wang Mingtao was quite irritated. Why would someone emerge from the restroom in such a frenzy? Qin Mu, seeing stars, slid to the ground. Had he not been leaning against the sink, he would have already succumbed to the floor. What is that smell? Wang Mingtao grumbled as he helped him up, visibly repulsed. He found the stench above him unbearable and, disregarding whether the water was warm, let it cascade over his head. Wang Mingtao hurried to fetch a clean towel, and upon wiping, he discovered bruising at the corner of Qin Mu's right eye and his temple, rendering him rather alarming in appearance. No wonder you've been so distracted today. It seems you've caught someone's ire. Wang Mingtao felt a surge of indignation. I don't know him. I didn't even have time to see what he looked like before I was hit, Qin Mu retorted, his discomfort intensifying. Upon arriving at the hospital, he passed by Director's son, who cast a dark glance at him. However, upon noticing the colorful bruises adorning Qin Mu's face, he suppressed his remarks and turned away. The medical robot quickly assessed the injuries. Fortunately, there was no serious harm, but it was advised to remain under observation for a day. Li Pangyun also arrived, glancing over and exclaiming, "Oh dear, isn't our Mugu usually such a civilized person? What is going on today? Should we inform your mother? Look how pitiful you are, without anyone to take care of you." He teased. That police flower would be a good choice, such a splendid opportunity. Don't, it's nothing serious. Please, don't, Qin Mu insisted. His gaze fixed on the intelligent terminal displaying a string of messages from Jiang Lei. Let us leave it at that. I have already reported it to the police. I wonder if the restaurant has surveillance cameras. Are you truly unaware of everything? Wang Mingtao inquired, sitting nearby, munching on fruit. Didn't you buy this for me? Do you have any idea how expensive this fruit is? Qin Mu had forgotten the pain. With your monotonous homebody lifestyle, who would harbor a grudge against you? Why would they target you? Li Pangyun asked, nonchalantly scrolling through messages, both of them showing no intention of leaving. The three engaged in light-hearted banter for over an hour, primarily with the two conversing while Qin Mu simply listened. Just then, a female voice interrupted. It was Jiang Lei. The trio looked up to see the girl standing at the door, seemingly at a loss for words. Wang Mingtao and Li Pangyun exchanged glances and smirked, saying, "We'll take our leave now. You two have a chat." Qin Mu, are you all right? Jiang Lei asked. I'm fine. What brings you here? Qin Mu responded courteously, as he was always amiable, especially considering that his parents were quite fond of the girl. Well, I've been trying to reach you, but you never answered, Jiang Lei said, biting her lower lip, feeling somewhat awkward. I actually just wanted to warn you to be cautious lately. Is that your friend? Qin Mu instantly raised his head. He felt an overwhelming urge to pull that girl over and shout in her ear, How on earth are you avoiding me? He had been making an effort to avoid encounters, and yet it seemed futile. I apologize sincerely, Jiang Lei said. Could you please refrain from pursuing this matter? Who is he? He was a friend from my past, Jiang Lei replied, a hint of shame creeping into her voice. He can be somewhat extreme. Does he have feelings for you? Qin Mu inquired cautiously, though internally he was screaming, You two should just be together and leave me alone. Jiang Lei nodded. I caused you some trouble recently, and I am truly sorry. I thought there was no longer any possibility between us. Qin Mu was taken aback. So, this beating has inadvertently fostered someone else's romantic connection? Was it worth it? Should I go have a good cry? Just then, a series of knocks echoed through the room. Both turned their gaze towards the door, where Yun Mo leaned casually against the frame. Oh, am I interrupting something? No. If you have something to attend to. I shall take my leave, Jiang Lei said, gracefully excusing herself. Oh, the calamity of love and the schemes of petty individuals. Who would have thought it could yield such unexpected results? Yun Mo remarked, pulling over a chair as she spoke. Upon seeing her, Qin Mu felt an inexplicable tightness in his chest. Do you still have it? He retrieved the talisman from his pocket, now so faded that its original form was nearly unrecognizable. Let it go. I have shielded you from quite a bit of trouble. Yun Mo remarked as she handed him a new one. Your predicament is rather significant, and my abilities are somewhat lacking. Is it not resolved yet? Qin Mu asked, a hint of anxiety creeping into his tone. Indeed, I mentioned from the outset that you are rather unfortunate, Yun Mo replied with a smirk. Qin Mu retorted, Is there any viable solution? If you possess jade, I could assist you in inscribing a formation. It would prove more effective than paper talismans, Yun Mo suggested. I'll go purchase some, Qin Mu exclaimed eagerly. Oh, Yunemo said, lapsing into silence as she took a seat. Are you engaged in stock trading? She casually remarked, noticing the account displayed on Qin Mu's smart brain. Yes, Qin Mu replied, a blend of anticipation and caution in his tone. What do you think of my financial prospects? Yunemo shrugged and gave his shoulder a hearty pat. The verdant chives are quite delectable. Qin Mu's heart sank at her words. After 2 consecutive plummets, he had been vacillating between selling at a loss and holding on. Is it truly that dire? Not necessarily a bad thing. Yunemo replied with composure. Is there a glimmer of hope? Qin Mu inquired. Not quite. Being a benefactor for the Federation is commendable in its own right. Such actions yield merit, Yunemo stated, leaving Qin Mu in a quandary of whether to laugh or cry. I also purchased a lottery ticket. There are 10 minutes left. Qin Mu noted as he glanced at the time. A lottery ticket? How does one procure it? Will the draw occur in 10 minutes? He asked, bewildered by her enthusiasm. Indeed, it happens daily, with a modest stake of 2 star coins per entry. You simply select a combination of numbers, and the draw is in 10 minutes. It's still possible to buy now, Yunemo responded, brimming with excitement. I'll take 10 entries. Qin Mu gazed at her with a hint of skepticism. Whenever he began to regard this remarkable individual with admiration, she would invariably shatter that impression from another angle. Very well, following Yunmo's instructed numbers. Qin Mu adeptly assisted her. 10 minutes is not a lengthy duration. I won. 50 star coins. Qin Mu felt a swell of pride. Wasn't it said that he had no fortune? What about you? Qin Mu turned slightly to catch a glimpse. Yunemo pursed her lips and stood up, expressing her disinterest. Not a win. Qin Mu erupted in laughter. He felt rejuvenated in an instant, realizing that she was not infallible after all. It seemed that perseverance in the stock market might yield hope. Observing his elation, Yunemo suddenly smiled wickedly and rubbed her hands together. Do you know? In our line of work, the more accurate the calculations, the more pronounced the pitfalls. Qin Mu, my pitfall is a lack of funds. So if I have money today, it is you who should consider yourself fortunate. Qin Mu. Chapter 36. Borrowing luck. After conversing with Qin Mu for a while, Yunemo prepared to take her leave. The hospital was clean and orderly, yet rather noisy. Likely due to some significant incident, the emergency room was bustling, causing the elevators to become overcrowded, with the elevator filled beyond comfort. Yunemo instinctively stepped back into the corner. Mingyi, I told you not to push yourself so hard. The family does not lack your financial contributions. Yet you persist in your refusal. Just look at yourself. Perhaps a mother, elegantly attired and the scent of her perfume pleasantly lingering in the air. Yet her words carried a palpable urgency that betrayed her anxiousness. Your brother is truly something. Whenever you need him, he rushes off after work. Yunemo listened to the heartfelt concern in the words, feeling a tinge of envy. The old man used to be just as nagging. And in this brief span of time, it seemed as though several centuries had passed. She could scarcely recall their faces. However, the old man's frail form must have long since remained in that abyss. He might never have imagined that the Yun family still held a glimmer of hope in her. Having saved billions of lives, one wonders if such merit would afford him a better existence below. Perhaps tomorrow, she should purchase some paper to burn for him. Though she pondered whether this high-tech interstellar paper would be deemed counterfeit in the afterlife. Wiping her eyes, slightly damp, she sniffled and, upon raising her head, her lips curled into a faint, elusive smile. Rest assured, old man, no matter where you are, young Master Yun will continue to thrive. Ding. The first floor has arrived. The woman gently pulled Wang Ming and they stepped outside. Not far away was a discreet hovering vehicle. Yet the unique emblem of a Mercedes assured her it was anything but inexpensive. The softness emanating from the woman stirred Yunmo's emotions, compelling her to steal a few more glances. Suddenly, she found herself entranced. The girl possessed an exquisite visage, embodying a fate of longevity and prosperity, yet at that moment, an air of despondency surrounded her, as if her vitality was being devoured by some unseen force. Just as Yunemo intended to examine her closely, the two had already boarded the hovering vehicle, disappearing into the distance beneath a flash of bright flames. Yunemo lingered at the doorway, contemplatively stroking her chin. This appears to be the second somewhat peculiar instance. Where did the first one manifest? A sense of inexplicable annoyance washed over Yunma, prompting her to don a coat and stroll into the school's garden. Towering edifices surrounded her, and the arrangement of stars was no longer familiar. The 4 pillars and 8 characters upon which she relied for survival had become increasingly unwieldy, with numerous theories of requiring convoluted paths to rediscover their original connections. The once mythical substances, such as the divine flow of nectar, now seemed to have truly become mere legends. In the midst of her incessant busyness, it was only when she found herself idle that she finally realized she was in a new world. The civilization of this realm was vastly more advanced than that of her previous life. Interstellar travel, the transcendence of time and space, and mechanized armaments for the flesh could accomplish feats beyond imagination. Yunma tilted her head upwards. The night sky was as dark as ink, yet a sudden feeling of loneliness, akin to falling snow, enveloped her. As she gazed into the heavens, a blue star emerged within her line of sight, growing ever brighter. A soft laugh escaped her lips. She was not alone, for there were still connections to cherish, were there not? The past had faded, and the future had arrived, dissolving the barriers between her former and current lives. Upon this realization, Yunma calmed her spirit, fixating on the starry expanse, releasing all her thoughts into the cosmos. She once had a habit of contemplating the stars, and now, with the sky transformed, she wondered if there existed any special connections. The rustling of trees surrounded her, accompanied by the calls of birds and insects, and the murmurs of passers-by. It seemed to compose a rich tapestry of existence. Each flower represented a world, each leaf a bodhi. When she finally reopened her eyes, she discovered her mental state had improved significantly. A smile graced Yunma's lips as she felt an epiphany dawning upon her. In this vast expanse of the cosmos, energy possesses its own unique trajectory. In a previous existence, spiritual energy propelled the vital essence within the air. Here, that essence manifests in a different form. It is no wonder that the talisman she inscribed with her mental force proved effective. If this is the case, she mused, perhaps she has discovered a shortcut to the art of talisman drawing. Yunmo tilted her head back and couldn't help but laugh aloud. Was it merely an illusion? Or did she catch a glimpse of a shadowy figure of a man passing by? It was him. Yunmo recalled the peculiar sensation she felt earlier in the elevator. Principal Shui, a short-lived yet vibrant presence. That girl, long-lived yet consumed of her vitality? Lost in thought, Yunmo gazed in the direction where Principal Shui had departed, unable to resist the urge to follow. Principal Shui, donning a hat that obscured much of his face, ambled along, stopping intermittently, before finally pushing open the gate to a narrow alleyway. Perhaps it was due to the late hour, around 11, but the streets were eerily devoid of people and vehicles. Suddenly, a chilling breeze swept through, causing Yunmo to shiver and instinctively tighten her coat. Glancing up at the sky, she noticed the stars obscured, and a few raindrops began to fall. She looked at the bus stop and the towering tree nearby, hesitating for a moment before deciding to take refuge beneath the platform, if only for a modicum of shelter. Just as she had taken a few steps, a thunderous crash erupted as a sleek hovering vehicle collided with the tree. The speed was so excessive that the tree could not withstand the impact and was snapped in two, its trunk crashing onto the vehicle, blocking the door. The driver, protected by airbags, remained relatively conscious. However, the young man in the back was far less fortunate, having been violently propelled from his seat to the front windshield, where he lay unconscious. Yunmo tilted her head to assess her position, glancing at the hovering vehicle, quietly invoking the blessings of the infinite celestial sovereign. The driver had already begun to push the car door, but he appeared somewhat dazed, lacking the strength to act, desperately tapping on the window. Yunmo hurried over to assist him from the outside, and together they exerted considerable effort to pry the door open, allowing the driver to tumble out. Hurry. The energy reservoir is malfunctioning. It's extremely hot. Please help and carry the young master out. The driver's tone was urgent. Observing that his left arm was fractured, Yunmo surmised he was unable to exert much strength. I'll handle it. You call for help. Despite the advanced technology of the hovering vehicle, everything was under automatic control, and upon sustaining damage, it had inexplicably locked the doors. They struggled mightily to force open the other door. Goodness, isn't that the fool? Huachuan, wake up, wake up, Yunmo exclaimed, slapping Huachuan's face, finding it challenging to extricate someone who was completely unconscious. Huachuan furrowed his brow in pain, feeling discomfort throughout his body and unable to discern where he was hurt, his vision blurred. What happened to me? As the driver began dialing the police, Huachuan remained immobile, prompting Yunmo to lift his left arm onto her shoulder. Don't move. I'll carry you out. Huachuan responded, What are you doing? Without further words, Yunmo maneuvered him into a princess carry. The sound of sizzling from the damaged circuit boards was becoming audible. The temperature within the vehicle's monitoring system visibly escalated. After securing Huachuan in her arms, Yun Imo swiftly dashed away. Once the driver completed his call, he turned to offer assistance. Suddenly, a young woman, approximately 1.7 meters tall and possessing a remarkably gentle demeanor, rushed out while carrying a young man of about 1.9 meters as though she were propelled by flames. "Put me down," exclaimed Huachuan, finally regaining his senses and beginning to struggle. Yun Imo, panting heavily, was exerting herself considerably. With her B-grade physique, carrying a man weighing around 70 to 80 kilograms was quite a challenge. As he wrestled, she nearly dropped him. "Stay still," she instructed, carefully placing him onto a chair in a flat position. Then, a loud explosion resonated as the hover vehicle ignited. The interstellar energy core was far more volatile than gasoline, and the searing heat swiftly consumed the entire vehicle. Huachuan's face drained of color as realization dawned upon him. The driver, equally alarmed, remarked, "Young master, our vehicle has been tampered with." Yun Imo exhaled deeply and collapsed into a chair, likely recovering from her exertion. Once composed, Huachuan resumed his haughty demeanor. "Thanks for today." Yun Imo shot him a glance, noting that he certainly did not appear to be a person of good standing while in disguise. With his short black hair adorned with 3 earrings on his left ear and clad in a flamboyant outfit, he resembled a delinquent. Wait a moment. Why did this figure seem familiar? Yun Imo, who typically remembered people not by their appearances, but by their essence and other indescribable traits, suddenly recalled. Isn't this the person from The Wind Blows? The Bottom is Cool? Did he think she wouldn't recognize him just because he removed his mask? At that time, she had admired his double-lidded, elongated eyes that slanted upward at the outer corners, with a striking contrast between the black and white of his irises. She had noted the mole on his earlobe and how his high cheekbones suggested he would never know poverty. At this moment, he unexpectedly pierced his ears, and not just once, but thrice, as if he were deliberately courting trouble. However, given the substantial wealth of his family, he could indeed afford such extravagance. Chapter 37. The great accumulation of mountain and heaven. The police arrived swiftly, and the scene was in disarray. In a bid to safeguard her own life, Qin Mu hastily ordered a piece of jade, inquiring if she could visit it the following day. Having fortuitously encountered this incident, and unable to sleep, she decided to head to the hospital instead. Thus, Yun Imo accompanied the rescue vehicle, assisting in settling matters for Huachuan and the others. There were already individuals awaiting at the hospital entrance. As Huachuan stepped out of the car, a middle-aged woman rushed towards him, grasping his hand while shedding tears. Chuaner, what has happened to you?" "Mom, I'm fine." Huachuan awkwardly turned his head away, catching sight of a man beside him, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. "Why are you here? Am I not allowed to come?" The man's anger flared as he pointed at Huachuan's face, berating him. "Look at you. Always dressing like a rogue. I don't expect much from you. But could you at least refrain from causing more trouble?" His father's eyes expressed both concern and ire. Enough. Let us just see if you're hurt," the woman interjected, eager to mediate. As Yun Imo observed them entering the building, she moved towards the elevator, preparing to find Qin Mu. Yun Imo, wait. At the moment the elevator doors opened, Ho's father hurried over, presenting her with a black card. "We didn't have the chance to attend to you earlier, and I apologize. You saved Huachuan. This is a small token of our gratitude. Please be sure to accept it." No. It's merely a trivial matter. I cannot accept this," Yuma insisted, having already received the blessings of merit and virtue. Deeming it unnecessary to accept mundane offerings, the nurse's voice interjected. "Mr. Hua's family let it be so. I shall take my leave," Mr. Hua asserted, refusing to allow her to decline, and firmly placed the card in Yunma's hand. Yunma delicately pinched the card between her fingers and paused in contemplation. The intelligence system could discern its contents, revealing at least 500,000 star coins within. Her actions today were merely instinctive, unworthy of such a lavish gift. To accept wealth from others necessitates the alleviation of their misfortunes. Very well, she would assist him this once. The following day, after completing her morning meditation, Yunma consulted the divination, not for Huachuan, but for Mr. Hua. Observing his celestial countenance appear ashen and dim the previous day, she sensed signs of professional setbacks and familial strife, with the potential for severe repercussions, including imprisonment. Indeed, the oracle presented before her was the transition from the earthly to the heavenly, a portent of great accumulation. The ancients proclaimed, divine signs manifest through action. This hexagram corresponded to the offspring and the energy of metal, indicating a connection to legal matters. The resulting hexagram, influenced by the vermilion bird and the ghost of Guoqin, hinted at potential slander and imprisonment. The corresponding lines indicated involvement with others, suggesting that someone might encounter legal troubles, implicating him as well. The empty void of the corresponding line implied a lack of substantial evidence, merely connections and acquaintances. Although the primary line appeared strong, it bore the weight of punishment, and with the vermilion bird and Guoqin looming, there remained the possibility of a brief detention. With the timeline aligning to the month of Su, which corresponds to September, this very month, Yunma, for the time being, wished to maintain her disguise. Her identity demanded utmost caution. After some contemplation, she decided to log into her Weibo account. Not long had passed since her last post, and the buzz still lingered. A few ardent fans and detractors were energetically vying for attention. Some were even inspired by her, delving into ancient texts, self-studying a few books, and establishing various so-called groups. There were fortune-telling groups, master groups, and groups focused on destiny and relationships. A veritable cornucopia of eclectic pursuits, rife with opportunists. Yun Mo felt a surge of irritation at the chaotic scene. Bad currency drives out good, both in the past and present. Their legitimate transmission of Shui had been tainted by these individuals, resulting in a complete loss of credibility. Huachuan was currently engaged in a futile contest of wills with his father, nearly sparking another argument between them. Huamama glanced sideways and noticed a message flashing across his smart device. Whose could it be? And why was it of particular interest? Huachuan scoffed at his father and turned his head away, presenting his back to them as he opened his Weibo account. Call me Dad, a friendly reminder. Your father will soon be implicated by others. If not handled properly, he may face imprisonment. Huachuan wanted to dismiss it with a scoff. Yet recalling the 2 previous instances of being caught off guard, he felt a sudden chill. Why? How do you know? You don't even know my father. Call me Dad. Isn't your father Huajihan? Instantly, Huachuan straightened up, a cold sweat trickling down his back. Who? How could he possibly know my father? He was entirely certain that no one would recognize his alias. Even while performing that song Conquer, he had concealed himself meticulously, employing beauty filters to obscure his identity. He would never have imagined that his father had met this person yesterday and even introduced himself. Moreover, Qiandu Baiqi had a biography of his father. Huachuan's Adam's apple quivered, his mind overwhelmed with shock and a hint of fear, as if there were no secrets to be found in the presence of this individual. Father immediately sensed something amiss from Huachuan's expression and inquired, "What is wrong with you?" As he spoke, he leaned in to glance at Huachuan's screen. And upon seeing it, he too was taken aback. The two exchanged bewildered looks. Who is this person? Father asked. They say he is a charlatan, Huachuan replied. Given the recent surge of fortune-telling trends online, Father was somewhat more receptive to such matters. His primary industry was energy, and he frequently mingled with diverse groups of people. Information and connections were essential for his survival. He believed that there was no smoke without fire, and this individual had come specifically to offer a warning. Perhaps he had caught wind of something. Father was aware of the so-called metaphysics that had emerged online recently. But unlike Huachuan, he held a certain reverence for such enigmatic concepts. From Huachuan's introduction, Father deduced that even if she could not predict fortunes, she certainly knew something. Why did you tell me? Wen Shui Pai Pai Liang asked. I mentioned that when you are in need, I would offer you a divination. This is that divination. Wen Shui Pai Pai Liang retorted. How can I trust that what you say is true? You will understand in a week. Father interjected before Huachuan could continue questioning. Ask her how to avoid it. For the first time, Huachuan did not dissent, and he struck the keys with determination. Call me Dad. Do not attend tonight's dinner gathering. The members of the Hua family appeared somewhat distracted. Old Hua, didn't we have an appointment with the president of RS Interstellar Bank tonight? Can it be postponed? Huamama was the first to voice her concern. This year, we are planning to invest 10 billion star coins in a significant project on Yawang Star. If RS Interstellar Bank does not get involved, others will encounter numerous obstacles. She analyzed the situation. Huachuan, please recount in detail how you came to know them, Huapapa said gravely. Huachuan actually had little to elaborate on. A quick search online would suffice. Huapapa meticulously reviewed the sequence of events, his brow furrowed in concentration. Observing his parents' demeanor, Huachuan felt a twinge of irritation. This was merely a con artist, perhaps even a rival. Just carry on as usual. No, that was not the right perspective. It was better to err on the side of caution and merely delaying the meeting did not mean it was to be indefinitely avoided. Huamama seemed to have already formed a biased opinion. Old Hua, what do you think? Director Liu, I had to wait over half a year for this meeting to materialize. Let us hope she does not exaggerate the situation, otherwise. My relationships built over the past 2 years could be irrevocably damaged. Chapter 38. No multiple choice questions. Having resolved his entanglement with Huapapa, Yun Mo first transferred 250,000 star coins to the Ling Yao Yao Foundation and began to carve the jade that Qin Mu had selected. Qin Mu was meticulous in her preparations, even providing her with the necessary jade carving tools. The jade of this era was not as translucent as before, containing numerous impurities, but it was better than having none at all. Yunma contemplated and resolved to carve a mythical creature known as the Dijian. According to legend, Dijian is said to be the steed of the Bodhisattva Ksitigarbha, possessing a tiger's head, a single horn, canine ears, a dragon's body, a lion's tail, and the feet of a Qilin, capable of transforming misfortune into fortune and warding off evil. Proficient in formations, Yunma planned to overlay a Qilin array atop the Dijian. She summoned her primordial spirit's strength to assist her, infusing her mental energy into the carving knife, meticulously etching into the jade. As fine particles fell away, the array seamlessly integrated with the contours of the Dijian. With her final stroke, the jade seemed to come alive, exuding a refreshing aura as sunlight illuminated it, revealing a subtle halo. Though modest in size, the intricate carving consumed a full 2 hours, leaving Yunma feeling utterly exhausted. Upon opening the box, Qin Mu's eyes widened in disbelief. He was genuinely taken aback. In all his years, he had never encountered such an unsightly creation. Is this your version of Dijian? Don't try to deceive me. The lines on the jade were haphazard, the dragon's body merely a casual curve, and the Qilin's feet resembled nothing more than a dug pit. The jade was not inexpensive. It had cost him an entire month's salary. In a bid to complement Yunma's masterpiece, he had even splurged on a fine chain. Now, he believed his judgment had been severely compromised. Qin Mu pulled up a 1,000-degree image of the Dijian, which appeared majestic and formidable. See, this is what Dijian should look like, he lamented, casting a resentful glance at Yunma, weighing the likelihood of her compensating him for this disaster. Given the state of this piece, I might as well just tie it with a piece of string. Shallow-minded, Yunma placed the jade in his hands and turned to leave. Qin Mu hesitated for 5 minutes, caught between the decision to wear the talisman or not, before finally steeling herself and putting it on. Not for any other reason, but in case this charm proved ineffective, it would provide her with an excuse to seek another later on. The time for the third assessment arrived swiftly. In all her endeavors, Yun Mo approached with utmost seriousness. She meticulously researched the strategies available on the school's online platform and compared them with past assessments. Ultimately, she concluded that while the examination formats varied each year, the core competencies assessed remained consistent. Given Yun Mo's enrollment in the individual combat department, the primary focuses were clearly potential, analytical skills, teamwork, personal combat capability, breadth of knowledge, and learning aptitude. Analytical skills and breadth of knowledge had been evaluated in the first round, while teamwork and personal combat prowess would be evident in the league matches. Therefore, it was highly probable that the upcoming assessment would evaluate their learning ability, which Yun Mo felt most confident about. Having learned from the previous experience of being prohibited from bringing talismans, she opted for a different outfit this time. She brought along paper and a pen, ready to sketch her answers. The examination venue resembled a vast library, indicating it would be a written test. Upon arrival, she noticed others were already waiting. Lu Fanqing was the first to rush towards her as soon as he spotted Yun Mo hero. Which multiple choice option do you think has the highest probability? Lu Yueban followed closely behind, his eyes wide with anticipation. Yes, please share. When my turn comes, I'll choose that one. Are you really asking me? Yun Mo raised an eyebrow, a playful smile gracing her lips. Are you not afraid I might lead you astray? We are rivals, after all, she remarked. Not at all. Countless boys eagerly nodded in agreement. Before us stands the most enigmatic of the 3 great mysteries of the examination hall. After all, to triumph solely through fortuitous circumstances amidst millions is no small feat, is it not? Observe closely. In a bid to emulate this individual, nearly everyone carries 3 coins in their pockets. And as for the other 2 mysteries, the luck akin to Lu Yueban's may well be the second. The third, however, pertains to the content of the examination itself. A collective murmur arose from the crowd, accompanied by a derisive snort from Tian Yafu and Malia. 800 star coins for a question, and I only accept cash, no credit. Yun Mo replied unfazed, maintaining her cheerful demeanor. What? At the sound of her words, a considerable distance formed around Yun Mo as many retreated 3 steps, contemplating an exit. Most had merely come to jest, not fully believing her. Despite the young lady's pleasant appearance, 800 star coins for a jest seemed rather exorbitant. Have you lost your mind? Are you lacking in funds? Huichuan scoffed, casting a disdainful glance her way, as if unaware of his father's financial prowess. Should they inquire, I must impose a fee. Otherwise, there would be karmic repercussions. They wouldn't trust me without compensation, Yun Mo remarked, wiping her nose with nonchalance. Come now, tell me, I have the means, Lu Yueban declared, promptly transferring 800 to her. The probability of an average person guessing correctly among 4 options hovers around 25, while his chances are virtually non-existent. Thus, in contrast to others, Lu Yueban was naturally inclined to bask in the glow of this fortunate goddess. Are you certain you wish to inquire about the options? Yun Mo scrutinized him from head to toe. Lu Yueban felt a twinge of unease. Indeed, was it wrong for him to ask? No, she said, gesturing with her hand to indicate proximity. Lu Yueban hurriedly leaned closer, straining to listen. He heard her crimson lips moving, uttering words that filled him with regret for the first time that day. There were no multiple-choice questions in this assessment. Damn, my 800 star coins. Lu Yueban lamented, feeling an urge to collide with a tree, his belly bouncing with each step. Serves you right, muttered Huichuan behind him. This session was to test the theoretical knowledge of mechas. Under the guidance of several supervising instructors, thousands of students entered the first level of the library. The library was approximately 10 stories high, and they felt minuscule within its vastness. The library of the Rochester Military Academy housed an extraordinary collection of books, incomparable to that of ordinary institutions. This time, it was clear that a selection had been made. And what lay before them were predominantly titles such as A Brief History of Mechas, Energy Theory, Fundamentals of Mechas, and Practical Applications of Generations 1 and 2 of Mechas. Countless theories related to the first 2 generations of mechas could almost all be found here. Borrowing was quite convenient. One could scan a code to download and access materials on a holographic brain or smart brain, and physical copies were also available upon request. Wow, this collection truly reflects the prestige of Rochester Military Academy. Indeed, many titles were not publicly available on the market. Although they pertained to obsolete technologies, their worth remained. The minimalist metallic shelves towered to the height of 2 individuals, with rare paper books peering through the cabinet doors, imparting an almost solemn sense of gravity. The shelves were meticulously arranged, stretching endlessly, filled with foundational texts from various fields. The instructor's voice emanated from the central control system, signaling the commencement of the competition. This level's collection of books is at your disposal. Peruse them freely, for the assessment will occur in 3 days. Do you comprehend? What is there to see? What shall we be tested on? The students found themselves in a state of bewilderment, struggling to grasp the implications. The mere subject of introduction to mechs constituted the entire curriculum for the first year of university. Were they expected to absorb it all in 3 days? And what of fundamentals of mechs? Were they to self-study the entirety of their freshman coursework in this brief span? The instructor's intent seemed to suggest a rapid mastery. But was such an expectation not overly ambitious? The murmurs of discontent filled the air, yet none dared to squander precious time. 3 days loomed before them, and they were resolute in their commitment. Chapter 39. The realm of the academic underachiever. Yun Mo approached the shelf housing the brief history of mechs, casually activating the holographic interface before her. The text was extensive, commencing with the evolution of mechs, encompassing the initial generation of robots, the subsequent rise of mech weaponry, the later manual-operated mechs, and ultimately the current neural-linked models. She withdrew another volume, which presented similar content, yet with a plethora of illustrations still containing fundamental insights. As Yun Mo ambled along, she perused the material. Suddenly, the sound of the door sealing shut resonated, causing a collective shiver among the students as they realized the timer had begun. Hurry, remember as much as possible. No, this is utterly incomprehensible. Let me seek the theoretical foundations and start from scratch. Goodness, do we really have to select the appropriate text ourselves? The atmosphere was tense, as students exchanged frantic chatter while hastily downloading information. Have you ever encountered a complete novice? Stunned, indeed. Tian Yafu curled her lips disdainfully, She was unlike the others, having received a comprehensive education from a young age. Mind your own business, Yun Mo replied coolly, dismissing her with a wave of her hand. Hua Chuan chimed in, indeed. Take care of yourself. Tian Yafu, upon noticing Hua Chuan, felt a surge of anger. She shot him a resentful glare, spat at him in contempt, and stormed away. Just wait. Tian Yafu made her way over to Malia, falling silent as everyone began to sift through their books. 3 days seemed ample time. Yet truly comprehending the material was no simple task. Moreover, certain knowledge was intricately linked, much like the study of advanced mathematics, differentiation, integration, derivatives. One could not merely absorb it all by finishing a single book. Yun Mo glanced around until she spotted a light computer and settled into a seat. Rather than hastily flipping through the pages, she bent over and began to sketch. Subsequently, she leisurely opened the light computer, selectively browsing its contents. Her fingers danced across the screen with remarkable speed, suggesting she was able to read at an astonishing rate. Occasionally, she blinked, her thumb resting thoughtfully on her chin. Lost in contemplation. At times, she would pause to calculate. The library was enveloped in profound silence, where only the sounds of breathing, the scratching of pens on paper, and the soft rustle of pages turning could be heard. Conversations were nearly non-existent. There was simply no time for dialogue given the sheer volume of reading material. The library was equipped with nutrient solutions and basic beds for those in need. As the sun rose and set, all but Yun Mo tirelessly dedicated themselves to their studies throughout the first day. Yun Mo opened her eyes to find Lu Yu staring at her in disbelief, which startled her. What is it? She asked, shifting Lu Yu's head away from her line of sight. How can you possibly fall asleep? Have you never heard the saying, a craftsman must sharpen his tools before he can work well? Yun Mo remarked softly. Lu Yueban replied, aren't idioms typically for characters long? Can you even comprehend them? How many have you read? Lu Yueban's voice continued, suggesting he and Yun Mo were perusing the same book, though Yun Mo was undeniably turning the pages at a much swifter pace. Swish, swish, a page turned. Swish, swish, another page. Lu Yueban stared at her for a full 5 minutes. Yun Mo paused, lifted her gaze, and casually stretched her shoulders, asking, what's wrong? Lu Yueban focused on the holographic screen before her, then glanced at the myriad of windows open below. He couldn't help but swallow hard, pointing at Yun Mo in astonishment. What you're doing is futile. Merely skimming through won't suffice. You must truly comprehend the material to grasp what lies ahead. Moreover, can you even retain all that information with such rapid page flipping? It's manageable, Yun Mo replied, stretching languidly. She then raised her hand to close the book titled Basics of Mechan and opened a new one. Yun Mo's ability to learn was inherently rapid, and her comprehension skills were exceptional, especially with the added enhancement of talismans at this moment. The old man once jested that the young master of the Yun family possessed an unparalleled talent for showmanship. This was not meant as a slight, but rather an acknowledgement of Yun Mo's remarkable ability to integrate knowledge seamlessly, regardless of the subject, once she grasped it. Her first attempt at application would be akin to someone else's practice after several tries, a rather dispiriting feat for her peers. Consequently, the old man had isolated several students of similar age to prevent any negative impact on their mental well-being. Yet, his expression conveyed an exasperation. As if to say, it is hard to believe this could be true. As the words of praise flowed freely, it soon turned to a slap in the face. Tian Yafu walked by, her disdain palpable. Milia cast a distant glance, offering a sidelong look reminiscent of a haughty royal. Yunma, maintaining her composure, remained unperturbed by external circumstances. Beside the library, towering trees flourished, their leaves thick and lush, as sunlight filtered through the branches, casting a dappled glow upon the ground. Distant sounds of training echoed, imbued with a sense of strength and resilience. 3 days had slipped by in the blink of an eye. The library doors swung open, and a throng of students surged forth. A handful strode with heads held high, while the majority exhibited pallor and fatigue, their eyes tinged with exhaustion. Yunma stretched languidly, relishing the refreshing morning air. Yunma, a cold snort resonated behind her. Do not presume that your luck will persist, Milia remarked icily. Is that so? Yunma retorted, rolling her eyes. This person seemed rather unhinged. She had not wronged her in any way. Milia, let us proceed. We shall see the outcome in the examination hall shortly. Tian Yafu interjected, her expression betraying unease, her eyes bloodshot. Time was scarce for the students. The next round of examinations was about to commence. Milia scrutinized Yunma, narrowing her eyes. I shall see if you can manage to scrape by today. The young lady was flanked by several supporters, a fragrant breeze following as they made their way to the classroom. Liu Yueban's expression was decidedly complex as he observed Yunma's hurried pace. At such a rate, it was a wonder she could retain any information. After a moment's contemplation, Liu Yueban stepped forward. Yunma. Yunma halted, turning to regard him. Sunlight cascading from her lowered lashes, casting a shadow across her face. Do you have confidence? Liu Yueban expressed his goodwill. Worried about me? Yunmo chuckled lightly. If you don't pass, are there other opportunities for admission? My family has some connections. If you need, Liu Yueban seemed resolute. Before he could finish his sentence, Yunmo had already begun to recite. In the year 526 of the stellar calendar, the first generation of titanium alloy mechas with bulletproof capabilities was born. Powered by miniature nuclear reactors, the micronuclear reaction was developed based on miniature reactors operating below 1 to 20 MWT. To control energy output, Senna discovered new principles: 18PN12CR, 5P36TR, 43Y. Enough! Liu Yueban exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. You truly memorized all that? You have a photographic memory? Liu Yueban could hardly believe it. How could the first round be purely based on luck? Yunmo glanced around, apart from Huachuan, who was still kicking stones behind them. Everyone else had wandered far away. What does that mean? Liu Yueban inquired, scratching his ear. It's fortune-telling. I cast 3 lots daily, only for those fated to meet. Would you like to give it a try? Yunmo looked up at him. Liu Yueban instantly took a step back, creating distance. Feeling somewhat anxious. Is it free? 800 star coins per reading, Yunmo replied. Liu Yueban recalled the 800 star coins he had lost 3 days prior. A pang of bitterness filling his heart. If you want to take advantage, you shouldn't focus on just one person. Yunmo grasped his hand, urging him to relax. What? Liu Yueban jumped back, startled. Men and women shouldn't engage in such intimacy. He attempted to pull his hand away, but found himself unable to escape her grasp. Huachuan widened his eyes in disbelief. Oh, this year, your fortune is intertwined with misfortune. The solitary Yang Ren and the 7 killings portend danger. While the robbery of wealth by the Yang Ren should be avoided, with fortune and misfortune converging, calamity is imminent. I am quite skeptical about how you managed to pass the first assessment. Liu Yueban replied, Isn't there a universal language in the Federation? What are you saying? You have 2 sisters, both well married, yet you bear blemishes upon your forehead reminiscent of the sun and moon, but no other signs. Have you quarreled with your parents? What the? How do you know that? Did you investigate me? Do you believe I possess such capability? Yunmo retorted disdainfully, contemplating whether pursuing a career as a senior hacker might be more promising. I just mentioned I can calculate. Would you like me to? I can reveal to you where your auspicious position lies today. Yunmo smiled gently. Huachuan, observing their interaction, felt a peculiar discomfort. Why did this scene seem so familiar? Yunmo unveiled a coin from her hand, declaring it as gold, advising against residing in the south, but rather in the directions of Qian or Dui. What does that mean? Huachuan inquired, following her lead. Do not sit in the southern area. Instead, seek a position in the northwest or west. If you hurry now, you might still seize the opportunity. As soon as she finished speaking, Liu Yueban dashed out like an arrow released from its bow, faster than anyone else. Huachuan looked on with a complex expression. Do you have a WB account? Yes. Yunmo flashed him a bright smile. Huachuan responded, I guess your granduncle. Chapter 40. Miss Mi's mockery. Huachuan was engulfed in turmoil, feeling increasingly uneasy. Could the somewhat frail figure ahead be the insufferable charlatan from WB? If it truly is her, then her deduction of his father's name must be sheer deception. As for the credibility of the words exchanged with his father, how trustworthy can they be? From where did she acquire such information? Without affording Huachuan much time to hesitate or ponder, the examination hall was already prepared, and Yunmo had taken her seat. Huachuan, feeling utterly disheartened, followed suit. Having resigned himself to the prospect of his father donating a library, thousands of students entered the examination room one after another, half of whom produced coins, mimicking Yunmo's actions, reverently placing them on their desks. The invigilating officer stood at the front, his temples twitching involuntarily. As the soft mechanical voice resonated, the written examination commenced. Just as Yunmo had predicted, there were no multiple-choice questions. All were open-ended. The topics were varied, yet they remained firmly rooted in mecha technology. Liu Yueban sat directly behind Yunmo, his expression somewhat peculiar. Tian Yafu's gaze was filled with animosity, alternating between glaring at Yunemo and Huachuan. However, Huachuan paid her no mind. She could only target the easier prey, wishing to bore 2 holes into Yunmo's back. Humph. Let us see how long you can keep up the charade. The answering time was set for 1 hour, beginning now. The exam paper had been unlocked, and the students frantically sifted through the questions, eagerly selecting those they recognized, hastily filling them in before they slipped from memory. The sound of typing resounded, a symphony of urgency amidst the myriad of life's complexities. At the moment the written examination began, Malia entered her zone. She was not merely a young lady of privilege, but possessed remarkable capabilities, responding with calm assurance and unhurried grace. After a flurry of activity, Lu Yueben finally managed to browse through all the questions and took a deep breath before beginning to fill in the answers. Fortunately, she felt she could manage. Yuma, unfazed, picked up her pen and proceeded to draw a Wenchang talisman for herself. The mesmerizing lines almost made the invigilator's eyes pop out in astonishment, igniting a flurry of discussions among the supervising instructors. Could this be the closely guarded secret of the Blue Star? A mysterious ritual of wishes, perhaps? As Yunma opened the questions, her demeanor remained calm and composed. Her fingertips danced across the paper, and characters sprang forth with ease. In the entire examination hall, one would be hard-pressed to find anyone as tranquil as she was. The first half hour passed without issue, but as time wore on, countless students began to fidget restlessly. Many cast glances in Yunma's direction, curious to see whether her 3 coins had stirred. While Yunma lacked knowledge in mecha theory, she had 2 great passions in her previous life: mathematics and formation techniques. She had a penchant for things that could be rationally analyzed. A person steeped in metaphysics who appreciates science. Perhaps that is a form of mysticism in itself. If her ancestors were aware of her earnest exploration into how mathematical theories could elucidate the I Ching, they would likely be at a loss for words. Her ability to mentally calculate the 6 lines of divination demonstrated a clear logical prowess. Thus, she grasped such concepts with remarkable speed. To her, the art of manipulating puppets through the fusion of mecha and formation bore a striking resemblance, albeit with a more intricate structure and dynamics. Over these 3 days, her study of mecha evolution, from its history to its principles and construction, had ignited a fervent passion within her, rekindling a profound interest in mecha once again. The surrounding students began to fidget restlessly. As time slipped away, it seemed their recollections faded even more. Just moments ago, they had a firm grasp of the material. Yet after solving a few problems, it all seemed to evaporate. What could be the reason behind this phenomenon? Huachuan's fingers were stiff, his hair standing on end, while the screen of his holographic device remained blank. Ding. Time's up. I still have half the questions unanswered. Instantly, some students lamented in despair. Instructor, I beseech you for just 5 more minutes. Malia's gaze occasionally drifted towards Yun-Mo, disdain evident in her thoughts. A lowly inhabitant of Blue Star ought to remain on that wretched planet. Central Star was the territory of the aristocracy like herself, and she would see to it that they were expelled eventually. And then there was Huachuan, that fool, likely to squander money for a fleeting chance at success. Utterly unremarkable. The interface of the holographic device had already locked in, and everyone's answers were submitted automatically. Malia gracefully exited the examination room, sunlight cascading over her gauzy dress, her lithe figure appearing to shimmer with an ethereal glow, leaving many boys utterly mesmerized. Tian Yafu followed closely beside her, equally proud. Malia, how did you fare? A boy inquired as he approached. Her family was not merely affluent, with Lok Meifu being a producer of mecha energy. She had been exposed to various mechas from a young age. While others seldom encountered such machines, they were commonplace in her home, and thus her knowledge far surpassed that of the average individual. Meanwhile, a throng of candidates gathered beneath a large tree, their expressions wrought with anxiety as they engaged in fervent discussions, voicing their grievances regarding the rigorous examination. They had no desire to study any longer. Hey, how did you do? Lin Fanqing squeezed in from behind, casually greeting Yun-Mo. Since the first assessment, he had been quietly observing this girl. While others believed she had stumbled into the finals by sheer luck, he held a different opinion. Whenever he gazed upon Yun-Mo, the subtle curve of her lips and the faint smile she wore suggested a sense of confidence and assurance. Despite appearing to breeze through the first 2 assessments, it was evident that not everyone could appear at the right place at the right time. Yun-Mo exuded a complex aura, enveloped in an indescribable mystery. She was not as weak as she seemed on the surface. Lin Fanqing felt a twinge of displeasure and refrained from speaking to her. What did her clearly unfriendly expression signify? What do you mean? Lin Fanqing inquired. Nothing much. Why ask someone who is clearly incapable of passing how they performed? Do you really think you can flip a coin for answers to essay questions? Tian Yafu replied bluntly. Lin Fanqing's upbringing prevented him from hurling harsh words at a girl, and his face flushed with anger. His clenched fists turned pale before he relaxed them. Yunemo lifted her eyelids, unfazed by the aggressive Tian Yafu, perceiving her merely as a theatrical clown. However, witnessing Lin Fanqing standing up for her, she couldn't help but categorize him as an ally, retorting without reservation. Oh? How do you know I can't pass? Do you really think you can? Are you joking? Don't tell me your blue star has even taught you mecha theory? Right, Malia? Tian Yafu scoffed. According to my understanding, the mech technology of Blue Star is likely. Milia did not continue, yet her unfinished thought sparked numerous associations. If the mech technology is truly formidable, how could it be suppressed by the central star? The energy utilized for the protective shield must share similarities with that of the mechs. I have heard that not a single interstellar missile was intercepted. Given this, what achievements can we expect from students hailing from Blue Star? Tian Yafu continued to incite discontent. Among the crowd, several young men from Blue Star clenched their fists in silent indignation, their faces reflecting resentment. One young man, with a brooding expression, averted his gaze. Yet the glance he cast towards Yun Mo was rife with animosity, as if she were the primary reason for their collective disgrace. Is that so? Just because your father has endured years of toil, do you believe you can achieve the same? Being ahead of others temporarily, what is there to be proud of? Yun Mo spoke without reservation. Chapter 41, Striving for the Top. Tian Yafu looked at Yun Mo with disdain, covering her mouth as she remarked, Yun Mo, you are truly vulgar. Indeed, those from Blue Star are unrefined. The mention of Blue Star caused Yun Mo to stand tall. She fixed her gaze on Tian Yafu, greeting her with a hint of mockery. The dogs of the affluent are truly unique. You bite me, yet I ignore you. For I fear you might leap in desperation and harm yourself. However, I have never encountered a creature like you. Perhaps a pug, lacking in health, or a wolf dog, which must heed its master. I suspect you are merely a stray. You. Tian Yafu raised her hand in anger. Milia paused momentarily, her pupils glinting with a sharp intensity. If circumstances permitted, she would have crushed Yunma like an ant, yet her upbringing instilled in her the importance of decorum. However, Tian Yafu gazed at Milia with a perplexed expression, wondering if she had misinterpreted her intentions. Hurry up, Milia urged impatiently, her distaste for Yunma's uncivil demeanor swelling within her. Tian Yafu stomped her foot, watching the grass beneath her neatly bowed down to the ground. Yunma, just wait, she declared with a fierce tone. Turning around, she noticed Milia ambling leisurely. Was she waiting for her? A flicker of joy crossed Tian Yafu's face, for she felt she had drawn closer to Milia. And this progression felt worthwhile. Milia, please wait for me. Onlookers marveled at Tian Yafu's chameleon-like transformation. Yunma observed the departing pair, her pupils darkening, yet her emotions remained concealed. In truth, she was acutely aware that verbal disputes only offered fleeting satisfaction while sowing seeds of endless peril, yet her heart remained unsettled. Perhaps it was the lingering vestiges of the original owner's obsession that influenced her. One day, with the power to strike back, she would ensure those who had wronged her would howl in despair, but for now, she found herself devoid of support. With a sigh, Yunma bent down to gently restore the trampled grass, a hint of self-mockery gracing her lips. Huachuan observed quietly for some time, his initial doubts lingering. If Yunma truly was the person from the online world, he felt compelled to seek clarity. Yet, the individual before him bore no resemblance to the one he had envisioned. Huachuan was in a state of confusion and could only inquire curiously, "This is rather uncharacteristic of you, isn't it?" Yun Mo raised an eyebrow and smiled, posing the question, "What do you think my style should be?" Her words left Huachuan momentarily speechless. Indeed, what was her style? It seemed he had never truly comprehended it. Turning away, Huachuan departed. Yun Mo observed his retreating figure, thoughtfully stroking her chin. This boy was somewhat naive, yet his heart was pure, a person with whom one could forge a friendship. However, friendship? Yun Mo cast her gaze downward and smiled softly. She would consider it later. The path she intended to tread might not be kind to friends, for it was undoubtedly fraught with thorns. Tian Yafu finally caught up with Malia. Yet she maintained a respectful distance, just half a palm's length behind her. She was acutely aware that Malia disliked having others walk alongside her, as no one could compare to her. This half palm's distance was meticulously calculated. It neither overshadowed Malia as presence nor prevented her from hearing her speak. Every detail was carefully contemplated by Tian Yafu, for this path appeared to be somewhat easier, reflecting the essence and heritage of a prominent family. In truth, Tian Yafu harbored a tinge of reluctance. Yet if she could truly become Malia's friend, surely the resources of their families would tilt in her favor. And her father would. Lost in her own thoughts, Tian Yafu failed to notice that Malia had come to a halt, and she inadvertently bumped into her. I'm so sorry, Tian Yafu stammered an apology. It's quite all right. Do not be afraid, Malia replied with utmost courtesy. This is for you. Malia smiled as she placed the bag in Tian Yafu's hands. For me? Tian Yafu was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, this is something you purchased just yesterday. It must have cost 20,000 star coins, and Tian Yafu felt a sense of unease. Malia, with a generous spirit, replied, such a trifling sum hardly concerns me. We are friends, are we not? Tian Yafu was elated, nodding repeatedly. Friends? It seemed she had taken a step closer on this path. With joy, Tian Yafu linked her arm with Malia's and enthusiastically remarked, I truly hope we can be in the same class, although you will undoubtedly be in Class A, while I. Perhaps not so much. Malia basked in the praise from Tian Yafu, each word striking a chord within her. Rest assured. If you follow my lead and work diligently. Malia gently patted her hand, leaving her sentence lingering in the air. As they walked along, a number of students chattered excitedly, and the mention of the name Yunma brought an unwelcome discomfort to Malia. Observing the situation, Tian Yafu adeptly offered her support. Malia, you must have scored nearly full marks, right? She inquired, well aware of Malia's capabilities. Around 650 points, I suppose, Malia replied nonchalantly. There were a few questions I encountered for the first time, so I wasn't entirely confident. Oh my, Tian Yafu exclaimed, drawing the attention of many nearby. With over 650 points, you must surely be the top scorer, she asserted, whereas I can hardly hope to reach 300. The astonished gazes of others echoed her disbelief. 650 points? How is that even possible? The full score is 700. Malia modestly waved her hand and softly replied, Tian Yafu, let's keep this between us for now. It's still too early to celebrate. The sun remains in a slanted position, and the morning dew has yet to evaporate, enveloping the campus in a refreshing coolness. Before the main teaching building stands a colossal screen, where anxious examinees await with bated breath. As the official in charge of the announcement appears, he is swiftly encircled, nearly overwhelmed by the pressing crowd. However, at this moment, the fervent desire to ascertain their results has transformed. They now wish to delay the impending dread. Officer, I implore you, please tell me first, what is the elimination rate this time? Officer, grant me just one more minute to live. I cannot bear to look. The officer bellows, step aside. There is no room for their resistance. The screen flickers, and the results are laid bare before all. A collective gasp erupts. I made it into the top 100, even with only 255 points. Cheers explode from the crowd. Thousands are gathered before the illuminated screen, some jubilant, others despondent. The names of the top 100 shine brightly, indicating their success, while the remaining students appear utterly dejected, seemingly resigned to their fate of missing out on special recruitment. At the moment the results are revealed, Malia's expression darkens, her jaw clenched tightly. Other students exchange incredulous whispers, their faces reflecting disbelief. The few students from Blue Star suddenly lift their heads in unison. Huh? This question echoes repeatedly. Who is the first place? Who is Yunmo? How did you accomplish this? Lu Fanxing gazes at Yunmo with a complex expression, as if he has swallowed something distasteful. On the grand screen, the name that dominates the top spot is indeed a vivid crimson, Yunmo. What on earth? Isn't she a mediocre student? 860 points? How did she manage that? Am I hallucinating? Has Yunma trampled over Malia to seize the top position? This statement is, in fact, somewhat exaggerated. Without Yunma, Malia's score of 650 would have been enough to place her above the rest, considering that the third place only scored slightly over 580. However, Yunma's score surpassed Malia's by more than 30 points, nearly reaching perfection. Chapter 42, Assigned to Class E. Yu. Huochuan's face was rigid. His expression tangled as he stared at Yunma. He had initially thought he would open his arms as a man and awkwardly inform his former savior, suggesting that his father could generously fund a library for her. Yet, to his astonishment, she ascended on her own. This defies logic. Wasn't this fellow merely relying on luck? When a rogue possesses martial arts skills. No, when a favored child of destiny also possesses intellect. How can others possibly survive? Yunma languidly leaned against the tree. What about it? Huichuan swallowed hard, still feeling somewhat disillusioned. How did you manage to achieve that? Observing Huichuan's utterly defeated expression, Yunma recalled the saying, the Buddha said, it cannot be spoken. Huichuan. Malia's gaze darkened as she approached Yunma, her tone dripping with unmistakable disdain. Yunma, congratulations. Thank you. Yunma replied, a slight smile gracing her lips as she gently tapped the tree. Tian Yafa's face was one of disbelief. Yunma, you must have cheated. Oh, do you think the instructor is merely a decoration, or that the central monitoring system is blind? Would you like me to express your unjust thoughts to the instructor? Yunmo gazed at Tian Yafu with a smile that was more mockery than mirth, resembling a jester in her eyes. You humph, Tian Yafa huffed, exhaling sharply. Her smile devoid of warmth. What of it? With your B-grade physique, do you honestly believe you can secure a spot in the mecha training program? What did she say? Yunmo inquired, casually digging at her ear, disregarding Tian Yafu's words as she turned to Huichuan. The mecha training program was not accessible to every military academy student. It was fiercely contested each year. She thinks you're incapable. Huichuan relished the unfolding drama, offering a translation for Yunmo. Oh, I see, Yunmo replied, choosing silence as she turned away to leave. Bang! A resounding crash echoed from Malia's room. The opulence of her background was evident, even before enrollment. Her accommodations had been meticulously arranged. Thud, thud, thud. Malia swept everything from her desk and bed to the floor. Yunmo, you have outshone me yet again. How many times has this happened? A knock interrupted her thoughts. Malia remained silent. Tap, tap Malia, are you there? It was Tian Yafa's voice. Malia inhaled deeply before opening the door, moving swiftly, ensuring Tian Yafu did not notice the chaos within. Malia, are you all right? Tian Yafu asked, her concern evident. What could possibly be wrong? Malia replied with a gentle smile. Malia chose not to respond further, her steps measured and unhurried. There was no need to concern herself with Tian Yafu. Enrollment was merely the beginning. Tian Yafu observed Malia's expression, uncertain of her intentions. Was she truly allowing this to happen? And what about that Huichuan? Malia cast a fleeting glance at Tian Yafu, her crimson lips curling into a subtle smile. No need to rush, it's not too late. The class division will commence shortly. What do you mean? Tian Yafu's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the girl before her. Malia slowly made her way to the corridor's edge, gazing out at the splendid summer scenery. A proud expression graced her face, yet a cold smile lingered at her lips. If you do not favor her, then ensure she is not placed in our class. WH. What do you mean? Without a word, Milia stepped into a secluded corner and dialed for a video call. Uncle Huang? It's me, Milia. The voice on the other end was exceedingly gentle, laced with a hint of deference. It's like this, could you make the arrangements? All right, the man replied, nodding vigorously. Milia withdrew her wrist, a faint smile gracing her features. Let us go. Wait for me in the classroom. Tian Yafu was utterly astonished. Did this imply she had a chance to enter Class A? The class division would take place after lunch. Slowly, she made her way to her seat. And upon locking eyes with Milia, her excitement began to shimmer. In fact, she had been trembling with exhilaration ever since Milia completed her call. Lu Yu ambled past, casting a meaningful glance at Tian Yafu. What are you looking at? She asked, feeling a flicker of unease in response to his gaze. Hero, sit over here. Lin Fanxing beckoned Yunmo to the seat beside him, claiming the central position and, in doing so, drawing considerable attention from onlookers. Milia observed the scene in silence. Though an icy chill lingered at the corners of her mouth as Yunmo calmly approached and took her seat. 5 minutes later, several instructors entered the room, and the hushed murmurs of discussion promptly ceased. The smile in Milia's eyes deepened, dispelling the morning's gloom. The announcement of class assignments began, the examiner's voice resonating through the air. Class A, Milia, Lu Weban. Tian Yafu. Class B, Class C, Huichuan, Yunmo. Lin Fanxing. By the heavens! Huichuan stood up on the spot. Huichuan, do you have any objections? Instructor Zhang shot him a cold glance. No. Nothing, Huichuan replied, his head drooping like a quail. Dismissed, the instructor waved his hand, and the students erupted in a chorus of cheers as they dispersed. Huichuan felt rather dejected. He gazed at Yunmo for an extended period, but discerned no emotion on her face, which left him feeling somewhat defeated. Don't you have any thoughts? Huichuan ultimately couldn't restrain himself, his face contorted as he looked at Yunmo. If he were treated this way, it would be strange if he didn't explode in anger. Indeed, Lin Fanqing said, slapping his forehead in realization. Although your performance in the first round was mediocre, your subsequent performances were exceptional. Even if you're not in Class A, you should at least qualify for Class C. Now, Yunemo remained silent. Her gaze seemingly aimlessly fixed on a corner of the classroom, her eyes glinting with a cold light. The short figure in front of the screen suddenly trembled, unable to contain a shout. What are you doing? A man behind him, startled, gave him a sharp rap on the head. Did she notice? The short figure pointed at Yunemo on the screen. At that moment, Yunemo had already shifted her gaze away. Just one student? Focus on your tasks. The man glanced disdainfully at the screen. The list had already been disseminated. Class A was a distinguished group among the special recruits, while the other classes comprised regular students. Lin Fanqing cast a glance at the roster of classmates and sighed uncomfortably. He recognized a few individuals on the list. Although Wuchuan had at least participated in the examination, the others had merely parachuted in under the guise of exchange students. During their time together, those individuals frequently caused disturbances, skipping classes and engaging in fights, yet no one dared to intervene. Clearly, Class E was deemed a class for the inept. Sighing again, Lin Fanqing's gaze towards Wuchuan was unmistakable, making it difficult to feign ignorance. Bang! Wuchuan stood up, visibly irked. His imposing height of nearly 2 meters exuding an intimidating presence as he fixed his gaze on Lin Fanqing. Realizing his error, Lin Fanqing hurriedly gestured as if to zip his lips shut. By the way, Yunemo inquired nonchalantly while packing her belongings, what exactly distinguishes the different classes? Lin Fanqing let out a sigh, opting for a gentler explanation. Class A has the opportunity for 2 days of mecha training each month. Is that particularly rare? Yunemo asked. Lin Fanqing covered his face with his hands, feeling a sense of despair. Do you not understand how rare mecha training is? A regular military academy student, if exceptionally outstanding at the end of each semester, might receive about a week from mecha training. Class A, being a special recruit class, has 2 days each month. The other classes only attend theoretical lessons on mecha. Would you not consider that rare? If it weren't for the opportunity for mecha training, who would strive to enter the special enrollment for the individual combat department? Lin Fanqing added. Why are opportunities for learning about mechas so scarce? Yunemo felt somewhat perplexed. Firstly, it is due to the utmost secrecy, and secondly, the military does not possess an abundance of mechas. Wuchuan pinched his brow, contemplating whether donating a new teaching building could secure him a place in Class A. Are there no chances in other classes? Yunemo inquired further. It cannot be said that there are none. If one excels academically, a class transfer may be considered, but the difficulty is immense. It is said that in the previous cohort, no one succeeded in transferring until graduation, and Lin Fanqing truly understood the situation thoroughly. Yunemo grasped the situation, shrugging her shoulders noncommittally. Mechas, the most formidable weapon in the cosmos. However, how to proceed still requires careful deliberation, at least for now. Everything is progressing in the direction she envisioned. Chapter 43. Truly a divine being. In the reception hall of the Shanghai Garden Villa, several families gathered, engaged in conversation. Meanwhile, a group of young girls chattered animatedly on the other side. Lianzhu, your style has changed recently. What is this? Has a master released a new product? Zhang Mingqi asked, pointing to a triangular talisman on her wrist. It's quite unique. I've never seen anything like it, another girl remarked politely. In truth, her underlying message was that this trinket did not quite suit Miss Lian. At first glance, it merely appeared as a piece of coarse triangular paper strung on a black cord. One must admit, she was right, with eyes full of reverence. Lianzhu gingerly touched it, having spent 800 star coins at the Sijou Ishuatang to acquire it. Had she not happened to mention to that divine figure that someone was sharing a fortune talisman, she would have never known that even the deity would partake in such matters. This morning, she completed her enrollment paperwork and was about to leave when, unexpectedly, the black cord of her talisman became ensnared in the crevice of her desk. To her surprise, the desk bore a crack, and a protruding splinter had caught onto her bracelet. While her gaze lingered on the surface of the desk, it settled upon a particular line on the application form, Major Mecha Logistics. Fortunately, the form had yet to be submitted, otherwise, she would have faced considerable complications. Now, she found herself filled with trust for the proprietor of the shop, known as the Worry Reliever. 800 star coins, purchased from the 49 Academy of Divination. Upon hearing this, her companions fell silent. Recently, Lianzhu had been incessantly chattering, even compelling them to pay attention to the 4-9 Academy, urging them to gather there to create a buzz. They were thoroughly exasperated by the persistent harassment. Now, it seemed that even this tattered piece of paper, folded into a so-called talisman, had been treated as a treasure. Zhang Mingqi and Wei Xiangyu exchanged glances, both reflecting concern in each other's eyes, contemplating whether they should remind Lian's mother to prevent Lian Zhu from becoming too obsessed. Meanwhile, on the other side of the living room, a group of men was engaged in discussion. "Old Hua, I believe this time you have truly lost your senses," remarked a middle-aged man with a blue tie, shaking his head in disbelief. He sighed, raising his glass of red wine to the sunlight for inspection, then took a gentle sip. "Ha, Chairman you are far too modest. From what I have heard, you possess a treasure trove of exquisite wines," Lian Yao said, winking and politely clinking glasses with him. The middle-aged man can be considered a significant figure in the Central Star's business realm. There have long been rumors that he possesses numerous enterprises across several affiliated stars, backed by influential individuals from both military and political spheres. Whether these claims hold any truth, or if they are merely a fabrication by Boss Yu to bolster his leverage, remains uncertain. At this moment, the individuals gathered are convening to discuss the mining development project of Chuer Star. All present are potential collaborators of Lian Yao, having established some business interactions over the years. And today, they fortuitously found time to meet at the Lian family villa. Upon hearing Boss Yu's remarks, Hua Zhahan's expression darkened. "Old Hua, is what this person on WB said true?" Wei Dahai exclaimed, brandishing an account that read "Call me Dad" in front of him. Hua Zhahan nodded with difficulty. Boss Yu sighed, patting his shoulder. "Old Hua, you must accept it. This time, you are truly in a predicament. Can you really believe such unfounded tales? You must have heard that for your project on Yaoguang Star, Sun Nua Kuei has seized it for 150 billion, courtesy of RS Interstellar Bank. What were you thinking? All your hard work over the past 2 years, just because of a charlatan who's appeared from nowhere." Hua Zhahan's demeanor darkened further, a wave of frustration rising within him. Sun Nua Kuei, how he loathed him. He had spent 2 to 3 years watching his assets being eroded. To think that he would be bitten back by him. That individual who called him Dad could very well be in cahoots with Sun. Boss Yu, somewhat melancholic, shook his head, savoring a piece of the delicious sea bream. Beside him, Wei Dahai appeared somewhat conflicted. "Boss Yu, it's not quite as simple as that. The future is truly uncertain." Wei Dahai was well aware of the matter concerning the auspicious charm, yet he remained unconvinced. Observing their expressions, a nonchalant look emerged on his rosy, plump face as he remarked, "It's all mere coincidence. If you believe otherwise, you are mistaken." "No, it is not coincidence." At that moment, a young man suddenly stood up, nearly knocking over the wine glass before him due to his agitation. "Shali, what are you doing, so flustered?" Boss Yu's gaze turned icy as he looked at his assistant. "Boss, it's just that. Look. What is it? Why the fuss?" Boss Yu leaned forward to glimpse the information Shali was holding, and then fell silent. Hua Zhahan observed his face growing increasingly pale, beads of sweat seemingly forming on his brow, prompting a look of confusion. "Old Yu, what is happening?" Even Wei Dahai could not help but lean slightly towards the young man. Seeing that Boss Yu had no intention of speaking, yet neither did he object, the young man finally stammered. "The day before yesterday, our resource department's Qian Dongliang attended a banquet, and it seems that Secretary Liu from RS Interstellar Bank was present. Today, everyone has been summoned for a meeting." "What?" The individuals around the round table exchanged glances, while Boss Yu's chopsticks trembled slightly in his hand, suspended as he struggled to decide whether to pick up food or set them down. "Why?" Naturally, someone inquired, and even Yao's gaze subtly shifted in that direction. The communication device of Boss Yu suddenly rang, causing him to involuntarily shudder. "Boss Yu, what is the matter? Is there anything you need assistance with?" Wei Dahai observed his demeanor with unease. "Sun No Kuai has been arrested, and I've heard that President Liu is also missing." At this revelation, Hua Zhahan's head immediately lifted, the corners of his mouth curving upwards in disbelief. "Is it truly so?" "It actually is. If it weren't for the inappropriateness of the situation, I would have burst into laughter." "What is the reason?" Wei Dahai sighed in relief. "As expected, President Liu is retiring this year. He has a rather wild approach, coercing those beneath him into committing numerous irregularities. Old Hua, you are fortunate for not getting involved. You cannot fathom the complexity of their relationships. I just received word that anyone who has had close contact with him recently is under investigation. After all, who doesn't he have a few skeletons in their closet?" At this moment, Another individual who had remained silent finally set aside his holographic device and joined the conversation. Hua Jahan felt a twinge of fear. The situation was reminiscent of the saying about being implicated by others. The entire living room was filled with exchanged glances. And with a clatter, Boss Yu's chopsticks finally gave way, falling into the dish. Instantly, the exquisite red wine spilled forth, resembling blood, soaking into the tablecloth. Chapter 44. The gratitude of the Hua family. With a smile, Hua Jahan entered his family villa. Hua mother peeked out from behind the flower bed, setting down the watering can to follow him. Old Hua, what good news do you bring? Where's Huchuan? That rascal, where has he gone this time? Hua Jahan muttered under his breath, yet his lips could not suppress a smile. This young man, thanks to him this time, he is in the study. And I must share some delightful news. Huchuan has been accepted into the special recruitment program, Hua Mama said with a beaming smile as she wiped her hands. Hua Jahan couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain. Was it truly an acceptance? It was more like the money he had contributed had been forcefully thrust in. Huchuan was engrossed in a game on his light brain, the sound system blaring with his teammates' furious curses, nearly infuriating the old man. What kind of quality is this? Hua Jahan entered the room, pointing at the light brain. Do you really spend your days with such people? Dad. Huchuan closed the interface of the Galactic King and turned to stand up. Why didn't you knock when entering my room? Why should I knock to enter your room? Hua Jahan retorted angrily. Hua Mama quickly stepped forward. Old Hua, lower your voice. Must you two always bicker like roosters upon meeting? What is this? With my older brother and second brother absent, you feel free to reprimand me, Huchuan mumbled, his face full of defiance. Be quiet. Your two brothers never acted like you. Huchuan scoffed and chose to ignore him. The two stood stiffly, neither willing to continue the conversation. A hint of awkwardness hanging in the air. Alas, old Hua, weren't you looking for Chuan for a reason? Hua Mama intervened to ease the tension. Oh, looking for me? Huchuan pouted, chin raised defiantly, refusing to look at Hua Jahan. Hua Jahan let out a cold snort, feeling tempted to turn and leave, but ultimately restrained himself. Can you arrange a meeting with that person you know on WB? Hua Jahan inquired. Huchuan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. His father was being so serious. Could it be that he was indeed on to something? Had she once again spoken the truth? Huchuan fixed his penetrating gaze upon his father. Hua Jahan managed a reluctant nod. Even Hua's mother appeared incredulous. Was it possible that Lu Xing had encountered trouble? The news had yet to spread widely, and she had not caught wind of it. Hua Jahan silently affirmed with a nod. This was astonishing. Hua's mother exhaled deeply, feeling somewhat powerless as she sank into a chair by the door. Do you still need to see her? Huchuan discerned the underlying implication in his father's words. He too felt a twinge of conflict. Was Yunemo truly that person? To voice his suspicions now could potentially embroil the young lady in difficulties. After much contemplation, he ultimately swallowed his doubts. I wish to express my gratitude to her. How does one typically charge for such services in her line of work? Hua Jahan inquired. How would I know? Huchuan scratched his nose, feeling unfamiliar with the situation. Yet, given her persistent demand for payment, she would likely be amenable. Why don't you ask her? Hua Jahan observed Huchuan's lack of enthusiasm and couldn't help but urge him on. Huchuan felt a shiver run down his spine. He opened his Weibo account, confronting the individual who called him dad. It felt utterly humiliating. What if it truly was Yunemo? He sat down earnestly and typed 2 words. Are you there? Damn, if it weren't for his father's presence, he would have already unleashed a torrent of curses upon this person. Under his father's watchful gaze, he steeled himself and added, your earlier warning proved accurate. My father wishes to express his thanks. Huchuan refrained from mentioning himself. He always felt uneasy in this person's presence. Yunemo was indeed online, and amidst the countless private messages, she instantly spotted the one from Huchuan. With a slight rub of her thumb against her chin, she recalled the 250,000 star coins nestled in her pocket, letting out a sigh of relief. This karmic connection had finally reached its resolution. I mentioned before, this divination was a gift for you. No need for thanks. Yunemo leisurely typed in response. Hua's father promptly nudged Huchuan aside and took his place before the luminous console, his fingers dancing across the interface. No, I must express my gratitude. You have been a tremendous help to us, he insisted. Yunemo raised an eyebrow, sensing the elder's direct involvement. May I be so bold as to request an account? I wish to convey my appreciation, Hua's father inquired cautiously. The other side fell silent for a moment, 3 pairs of eyes exchanging perplexed glances. He actually did not ask for money. Huchuan could hardly believe it. Wasn't he this the same individual who previously demanded 800 star coins for a mere inquiry? How could he decline the offer that was practically being handed to him? If his father were to intervene, it could grant him countless sums of 800 star coins. Master, if you wouldn't mind, could you perhaps perform another reading for me? His father asked. He was uncertain whether this title was appropriate, as it seemed some referred to him as a deity, yet he did not dispute it. Nevertheless, his father felt that the title master resonated more fittingly. I'm sorry. I only read for those who are fated, Yin Imo replied before exiting the interface. There were once families that would sustain a number of so-called masters, specifically to serve the family, warding off malevolent forces and dispelling evil. However, the Yun family's heritage did not permit such practices. To recklessly alter another's destiny would invite the consequences of karma. Moreover, the journey of life offers countless paths. Although one's destiny may be predetermined through diligent effort, anyone can seize opportunities for choice, potentially leading to diverse fates. Such decisions are inherently personal and should not be subjected to external impositions. An excessive reliance on divination often undermines one's intrinsic judgment. Currently, the Ho family faces no significant crisis, and thus, she will refrain from further divination. Nonetheless, the insights gained are indeed considerable. The faith emanating from across the way is both rich and pure, likely not stemming from a single individual. This unadulterated faith, free from extraneous influences, yields remarkable results. Yuanimo introspected and observed that while her primordial spirit still exhibited fractures, they were gradually converging, no longer resembling a net. The three members of the Ho family remained silent for a while. Ultimately, it was Mr. Ho who broke the silence, suggesting, Ho Chuan, what do you think about inviting that classmate of yours, Yuanimo, over? Perhaps we could treat her to a simple meal? We may not have been able to secure the master, but we cannot neglect other benefactors. Had it not been mentioned earlier that to do good deeds, one should start with her? Ho Chuan contemplated the enigmatic girl and the prospect of bringing her to their home, feeling an involuntary lament within. Observing his displeasure, Ho Jahan furrowed her brow and inquired, what troubles you? Did you mistreat her? Mrs. Ho could not resist chiming in. Chuan, I have inquired. That classmate hails from the Blue Star, and it is not easy for her to be alone. You must be considerate. Does anyone care to listen to his inner voice? Ho Chuan mused. Chapter 45 Encountering Xiao Nen. The SKB tower loomed ominously in the night, bustling with impeccably dressed professionals. Li Jiayun, having indulged in excess, staggered out from a client reception, her senses dulled by 2 bottles of red wine. Declining the offer of a colleague to escort her, she meandered along the roadside alone. A summer night ought to be enchanting, much like the stately trees that adorned her path, inviting delight and ease. Yet, at this moment, she perceived only a pallid gloom. The inky darkness enveloped the streets, mirroring the void within her heart. Just 10 minutes prior, she had received a layoff notice, couched in polite terms, offering ample compensation to the long-standing employees. Yet it left her feeling frigid, a chill penetrating to her very core. How long had she been with the U Group? 8 years. From her graduation until now, a full 8 years. The prime of her youth had been devoted to this endeavor, and the sharp edges of her ambitions had been dulled within its confines. Due to certain economic circumstances, the group was subjected to an investigation by the relevant authorities, leading to the unfortunate closure of her subsidiary. A bitter taste lingered in her mouth as the wine began to take effect, her body encased in a black suit that seemed to offer her the last vestige of dignity. 8 years post-graduation, the pride of her parents, the envy of her peers, her own relentless striving, each memory flickered before her eyes. She had contemplated departure, had questioned whether she had chosen the wrong path, but she had never imagined leaving in such a manner. A proud and confident young woman from a scientific background is striving in the realm of finance, setting aside her arrogance to engage in light-hearted conversation with clients. Initially poised to be the client, she unexpectedly finds herself in a subordinate role. As she reflects on this, she cannot help but break down in tears, her sobs becoming uncontrollable. Perhaps she has truly lost herself in her emotions, for Li Jiayun tilts her head skyward, walking and weeping simultaneously. It was not intentional when he bumped into her. Who could have anticipated that a mere nudge would leave her seated on the ground? Unable to rise, Xiaonan feels bewildered, contemplating whether she is feigning distress, as she does not appear to be harmed. Yet what is this? Why does she refuse to stand? Is there an underlying issue? With this thought, Xiaonan crouches down, eager to assist her. As he reaches for Li Jiayun's arm, She clings to his leg as if it were a lifeline, refusing to let go. Startled, Xiaonan tries to pull away, causing her to stumble. Yet she persists in her grip. To complicate matters, she closes her eyes and cries out loudly, the scent of alcohol enveloping her. Xiaonan's gaze darts around in a panic, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He has done nothing wrong. Fate is indeed peculiar. Yuan Mo has accepted an invitation from the Hua family for a delightful dinner, after which she meanders through the streets. As she passes a corner, she suddenly senses a powerful force of causality. Stopping in her tracks, she looks up to find Xiaonan in a state of confusion, anxiously scanning his surroundings. Their eyes meet. Sister, Yuan Mo, Xiaonan exclaims, his eyes lighting up instantly, momentarily forgetting about the weeping woman as he springs to his feet. Xiaonan. Yuan Mo was taken aback. How did you arrive? To her, the name Xiaonan evoked a subtle discomfort. Once a popular phrase in Blue Star. My sister is Yuan Mo drew comparisons to the infamous saying my father is Li Gang, leading many to believe these two troublesome individuals were acquainted. Xiaonan, with a wry smile, looked at the woman still tugging at his trouser leg. Could you help me get her off? What is the matter? Did you bully her? Yuan Mo inquired, stepping forward. Gently pressing on the woman's wrist, she compelled Li Jiayun's fingers to release their grip. The woman raised her tear-stained eyes, confusion clouding her understanding of the current situation. Get up, have a drink, Xiaonan said, retreating behind Yuan Mo, addressing the woman. Yuan Mo, having applied pressure to specific points on Li Jiayun's body, sensed a slight clarity returning to her mind. Yet, the lingering gloom in her heart remained unshaken. Have a sip, Yuan Mo urged, nudging a beautiful glass cup towards her. Li Jiayun, feeling somewhat embarrassed, diverted her gaze, accepting the cup and taking small sips. The sweet and sour flavor once again veiled her eyes in a mist. Thank you both, Li Jiayun's voice was hoarse. Allow me to treat you this time. You have money? Yuan Mo raised her eyes to scrutinize her. The girl appeared to carry an aura of misfortune, her career seemingly faltering. Well, I do have a little, Li Jiayun replied with a bittersweet smile. The company's compensation is not insignificant. It should cover my expenses for several months. One does not receive rewards without effort. Yuan Mo arched an eyebrow, recalling that she had not exhausted today's gossip. She blinked and fixed her gaze intently on Li Jiayun. What is happening? Li Jiayun asked, her confusion evident. Are you a fortune teller? Yuan Mo inquired. What do you mean? Li Jiayun pondered, feeling somewhat sluggish from the excessive drink. Struggling to comprehend the conversation. We are fated to meet. I shall grant you a reading for 800 star coins. Do you wish to inquire? Yuan Mo replied nonchalantly. Li Jiayun smirked at the mention of 800 star coins, a substantial sum indeed. Yet, in her current state of discontent, she found herself indifferent. When a woman is in low spirits, she often disregards her finances. Rather than squander her money at a bar later, she decided to part with the coins. Without hesitation, she transferred the 800 to Yuan Mo. Yuan Mo retrieved paper and pen from her bag and slid them across the table towards Li Jiayun, encouraging her to inscribe her question. Amused, Li Jiayun found the game intriguing. She glanced at her juice and slowly pinned the character for mango, pushing the paper back, though the last stroke appeared somewhat unsteady. As she inquired about her career, Li Jiayun's gaze drifted out the window, her mind wandering. You've lost your job. Haven to you? Yuan Mo stated with certainty. Is that so? You can see that? Li Jiayun chuckled self-deprecatingly, resting her chin on her hands. It seemed her disheveled state was all too apparent, inviting the ridicule of passers-by. Yuan Mo picked up the paper from the table. Her eyes half closed as she spoke slowly and deliberately. The mango's man contains wang, which signifies loss, extinction. The character for fruit can be divided into two parts, rice field above and wood below, indicating labor. It is now September. The mangoes have long since ripened and fallen. Therefore, the matter you inquire about is undoubtedly beyond its season. Rest assured, within a month, you shall secure a new position. The subsequent words from Yuan Mo prompted Li Jiayun to lift her gaze. Is that so? Li Jiayun expressed her skepticism, yet found the game to be rather intriguing. She seized a piece of paper, inscribed another weight, and slid it back. Chapter 46, A Golden-Eating Beast. Yuan Mo blinked, contemplating the individual before her who had not attempted to negotiate. Very well, another round of explanation would not hurt. You possess a way with words, Li Jiayun chuckled, feeling considerably better after a brief exchange. Regardless of the circumstances, I am grateful to you both. Farewell. Xiaonan's mouth fell agape, astonished by the scene before him. Sister, your talent for deception has truly flourished. What are you saying? Yunma could not help but deliver a light slap to him. How did you arrive here? Upon the utterance of this question, Xiao Nan's demeanor immediately dulled. Isn't it due to my older brother? I have no idea what connections he leveraged. But he secured me a worthless identity and sent me away. Shouldn't you feel a sense of gratitude then? Yunmo retorted with a scoff. Xiao Nan's eyes brimmed with bitterness, a cascade of unspoken sorrow evident in his expression. What do you know? Yunmo arched an eyebrow, her fingertips tapping rhythmically on the table, awaiting his continuation. In order to ensure my identity remained untainted, he dispatched me to a brown dwarf. Are you aware of what a brown dwarf is? Xiao Nan stood in indignation. Yunmo remained silent, her gaze fixed on him. A brown dwarf is, without a doubt, a genuine garbage star. I spent a full 2 months there, scavenging through refuse, competing for sustenance with the most bizarre of entities. And then? How did you manage to come here? Yun Imo tugged at the corner of her mouth, acknowledging that her elder brother was indeed prudent, leaving ample room for retreat with each step he took. Later, she managed to board a discarded garbage vessel and made her way here. I see you are dressed quite well. Where are you residing now? Yun Imo inquired. Xiao Nan glanced around cautiously, leaning in slightly as he whispered. I'm not certain if it was arranged by my brother, but by a stroke of fortune, I gained admission to the Federal First Comprehensive University, where I am now a student in the mecha design department. Ah, Yun Imo exclaimed, feeling a wave of admiration. His circumstances were far superior to hers back in the day. Truly, the fates of individuals vary greatly. A person from Blue Star, having the opportunity to study mecha design, what would the old-timers think if they knew? Huh, sister, do you have any money? What do you intend to do? Yunmo's chair abruptly recoiled, distancing her from the table. I'm out of funds, Xiao Nan replied, a hint of despondency in his voice. Mecha design is exceedingly costly. And since I wasn't initially accepted, I must cover all the expenses for the components myself. How much? Yunimo bit her lip, feeling a deep sense of familiarity with this boy who had grown up alongside her. He was like a younger brother to her. That innate bond coursing through their veins rendered her unable to turn a blind eye. 250,000 star coins. Do you have that? Xiao Nan stated. Yunmo's eyes widened in disbelief. Have you checked my account? Oblivious to her expression, Xiao Nan buried his face in his hands and sighed. Never mind. I suppose you don't have it either. I'll find a way myself. Yun Imo exhaled sharply, raising her middle finger towards an unseen direction in frustration. Take this. She seized Xiao Nan's wrist, pressed her device against it, and with a sound indicating a transfer, the transaction was initiated. Xiao Nan abruptly lifted her head, her eyes wide with astonishment. How could you possess such wealth? Yun Imo felt her heart nearly bleed. Xiao Nan's expression offered her a fleeting moment of joy. She steeled herself and feigned indifference, saying, Don't concern yourself with it. If you ever need money, just come to me. That's wonderful, sister. I always knew you were remarkable. Xiao Nan exclaimed, enveloping her in a tight embrace, her large hand thumping against Yunmo's back, almost inflicting internal injury. Let go. Yun Imo gritted her teeth and retorted fiercely. Sister, I just sent you a list detailing the materials and prices for next semester. You can arrange it as you see fit, Xiao Nan said cheerfully, oblivious to Yunmo's tone. A surge of frustration welled up within Yun Imo, making her feel as if she were choking on her own blood. I'll arrange for your grandfather, she thought, finally realizing the manner in which her money would vanish. To her utter disbelief, the greatest shortcomings stemmed from her own brother. It was utterly disheartening. She longed to inquire of her father whether he had ever wronged the heavens. For how else could she be subjected to such misfortune? Nevertheless, she dismissed the thought. Her father was likely still grappling with his own circumstances. Shaking her head, Yun Imo found herself frequently reminiscing about him. Li Jiayun wobbled away, pondering where one could go at such a late hour. Suddenly, her wrist communicator beeped. It was a former business associate. Jiayun, I've heard about old Yu's situation. I intended to ask you later, but since others have yet to catch on, I'll take the initiative. Would you be interested in coming to see me? Our company is in dire need of individuals like you. The board has discussed this matter and will offer you an executive position. However, the salary. Li Jiayun, in a daze, ended the call abruptly. She stood motionless for a considerable time before turning around to gaze at the distant shop, which emanated a soft glow. After a moment, she resolutely set forth with firm steps, the path already laid before her, reporting next month. Reclining on her school bed, Yun Imo once again activated her cognitive screen. She counted the tuition fees that Xiao Nan had mentioned, feeling as though an immense weight was pressing down upon her. Yun Imo deeply regretted boasting to Xiao Nan. That fellow must truly think he possesses extraordinary abilities. How many fortunes would one need to calculate in order to afford such a staggering amount? At this moment, she lamented her earlier decisiveness in rejecting Hua Jahan. After all, he was a veritable cash machine. Earning money, building faith. Yunmo found herself trapped in such thoughts throughout the night. At Long E Base, in the isolated 3-story conference room of the 72nd Army, Lian Yi, accompanied by several majors, perused the files as youthful faces scrolled across the large screen. Captain, how will the military training for the special recruits in Rochester be arranged? Lian Yi glanced through the students' files without raising his head, responding, Captain, those are students. Can we really apply the new recruit training program? Wei Wei, incredulous, looked up and inquired. These are not ordinary recruits. The intensity is such that I wonder if the students can endure it. Lian Yi cast a cold glance, his voice resonating with a somber tone. The special recruits, the vast majority of whom are destined for military service, should experience this early on. They still have the opportunity to retreat if the challenge proves too daunting. Outside, the moon hung bright in a star-studded sky, and a gentle breeze swept through the curtains, accentuating the night's stillness at the base. Standing by the window, Lian Yi gazed at the dormitory area, now shrouded in darkness, his eyes reflecting an inscrutable depth. Special recruits. Over 100 fresh souls have joined. The current interstellar situation is fraught with tension, yet the higher-ups continue to engage in internal strife. Fortunately, they all comprehend that the Federation requires a most dependable and formidable presence. Thus, despite the ongoing petty maneuvers, their reach into the military realm remains restrained. Long Yi, through years of remarkable achievements, has become one of the Federation's sharpest weapons, standing resilient through the years. But how much longer can this veneer of tranquility endure? They require new blood, yet the incident on Planet 186 must not be repeated. This place is not to be tainted. Zhang Gu sat beside Wei Wei, diligently engrossed in his light brain upon hearing Lian Yi's words. The other instructors found their respective seats and began to engage in hushed discussions. Chapter 47. Long Yi Base. The military training is about to commence, and the chaotic preparations have kept the Starnet Mall bustling. Particularly, female products were cleared away at a remarkable pace, bringing smiles to the faces of numerous manufacturers. Yunmo found it utterly perplexing. In this interstellar era, why do male recruits still opt for sanitary pads as insoles during military training? These shoes are undoubtedly quite comfortable. Moreover, you intend to place this within the gravity shoes? She was profoundly skeptical, believing they merely sought an excuse to indulge in feminine products. With Milia's resources, she could easily abstain from attending. She was there to gild her experience, not to endure hardship. Tian Yafu had previously inquired, and Milia's response was resolute. She was determined to go. Mr. Hua had proclaimed that he could negotiate for her degree, opportunities, and anything else, but participation in military training was non-negotiable. Even the long-absent elder brothers, patting his shoulder, meaningfully remarked, Chuaner, like a true man, if Yunmo, a girl, can partake in military training, why is it impossible for you? Hua Chuan covered his ears, exclaiming, Yunmo, how come both of you are aware of this? But you do not realize she is the illegitimate daughter of the heavens, do you? This year, the school would surely incur significant expenses. The military training venue was surprisingly chosen at the Long Yi Base, and Lu Yueban's expression was filled with excitement. What of the Long Yi Base? Yunmo inquired nonchalantly. Lu Yueban appeared somewhat vexed, feeling a communication barrier with this girl. Long Yi, it is one of the legends of the Federation, never before open to the public. Indeed. In previous years, our military training was conducted at training grounds or some abandoned military sites. But this is Long Yi. Can I not also go and have a look? Lu Fanqing's face was equally filled with longing. At the Rochester Military Academy, each new intake exceeds 10,000 students, depending on their majors. They are assigned to different training grounds for military training. This year's special recruits are undoubtedly fortunate. So how do we get there? Yuma asked. In the past, students would go on their own, but the whereabouts of Long Yi remain a mystery. Thus, I believe he will come to fetch us. Although the venue may differ, it is likely that the training content will be quite similar, Yunemo remarked. Isn't there a senior handbook on the school network? It summarizes the military training content, which is fairly consistent each year, primarily focusing on physical fitness, skills, and various competitions after training. This presents a splendid opportunity to earn points. Yes, it is indeed a valuable chance for us to adapt to military school life. Liu Yueban nodded in agreement. As military students, one must naturally possess commendable physical fitness and mental fortitude. Although the ordinary class has limited exposure to mechs, there have been ample simulation exercises since our freshman year. The feedback from these exercises is remarkably realistic. Without adequate physical fitness and mental strength, one cannot possibly control a mech. Therefore, in a certain sense, this military training is quite significant for someone like Yun Mo, who is often at the tail end, who just mentioned it being a good opportunity to earn points. What are points? Yun Mo inquired. Points, Liu Yueban replied while stroking his stomach and exhaling deeply, are essential for exchanging for food, clothing, accommodation, and transportation after enrollment. Even our monthly battlefield events within the individual soldier department rely on points for the drawing lots. Drawing lots? Why is that necessary? Do you think the school has so many simulation devices? Besides our specially recruited department, there are countless individual soldiers and commanders as well. Liu Yueban's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he could already envision himself galloping across the battlefield one day. This summer seems particularly protracted. Above the vast playground, the sky is a brilliant blue, devoid of any clouds. The sun scorches the ground until it feels searing to the touch. The intense heat engulfs one, creating a sensation akin to being set ablaze from within. Even the weeds lining the roadside succumb to the relentless sun, their leaves drooping helplessly. In this sweltering weather, where even tap water can serve to soak instant noodles, a group of tender seedlings appears utterly wilted under the harsh rays. Their anticipation for the upcoming itinerary is matched only by their disdain for the leader, who remains comfortably seated in the shade, delivering an interminable speech. At last, after enduring a grueling hour and a half, they are finally greeted by this liberating proclamation. Subsequently, they are ushered onto a weathered vessel resembling a ship. Yunma is uncertain whether this is intentional. The vessel takes flight with an exhilarating rush, accelerating and decelerating without any semblance of smoothness. Have you ever experienced the sensation of a roller coaster? This vessel ascends and descends in a straight line, reminiscent of such a ride. Despite Yunma's resolute nature, even she finds it challenging to cope, repeatedly reciting calming mantras to herself. Overwhelmed by dizziness and nausea, she clutches the railing tightly, her complexion paling as she glances around in an effort to divert her attention. Which one? Yunma's gaze fixates on a bald head before her, startling her. What have you done to your hair? She manages to ask, suppressing her queasiness with difficulty. Huachuan's already unappealing visage darkens further, and he ignores her. Turning to gaze out the window, Yun Mo pursed her lips, pondering whether this bald figure was perhaps a new creation of Teacher Tony. Suddenly, a cacophony of violent crashes reverberated as the airship finally descended. The moment the hatch swung open, a throng of students surged out, retching in unison. Long Base nestled within these undulating mountains boasted hover vehicles, eliminating the need for conventional roads. The dirt paths winding through the hills served as training runways. Long, a revered sanctuary in the minds of many students, had already revealed glimpses of its grandeur while aboard the airship. Yun Mo found herself perplexed by the functions of the buildings, yet an indistinct aura emanating from them instilled a sense of solemnity and intimidation. This sensation intrigued her, as if even her heartbeat quickened in response, a rare thrill coursing through her. Quite spirited, aren't we? A mocking voice echoed from nearby. Yun Mo's pupils constricted. Fate had conspired to place her rival in her path. The individual here to greet them was none other than the instructor, now known as Zhang Ge. With arms crossed and leaning against a military hover vehicle, he casually bent one leg, his toes tapping in an erratic rhythm. The crowd, suppressing their dizziness and discomfort, formed ranks before him. Zhang Ge surveyed them from head to toe. Everyone assumed he would deliver an opening address, yet he simply turned with decisive efficiency. Uttering only 2 words, "Get in," the line of hover vehicles swiftly whisked the students away into the depths of the base. The afternoon at the base remained oppressively warm, with countless soldiers sprinting across the training grounds. The muffled shouts mingled with an overwhelming surge of energy, igniting a fierce ambition within the youths, as if they were ready to soar to the heavens. Considering it was their first visit, Instructor Zhang guided them on a comprehensive tour, offering insights into the camp's fundamental aspects. Merely exploring the publicly accessible areas took over an hour, and gazing into the distance, the vastness of the base seemed to dwarf their initial impressions, akin to a mere drop in the ocean. Subsequently, Zhang Ge led them to the training zone. This area, not far from their accommodations, appeared unremarkable at first glance, but upon entering, They discovered its expansive nature, comprising 5 stories. Yunemo felt a sense of curiosity about this domain, as it housed an array of unfamiliar equipment. "What is that?" she inquired, spotting a soldier striking at a device. His fists slicing through the air, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead, while numerous transmission lines emanated from the apparatus, their destination unknown. "Yes," explained a nearby soldier. Responsible for elucidating the setup, this is a simulator designed to train combat awareness, storing countless battle scenarios that soldiers can utilize for real-world adaptation and practice. "Is it truly realistic?" Yunemo observed from the sidelines, unable to discern the nuances. "Indeed, it can fully control the 5 senses and capture bodily feedback, calculating optimal responses based on the soldier's input. Thus, the stronger you are, the more formidable this machine becomes in its training." The students gazed on with envy, yearning to experience it for themselves. As one ventures further, distinct compartments come into view, where soldiers are seen darting and evading, while data continuously flickers on the adjacent light screen. This area is equipped with standard holographic training apparatus, while the gravity chamber allows for the completion of fundamental exercises such as armed cross-country runs, obstacle courses, and climbing indoors. Exclamations of awe echo throughout the space. "Isn't it remarkable?" Zhang Gu inquired, arms crossed. The crowd nodded in agreement. "Would you like to give it a try?" he continued. "Absolutely," came the enthusiastic response. "Excellent," Zhang Gu affirmed. "Typically, I would allocate you half a day to acclimatize, but considering your high spirits and upon the directive of the chief instructor, we shall commence immediately." "Commence?" The group exchanged apprehensive glances, a sense of foreboding settling in. Chapter 48. An appetizer. The designated assembly time was set for 6 o'clock in the evening, where instructors awaited with their light computers. "Is it true? All the instructors for this training are majors?" Huichuan finally perked up, standing tall like a slender young poplar, embodying the standard military posture with poise and strength. His gaze fixated on a particular officer, unable to look away. At the Rochester Military Academy, this year's freshman cohort comprised over 20,000 students. According to the senior manual, past military training sessions typically featured 1 chief instructor per training ground, with each class accompanied by 2 instructors and a medical officer. Even with an estimated 20 students per class, a minimum of 4,000 instructors would be required. Given such a substantial demand for personnel, it is customary for instructors to hold relatively low ranks. Often, they are not even majors, but frequently non-commissioned officers. However, standing at the forefront is the chief instructor. If he is not mistaken, it is indeed the legendary 5S spirit, Lian Yi. Have they directly arrived at the Longyi base? Is it uncommon to see a major? Although Yunemo has applied to the Rochester Military Academy, she has been under immense pressure for survival and has not had the time to thoroughly familiarize herself with the basic situation. For her, regardless of rank, they are merely ordinary individuals. She harbors admiration and respect for these soldiers who defend the nation, yet she does not blindly worship them given her previous stature. Yunmo's murmured words were not loud, but they sent a chill of cold sweat across Huichuan's forehead, for he had noticed that the chief instructor's gaze seemed to flicker in their direction. Surely, he did not hear that. Zhang Ji's gaze, already uncomfortable, turned even more unforgiving, threateningly fixed upon Yunmo's face for a full 10 seconds. In those fleeting moments, Yunmo remained unfazed, while her companion Lin Fansheng felt a genuine shiver run down his spine. "I am Lian Yi, the chief instructor for this military training." Lian Yi's opening statement was direct, yet the audience paid little heed to the content. The mere mention of his name was enough to ignite their excitement. "You are all special recruits, and being here at this base is a source of pride. Countless individuals dedicate their lives without ever being afforded the opportunity to witness this place. However, I must inform you that the journey has only just begun. Regardless of your illustrious past, I hope you will forget it over the course of the next month. The instructor will tailor training based on your performance and physical condition, guiding you to a deeper understanding of yourselves. Finally, let me emphasize one point. This is a military camp, and it is your solemn duty to obey orders and follow commands. I shall not tolerate any questioning. Even if you have doubts, you must act first and inquire later. Do you understand?" "Understood." The instructors have already organized the classes and are gradually taking their positions. Without any surprises, Yunmo's instructor is none other than Zhang Gu. Perhaps feeling a bit uneasy, Zhang Ji's self-introduction was rather brief. After taking attendance and putting away his device, he announced the commencement of warm-up exercises. However, It was nearly time for dinner. Why warm up now? Nonetheless, upon hearing that they were only to run 5 kilometers, a distance from the mountain summit to its base and back, it didn't seem too daunting. Thus, a group of individuals began to jog along the forested trail. Yet, as they started to run, they soon realized the true nature of Zhang Ji's challenge. The terrain was rugged and uneven, devoid of even a single step, causing the runners to stumble and expend considerable energy. After approximately 200 meters, Yunmo lost her desire to admire the lush scenery. She was already gasping for breath, her B-level physique proving to be quite inadequate. These students, in the prime of their youth, may have enjoyed sports, but only on smooth training grounds. Just minutes into this run, many students found their steps faltering, their labored breathing causing sharp pains in their chests. After 10 minutes, the group had begun to disperse, the disparity in physical condition becoming increasingly apparent. Some individuals, such as those with A-level or even S-level physiques, like Milia, continue to run effortlessly at the forefront of the group, while even Hua Chuan displays no signs of struggle. Lu Yueban, on the other hand, gradually falls behind due to his weight, opting to run alongside Yunmo, panting heavily as he lags at the rear. How's it going? Am I managing? Lu Yueban gasps, glancing at the increasingly distant figures ahead. He expresses his thoughts to Yunmo. This will become our compulsory course in the future. I regret not choosing the mecha design department and instead enrolling in the infantry combat department. As he runs, he mutters, indicating he still possesses some energy left. Yunmo tilts her head to observe the darkening sky. Time is slipping away. Lin Fanqing, not far ahead, seems to have also realized he cannot keep pace with the main group and decides to wait for the two of them. Struggling for breath, he remarks, "For this military training, I specifically prepared a diary." "What do you need that for?" Lu Yueban inquires. "To count down the days. I've heard that if you write down each day, you'll realize you've survived another day, and it becomes a source of motivation," he replies. "Well, you've just survived 5 more minutes." Yunmo raises her wrist, barely exhaling. "This is incredibly exhausting. Can we take a break? Just for a moment?" Lu Yueban's pace has already slowed considerably, now akin to that of a turtle. "Rest?" Yunmo glances toward the thicket, fearing the consequences of such a decision. No, I need to sit for a moment. I can't run any longer," she admits. Unexpectedly, it is Lin Fanqing who first calls for a halt. "No." Yunmo and Lu Yueban shouted in unison. Bang! A scream pierced through the forest, and Lin Fanqing felt something plummet onto his forehead. It resembled a tomato, oozing liquid that was quite a gruesome sight. "What on earth is this?" Lin Fanqing leapt to his feet, wiping his face. It did not hurt much, but the sticky, colorful substance cascading down his visage was utterly revolting. Nearby, a soldier chuckled as he blew on the muzzle of his gun, remarking that these students were quite inept and lacked practice. "You bastard." Lin Fanqing was infuriated and wanted to chase after him, but Lu Yueban held him back. The cries of distress continued to echo in the distance. "Stop shooting. I'll run. Is that not enough?" Half an hour later, countless shouts reverberated through the woodland. Lu Yueban was on the verge of exhaustion, yet seeing Yunmo persist, he felt reluctant to voice his fatigue. Though Yunmo appeared to be stumbling, as if she might collapse at any moment, she steadfastly pressed on, her resolve unbroken. It was nearly enough to push Lu Yueban and the others to their limits, yet she did not utter a single complaint. Lin Fanqing felt a twinge of bitterness. How could he be outdone by a girl, especially one with a B-grade physique? He lowered his head in determination. Suddenly, Yunmo exclaimed, shifting her feet to the side. "What?" Lu Yueban was taken aback. It was the first time in such a long span that Yunmo spoke, her voice breathy yet remarkably clear. "Too late." Bang. "Ah, what the hell?" Above Lu Yueban's head, a colorful egg burst open. "Leave this place, quickly." Yunmo felt her legs becoming numb, her feet aching as if cramping. Yet the sudden sense of crisis awakened all her latent potential, propelling her forward with great haste. Suddenly, her left foot twisted, her body swaying to the side. Just as a colorful egg exploded on the tree trunk opposite her, its juice cascading down the bark. "Huh." The soldier perched in the branches squinted in confusion, for he had clearly aimed at her. Unyielding, he pulled the trigger once more. The roots on the ground snagged Yunmo's instep, causing her to stumble forward, while another colorful egg narrowly grazed her back. Crack, crack, crack. 3 consecutive eggs, from 3 distinct angles. Under normal circumstances, evasion would be impossible. Yet, astonishingly, she managed to dodge each attack with impeccable timing. If the soldier had previously found the situation mundane and merely aimed to motivate them against idleness, he was now genuinely intrigued. What an uncanny occurrence. Determined to accelerate, Yun Mo expended her last reserves of strength and finally escaped the entangling web. The soldier felt a twinge of regret, curious to see if the two boys behind her possessed the same peculiar ability. However, they were easy targets, particularly the plump one, whom he had almost decided to spare. Yet he seemed intent on colliding with the bullets. In front of the camp, everyone was in disarray. Even Malia had droplets of juice clinging to her hair. Amidst this riot of colors, Yun Mo's sleek, dark hair stood out remarkably. Zhang Ji's eyes involuntarily narrowed as he raised his wrist, exchanging a few words with the soldiers in the forest. With a grand gesture, he signaled the crowd to disperse. Chapter 49. What is the charge circle? Do you think this is the end? How naive. First, we eat, then we train. As for bathing? Sorry, the time hasn't come yet. Almost everyone bore the weight of their colorful hair as they swallowed the bitter first bite of their meal in the base. It was only at this moment that Huachuan realized how much his teacher Tony cherished him. The shining bald head was truly fortunate. The evening training was simple and brutal, encapsulated in 2 words: charge circle. What is a charge circle? Over 100 individuals stood in a line, 10 per team, forming a circle of 880 meters. Upon hearing this rule, the faces of Class E turned pale, and countless resentful glances were cast toward Yun Mo. What does the instructor mean? With such a hefty burden, would they not simply perish on the training ground? Instructor, I request a change of teammates. She will be my downfall. Finally, a boy could no longer contain himself and stepped forward. Yun Mo glanced at him, noting he wore glasses. But she did not recognize him. Obey the orders. Zhang Ji's words brooked no dissent. Yun Mo, I beg of you, put in some effort, will you? Lin Fanqing was the first to stand beside Yun Mo. Although he was just as lackluster, he was a boy, and his explosive power was still commendable. I will do my best, Yun Mo pondered as she assessed the track. This rule was indeed unfriendly to her. If she faltered, it might incite widespread anger. With a sharp whistle, the crowd surged forward. Huachuan, mindful of his mother's earnest teachings, contemplated whether he should give Yun Mo a push at a critical moment, consequently slowing his pace intentionally. Excellent, there was no timeout, a brief respite of 15 seconds. The instructor Zhang, holding a light brain device, meandered in front of the crowd. Splendid. The top 10 need not run anymore. They shall proceed to tactical training. Alas, had I known earlier, I would have conserved my energy. I could have also made it to the top 10. Why is there only a mere 15 seconds of rest? Not even enough time to visit the restroom. In those fleeting 15 seconds, they barely had time to voice their grievances. The shrill whistle echoed once more, compelling everyone to surge forward again. Splendid. The time is set at 2 minutes and 10 seconds. The last 20 individuals, come over here and continue to sprint. Another round of vigorous exertion. The final 10 persist. Yuma has long since lost count of how many times she has been whistled at. In any case, only 10 remain now, their expressions clouded with melancholy. It has become evident just how inhumane this punishment truly is. Instructor, we cannot keep running like this, can we? I, too, wish to engage in tactical practice. Observing her peers nearby, furiously brandishing their fists at the machines, a pang of envy and resentment surged within her. You will have 10 minutes to rest. Devise your own means. Even if it means lifting, you must complete the task within the stipulated time. Instructor Zhang declared with an expression of indifference, utterly devoid of compassion. Yunma's clothing had long since gone through cycles of dampness and dryness, clinging uncomfortably to her body. Seeing that they could not sway the instructor, her classmates turned to persuade her instead. Sister, I implore you, could you run a bit faster? Look, I can pull you along, can't I? Were it not for my inability to bear the weight, I would carry you myself. Enough. Yunma's temper has flared, and she rolled up her sleeves, moving to the side, realizing that without unleashing her full potential, there would be no resolution. Fortunately, she had brought her bag today. What are you going to do? Lin Fanqing sauntered over with a mischievous grin. He was also at the tail end of the group, both of them amidst this 10-person team. I am going to summon a divine beast. Yunma wiped her brow haphazardly and retrieved paper and pen from her backpack. Many boys, seeing this, gathered around to watch, with one even lifting his shirt hem to fan her. Yunma, do you need me to massage your legs? Sister, you rest well and conserve your energy. I'll handle logistics for you. Yunma remained silent, taking a deep breath to steady her racing heart. She laid out the paper, sitting upright, concentrating on her luck. With her right hand firmly holding the pen, her left index finger extended upward, while the other four fingers curled slightly inward. Heavenly framework technique. Channeling energy into talismans. With each stroke and curve, she completed her work. Wow, what? The surrounding students erupted in excitement. I always thought my drawing skills were taught by my math teacher. But today, I believe I do possess some talent. Yunma expressionlessly pushed them away. This group certainly knew how to have fun. The paper talismans were neatly folded, and her pockets were deep enough to prevent them from falling out. Time us up. At the sound of Zhang Ji's whistle, the 10-person team tensed, their hearts pounding as they followed closely. Sister, are you rested? Let us show them what we've got. Just 2 minutes and 45 seconds. You can do it. Lin Fanqing murmured beside Yunma. Utterly useless, like mud that cannot support itself. Although Tian Yafa's voice was barely audible, Yun Mo caught her words. A sly smile crept upon her lips as she exhaled a barely perceptible snort. One day, when her primordial spirit was restored and she could summon the essence of vitality, she would surely send a wisp of malevolence her way, allowing her to relish the thrill of being a petty villain. As Yun Mo walked, she pinched the talisman tightly between her fingers. The whistle echoed, and Lin Fanqing seemed to hear an urgent command. In a flash, Yun Mo darted forward with astonishing speed. The boy she surpassed was left questioning his existence, as Yun Mo whirled past him and raced towards the finish line. Several boys stood agape, as if they had just swallowed eggs. How could they have been overtaken? Where was their dignity? Charge forth. This particular lap was exceptionally fervent, with Yun Mo securing a position among the top 5. However, the talisman of swift movement she had drawn was crafted in a state of depletion, its efficacy inherently limited and duration brief, rendering its effects rather negligible. Once she had exhausted this talisman, Yun Mo collapsed onto the ground, utterly devoid of grace. Indeed, what vigor she displayed. Instructor Zhang was taken aback, even struggling to believe what he witnessed. If she had possessed such explosive energy earlier, why had she languished through those laps? Zhang's curiosity about the mysterious piece of paper she wielded deepened. Yet, observing her sprawled on the ground, clearly drained and resembling a lifeless creature, it would be more fitting to say she had merely experienced a surge of adrenaline. The students gathered around once more, lavishing her with flattery without restraint. Yun Mo, what on earth did you summon? Were you possessed by something? How could you run so swiftly? Well, I have summoned the Dragon Balls and am on the brink of achieving enlightenment and ascending to a higher realm. Yun Mo remarked with a hint of annoyance. The polished military boots of Instructor Zhang halted before Yun Mo. I glanced at the paper that Yun Mo retrieved from her pocket, now nearly drenched in sweat and appearing rather grimy. Instructor Zhang unfolded it, only to find the lines had become a tangled mess. Could this possibly be a mysterious weapon? He couldn't help but mock himself. Zhanggu, have you truly lost your mind? Yun Mo sat slumped on the ground, gasping for breath, and plaintively asked Zhanggu, Instructor, was this intentional? Intentional about what? The corners of Instructor Zhang's mouth twitched slightly. Yun Mo raised an eyebrow. What do you think? Training is for your own good. Instructor Zhang replied earnestly. Is it? What do you think? Yun Mo remained silent, fiddling with her fingers, unable to harness her energy. Coward. Following that, it seemed they had engaged in an entire round of frog jumps and crawling exercises, the details of which Yun Mo could not recall. Dismissed. This phrase, from this day forth, would become the most beautiful word in the ears of the students. Without exception, everyone darted out as if their tails were on fire, completely shedding the lethargy of moments prior. Yun Mo was taken aback, looking up at Instructor Zhang. Hadn't they just been dismissed? Where were they off to? Instructor Zhang snorted derisively. Did you not hear my earlier words? Sensing his unfriendly demeanor, Yun Mo finally dared to press on. A shower, perhaps, was the second mischief the base had in store for them. In a grand interstellar base, capable of constructing the most comfortable living environment in mere moments. What could possibly compel 100 individuals to share a communal bath? It brings to mind the saying that one has only 5 minutes of water access. Yun Mo, her face sullen, clutched her toiletries and stood at the end of the line. By the time she finished her wash, it was nearly midnight. Chapter 50. Narrow paths of enmity. This base lacked chickens, yet the melodious chirping of insects and birds commenced at dawn. The inhabitants slept soundly, akin to dead pigs, only to be roused the following morning by the piercing sound of a whistle. Every part of their bodies ached, leaving them utterly bewildered as to how they managed to rise. Lin Fancheng dashed out of his quarters and was met by Yun Mo, who was stifling a yawn. He found her demeanor exasperating. She always appeared unfazed, as if the sky could fall without consequence. "Hurry up," Lin Fancheng shouted at her, wishing he could propel her forward. Yun Mo felt as though her muscles had turned to stiff rods, making even walking a cumbersome task. The exertion from the previous day's activities had been overwhelmingly taxing for her. "Isn't there still 5 minutes left?" she pondered, assessing the distance and slowly advancing. "Are you foolish? The instructor is a creature of contradictions. What if they all arrive before you do? Do you still wish to sprint the course?" "Sprint the course? Absolutely not." The gravity of those words struck her with a chill. With renewed determination, she proclaimed, "Aren't you going to move faster? Do you intend to keep the instructor waiting?" Lin Fancheng was rendered speechless. At 5:30, they once again found themselves in the indoor training facility. Countless machines greeted them, including boxing gloves of indeterminate purpose. "All right. It's time to test your strength." Instructor Zhang pointed towards the machine at the front of the queue, first directing his gaze at Yun Mo, signaling her to begin. "How do I measure?" Yun Mo inquired, tilting her head. "Throw a punch." She tentatively executed a strike, her movements lacking vigor, causing Lin Fancheng and the crowd to bury his face in his hands. This girl is truly remarkable. With her around, they might only contend for second-to-last place. A dull thud resonated, akin to striking a pile of cotton, leaving her somewhat perplexed. "Again, put in all your strength. Have you not eaten?" Instructor Zhang bellowed into her ear, as the display screen ahead registered a force value barely reaching 20. Yun Mo steadied herself, summoning the most explosive strike from her years of martial arts training, and unleashed it with a resounding impact. 30 points. Step down. Soon, other students took their turns, only to quickly step down again. The majority scored around 50 points, with a few outstanding individuals exceeding 60, yet scarcely anyone breached 70. Instructor Zhang's gaze swept across all present, an inexplicable chill settling in their hearts. "Now heed my commands." Zhang Gu approached Yun Mo and pronounced clearly, "You." 3 times the gravity. Subsequently, he addressed Hua Chuan, Malia, and others, sequentially declaring 3 times, 2 times the gravity. Based on individual physical capabilities, Zhang Gu designated various gravity levels for several students, initiating their training. The term 3 times the gravity, while seemingly just a phrase, ignited a distinct spark in the student's eyes. Envy, jealousy, and complexity abound. The term triple gravity signifies the instructor's acknowledgement, indicating that he believes one's qualities are sufficient to bear such immense weight. This is easily comprehensible. The more one is valued, the greater the care bestowed upon them, and consequently, the level of difficulty escalates. Of course, one must consider the exception of Yun Mo, who can ascertain whether she is the target of personal vendettas. Yun Mo tilted her head, seemingly indifferent. This is not a place for rational discourse, and besides, she is acutely aware of her own physical limitations, which indeed require urgent rectification. The morning training commenced rather gently, beginning with the military stance. Yun Mo found standing in horse stance during her martial arts practice far more tedious. Under the sun, as she maintained the military posture, Yun Mo resembled a monk in deep meditation, honing her strength while not neglecting her breath control. The weight was overwhelming, with each lift. It felt as though every ounce of her strength was expended. Half an hour elapsed, and many participants began to feel discomfort. An hour passed, and sensation faded, particularly in her legs, which seemed detached from her own body. Sweat dripped incessantly, seemingly absorbed by her clothing or evaporated by the sun before it could reach the ground. Even Hua Chuan, possessing an almost S-grade physique, was drenched in perspiration, yet his body remained remarkably steady. Another hour went by, and a few of the girls in the ranks began to pale, their legs trembling. Rest for 10 minutes. With Zhang Ji's command, everyone disregarded appearances and plopped down on the ground. Even Melia set aside her ladylike demeanor, focusing solely on quenching her thirst and wiping away sweat. I had thought I had endured long enough and could finally relish a lunch break. To my surprise, those insufferable instructors pointed towards the path down the mountain, their tones oscillating dramatically. Everyone was to ascend and descend once more, after which the morning's training could conclude. The students collectively pondered, "Instructor, if you wish to economize on meals, perhaps you could express that more clearly. Obey the orders." Zhang Ji's commanding voice resonated, instilling a sense of trepidation among all the newcomers. No one dared to provoke misfortune. It was said that women during their menstrual period could be fearsome, and surely their instructor shared this trait. Would there be consequences for failure? Many gazes inadvertently drifted towards UNMO, their eyes laden with unspoken thoughts. To everyone's astonishment, Instructor Zhang joined them in their exertions, persistently urging the students to accelerate, to hasten, to push beyond their limits. The girl at the back of the crowd consistently captured his attention, her presence both intentional and unintentional. Zhang halted several times, yet each time he turned back, he found her still resolute, refusing to concede. This girl was perpetually dancing on the edge of her limits, bearing threefold the weight, swaying precariously. Zhang furrowed his brow, documenting her performance on his neural interface. Self-control and willpower. This girl's self-discipline was truly formidable, with such astonishing self-restraint and determination. How could her physical condition have been so lacking initially? After a 1-hour respite post-lunch, the group commenced their afternoon training anew. UNMO was oblivious to the training methods of others. In her perception, this so-called training was merely an exercise in extracting every ounce of their physical and mental vigor, compelling them to perpetually teeter on the brink of their limits. The hover vehicle had deposited them beside a vast expanse of mud, and then came to an abrupt halt. Yunma detected a scent emanating from within, accompanied by the incessant buzzing of numerous insects. This was undoubtedly a natural mire. As everyone exchanged glances, contemplating whether to engage in introspection, the instructors descended with their holographic devices in hand, commanding the students with a terse, down to where? Huichuan felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck, and only when the instructors forcefully propelled them into the mire did he realize they were to immerse themselves in this quagmire. To be frank, children of the starry realms had always dwelled in comfort. They had never encountered such a spectacle before. Immediately, a chorus of protests erupted. The instructors tapped away at their holographic screens, imposing additional penalties on those who protested most vocally. An extra 50, an extra 40 soon. All that remained in the mire was the sound of labored breaths as they performed sit-ups. Chapter 51. The infuriating base Yunma was indeed capable of enduring hardship. However, as a practitioner of metaphysics, she had never experienced rigorous training within a mire. The sensation of performing sit-ups amidst the filth, with murky water incessantly flooding her ears, was utterly overwhelming, not to mention the unsettling notion that something might be writhing beneath the surface. Malia was nearing her breaking point. The young lady had anticipated difficulties but never envisioned such a form of proof during military training. Yet, no one dared to voice their discontent first, leaving Malia to silently endure with tears in her eyes. Tian Yafu had long been vexed. Her mild obsession with cleanliness rendered this place her worst nightmare. At that moment, she was too preoccupied to even cast a glance at the young lady or the ever-displeasing Yunma. The entire base was utterly maddening. After completing 100 sit-ups, everyone was required to turn on the spot and perform forward rolls in the mud, with over 100 individuals scattered across a dozen classes. All were struggling in this quagmire. The physical exhaustion was secondary. After all, the effect of gravity plates outweighed the resistance of the mud. Yet, the psychological discomfort was magnified 1,000-fold. Forward rolls, side falls, push-ups. Every conceivable exercise that could be performed on solid ground was executed today in this mire. UNMO accidentally inhaled a mouthful, the taste foul and nauseating. With her hands pressed against the ground, her face flushed crimson. She felt an urgent need to stand up and cough. At that moment, her peripheral vision caught sight of a pair of gleaming, brand-new military boots. Never before had she felt such an urge to caricature someone, envisioning a little figure of Instructor Zhang, piercing him with a needle. Oh no, wasn't he already weak? A prick would only make him weaker. Struggling in the mud, Yun Imo noticed that Instructor Zhang had already moved on, his expression devoid of any excess emotion. When they finally emerged, 2 hours had elapsed. Everyone bore the stench of mud as they began a 5,000-meter weighted run. If they couldn't finish in 50 minutes, an additional 2,000 meters would be added. For whom were these extra 2,000 meters intended? It was obvious to everyone. Today, you all performed quite well. Instructor Zhang approached the front of the line, yet his gaze was directed towards Yun Mo. That girl, her eyes, which had always been calm, now sparkled with a fierce determination. She had always struck him as extraordinary. At this moment, she was covered in mud, looking utterly disheveled. However, Zhang sensed that the girl's previously aloof demeanor had finally shattered at that moment. He suddenly felt an exhilarating urge to witness her outburst. Yun Mo glared fiercely at him, her chest aching from the frantic sprint, gasping for breath as countless beads of sweat rendered her face even more disheveled. As dusk descended, Instructor Zhang glanced at his watch. An assistant instructor approached, tossing a firearm to them. This weapon, an outdated shotgun equipped with dummy rounds, sparked a thrill amidst the monotony of their training regimen. The group rose silently, their eyes igniting with excitement. "You are fortunate," Instructor Zhang announced, standing tall before the formation. "A few new recruits have arrived at Longyi Base, and today marks their assessment in reconnaissance." "What?" Hua Chuan's head swiveled in confusion. "What does this mean?" Noticing the instructor's lack of intervention, the other students began to murmur among themselves. "What relevance does the new recruit assessment have to us?" "No way." Lu Yu's keen perception sent shivers down his spine. "Didn't you catch on? The new recruit assessment in reconnaissance is specifically mentioned to us. Are we merely to be used as props?" Instructor A cast an appreciative glance at Lu Yu, acknowledging his perceptiveness. "No, it cannot be as we think, can it?" A collective groan arose among the crowd. What caliber of recruits could possibly enter Longyi? Were they merely being sent to serve as fodder? "You have 1 hour," Zhanggu remarked, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he observed the signal device on his wrist. "Go hide. Do not let them discover you. Found. Go claim 5,000 meters." Goodness. Hide? Where to hide? How to hide? With a mere command, the fervor of the masses has long dissipated, leaving only bewilderment in its wake. You have imparted no knowledge, neither reconnaissance nor counter-reconnaissance. With their bodies caked in mud, where can they seek refuge? "Instructor, may we retaliate?" A student stammered the question. "Yes. Use your firearms, and of course, your teeth will suffice as well. However, should they close in on you, I advise against seeking a brawl." Instructor be cautioned. I have not learned to shoot. What they possess is not a weapon, but rather a mere straw in their hands. It is indistinguishable from having nothing at all. Only 50 minutes remain, Zhang Ji's voice measured, yet carrying the weight of impending doom. Yun Mo pursed her lips. This cursed training is a relentless torment. "Instructor, can we utilize the items here?" A student pointed at the cover of the hovering vehicle, raising his voice. "Yes. Quickly, quickly." As soon as the instructor's words left his lips, everyone rushed forward, scouring for usable supplies. Yun Mo sauntered to the side, rummaging for paper and pen. "Do you think you are the legendary painter Ma Liang?" Hua Chuan followed, genuinely concerned for her state of mind. How could she think of such things at this moment? He felt that the task assigned by his mother to care for Yun Mo was beyond his capabilities. Ignoring Hua Chuan's thoughts entirely, Yun Mo's fingers trembled, yet ultimately, the pen danced across the page, conjuring a drawing of an invisibility charm. The so-called invisibility talisman does not grant true invisibility. It merely conceals her presence to a significant extent. It is indeed perfectly suited for this ambush. "What is this?" Hua Chuan inquired curiously as he picked it up. "A magical artifact," Yumo replied. "Is it truly effective?" Hua Chuan expressed skepticism. "Do you want it? I can draw one more for you, ensuring your concealment until the end." Such arrogance. Hua Chuan was certainly unconvinced. "No, thank you," Yunma insisted, folding it up and attempting to tuck it into her pocket. "Wait a moment," Hua Chuan pondered. What if she truly was that person from WB? Perhaps she possessed some genuine abilities. "Fine, give it to me," he reluctantly stated. 800 star coins. "I'll keep a tab." Yunma would not allow him to refuse, slapping the talisman into his hand. A business transaction initiated, quite well indeed. Hua Chuan thought to himself, had he known it would cost money, he could have easily drawn 10 of these worthless things in a minute. Was he simply bored? Yunma, not waiting for him to voice any further objections, seized the moment to take a brief respite and drew another talisman for herself. Only 15 minutes remained. Those infuriating military boots halted 3 steps away, the owner of the boots offering a nonchalant reminder. Within the range of vision, the students' figures had long since vanished. They must have found their hiding spots. Chapter 52, The Calming Spell. An ambush tests one's ability to conceal and one's willpower. Hiding is relatively easy, and enduring for 10 minutes is also manageable. However, maintaining a single position requires immense patience and determination. Only those who have experienced it can truly comprehend. Many do not fail in hiding. Rather, they cannot resist the urge to move. "Follow me." Hua Chuan gestured to Yunma with a tilt of his head and began to ascend the hillside. "No, if you wish to win, follow me," Yunmo insisted. Hua Chuan was reluctant. "No, Yunmo, I can no longer accompany you for another 5 kilometers. Trust me, I possess a stroke of luck," Yunmo proclaimed. Such a statement was indeed formidable, leaving Hua Chuan momentarily speechless. Very well, he conceded, glancing around to confirm that there were no better alternatives nearby. The two ascended the hillside, discreetly signaling their classmates along the way. In all sincerity, even they could discern the presence of others. How could they hope to evade the soldiers? Tian Yafa concealed herself among the foliage, having remained in that position for over half an hour, her body and face itching intensely. Yunmo exchanged a knowing glance with Hua Chuan, who understood immediately and raised his firearm to shoot her a warning shot. Hua Chuan, you scoundrel! Tian Yafa shrieked, banished by her own comrades. This is the spot, Yunmo declared as they continued to navigate their surroundings, ultimately selecting a large tree. Hua Chuan could not suppress a self-inflicted slap to his face, berating himself for his folly. That low shrub barely conceals one's head. Is this truly a hiding place? What nonsense! This is the optimal location for today. I have calculated it. Hua Chuan felt a strong urge to spit at her, convinced he was being utterly foolish. However, the gunfire in the distance was growing nearer, leaving no room for further contemplation. The pair swiftly cleared a space and squeezed themselves in. To an outsider's view, they appeared completely unprotected. Zhang Gu observed through the detector, his brow furrowed. Old Zhang, your student is remarkable. Is she attempting to be enigmatic? Or does she naively believe that the most perilous locations are indeed the safest? The other instructors gathered around, playfully teasing one another out of boredom. I sensed they were inclined to abandon their post in favor of finding a comfortable spot to slumber. Just as two of them settled in, 2 or 3 figures approached cautiously, their footsteps barely audible over the rustling leaves beneath their feet. Even this subtle sound was skillfully concealed amidst the murmurs of the jungle's inhabitants. Hua Chuan tightened his grip on the gun, pressing his body against the ground. His gaze fixed intently ahead, prepared to act preemptively should any situation arise. In stark contrast to Hua Chuan's taut demeanor, Yunmo leaned against a tree, leisurely closing her eyes, her gentle breaths punctuated by the faintest hint of snoring. Goodness, this troublesome fellow. Hua Chuan caught sight of her out of the corner of his eye, nearly exasperated to the point of fury. Remaining still, he shifted his thigh slightly and playfully nudged her ankle with his foot. Startled, Yunmo awoke with a start, rubbing her eyes, a hint of embarrassment crossing her face. So tired, Hua Chuan silently bared his teeth in irritation. The figures drew ever closer, yet hindered by Yunmo's talisman. Their steps faltered and they veered away from their location. Hua Chuan could no longer contain himself and crawled up from the ground, clutching the triangular piece of paper, and made his way to sit upright beside Yunmo against the tree. This truly is comfortable. Hey, is this thing really effective? He inquired softly, now that the enemy's presence had faded. Yunmo replied. What is the secret? Just this piece of paper? The secret, you ask? Yunmo rubbed her face, feeling a bit drowsy, as she pondered how to articulate her explanation. Perhaps, maybe, well, never mind. Everyone harbors secrets. No need to divulge, Hua Chuan asserted with great magnanimity. Oh, Yunmo continued to keep her eyes closed. After waiting for 3 minutes without any response, Hua Chuan could no longer contain his curiosity and prodded her. Care to share a bit? What is the principle behind it? Yunmo replied, I can calculate. Wait, what does that have to do with calculations? Do you wish to inquire? Yunmo lifted her gaze, her eyes sparkling. Hua Chuan couldn't help but shiver. After a moment of hesitation, he said, Ask me. One question costs 800 star coins, adding the previous amount, that totals 1,600 star coins. Yunmo pounded her thigh. This money comes swiftly. That one do. I've already noted it down. Yunmo interrupted him decisively. All right, go ahead. I'm all ears. For the sake of 1,600 star coins, Hua Chuan perked up his ears attentively. There are 8 doors in the art of Qi Min Dunjia. Among them, the resting door is auspicious for welcoming noble individuals, while the hidden door allows one to remain concealed from troubles. Thus, this place is presently the hidden door. Hua Chuan felt his eyes blur. What on earth is this? Yunmo continued. Every day, the resting door follows rules, namely, Jia, Zhen, Ji, Li, Yi, Ding, Kuan, Bing, Wu. Originally, Sun is above, Gong, Dui, Xian, Qian. Ren resides in Zhun. Gui meets Can, and the resting door arises. Hua Chuan interjected. Can you translate that? Oh, I can calculate. The hidden door is indeed auspicious. This is the hidden door, Yunmo stated. Hua Chuan was on the brink of frustration. This felt like conversing with an extraterrestrial being. So what now? Are we just going to stay here? He inquired. If you wish to take a stroll outside, I won't stop you. However, when you're caught, just don't throw me under the bus, Yun Mo replied. Hua Chuan and Yun Mo sat against the great tree, hesitant to succumb to slumber. Throughout the night, several groups passed by, yet astonishingly, none seemed to notice their presence. It was utterly bizarre. The incessant buzzing of mutated mosquitoes soon enveloped them, perhaps to alleviate their boredom. Hua Chuan swatted at the air in frustration. Stay still, someone is coming. Yun Mo grasped his hand firmly. A number of individuals settled nearby, seemingly in no rush to depart. Hua Chuan began to squirm restlessly, desperate to avoid making too much noise, as the incessant bites of the bloodthirsty insects were driving him to distraction. These mutated mosquitoes were sizable and venomous, each bite leaving an agonizing welt that lingered painfully. Hua Chuan scratched his head in agitation, unable to remain still. Glancing at Yun Mo, he was incredulous to see her remain perfectly composed. Yun Mo, he nudged her, silently urging her to respond. She shrugged, indicating her awareness. Don't you feel the mosquitoes biting? Hua Chuan inquired. I possess a unique remedy. Yun Mo whispered. What is it? Hua Chuan pressed. 800 star coins, she replied. Hua Chuan could no longer restrain himself and begrudgingly accepted the unfair terms, agreeing to pay her 2,400 star coins. The purifying heart mantra, Yun Mo declared upon receiving Hua Chuan's confirmation. Teach me, Hua Chuan implored, growing anxious. It was said that those with type B blood were particularly favored by mosquitoes, but he was not among them. Yet, in mere moments, he had already accumulated several welts on his face. Repeat after me, Yun Mo instructed softly. A heart as clear as water, pure water reflects the heart. A gentle breeze stirs not, and the waves remain undisturbed. In the serenity of Zen, the heart is as pure as ice, amidst the stillness of all things. Tranquility is most fitting for the spirit. Hua Chuan exclaimed. I can't keep up, slow down. Yun Ma paid him no heed, her lips moving in a continuous murmur. Is this truly effective? Does it really work? Hua Chuan gazed at her unmoving figure, feeling a profound admiration. She bore a striking resemblance to a revered sage. After what felt like an eternity, they had finally worn out the others. The moon shone brightly amidst the sparse stars. The jungle echoed with the announcements of K.O. The group of over 100 had dwindled down to just Yun Ma and Hua Chuan, two idle fish. Time's up. Disband. With those words, Yun Ma sprang from the thicket, darting away as if propelled by flames. What is going on? Hua Chuan hurried after her. Hey, where are you going? Unfazed, Yun Ma pressed on. Hua Chuan placed a hand on her shoulder. Aren't you going to enjoy your victory as the champion? Suddenly, Hua Chuan stumbled back in shock. Who is this? Who is this person with a face full of bandages? Aren't masters supposed to have their own clever strategies? So this heart-cleansing incantation is just a self-deception. Did I really waste 2,400 star coins? Hua Chuan felt a wave of regret. This must be some sort of charlatan. Chapter 53. The star arrives every day was a struggle as students navigated through every possible corner of this base, enduring both hardships and trials. With her own hands, she meticulously measured the heights of countless floors, the lengths of mountains and forests, and the small protrusions in the training ground. Yun Mo finally solidified her position as the unrivaled leader, a throne no one could contest. She completed her tasks each day by skirting the edge of the limits, her points having long since dipped into the negative. Yet, she felt a significant improvement. At least now, during a mountain run, she was no longer left too far behind in the first half. Removing her gravity shoes, she felt as though she could soar. After 2 weeks of adjustment, everyone gradually became accustomed to the intense training. However, with familiarity came solitude. No signal. I haven't watched a series in ages. Lu Fanqing mumbled in a corner of the cafeteria. Me too, my title as the interstellar champion, the MVP throne, is surely at risk. Though I do nothing. I cannot stand the days when I open my smart brain and find no messages. I might be a masochist. I miss the days of collapsing into sleep from exhaustion. Amidst the chorus of lamentations, Yun Mo's serene expression appeared exceedingly aloof. Sigh. Hua Chuan poked her. What? Yun Mo replied, continuing to shovel food into her mouth. Don't you find it terribly dull? Dull? How could it be? There are so many things to do, Yun Mo said slowly, swallowing a mouthful of rice. Oh, the boy's eyes brightened. Do tell. What methods do you have to pass the time? Drawing talismans, reciting incantations, meditating. As the crowd recalled her audacious summoning of the divine beast, a shiver coursed through them. This girl was beyond redemption with such a taste. However, a spark of mischief flickered in Huochuan's eyes. The instructor had not forbidden the delivery of items to this place, had he? What were you planning to do? The boys gathered in hushed tones. I have a launcher at home. The driver will arrive this afternoon. Soon, driven by the noble aspiration of shared joy rather than solitary amusement. Huochuan dispatched the launcher. That evening, aided by this diminutive device, the boys finally beheld the long-awaited star network. However, a piercing whistle shattered the tranquility. Room inspection. The sentinel's voice rang from outside. Instantly, everyone leaped from their beds, exchanging bewildered glances. Goodness! Hide! Where to hide? Oh no! The boys scrambled in a frenzy. The sentinel already nearing the door. They hastily descended from their beds, standing at attention in the sweltering heat, clad only in their shorts. The instructor scoured the room, his gaze sweeping over the boys, finding nothing amiss. With a twitch of his lips, he turned and headed for the door. Phew! Someone exhaled quietly, relieved. Yet, before the relief could fully escape, a voice with malicious intent rang out. Jump! Jump! The boys clutched their shorts, gritting their teeth. But could they dare not to jump? With a clatter, the signal devices scattered across the floor. With so little fabric covering them, it was obvious where the signal devices had been concealed. Huochuan. The others. Out. 10 kilometers of armed cross-country. Huochuan, a deduction of 100 points, and a reprimand. Instructor Zhang declared. Ignoring the lamentations of the crowd behind him, tears nearly streamed down Huochuan's face, his heart filled with profound resentment. Surely, you must have known from the outset. Why did you not intervene sooner, opting instead to catch me in the act? Zhang Gu responded with a scoff. Is there truly a comparison between attempted crimes and established facts? Huochuan's painful lesson served as a cautionary tale for all present, illustrating that in this place, engaging in petty antics incurs severe repercussions. He was convinced that this could not be a mere oversight by the military. It was likely a trap. Yet, regardless of the nature of the snare, he believed that simply seeking a connection to the internet should be safe. Thus, on a weekend afternoon, a vibrant scene unfolded along the walls. Countless students stretched their arms outward, desperately trying to capture even the faintest signal. Yuan Mo watched in astonishment, likening the scene to a cosmic version of the thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara. Quickly, move forward 5 meters. We must change positions. Lu Yu shouted, retracting his arm and swiftly advancing to secure the most comfortable spot. Captain, this student is quite impressive, Zhang Gu remarked as he closed his holographic device. Following Lin Yi's gaze outward. Indeed, we intentionally left a gap, and it has been discovered. Quite perceptive. Captain, Alani is coming. Arranged by the Mei family, I presume. Seeking to probe our strengths and weaknesses, huh? A sardonic smirk graced Lin Yi's lips as his cold gaze drifted into the distance. Suddenly, Lin Fanqing's exuberant shout broke the tension, nearly prompting him to dance with joy. What news? As the crowd strained to focus on their terminals, their ears perked up in anticipation. Lin Fanqing's face flushed with excitement as he exclaimed, Alani is coming. Alani. Yuan Mo felt indifferent, wondering who this person was. What? Alani is coming? To our base? Before Yuan Mo could recall who Alani was, a group of boys had already surged forward. Lin Fanqing, where did you hear this news? I just checked her Weibo page, and upon entering, I saw she posted her itinerary. Everyone is thrilled. Encountering like-minded individuals, Lin Fanqing's enthusiasm was palpable. So, who exactly is she? Yuan Mo inquired. Ah, it's her. Suddenly, Yuan Mo remembered. When she first met Xiaonan, this very song was playing on the street. The singer. Alani was rumored to be a descendant of a high-ranking official in the military, and her song had garnered immense popularity, especially among soldiers. How could she possibly come here? Long E is not open to the public, Louis Weban mused, naturally pondering the most. At this point, the crowd could hardly contain their excitement as they collectively switched their screens to Alani's portrait, some even humming along to the melody. Truly, they were spirited youth. After listening to their conversation for a while, Yuan Mo couldn't help but reflect on whether she was growing old. Soon, amidst the eager anticipation of Lin Fanqing and others, Alani's concert commenced at the base. It was only when Lin Yi appeared on stage that Yuan Mo realized Alani must indeed be an extraordinarily influential person. Under the dazzling lights, she stood alongside Lin Yi, whose chiseled features were strikingly handsome, with cold eyes narrowing slightly, exuding an undeniable aura of a sovereign. The woman beside him appeared remarkably gentle, her soft smile radiating warmth, complemented by her beautiful curls, which captivated under the shimmering lights. As the brief introduction by Liani concluded, the moment everyone had eagerly anticipated, the performance by Alani finally arrived. The lights abruptly dimmed, and even the soldiers could not suppress their cheers. Chapter 54. Physical training. One could sense a shift in the wind. Nothing could hinder me. A melodious voice, clear yet resonant, began to echo across the square. The flickering lights enhanced the enchanting quality of her voice, which transformed into a fervent and powerful crescendo, evoking the clash of swords. Alani, brimming with enthusiasm, seemed determined to convey to all that no matter how arduous the circumstances may be, the conviction to protect one's homeland remains unshakable. The ship would carry their indomitable spirit, safeguarding their homeland. It must be said that Alani possessed a remarkable talent. The song she chose was exceptionally fitting for a military setting, resonating deeply with the soldiers' sentiments. Inspired by her passionate performance, everyone in attendance rose to their feet. The soldiers excitedly raised their fists, harmonizing with her melody, joining in the chorus. As the song reached its most exhilarating peak, Alani suddenly removed her military cap and tossed it aside. In an instant, the cadets and soldiers who were still humming erupted into cheers. The goddess. My goddess. Under the blazing sun, Yunmo and others were engaged in their routine exercises on the playground. It's Alani, a sharp-eyed boy exclaimed. Instantly, all the boys straightened their posture. Instructor Zhang announced a 10-minute break, and the crowd swiftly gathered around Alani. Regardless of whether one is an admirer of celebrities, the mere presence of such public figures ignites a collective excitement among the masses, compelling them to approach and witness the spectacle up close. Goddess, your attire is exquisite. Huichuan whistled. Wow, the goddess hasn't tea left yet. How long will she stay? Yesterday, I was too far away to see clearly, up close. She is even more stunning. If only the goddess could observe my training, I believe I would break records today. Milia appeared remarkably composed, with a flicker of unidentifiable light dancing in the corner of her eye. Alani approached Instructor Zhang with a familiar demeanor, asking, Zhang, what shall we practice today? Alani inquired, may I observe? Instructor Zhang gestured casually. The boys were practically euphoric. If given a thermometer, it would surely burst from their excitement. Wow, the goddess truly intends to watch our personal showcase. I must perform splendidly. Among them, only Yunmo wore a disgruntled expression. The crowd was unperturbed. After all, it is natural for same-gender rivalry to exist, especially when no one relishes the idea of being overshadowed. 10 minutes later, Instructor Zhang led the students to a new training ground, recently excavated the day before. The robots at this base were genuinely impressive, executing commands with precision, and one could see the results of their labor in the newly prepared site. Surrounded by dense trees and picturesque scenery, the center was a patch of uneven terrain filled with mud, gravel, and various obstacles. A careless misstep could lead to a fall several feet deep. The complexion of Yunmo has gradually darkened. What? Yunmo's eyes instantly sparkled, not due to the anticipation of the foundational subjects, but because, during physical training, she had become the eternal mouse droppings in the eyes of the instructor. Throughout her more than 20 years of life, she had grown accustomed to flattery. Yet the disdainful gaze of the instructor towards her left her profoundly unsettled. Changing subjects, even if she could not become a vermilion mark, surely she should not be consigned to the last place either. Yunmo's gaze collided with that of Instructor Zhang. He still wore that peculiar smile, which caused a sudden flutter of anxiety within her. Could it be? The foundational subjects could not possibly be as unkind as her father, could they? Instructor Zhang seemed to take delight in her expression, and thus, out of kindness, he elaborated on the rules for everyone. Any new recruits present would surely be left in awe. This was the daunting 400-meter obstacle course that struck fear into the hearts of countless newcomers. 100 meters, sprint to the opposite side. 200 meters, navigate through 5 stepping poles, leap over a deep pit, fly across a low board, ascend a high bench, scale a high-low platform, climb a ladder, traverse a log bridge, scale a high wall, and crawl through barbed wire. 300 meters, jump over a low pole net, scale a high wall, navigate through bridge piers, cross a ladder, traverse a high-low platform, crawl under a low wall, descend into a deep pit 2 meters, and maneuver through 3 stepping poles. This muddy expanse was riddled with an array of pits, varying in size and shape, with distances between them that were utterly unpredictable. Between the pits, various obstacles lay in wait. This was undoubtedly an enhanced version of the 400-meter obstacle course. The neighboring instructor had already prepared a demonstration. Goodness. Upon hearing about the time limit, Yin-Mo felt an urge to express her grievances towards the instructor's relatives. The timed events were truly her worst nightmare. The environmental conditions of the Federal Defense Line are exceedingly intricate. We must acclimate to deserts, gobi, swamps, glaciers, and volcanoes. Therefore, every soldier in training must learn to navigate these diverse environments, for such obstacles are merely the beginning, as Instructor Zhang asserts. He then decisively blew his whistle, signaling the 100 students to commence their run. The first 100 meters were relatively straightforward. One simply needed to avoid the pitfalls on the ground and not fall into them. Yin-Mo possessed excellent balance, and the second 100 meters posed little challenge. However, her weakness lay in her physical stamina. Her leg and arm muscles were insufficient, and with 3 times the gravitational weight plate strapped to her, her arms trembled as she traversed the monkey bridge. Not to mention, she also had to climb out of a 2-meter deep pit. It was unclear which fool had dug such a smooth, straight hole. It was truly a test of jumping ability. This was an individual endeavor, with no assistance permitted. Otherwise, there would be no lunch. Huachuan hesitated for a moment, and Yin-Mo quickly gestured for him to continue on his own path. With no other choice, Huachuan pressed on. Yin-Mo halted, closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and then suddenly accelerated, employing the 5-element step. In a flurry of activity, she finally managed to scramble out of the pit. Next came the challenge of scaling the high wall and the low platform. As Yin-Mo was accelerating, her right leg prepared to leap as she aimed to ascend the high wall and complete the maneuver. Suddenly, a loud shout akin to Lu Yu's voice startled her. She stumbled, and a boy rushing from behind collided with her, causing her to tumble directly off the edge of the pit. It was now worse. This was not merely a 2-meter drop, but a 5-meter pit. Yin-Mo exchanged glances with the boy, tilting her head to gaze at the sky. Once again, she felt that she would never become friends with this base. Louis Weban was also aware of the trouble he had caused. Leaning over the edge of the pit to look down, Yin-Mo pointed her finger at him, realizing that this group was determined to disrupt her training. Louis Weban offered an apologetic smile before turning to leave. Beneath the barbed wire, he struggled to suck in his stomach and moved forward slowly. Huachuan, observing his demeanor, nearly burst into laughter. Louis Weban demonstrated through sheer evidence that he might have practiced yoga. He truly was a remarkably flexible chubby fellow. Upon reaching the finish line, he stumbled, and Yin-Mo found herself sitting on the ground. "Are you all right?" Huachuan asked, giving her a gentle kick with his foot. Yin-Mo gasped for breath, extending a hand towards him, pleading, "Help me up." Chapter 55, Targeting Her? After spending such an extended period in this space, Yin-Mo arrived at a conclusion. The instructor had evidently never studied mathematics. One could never ascertain how many push-ups the instructor meant by 3. The duration of 10 minutes of running remained an enigma. Similarly, the instructor's assertion today that 1 round would suffice was nothing short of a blatant falsehood. What does 1 round even mean? He had countless reasons to make you redo it. If students were asked what they most desired at that moment, the answer would likely be to crush the deathly stopwatch in the instructor's hand. Malia's physical abilities approached an S rank, placing her among the elite few. Though she too felt fatigue, she was invariably the first to complete each task. Alani found a small stool and sat beneath the shade of a large tree, shielding her eyes with her hand as she peered in that direction. "Is there any tea?" She smiled as she inquired of her assistant. "Yes, I have prepared it for you. Please wait a moment." The assistant, quick on her feet, turned around, retrieving her usual tea from the household robot behind her, and proceeded to brew it. Once everything was ready, the assistant turned and handed it to her. Elaine took a leisurely sniff before taking a sip. Suddenly, her delicate brow furrowed, and an unpleasant sound escaped her lips as she shot a fierce glare at the assistant. Upon seeing this expression, the assistant knew she was in trouble. She stepped forward, cupping her hands in a bowl shape, presenting them to Elaine. Elaine spat the tea back into her hands, her expression one of utter displeasure. "This tea is not right." The assistant felt a pang of anxiety. "Miss Elaine, the water from the Ura mountain is temporarily unavailable." "Unavailable?" Elaine's gaze turned frosty as she casually poured the water onto the assistant's lap. The assistant winced at the scalding sensation, her eyes watering, yet she dared not utter a word. She had already been the 16th assistant to Elaine. The previous ones had been dismissed under various pretexts, often leaving in disgrace, some suspected of theft, others accused of tampering with Elaine's belongings, and a few even of invading her privacy. Not everyone could endure such treatment, Naturally, some assistants contemplated confronting her. However, Elaine's influence was substantial, and a single word from her could render someone's career in tatters. The assistant felt her tears welling up. If it weren't for her desperate need for this job, would she willingly serve such a tyrant? Every night, she was kept awake as Elaine demanded, "Am I beautiful? Am I more beautiful than Fan Kuei?" During the day, the assistant busied herself with scheduling and work, only to spend her nights racking her brain to praise Elaine's beauty. The crux of the matter lies in her peculiar and almost uncanny memory. She permits herself to inquire repeatedly of others whether she is beautiful. Yet she does not allow them the grace of responding with the same words. The tea she insists upon must be brewed with water from Mount Ura. Should she fail to acquire this water today, it is likely that a metaphorical hat of thievery would be placed upon her head. Her assistant finds this situation both ironic and sorrowful. A soldier approaches at a swift pace, and Alani resumes her charming and gentle smile. She kneels down, producing a handkerchief to place upon her assistant's leg, softly murmuring, "Look at you. How careless. You've burned yourself, haven't you?" The soldier, however, pays them no heed and strides forward. At this moment, the instructor finally announces the dispersal, and the crowd begins to meander towards the trees in a disheveled manner. Yunemo appears to be floating, resembling an elderly matriarch, as she leans on Huichuan while making her way to the trees. Huichuan, visibly impatient, still hands her a cup of water. Yunemo settles down beneath the tree, expressing her gratitude. "Xiao Chuanzi, thank you." "Excuse me, what did you just call me?" Huichuan, despite never having watched any period dramas, recognizes that this is not a flattering appellation. "Don't take it to heart, my good friend." Yunemo replies with a smile, waving her hand dismissively. Observing that Huichuan's expression is far from pleasant, he lets out a cold snort and finds a small stool to sit on. Alani basks in the flattery of the surrounding boys, her peripheral vision catching this exchange. Being the center of attention, she feels a twinge of displeasure at the sight of a boy disregarding her. And all for a girl lacking in noteworthy attributes? Gazing at Huichuan's relatively handsome features, Alani blinks her lustrous eyes and rises to her feet. She gracefully approached Huichuan, her skirt billowing gently in the breeze, a delicate fragrance wafting towards him. "Hello, I just saw your training. It was impressive. I am quite interested too, but isn't it exhausting?" Alani, accustomed to being pampered wherever she went, lacked the finesse in initiating conversation. Her words failed to evoke any desire for further dialogue. Yunemo harbored no fondness for her. The woman exuded an air of insincerity and duplicity. Alani's approach seemed to herald no good intentions. Nevertheless, Yunemo wore a smile, her customary expression, often more pronounced in uncertain circumstances. "Hello." Alani extended her hand towards Yunemo. Yunemo acknowledged her with a smile and a subtle gesture, indicating her lack of energy to rise. Alani remarked, "Is the training really that tiring?" Yunemo replied, "Mm." Alani continued, "I would love to give it a try, but I'm sure I would be far from your military school standards." Yunemo maintained her smile, though her tone was somewhat indifferent. As for Huichuan, despite his fondness for that particular song, he had encountered numerous celebrities and thus felt a diminished thrill in this moment. Additionally, Huichuan was not one to fawn over others, his gaze remaining fixed. Observing their demeanor, Alani felt a twinge of discomfort. Their intention might have been to showcase their prowess, akin to children seeking praise from their parents. No, here it could be said they wished to display their masculine charm to the goddess they admired, hoping she would witness their strength firsthand. Alani cast a deep glance at Yunma, smiling as she surprisingly donned a complete set of training attire. Wow, she truly ran. This was nothing short of a delightful surprise, as countless onlookers flocked to the 400-meter obstacle course, eager to witness the spectacle. Alani sprang into action, sprinting and leaping with seamless grace. The crowd's jaws dropped wider, their collective gaze turning toward Yunma. Alani's movements were unmistakably iconic. Any discerning observer could see she had nearly replicated Yunma's previous route, even executing several habitual gestures, albeit at a significantly faster pace. This was a slap in the face. Indeed, a resounding slap. Were they rivals? Yunma remained silent. Chapter 56. The wiles of women. The expressions of the onlookers grew increasingly complex. After all, they had endured over 2 weeks of trials together as comrades. One was a scheming celebrity, while the other was a former ally. How do men's affections develop? It is said that a good fight can kindle such feelings. Thus, many still held a fondness for Yunma. Malia lowered her gaze with a cold huff, while Tian Yafu tugged at her sleeve, whispering that it was fortunate Miss Ilani had arrived to provide them some satisfaction. Upon completing her lap, Ilani was merely slightly breathless, maintaining her poised demeanor. Huachuan glanced at her, then at Yunma beside her, yet remained silent. Ilani inquired once more, asking if such training was particularly challenging for those with weaker constitutions and whether physical fitness levels could be improved. Lin Fanqing nudged Huachuan, exchanging knowing glances. Huachuan turned his head in response. Ilani remarked, "You seem to possess quite a good physique." Huachuan chose to remain reticent. "Classmate, what has happened to your eyes?" Ilani inquired, casting her gaze upon Lin Fanqing. Upon hearing her concern, Lin Fanqing felt somewhat overwhelmed. This woman. Why had he never noticed her subtlety before? He resolved never to idolize anyone again. Turning away, he spread his arms wide and opened his mouth in an exaggerated expression of exasperation, resembling a popular meme, only to be embraced by Lu Yu and pulled aside. Ilani blinked, feeling a twinge of displeasure. She was not naive, after all. How could she not comprehend the unspoken sentiments after playing along for so long? Huachuan then stood up, bidding farewell. Yun Imo lowered her head, resting her finger on her forehead with a sigh. Ilani remained oblivious to how she had crossed many people's boundaries, suppressing her annoyance as she glared at her. Suddenly, Yun Imo sprang to her feet and declared earnestly, "I understand why they act this way." Ilani, slightly irked, asked why. "Oh, it's not that they target you. Rather, they disdain the duplicitous nature of certain individuals." Ilani responded, left speechless. Yun Imo had already dashed off to catch up with Huachuan and the others, exclaiming, "Hey, is this how you treat those with disabilities?" Huachuan paused momentarily. "Do you wish to consult the school nurse?" Yun Imo patted his shoulder. "No need. By the way, you're quite the bro." Lin Fanqing followed suit. "There must be more than one bro, right? Wait, if you go out, I'll treat you all to divine chicken at Feisty restaurant," Yun Imo called out. Ilani watched them, her heart brimming with envy and frustration. When had she ever been so disregarded? She had always been the object of adoration, and this was a first for her. Her eyes narrowed slightly. "Goddess, could you leave a signature?" The base forbade photography, yet numerous boys approached her for autographs. Ilani lifted her head, flashed a smile, and walked over. Yun Imo never anticipated that Ilani would dare to play such a bold game. Was her filming within the military camp sanctioned? The audacity to release it without prior approval indicated the immense power she wielded behind the scenes. The video appeared exceedingly positive, showcasing the military cadets' resilience and arduous training routines. However, towards the end, it intentionally or inadvertently revealed Yun Mo's struggles and hardships. Was it aimed at her? For whom? Malia? Huh. Netizen A. Who is this girl? With such poor physical condition, how did she get into Rochester? Netizen B. There's no way she was admitted normally. I strongly demand an investigation into her background. Netizen C. Are you willing to spend our taxpayers' money on training such a waste? Of course, there were supporters like Louis Weban who defended Yun Imo, but their voices were quickly drowned out in the sea of trolls. Lian E gazed at Ilani with a cold expression, the video playing on his holographic screen. "Miss Ilani, I expect an explanation." Ilani maintained her cheerful facade. "Oh, I forgot to mention. Before I came, the military's propaganda committee commissioned me to promote national defense education. The training of these students ignited a passionate feeling within me. It's a splendid example of the positive energy emanating from the military camp. Wouldn't you agree?" Lian E snorted coldly. "I want to know, where did your photographic equipment come from? Why was there no report?" Ilani asked nonchalantly. "Oh, no report? I'm really not sure about that. It was arranged by the team below. I can inquire." Lian E responded, "Is that so? Then, was the video you posted reviewed?" Ilani looked astonished. "My Weibo account is managed by my agent. The review is also arranged by the team below. Was there no review? Oh dear, it seems they overlooked this. How could such a significant error occur?" Lian Yi's dark pupils fixed intently on her. "I believe that General May summoned you not to allow you to casually disclose military secrets. This alone is sufficient to warrant a visit to the military tribunal." Ilani said earnestly, "Don't joke around, Brother Lian. Let us speak plainly. This is not Long Yi's main base. It is merely a training ground, not involving any military secrets." Lian Yi cast her a cold glance. "Is that so? You seem quite informed." Ilani stood up. "My uncle and General Nia are colleagues. You are aware of the current state of the Federation. General Nia is incapacitated, and the pressure for this election is considerable, isn't it?" Ilani insinuated. Making her meaning clear, General Nia oversees the 72nd Army, and at this juncture, Wouldn't it be disrespectful to the Mei family? Do you really think such a trivial matter is worth pursuing? She reiterated. Zhang Gu was quite upset, yet found no opportunity to speak. Trivial matter? Your actions could potentially harm an emerging and exceptional soldier. Do you truly consider that insignificant? Lian Yi inquired. I genuinely wish to promote positive energy. It seems the individuals below have been negligent in their duties, and I shall promptly clarify the situation. Ilani toyed with her fingers, having achieved her objective. There were plenty of scapegoats available, and she would certainly not allow anyone to seize upon her vulnerabilities. Now, immediately, remove the video from WB. Lian Yi's tone brooked no dissent as he expressed his unwillingness to engage in any further verbal sparring. Very well, Ilani responded gracefully, rising to her feet and brushing off her skirt, ready to inform those below. However, as she stepped outside, her calves trembled involuntarily. Lian Yi was not easily deceived. Without the backing of others, she would truly struggle against his formidable presence. Captain, I fear that the visitor may not come with good intentions, Zhang Gu mused, contemplating the closed door. Moreover, why would she choose our location out of the numerous options available within the 27th Army? Zhang Gu raised his gaze to Lian Yi's face, pondering whether there might be ulterior motives at play. It seemed unlikely, yet regardless, she had already acquired much wealth, fame, all of which she could take with her. But what if she desired something more? Zhang Gu furrowed his brow in concern. She absent-mindedly played with her hair, feeling quite unsettled, unsure of the upper echelon's thoughts on the matter. With internal strife within the Federation and external threats from Alpha Star lurking ominously, allowing the situation to escalate could lead to widespread despondency. Lian Yi placed his hand firmly on the table, his gaze resolute. There will be changes with the upcoming leadership transition next year. Chapter 57. The conflict on WB. As Liu Yueban approached Yunmo, the public sentiment online had already turned decidedly one-sided. Yunmo, please don't be upset, Liu Yueban whispered softly. Yunmo smiled faintly. What is the matter? Liu Yueban pulled up the screenshot and placed it before her. Yunmo glanced through it and noticed quite a number of negative comments directed at her. Beneath the post, Ilani had appeared, looking quite aggrieved, clarifying, please do not distort the facts. I merely wanted everyone to see how arduous the training in the military camp truly is. I did not anticipate it would spark a discussion about a girl. I have deleted the video, so please refrain from maliciously attacking that young lady. Such words were akin to a clumsy attempt at denial. Those who had previously overlooked Yunmo hastily retrieved the video, scrolling to the very end. The more a video was deleted, the more it incited excitement. Consequently, more individuals joined the fray, with netizens clamoring for her expulsion from the Rochester Military Academy, asserting that special admissions should not harbor any hidden agendas. Yunmo rubbed her chin, her eyes narrowing into a slit. Evidently, she had remained too low-key for too long. The young Master Yun had never been one to endure grievances quietly. She typically retaliated on the spot, and if she couldn't, she would diligently record it for future retribution. Yet, thus far, those worth remembering could be counted on one hand. What do you intend to do? Don't act impulsively, Liu Yueban cautioned. Avoid confronting her. We hold no advantage in a direct clash. Lu Fanqing chimed in. Rest assured, I won tea, Yunmo replied with a chuckle, brushing off her trousers as she strode down the hill. Hey, Liu Yueban wished to follow, but Yunmo, striding confidently, waved her hand behind her, signaling that it was unnecessary. Huachuan's large hand rested upon Liu Yueban's shoulder, reassuring him that the sky would not collapse. His father possessed ample wealth, and he had already sent word out. The Hua family had their own water army. Yunmo flicked her hat and strolled over to the wall, extending her wrist beyond its confines. Liu Yueban was remarkably reliable, and indeed, the signal at this location was quite strong. Yunmo was meticulous in her thoughts. The security of her WB account posed a significant risk. Her inaugural post had been instigated by Qin Mu, whose colleagues were aware of his account. Thus, should she make a grave mistake using her own WB account, it would be all too easy for her to be exposed. She still relied on the fans of that account to share her talisman, continually contributing to her influence, so she had no immediate plans to close it. What she intended to reveal was undoubtedly a bombshell, and attracting unwarranted attention would be unwise. Therefore, she needed to find a way to conceal her identity, employing the most inconspicuous methods to subtly release her information. After much contemplation, she returned to the reliable little problem solver, which had a stronger degree of anonymity. However, that account lacked recognition and needed to be revived. With determination, Mo logged into 666 BBS. After such a long time, her previous posts had been buried beneath countless new threads, now lying dormant in some forgotten corner. Familiar with the terrain, she chose once more from the accounts with the most comments. By sheer coincidence, she stumbled upon a comment from someone who appeared to be a production assistant. Approaching the male lead, attached image is the male god handsome? Yang Jinxian has filmed a new movie. Let us drool over it. Black Magic Fairy, wow? The male god is so handsome. What is the new movie about? Beneath the lively conversation, one could sense the fervor of enthusiastic netizens, passionately expressing their admiration and affection. In such a vibrant atmosphere, Yunmo's post ignited like water splashing in hot oil. As the newly crowned Best Actor, Yang Jinxuan's influence is beyond the comprehension of those who have not experienced it firsthand. Aren't I just being realistic? This film featuring Yang might not come to fruition, remarked a concerned user. Another chimed in, what do you mean by that? The first user responded, is there some sort of hidden truth behind this? Please refrain from spreading unfounded rumors. The contract has been signed and filming commenced a week ago. How could it not be completed? Someone countered, let us clarify this. Although I believe Yang Jinxian may not entirely embody the essence required for the mecha battle, I can't think of a better alternative. What do you mean by it not being completed? One must acknowledge the formidable power of celebrity fan clubs and their fervent admirers. As friends rallied together, the thread's popularity escalated. Yunmo's post was pinned, elevated to a featured status, and placed prominently for all to see. Observing the rapid changes within a mere 5 minutes, Yunmo found herself utterly astonished. Had she truly stepped into the limelight so swiftly, leveraging another's fame? Yet, if she failed to articulate a coherent explanation, she feared being mercilessly criticized into obscurity. Should anyone discover her whereabouts, she could very well expect a barrage of backlash. The worry solver. I have examined his birth chart. The current year is unfavorable. From the images of the filming location you shared, it appears to be a place of danger, and prolonged stay may lead to unforeseen calamities. Considering the orientation indicated in the photographs and his facial features, he is likely to encounter misfortune this afternoon. The young man in his 20s. What the hell? The sour one. Shut your mouth and stop cursing my idol. Eighth Master, what time is it now? I checked the clock. It's 4:30. Bloodshed this afternoon? When does the afternoon actually begin? The one who approaches the male. You are mistaken. The idol has no scenes this afternoon and may not even show up. The sour one. Hey, worry solver, don't leave. Isn't it's still afternoon before 6? We're waiting. I'm most annoyed by those who stir up trouble. Fake news originates from you lot. The sour one. Hey, staff member, could you please keep us updated on the idol's whereabouts? The one who approaches the male. Understood. I want to cast a net. I am the administrator. If it is proven that worry solver spreads false rumors, I will apply to freeze his account. The post rapidly gained traction at an astonishing rate, even trending on major platforms. However, they did not have to wait long, nor did they need the user sour one to post again. At exactly 5 o'clock, a fan forwarded the latest announcement from Yang Jinxuan's official Weibo page. Ma daddy, the actor Yang has been injured. He has announced his withdrawal from the filming of the Mecha Championship. The effervescence of acidity. Oh my goodness. The young adult in his 20s. Oh my goodness. I am a paparazzo. Oh my goodness. I wish to cast my net. What is happening? Ingnan Ershang, you must come out quickly. What is going on? Ba Yi, Ingnan Ershang. Countless netizens. Ingnan Ershang. 10 minutes later, Ingnan Ershang finally appeared. Ingnan Ershang. I was terrified. It truly felt surreal. The multitude of netizens. Do tell us, what on earth transpired? Ingnan Ershang. Fortunately, I was shielded by the tent at the last moment, but ironically, there was a prop mechanized blade on the ground that pierced my calf. Oh, how frightening. The multitude of netizens. How terrifying. They found the problem-solving little expert to be quite alarming. This thread descended into an eerie silence, lasting a full minute, with not a single soul uttering a word. Chapter 58. Meticulous arrangements. Yun Mo, feeling bored, leaned against the wall, counting the leaves of the nearby trees. Sensing that the time was opportune, she resumed posting. The problem-solving little expert. 6 lines divination, 8 characters fortune-telling. If it doesn't work, no charge. 3 divinations per day, 800 star coins per divination. The multitude of netizens looked utterly perplexed. Ingnan Ershang. Problem-solving little expert. So you truly possess such abilities? The problem-solving little expert. Would you care to give it a try? Ingnan Ershang. How does one try? The problem-solving little expert. There are 3 methods: birthday, palmistry, facial features, and character analysis, with accuracy decreasing in that order. Ingnan Ershong. Dear host, do you realize we are in an era of materialism in the interstellar age? Yunma shared the link to her Siege Yu Ishui Tang once more. One question for 800 star coins. You 1T suffer losses, or B deceive the netizens were taken aback. Were you fooled by the 800 star coins? The problem-solving expert chimed in. Ingnan Ershong. So do you want to give it a try? I can offer you a free divination since the new store has opened. Bai Yi exclaimed. Let us take a look. Wow. Ingnan Ershong replied. Are you genuinely giving it to me? The expert assured. Indeed, absolutely. Ingnan Ershong, somewhat exhilarated, said. Then I want to ask. I really don't know what I want to ask. Yunmo responded with silence. Bai Yi suggested. I recommend Ingnan Ershong. Pose a question to which you already know the answer. Ingnan Ershong replied. Oh, that makes sense. I just need to write something, right? The expert urged. Please quickly. Ingnan Ershong composed a message, took a clear photo, and sent it over. It was the character for Ball. He claimed to be pregnant and wished to inquire about the gender. Suddenly, the woman on the opposite screen stood up, her face filled with excitement. Rendered speechless for a moment. The others were equally thrilled, eagerly awaiting Ingnan Ershong's response. The netizens wondered, where did Ingnan Ershong go? Was it accurate? Ingnan Ershong finally stated. He got it right. I'm having a boy, due on the 12th. The crowd was left in astonishment. Unable to believe it was indeed accurate. A young man nearing 20 remarked, You're not in cahoots, are you? Preserve the integrity. I can prove they are not in cahoots. With a casual gesture, the protagonist shared a photograph from the film set, revealing that they were indeed colleagues. This revelation stirred a wave of excitement among the onlookers. Could it be that this individual truly possessed extraordinary psychic abilities? A young man on the cusp of adulthood eagerly interjected, Can I have one for myself? Yunmo, with a serene smile, replied, Of course. Would you prefer to place your order privately, or discuss it here? The young man, undeterred by the prospect of secrecy, boldly declared, I'm not afraid of discretion. I'll ask right here so others can witness. I've already made my payment in your shop. The problem-solving enthusiast encouraged, Please proceed. In a flash, the young man sent over a piece of paper emblazoned with a large character for question. I just want to know, what did I have for lunch? The online community gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, Wow, he's a rich kid throwing around 800 star coins for such a trivial inquiry. Yunmo couldn't help but smirk at the absurdity of spending such a sum on a question so mundane. The young man, brimming with enthusiasm, began to shout in the group chat, By the way, what sort of creature is that over there? The crowd's fervor was instantly ignited, and Yunmo calmly typed out a message. Today's final oracle. Amidst the frenzy of eager participants, one user known as Exposer managed to secure the coveted first position. As for the identity of this exposer, it was likely a secret known only to Yunmo Revelation. I have a beloved celebrity who has sung an exceptionally beautiful song. Please forgive me for not disclosing her privacy. I merely wish to inquire whether her ambition to venture into the military will be met with success. The multitude of netizens exchanged glances, pondering the connection between a celebrity, the military, and a melodious song. A chuckle ensued. And yet, you wish to guard her privacy? Is this not referring to the esteemed Alanis? The paparazzo, interjected. Are you truly so naive? Is it not your intent to inquire about Lonnie? Such blatant subterfuge is hardly subtle. Revelation. I am not. The paparazzo continued. What is there to deny? Her aspirations of entering the military have long been common knowledge. Such reticence is unwarranted. The multitude of netizens concurred. Indeed. Yet we are also curious to hear more. How about this? Let us pool our resources. Worry-solving expert, can you provide insight? Yumon narrowed her eyes, a faint smile gracing her lips. I am afraid not. The netizens reacted with astonishment. What? Is that not your forte? Is this a ploy to damage your reputation? The worry-solving expert responded, I apologize, but this matter truly lies beyond my capabilities. The curiosity of the netizens was piqued. Why is that? The worry-solving expert replied, A fortune-telling for 800 star coins carries a risk far exceeding 8 billion. I regret that I am unable to assist. Those before the screen were left bewildered, pondering the implications of her words. At this moment, the initial revelator cleverly devised a compromise. Revelation, how about this? Did you not mention that a birthday suffices? Observe this date. Born on January 25th, 1144 in the stellar calendar, female. Could you assist me in discerning this individual's fate? The multitude of netizens could hardly contain their mirth, for was it not the birthday of Alani? Inquisitive voices arose. What does this mean? The so-called worry solver responded. I am unfamiliar with this person's name and can only make a rough deduction from the information provided by all. This individual possesses a unique fate. With 3 prominent metals aligningly positioned in the earthly branches, a rare occurrence indeed, indicative of a noble lineage. The netizens, unimpressed, retorted. Who doesn't know Alani's affluent background? The worry solver continued. In this year of Wusu, the Tai Sui of Su Earth forms a harmful relationship with the metals in her fate. Thus, she faces financial tribulations this year. She may encounter unforeseen difficulties due to matters of wealth, economy, interests, and money. The worry solver elaborated. The divination reveals the hexagram of Li below Can, symbolizing the harmonious interaction of water and fire. Water, representing the Can, and fire, representing the Li, converge in such a way that water prevails over fire, indicating a peak followed by decline. The netizens reacted. Is this for real? Financial problems? Are you jesting? The discussion grew increasingly fervent. Yet Yunma had already withdrawn. The entertainment industry is a treacherous domain. Even the slightest disturbance can be magnified infinitely. The clues she provided were unmistakable economic issues. A simple inquiry into her tax situation would likely unveil the truth. After such elaborate efforts, the bait had been cast. It was time to retreat gracefully. The worry solver proclaimed, at the CGO Academy of Yijing, we offer divination and fortune-telling services. The knowledge of all things under heaven is at your disposal. We welcome everyone's patronage. On the surface, it appeared that she was merely engaged in a series of promotional activities for her own establishment. In truth, the magnitude of the impending storm is no longer a matter of concern for her. An age-old principle asserts that to suppress one piece of news, one must unveil another of greater significance. Undoubtedly, Alani's social media will become a whirlwind of activity. It would be somewhat regrettable to miss out on it. Chapter 59. Yunma's counterattack Alani. On the other end of the video call, the man's expression was ominously dark. Are you aware of the magnitude of the chaos you have caused? Uncle, please allow me to explain. Alani's face drained of color. She could not be a pawn in this game. Alani collapsed into her seat, her nails nearly digging into her flesh. How could this happen? Her social media account was initially rallying against that girl. How did the narrative suddenly shift to scrutinizing her financial matters? Who exposed her clandestine contract? And where did those thousands of online trolls come from? With her face buried in despair, Alani left hastily without even bidding farewell. Yunma and the others, however, immersed themselves once more in the embrace of training. The weather today appeared particularly splendid. Despite the blazing sun overhead, a gentle breeze wafted through, and the roadside was adorned with a myriad of wildflowers, swaying gracefully in the wind, dotting the verdant grass like a painter's brushstrokes. One could almost see swarms of wild bees busily at work among them. Taking a deep breath, her spirits lifted. Hey! Louis Weban walked alongside Yunma, giving her a gentle nudge. Yunma raised an eyebrow. It seems Alani has landed herself in trouble, Louis Weban remarked with glee. Yes, Yunma nodded. You knew about this already? Louis Weban looked at her, puzzled. Her visage conveyed to me that this was an inevitable occurrence. Yunmo remained composed, yet spoke little. Fortunately. Otherwise, you would have encountered trouble, Louis Weban lamented somewhat. However, this is indeed quite a coincidence. Let us go. It seems I have spotted the instructor. Today's training ground appeared strikingly different. The ground was inexplicably covered in yellow sand. Before each student stood a dark-skinned soldier, who, according to instructor Zhang, had been arranged as their sparring partner. Initially, everyone assumed that they were to learn combat techniques face-to-face with the soldiers. To their astonishment, Instructor Zhang waved his hand, and the soldiers swiftly brought the students crashing to the ground. Up they would rise only to be thrown down again. Various techniques such as shoulder throws, standing throws, kneeling throws, and leg sweeps ensued. The soldiers showed no mercy as they executed these maneuvers on the sand-covered ground. Caught off guard, and facing a significant disparity in strength, the students found themselves bewildered once they were within reach. Yunmo had reason to suspect that the instructor merely viewed them as punching bags for the soldiers to practice on, while there were those who attempted to resist. The soldiers, seasoned in their craft, always managed to seize upon their vulnerabilities before they could fully unleash their power. Yunmo belatedly recalled Instructor Zhang's opening remarks. Techniques are learned through real combat. Today's objective was to execute a counterattack. Otherwise, it would be a 5-kilometer weighted cross-country run. Counterattack? How to counter? With sand choking my mouth, my vision blurred, and my opponent a robust soldier? Each one bore eyes that sparked with intensity, showing no signs of restraint. Yunimo lay on the ground for a while, realizing that remaining idle served no purpose. Those soldiers were utterly relentless. They would kick up sand directly into 1's face, taking advantage of any attempt to shield 1's mouth or nose to execute their next assault. How infuriating. Louis Weban faced off against a soldier named Sun Tao, who was as thin as a reed, effortlessly throwing the hefty Lu to the ground, leaving him utterly incapacitated. It was a rather distressing sight. After a brief interlude, the order was given to rest for 5 minutes, perhaps feeling that the appetizers had been sufficiently served. Instructor Zhang finally granted them a moment of respite. The tension in the air was palpable as everyone glared at the opposing soldiers, silently strategizing their next move. In comparison to the average individual, Yun Mo possessed a commendable physique. However, among the military cadets, she was deemed to have inferior strength, poor jumping ability, and inadequate endurance. Conversely, her keen perception was unmatched. This acuity was not merely a product of instinct honed through battle, but rather an innate sensitivity and ethereal quality. Furthermore, the Yun family practiced not only metaphysics, but also ancient martial arts. Had she not been caught off guard by the sudden assault, her skills would have been sufficient for evasion. 5 minutes flew by swiftly. With an air of caution now present, the situation was no longer as overwhelmingly dire, though it remained far from favorable. The sounds of grappling once again echoed across the sandy terrain. Opposite Yun Mo stood Zhou Jin, who showed no signs of underestimating her simply because she was a girl. The soldiers here possessed remarkable psychological fortitude. Zhou Jin stood before Yun Mo, his knees slightly bent, his center of gravity lowered, and his arms coiled like a spring, poised for an imminent strike. Yun Mo's gaze remained fixed upon him. The moment his garment fluttered, she deftly stepped back with her left foot, crossing her right foot over in a peculiar glide. Zhou Jin hesitated for a brief moment before advancing 2 paces, swiftly closing the distance between them. He aimed to seize her neck with one hand while his right foot aimed to trip her. Yun Mo, however, exhibited remarkable reflexes, leaning back, rolling, and springing to her feet in a seamless sequence of movements, once again evading capture. Zhou Jin stared incredulously at his outstretched hand. His speed was undoubtedly among the top ranks of the recruits. How could this be? After Yun Mo narrowly dodged him yet again, Instructor Zhang also turned his attention towards the unfolding scene. This was unusual. Given the capabilities of Instructor Zhang and his peers, they could predict an opponent's potential attack by observing the tension in their muscles, their gaze, and their breath. Yet this girl was different. She was not merely reacting after Zhou Jin struck, but had anticipated his move even before he initiated it. Such keen perception. In truth, Instructor Zhang was mistaken. Yun Mo was not merely responding at the moment of Zhou Jin's attack, but had calculated her position beforehand, stepping into the optimal spot. The disparity in their physical prowess was immense, a gap that technique alone could not bridge. Hence, for her, this was a contest of timing who could act faster. Zhou Jin or her calculations? Stop. Instructor Zhang called out just after Yun Mo had narrowly evaded for the 5th time. All eyes turned towards them. Yun Mo was panting, her polished military boots halting before her. You are quite impressive. Allow me to accompany you in practice. Yun Mo appeared momentarily dazed. Instructor, is that appropriate? She gestured toward the others, her meaning unmistakable. If you intend to settle personal scores, it should not be so overt. Instructor Zhang remained silent, removing his military cap and jacket, tossing them to Zhou Jin, before methodically affixing 5 gravity plates to himself. At that moment, Yun Mo's gaze lingered upon his taut, muscular arms and legs. This individual possessed remarkable explosive power, his military boots barely grazing the ground, indicating he was likely a speed-oriented contender. Yun Mo felt a sense of foreboding against Zhou Jin. She could rely on her keen eyesight for an advantage, but Zhang, the instructor, was clearly not an opponent to be trifled with. The surrounding students exchanged incredulous glances, many displaying expressions of envy. It seemed this girl had consistently captured the instructor's attention. After performing a couple of vertical jumps, Instructor Zhang assumed a stance before Yun Mo. Come on, may I decline? Yun Mo inquired. Survive for 10 minutes, and you shall be exempt from all morning training. Instructor Zhang stood resolutely on the field, awaiting her response. Yun Mo, too, remained steadfast. The gravity of the military command left her no room for refusal. With 5 times the weight strapped to him, He was effectively battling under the burden of 5 of his own weights. His current prowess might not surpass Zhou Jin's, and even his speed could be compromised, thus presenting her with a glimmer of opportunity. 10 minutes, is it? Very well, I shall endure not just 10 minutes, but even a mere 10.5. Yunmo, refusing to concede defeat, boasted with fervor. Her declaration left her fellow students astounded. Had it been spoken by Hua Chuan, the credibility would have been somewhat higher. Yunmo, with her mediocre father, lacks any justification for her audacity, regardless of the limitations imposed on the instructor's abilities. Come. Instructor Zhang gestured for her to make the first move. The students gathered around, their whispers filling the air. Goodness, has Yunmo lost her mind, daring to challenge Instructor Zhang? Is the school doctor present? If the instructor cannot control his strength, she will surely suffer a fracture. I fear Yunmo may have to take over the medical bay. As a fellow female, I can only remark on her utter lack of self-awareness. Heavens, even the instructor's gaze upon her seems unsettling. I genuinely feel apprehensive for her. As Yunmo entered the arena, a faint, inscrutable smile finally graced Instructor Zhang's lips. 10 minutes. There was no way he would allow her to evade him indefinitely. He must strike first. At the very moment that smile appeared, Yunmo launched her kick. A snicker erupted from the crowd, though it was not I who laughed. Honestly, she should reconsider. The speed of her kick was painfully slow. Facing her opponent directly, this student is profoundly overestimating her capabilities. In truth, I believe she should evade. After all, the instructor was wielding 5 times the usual gravity. Perhaps she could endure for a spell. To Zhang, Yunmo's leg speed resembled a slow-motion action. He raised his right leg, mirroring her movement, prepared for a direct confrontation. Yunmo's pupils dilated in shock. Direct confrontation? Was this not sheer bullying? But it was too late. Instructor Zhang's speed was overwhelming, a force that could dispatch 10 with a single strike. As their legs collided, Yunmo was caught unprepared, experiencing a surge of intense pain in her calf. Is that all the strength you possess? Instructor Zhang raised an eyebrow in derision. The situation between the adversary and ourselves has become evidently clear. The opponent is exceedingly formidable. Instructor Zhang was somewhat taken aback. Although he exerted merely a third of his strength in that kick, he soon realized the opponent's lower body was remarkably stable and their reflexes were swift. Managing to regain balance the instant they came under attack, Instructor Zhang extended his arm, resting it upon Yunmo's shoulder, intending to execute a shoulder throw. Yet, Yunmo slightly slumped her shoulder, retreated, and with a lightning-quick movement, maneuvered behind him. In a fleeting moment of distraction, Yunmo seized his arm and countered with a strike to his abdomen, mirroring a technique he had employed moments before. How could she adapt so swiftly? Such a formidable ability to synthesize knowledge. The onlookers felt their beliefs teetering on the brink. How could this be possible? With Instructor Zhang's caliber and Yunmo's physique? Was this not a myth? Evading. Had she truly escaped? Skeptical students below began to mimic Yunmo's movements, nearly tripping over themselves in the process. Yet, they witnessed Zhang's rapid assaults. While Yunmo stumbled yet skillfully evaded each strike, barely managing to elude him every time he approached. Even instructors from other classes were drawn to the spectacle, gathering around. Old Zhang, this blatant leniency cannot be permitted. Instructor Zhang, however, was oblivious to the surrounding clamor. His focus was solely on that girl. What kind of footwork was this? What keen perception did she possess? Despite his countless feints, they proved ineffective. After 10 minutes, Yunmo's stamina waned. Instructor Zhang, with a look of regret, came to a halt. On this day, the students were reintroduced to a phrase, even the weakest can have their moment. If Yunmo were to summarize this battle, she would declare it a personal vendetta, a one-sided beating that left her feeling bruised. Chapter 60. The existence of conflict after a morning of rigorous training. The students had garnered significant insights. Although the teaching methods were somewhat harsh, the results were remarkably effective. This was particularly evident in the cases of students like Hua Chuan, who possessed a solid foundation. The morning's training was grueling. They endured numerous falls in the sandy terrain, emerging battered and covered in grit. However, they undeniably acquired a multitude of techniques. By the end of the session, they had become far less susceptible to being toppled by the soldiers. Hua Chuan even felt that with a few more practice sessions, he would possess the strength to counterattack. Lu Weben proved to be exceptionally talented. Despite his inherent limitations in weight class, he adeptly analyzed his opponent's attack angles, assessed optimal points of impact, and devised the best evasion strategies. Ultimately, utilizing his remarkably clear intellect, He developed a combat strategy tailored to his abilities, truly a testament to his perceptiveness. Yunmo, rubbing her sore wrists, ambled slowly towards the accommodation area. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, and the sounds of other teams echoed through the forest. She flexed her fingers, repositioned her backpack onto her right shoulder, and continued onward. To her surprise, at the end of the path, she found someone waiting for her. A shy boy, scratching his head, inquired, "How did you do that just now?" Yunmo raised an eyebrow. "Just now? You mean during the sparring?" "Yes," he replied, his face filled with anticipation. Yunmo smiled. "Did you not see? It was all about dodging. The instructor's reaction speed far exceeds yours, allowing him ample opportunity to block your escape. Yet, you managed to evade him. Do not tell me it was merely instinct." The boy, with a mischievous glint in his eye, surely possesses some secrets. The military has techniques to dodge death, akin to mecha tactics, but yours is certainly not one of them. Yunmo rolled her eyes, expressing her desire to enhance her abilities. Undoubtedly, it is a dream she harbors. The boy rubbed his hands together, filled with anticipation. "Are you going to enlighten me?" Yunmo pointed at her own eyes, stating, "This relies on mathematics. I can calculate it. But you won't be able to grasp it even if I share." The boy, sensing her reluctance, appeared somewhat deflated, his shoulders slumping. Yunmo beckoned him closer, adding, however, "I do possess another method, one that is accessible to all ages." The boy leaned in, intrigued. "What is it?" "Ancient martial arts, for 800 star coins. Would you like to learn?" Yunmo patted his shoulder, suggesting they could keep a tab. The boy scrutinized her, wavering between belief and skepticism. "Will you teach me thoroughly?" "I will instruct you, but whether you can learn depends on your comprehension. Would you care to give it a try?" Yunmo flexed her wrist. "How do we begin?" Yunmo took his arm with her left hand, her right fingers aligning as she traced from his wrist upward, counting as she went. Higu, Xiuqi, Waiguan, Tianquan, all the way to the shoulder blade. The boy gasped, his demeanor shifting to alarm as sensations coursed through his arm, from initial soreness and numbness to a prickling sensation, culminating in an electric ache radiating from his shoulder. He could barely lift his entire arm. However, once Yunmo released her grip, he quickly regained his composure. The young man's expression was complex as he traced the spot she had just touched. "What is this?" Yunmo replied. "It is the Tianzong acupoint located on the scapula, a commonly used point in traditional Chinese medicine. Pressing it can render the entire arm powerless, making it impossible to grasp objects, though it poses no danger." She could easily illustrate an entire set of human acupoint diagrams to gift to this young man. Whether he could adeptly apply them was beyond her concern. The young man tilted his head in contemplation for a while longer, posed a few more questions, and ultimately concluded that perhaps he was not suited for this path. He shook his head and departed. The rise of the underdog. Yunmo's remarkable turnaround defied the constraints of her physical constitution, undeniably establishing her as a miracle within this space. As onlookers gazed at her seemingly innocuous visage, they pinched their own muscles, engulfed in profound self-doubt. The cafeteria had opened, and after a brief tidying up, Yunmo proceeded to fetch her meal. Since she was exempt from training that morning, most students had yet to arrive. She fiddled with the grains of rice, setting aside the cabbage leaves and eyeing the generous portions of chicken. She was not picky, yet for some inexplicable reason, the sight of cabbage dampened her appetite. Several groups of people passed by, intentionally navigating closer to her, while curious gazes lingered from a distance. As she neared the latter half of her meal, a group of individuals covered in yellow dust, their faces smeared with grime, entered the cafeteria, instantly stirring a lively commotion. The students observed Yunmo's pristine appearance, their expressions tinged with a hint of peculiarity. Lui Webang and others approached her table with their trays, inquiring, "May we join you?" Yunmo shrugged and gestured invitingly. "You have quite the knack for this. How do you manage it?" Lui Webang posed the same question. Yunmo sat up straight with great seriousness, placing her chopsticks down and slowly spoke. "I can calculate. Do you wish to inquire?" The moment her words left her lips, Huichuan and Lui Webang swiftly lifted their plates, shifting to another spot. Lin Fanqing, seated opposite them, looked on in bewilderment, questioning, "What is the matter with you?" "Do not ask. It is exorbitantly expensive." Huichuan raised his left hand to shield his face, exclaiming, 800 star coins for a single inquiry. This fellow has surely lost his mind over finances. He felt that merely hearing the phrase "I can calculate" was sufficient to joyfully conclude the conversation. Yunmo. After the break, the afternoon resumed with various training sessions. MMP. Endurance was a significant challenge. The foundational training was interspersed with physical training, and Yunmo found herself utterly exhausted. She had become the perfect safety net for everyone at the base, firmly establishing her dominance as the last in rank, and she was prepared to maintain this position for the long haul. "This is somewhat perilous," Liu Yueben remarked, shaking his legs while lying on the training ground. Speaking to her, Yunmo perked her ears up. "Perilous? Military training is graded," Liu Yueben replied. "So what?" Yunmo was not particularly concerned. A deficit now did not signify a perpetual deficit. "Our school is unlike others. Money is not a universal currency in Leicester. After classes commence, all meals are exchanged for points, understand?" Yunmo's expression turned wooden as she once again felt the weight of unfortunate circumstances. Freshmen start with a base score of 0, and having only participated in drills, she estimated her score to be already at -50. It was rumored that scores would be multiplied according to performance, and given Zhang Ji's tendencies, he would likely wish to amplify her score by 100-fold. -50, magnified 100 times, amounts to -5,000. "Does the school S point system favor Huabei?" Yunma inquired with a glimmer of hope. "You must be dreaming," Huachuan retorted with a hint of schadenfreude. Although he had lost over 100 points initially, he had already earned back more than 20. If he maintained a slightly better performance moving forward, he would be fine. In truth, military training was not particularly challenging for them. If not for Yunma, who consistently lagged behind, most would have positive scores. Setting aside other matters, based on your score in this exercise, you wouldn't even be allocated decent equipment. "Ah, that seems rather unfair," Yunma exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Never discuss fairness with the instructor. He will only reveal to you the depths of mediocrity," Lin Fanching advised, patting her shoulder earnestly. "The economic foundation determines the superstructure. Your peers may ensure you do not starve, but in Rochester, points serve as that economic foundation, dictating the breadth of your future." Yunma replied, "What? Do you understand the principle of consistency? The school offers 2 primary avenues for accruing points. One is through clubs, and the other through the battlefield. Regardless of the path, one must initially rely on points as a stepping stone. Without a strong start, the gap between your score and others will only widen." Yunma lowered her head and swiftly accessed the academic system downloaded to her smart brain. Fortunately, points do not affect one's degree. Liu Yu gazed at her speechlessly, his fair complexion illuminated by the sunlight, seemingly lost in the sky. If 5 words were to drift across the heavens, he could easily imagine that in her eyes. They would undoubtedly read, "That is of no consequence." Indeed, in Yunmo's mind, as long as she does not drop out and secures her initial footing, everything else pales in comparison. Liu Yu spoke earnestly. "Do you realize that attending classes also consumes points? If you do not attend, how can we arrange exams for you? Without exams, there are no grades. Without grades, there is no degree. Without a degree, entry into the military is impossible, and without military access." "Is it really that exaggerated?" Yunmo asked, somewhat astonished. "What do you think? Each year, there is a selection process for special recruits, and enrollment is merely the beginning." "What does elimination entail?" Yunmo inquired. "It means an internal reassignment within the school, placing you into less desirable majors. If you cannot adapt to that, then..." Liu Yu placed his hands beneath his head, indicating that this would further diminish her chances of entering the military. Huachuan sighed, speaking with gravity. "If it weren't for the fact that my father struggled with theoretical courses, he would never have subjected himself to this profession." Yunmo was taken aback. She understood the importance of grades, but had never realized its magnitude. Bearing the hopes of the Blue Star's resurgence, the military academy represented her beginning, and she could not afford to falter here. "So, is there still a chance for me to turn this around? With just over a week left? Do you think I have an opportunity for redemption?" "Unless you can excel in the exercises and earn extra points," Liu sighed, sharing her concern. Chapter 61. Self-recommendation for commander exercises? What exercises? Upon hearing there was still a chance, Yunmo's eyes widened in surprise. Each military training session culminates in an exercise, with the most common being the red versus blue camp battle. However, that place is a realm of cunning schemes, where I, a mere solitary soldier, can only engage in a furtive development. Yunmo pondered, stroking her chin. From where will the weapons come? How will victory be determined? Huachuan, with his head bowed, idly plucked at a blade of grass without lifting his gaze. "Congratulations, you have finally touched upon the crux of the matter. The equipment for the exercises is likely allocated based on points. If one lacks sufficient points," he cast a sidelong glance at Yunmo, "it will most probably be the standard issue. What constitutes the standard issue? Yun Mo pressed further. Basic firearms, I suppose. Are there non-standard ones? Yes, Louis Weban elucidated. This year's base is somewhat different, and I surmise it may involve urban combat. Lin Fancheng nodded. Could it be that one? Which one? Don't keep us in suspense, Yun Mo urged. Louis Weban appeared quite animated. The XC-09 Model 85mm multi-purpose assault projectile was delivered to the base 2 days ago. Which one? Exclaimed. No way? A rocket specifically for urban warfare? It can't be that realistic, can it? All I know is that Longyao base is quite affluent. Yun Mo recalled. The 09 model rocket, weighing 7.5 kilograms, has insufficient armor-piercing capability, yet it can be carried by anyone, sufficient to handle various structures. Could it truly be prepared for this occasion? So I don't have one? Yun Mo questioned in disbelief. You most likely do not. Louis Weban shattered her hopes. Moreover, given your score, you may hinder your team, resulting in them being somewhat less equipped. Yun Mo replied, Are you perhaps minoring in the art of face-slapping? Let us not dwell on that. What about victory? The question of how to determine victory among so many participants is indeed complex, as Louis Weban explained. It is not merely a matter of counting heads. The instructors employ an entire set of evaluation criteria, encompassing both qualitative and quantitative assessments. The notion of qualitative evaluation unsettled Yunma, as it implies the potential for human manipulation. However, Louis Weban seemed to sense her unease and reassured her. There exists a rigorous logical framework for judgment, supplemented by an oversight team, rendering the possibility of clandestine operations virtually non-existent. Yunma nodded, awaiting further elaboration. The first-year curriculum is expected to address this matter, wherein the assessment of victory will integrate various factors such as firepower, mission objectives, troop types, and tactics, all weighted accordingly to arrive at a comparative analysis of the combat effectiveness of the red and blue teams. For instance, in a mountain assault scenario, if the red team's combat effectiveness is quantified by a firepower index of 148, multiplied by a tactical level index of 1.3, and a tactical nature index of 1192. 4. While concurrently, the blue team's combat effectiveness is calculated as a firepower index of 77, multiplied by a defensive tactical nature index of 2. 5. A hilly terrain index of 1, a defensive preparation time index of 1, and a tactical level index of 0. 7,148. One could conclude that the combat effectiveness of the red team surpasses that of the blue team, thereby declaring a victory for the red team. However, Huachuan interrupted, there is no need to delve into such details. Essentially, as long as we secure a sufficient number of eliminations and equipment, we can roughly ascertain our side's chances of victory. Yunma grasped the implication. In determining victory, tactics carry considerable weight. Louis Weban affirmed this notion, stating that tactics pertain to the realm of command. Lin Fancheng was somewhat melancholy, pondering why, despite consuming the same sustenance, the command personnel were able to exhibit such prowess during the exercises. Louis Weban patted him on the shoulder, advising him not to be discouraged, noting that without exceptional control, the execution of strategy would falter, leading to criticism rather than admiration. He posited that the commander might even envy the visceral satisfaction of engaging in hand-to-hand combat. Command? Yun Mo inquired, from whence do they originate? Who comprises the red and blue factions? Louis Weban responded that all freshmen would eventually converge for the exercises, with the initial command selection made by the instructors, though it would most likely be drawn from the command department. Yun Mo understood, recognizing that mecha design and military command were the two most esteemed disciplines within the school. While students from other departments at Leicester Military Academy might have ordinary backgrounds, the military command department was predominantly populated by individuals of influence. This was readily comprehensible, as most graduates would commence their careers at the grassroots level. And without the capacity to command respect, even leading a small squad would prove challenging. Consequently, for the average individual, the command discipline was somewhat impractical. It would be more advantageous to start from the ground up and advance through military achievements. Furthermore, admission into Leicester's command department was exceedingly difficult, requiring not only physical fitness and theoretical proficiency but also a successful interview. The interview panel consisted of 6 members, including high-ranking school officials and potentially high-level figures from major legions. The examination centered on practical strategic analysis, with candidates needing to satisfy at least 4 interviewers with their performance. Therefore, theoretically, Yunmo's background precluded her from ever passing the command department's assessment. However, This also suggests, from another perspective, that the students of the conducting department at their school possess considerable talent. It cannot be stated with absolute certainty. Lin Fanqing peered over, earnestly analyzing. I believe it is plausible that Malia might become one of the chief conductors this time. Upon uttering these words, Hua Chuan and Yun Mo exchanged a glance, shivering slightly. Could it be? Everything is possible. Her scores are quite commendable, Lu Yueban remarked, sitting up with determination. If she were to take the lead, and you two happen to be assigned to her faction, I fear she would not hesitate to send you both to your demise. At that point, Yun Mo's scores. Yun Mo seemed to sense a profound malevolence from an unknown source. She was not fond of this feeling of being unable to grasp the overall situation. Not only must she place her hopes of scoring on an unfamiliar conductor, but she must also pray that this conductor is not Malia. However, you could also volunteer for the position of chief conductor, Lu Yueban suggested. Oh, this idea ignited a spark in Yun Mo's eyes. Can anyone do it? How does one go about volunteering? Yun Mo sprang up from the ground, her spirit invigorated. Simply approach an instructor to register, Lu Yueban replied. Is it really that simple? She felt a twinge of disbelief. If it were that easy, wouldn't everyone simply volunteer? Just as Lu Yueban began his first sentence, Hua Chuan choked on his saliva, coughing repeatedly until he finally regained his composure. While catching his breath, he pointed at Lu Yueban, attempting to dissuade Yun Mo. No. Cough. You cannot go. Why can't I? Yun Mo inquired. Lin Fanqing also sighed deeply, following Hua Chuan's words. There are only 2 commanders, you know that, right? Yun Mo nodded. So many people are recommending themselves. How does the school choose? Where does it get so much manpower and resources? So, Yun Mo inquired. So many. Yun Mo felt lightheaded. Lu Yueban stood up, pressing her shoulders. In reality, for ordinary individuals like us, it's a difficult choice. After all, obtaining 30 points in a military training exercise is considered a lot. Deducting 50 would result in a negative score, and it would be a losing proposition if one isn't selected. Indeed, Hua Chuan stared intently at Lu Yueban, protective of Yun Mo. Then why are you trying to deceive her? For those 800 star coins? How am I deceiving her? Lu Yueban spoke deliberately. For us, a negative 50 is hard to accept. She's already at negative 30. What difference does another negative 50 make? Yun Mo? What the heck? Don't underachievers have any dignity? Is 50 steps the same as 100 steps? Seems right. Hua Chuan smacked his head, turning to look at Yun Mo. What do you say? He himself is not skilled enough. But here is someone who claims to be able to predict the future, calculate a few so-called auspicious positions, hide there, and rely on ambush to gain a wave of kills, rather than placing the hope of victory on a stranger. It's better to trust this mystic by our side. There's no time to delay. We must go quickly, Lin Fanqing decisively followed. I can be your deputy commander then, Lu Yueban added. Yun Mo. Zhang Gu had contemplated the possibility of someone volunteering for the position of chief commander. Yet he was taken aback when the first individual to approach him was Yun Mo. Do you aspire to be the chief commander? Are you aware of the implications of such a role? Zhang Gu sat, flicking the records before him, his expression inscrutable. Instructor, command relies on intellect, not mere physicality, Yun Mo asserted as she pulled out a chair and seated herself opposite Zhang Gu without ceremony. Speaking while standing always felt akin to reporting tasks. This posture was far more comfortable. Zhang Ji's demeanor softened somewhat. He recalled the expression he wore upon first meeting his superior when he had just enlisted. Was it not one of awkwardness? Admiration? A desperate need for affirmation? Are you cognizant of the sacrifices that self-nominating for chief commander entails? Instructor Zhang inquired. Isn't it merely about the scores? Yun Mo replied with a nod. Zhang Gu felt an inexplicable frustration. Scores? Was that all there was to it? Are you unaware of your own scores? Instructor, I firmly believe that you should extend the trust of a comrade to your subordinates. Surely, you do not doubt the capabilities of those you have trained? Yun Mo spoke with unwavering confidence. Zhang Gu was entirely perplexed, unable to fathom the source of her self-assurance. Did she truly believe that a single bout could suffice to uphold an entire exercise? Had she ever studied command? This was the first time he had expressed so much to her. Little did he know, Yun Mo was remarkably obstinate. Understood. Thank you, instructor. Weighing advantages and disadvantages and avoiding pitfalls is precisely my greatest asset in winning the exercise. Please assist me in registering. Instructor Zhang felt a sense of fatigue. This girl seemed beyond salvaging. He waved his hand dismissively, signaling her to leave. So, instructor, you are in agreement, correct? Yun Mo queried. Wait, The unified assessment will take place in 3 days. Instructor Zhang inquired, "Might I beseech you to reveal a hint of the assessment content, considering the negative scores of your students?" Yun Mo blushed at the remark. Zhang Go uttered a brief comment and ceased further discussion, as conversing with this student seemed to age him. Chapter 62. The assessment commences when the list of self-nominated commanders was announced. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Who was Yun Mo? They were all too aware of her standing. A self-nomination for commander with such meager scores? Was this a final gamble before surrendering to fate? The majority held little faith in her, especially after learning that Milia had also entered the fray. Very few believed she could succeed. Wherever there are people, there exists a hierarchy. At this moment, approximately 100 students had subtly divided into 3 distinct factions. Yun Mo's faction boasted around 20 supporters, most of whom were swayed by Lu Yueban and Huichuan through a combination of intimidation and allure. Oh no, rather, they were won over by their charismatic personalities. Milia's faction had gathered over 50 students, who were pragmatic. Not only did they seek to earn points, but they also dreamed of befriending Milia, hoping that their families or relatives might bask in the faintest glow of the Lock Mobile legacy. At the very least, during holidays, they could boast of knowing the esteemed daughter of Lock Mobile. The last faction comprised the neutral party, numbering around 30 individuals. These students were either arrogant due to their talents or simply wished to avoid offending anyone. Little did they realize that they had miscalculated, with Milia's pettiness. Not aligning with her side would render them adversaries. Yun Mo was confident that, given time, these neutral parties would eventually learn their lesson and find their way to her side. Whenever Lu Yueban found a moment of leisure, he would lean in close to Yun Ma's ear, enthusiastically recounting the renowned battles he had learned about through various channels. Yun Ma leaned against the parallel bars, gasping for breath. As the military training progressed, there was no sign of relaxation. Instead, the intensity continued to escalate. Particularly today, the modified 400-meter obstacle course nearly exhausted the students. To make matters worse, a torrential rain began to pour, turning the hurdles, trenches, and narrow bridges into treacherous obstacles. A careless misstep could leave one submerged in muddy water up to their waist. Yun Ma had run this course countless times, and she found herself developing an unexpected fondness for this challenging activity. It had become her unequivocal favorite at the training base. Lin Fanching, holding a smart device to check the time, quipped, "Yun Ma, have you taken some sort of stimulant?" Yun Ma waved him off dismissively, standing beside her. Instructor Zhang's voice boomed like thunder, "Haven't you eaten?" Leap forward. Finally, as night fell, after crawling beneath the protective netting from the muddy pit, Yun Ma longed to simply close her eyes. Yet, Lu Yueban was relentless, his excitement palpable as he bounded in front of her. "Hey, are you confident about tomorrow's assessment?" "What?" Yun Ma shook her head, feeling a wave of dizziness. "I have some fresh intel on the enemy situation. Would you like to hear it?" Lu Yueban inquired. "Certainly," Yun Ma replied, flopping into a chair, eagerly anticipating Lu Yueban's words. Naturally, Huichuan and Lin Fanching squeezed in beside her, demanding space. Huichuan unceremoniously yanked Yun Ma's feet off the ground and plopped himself down onto the chair. "So, what's the scoop? What is the situation regarding this assessment?" Lin Fanching, relatively reliable, finally posed the pivotal question. Lu Yueban cleared his throat and explained. This time the instructors nominated over 20 individuals, including self-recommended commanders. On our side, we have Yun Mo and Milia, while in other training arenas, there are 2 particularly formidable competitors. Who are they? Huichuan blinked, eager to learn the identities of these heroes. One of them is someone you all know, Fang Hongxin from the command department during the league. Is it him? This makes things difficult. We might as well forfeit a slot. Lin Fanching exclaimed in surprise. Who is the other? Yun Mo inquired. He is the grandson of General Nie Yuning, and the Nie family has always maintained a close relationship with the 72nd Army. Unless something unexpected occurs, he is sure to develop within the 72nd Army in the future. Moreover, he possesses exceptional abilities. It is said that he has observed numerous army exercises even before enrolling. Oh, a formidable rival. Yun Mo blinked, striving to suppress her drowsiness. Who else? There is another named Zhang Yunpeng. Lu Yueban replied. Who? No way. Huichuan slapped his thigh. Zhang Yunpeng was the one he hired for 10,000 star coins to help him clear the level, right? Just him? His combat prowess may be adequate, but as a commander? Forget it. Lu Yueban clearly understood his background. Shooting Huichuan a glance, he remarked. Not the Zhang Yunpeng you know. He lacks. Lu Yueban touched his nose and coughed lightly. his friend, laughed suddenly. Someone chuckled. And soon the four of them erupted into a fit of mischievous laughter. Well, what is the extent of his capabilities? UNMO inquired, after a moment's pause. The specifics remained somewhat unclear, yet in the entrance examination for the command division, his performance was merely 5 points shy of Fong Hongchen's. It's been suggested that this deficit stemmed from the interview segment. UNMO mused, stroking her chin. He certainly possesses considerable aptitude. The third contender is Milia. Liu Evidence stated, do not underestimate her. Her prowess is more than sufficient for the command division. Her presence here in the Special Operations Unit is rumored to be a consequence of her weariness with the path her family had meticulously laid out for her. Oh. UNMO responded, rather spirited indeed. I hadn't anticipated that the young lady possessed such commendable qualities. Time elapsed swiftly, and the exercise drew near. The evaluation for the command candidates commenced amidst the training sessions. Guided by a soldier, UNMO entered a spacious room. The walls illuminated, and the figures of 5 judges flickered into view. With the exception of Lien Yi, the others were unfamiliar to her. UNMO blinked. Holographic projection? Be seated, Lien Yi commanded tersely. The table before her automatically displayed a battlefield schematic, seemingly a practical case study. Judging by the soldier's attire, the era was relatively distant. The information presented was not from an omniscient perspective, but rather what a military commander would have access to. A judge with graying hair introduced the context in a somber tone. Marshal Dilsha was a renowned strategist of the Federation, instrumental in expanding the Federation's territories. Regrettably, he passed away last year. His life was a grand tapestry of events, and before you lies a battle he once commanded, which took place on the planet Zelatu. At that time, this celestial body was home to numerous nations, including Elon, Lviv, Warsaw, and Novgorod. Zelatu served as a strategically vital stronghold, embroiled in a colossal conflict over the ownership and competition for resources. What you are witnessing is a battle that unfolded in the Warsaw region following the intervention of the Federation, which ultimately ignited the conclusion of the Zelatu campaign. The details of that battle remain classified. However, Marshal Dilsha has expressed profound regret, believing that alternative, more effective strategies could have been employed to secure victory. Therefore, you have 3 hours to prepare, and we eagerly await your insights on this confrontation. Young one, we shall reconvene in 3 hours. Upon the conclusion of the white-haired judge's words, a brilliant light flickered, and the images of the esteemed judges vanished before your eyes. Chapter 63. The Siege. Yunma focused intently, surveying the grim scene before him. To facilitate a swift understanding of the situation, both sides had employed red and blue markers. The entire northwest lay drenched in a shocking crimson hue, dominated by the Allied forces led by Warsaw, gradually encroaching upon the surrounding territories, exhibiting ruthless behavior towards their adversaries. In a desperate bid for survival, neighboring nations such as Elon had sent requests for assistance to the Federation. In terms of military strategy, the Federation established its foothold at the Good Fortress, using it as a base to formally launch a counteroffensive. A substantial deployment of heavy armor, reconnaissance units, and close combat mechs was orchestrated. The mechanized forces of the Allied nations, though slightly inferior to those of the Federation, are bolstered by a substantial number of support units, rendering their combat strength formidable. Following the Federation's intervention, the Allied nations shifted from offense to defense, engaging in daily skirmishes to test each other's resolve while simultaneously depleting their respective arsenals. However, a full-scale battle has yet to erupt. The first to falter were nations like Elon, who, unable to bear the costs of enlisting the Federation's aid on a daily basis, found the inconclusive nature of the conflict unsatisfactory. The Federation's long-distance supply shortcomings further fueled their desire for a swift resolution, with a shared objective to breach the enemy lines. The assault is to commence from the 3 cities surrounding the Good Fortress. West City and East City directly border the fortress, while North City is characterized by an extensive coastline. The elongated nature of this coastline, evident even on maps, renders the Federation's mechanized forces appear sparse. This presents an open-ended challenge where reasoned arguments can earn points from the judges. In any assault on a city, the possibility of the 2 cities circumventing the Federation's defenses and launching a counterattack on the Good Fortress cannot be dismissed. Previous minor skirmishes bore little consequence. But should a serious engagement occur, given the opponent's armament, should the Federation fail to secure a swift victory, they could find themselves ensnared in a 2-front conflict. The students studied the map and the limited intelligence on both sides for an extended period. Zhang Gu harbored a complex perception of the girl Yun Mo. He was convinced she would not succeed, yet he could not help but be intrigued by her performance. Upon activating the surveillance, he sincerely regretted his decision. Before him were two vast screens, one displaying Milia, the other showcasing Yun Mo. Milia meticulously scrutinized the intelligence concerning both allied and enemy forces, attentively absorbing fragmentary reports from the scouts, analyzing the composition of troop deployments and armaments, and deliberating repeatedly. Conversely, Yun Mo, with 3 coins clasped between the fingers of her right hand, arranged and rearranged them in an erratic manner. Simultaneously, her left index finger glided swiftly across the screen. Her focus not on strategic maps, but on people, specifically, the visages and biographies of the commanding officers of both sides. Notably, upon encountering the sharply defined features of a youthful enemy general, her usually starkly contrasting eyes seemed to illuminate. Yun Mo fixated on this individual, poring over every available image, magnifying them for detailed study from various angles, her demeanor hinting at something indescribable. Instructor Zhang experienced a twinge of awkwardness, akin to inadvertently stumbling upon a junior's infatuation. I overestimated her, Zhang Gu mused with a self-deprecating smile, realizing his misjudgment. The 3 hours elapsed swiftly. The support staff had already inputted their respective response parameters into the system to obtain simulation outcomes. Fang Hongchen proved exceptionally adept. His strategy, characterized by a blend of caution and audacity, took into account both the combat capabilities of their forces and the surrounding terrain. He adopted an island-hopping tactic, effectively mitigating the issue of insufficient manpower. What is island hopping? The offensive troops, remaining under the protective umbrella of air support, executed a series of leapfrog advances along the central axis of progression towards several key objectives, utilizing their limited forces to sever the defenses of the allied nations and breach the northern city's fortifications. However, were it so straightforward, this campaign would not have become Marshal Dilsh's lament. Only upon reaching the city's threshold was it discovered that the northern city was, in fact, a carefully orchestrated trap. A substantial number of heavy mechs, upon disembarking, were promptly annihilated by the enemy's strategically positioned beam weaponry. In contrast to Fang Hongchen's caution and sagacity, Milia resolved to launch a ground assault on West City. She aimed to exploit the advantages of the Federation's mecha capabilities, circumventing the almost impassable Arstibus to execute a swift strike. Milia's approach was bold and audacious, imbued with calculated ruthlessness. As she advanced towards the walls of West City with a strategy that risked significant self-damage to annihilate her foes, the civilians of West City issued a plea for truce. Yet the military remained obstinately defiant. In their final negotiations, Milia disregarded the civilians' entreaties and opted for a continued offensive. Upon hearing of her intent to launch a full-scale attack, the military, faced with the escalating anti-war sentiment among the populace, resorted to extreme measures by detonating the defensive barriers surrounding the city. Thus, the city was obliterated. This battle, though a Pyrrhic victory, incited more vehement resistance from neighboring cities of the allied nations. What was perceived as a righteous act by the alliance began to take on the guise of aggression, causing even those smaller nations that had previously leaned towards the alliance to waver. As for Yun Mo's response, she provided no theoretical justification. Instead, she mobilized a substantial number of heavily armored and sniper-type mechas, positioning them along the critical route from East City to the Whitley Fortress. Issuing a straightforward command, "Hold the line." Was this a jest? The adversary had no intention of advancing, deploying considerable forces for futile endeavors. Before the judges could even express their disapproval, she assembled approximately 500 close combat mechas, lightly equipped, and pointed towards the distant Whitley Fortress, declaring 3 words: "Take it down." The silver-haired judge could not suppress a shake of the head. This was sheer recklessness. To put it bluntly, this was foolishness. Deep within the enemy's territory at the Whitley Fortress, what can 500 men accomplish? The subsequent arrangements of Yun Mo revolve entirely around this directive. She unfurled the map provided by the scouts and, with heavy strokes, delineated the course. Divide the troops into 5 routes. Proceed along the designated paths. Has she lost her senses? 500 men, and she intends to disperse their strength? Does she believe they are encircling the enemy? That is akin to a house of cards. There is a semblance of stealth involved, yet its significance is minimal. The system parameters have been input, and the division of the 500 mech warriors is displayed against a backdrop of a blood-red battlefield. The Federation's forces appear as mere specks of dust on the grand map. their shadows nearly erased. This is sheer recklessness. What does she think war is? To suggest that 500 men could take Whitley Fortress is absurd. Even with 5,000, it would be impossible. This is not command. It is a death wish. A committee member in his 40s wore a dark expression, nearly slamming his hand on the table in protest of her presence. Leonie, I've heard this is who your base has put forward? Is this level of competence truly worthy of such a nomination? Do we have no one left in Rochester? These seasoned warriors, battle-hardened and wise, detest the trivialization of war. This is not a game that can be reset. These are the lives of soldiers. Precious, living souls. This strategy, akin to a suicidal act, is nothing short of madness. The committee member could not refrain from perusing Yunmo's dossier. Such an individual must never be permitted into our ranks. Unbeknownst to Yunmo, in that fleeting moment, she had become nothing more than a dark blemish on the pristine canvas of their expectations. Instructor Zhang appeared somewhat uneasy. After all, it was he who had championed her ascent, and now his reputation was tarnished. The other students, who had participated alongside him, observed the unfolding situation with disbelief. Yet, the unyielding simulation results revealed that she had indeed succeeded. The 500 soldiers had deftly maneuvered past the enemy's defenses and infiltrated the Withray fortress. Upon the release of the news regarding the capture of Major Erie, the soldiers of East City surged forth with palpable eagerness and impulsiveness. In their reckless haste, they fell into an ambush set by a well-prepared contingent. Soon, the alliance of the Covenant nations began to fracture. The situation in the northwest spiraled out of control. As swathes of red intertwined with blue, igniting a conflagration akin to a spark igniting a prairie fire. How could this be possible? The 5 judges rose in unison, and even Lian Yi's expression betrayed a hint of astonishment. It seemed that Major Erie was the linchpin of this arrangement. The relationships between Erie and East City, as well as between East City and the Covenant nations, were her keys to victory. They had rehearsed this battle countless times, employing intricate permutations. Yet they had overlooked this seemingly insignificant character. How had she discerned this from such scant information? Chapter 64. Yunmo's justification were it not for the technician's repeated confirmations. Everyone would have presumed this to be a system glitch. The judges began to whisper among themselves. After a while, it was the elderly judge who spoke up, inquiring, "Could you elaborate on your reasoning?" Yunmo had, of course, calculated this. The Art of War, chapter on strategy. War is a matter of vital importance to the state. The realm of life and death, the path to survival or extinction, it must not be neglected. Therefore, one must assess the situation through 5 key aspects and meticulously calculate the factors to ascertain the true circumstances. These are doctrine, celestial influence, terrain, leadership, and methodology. Of these, Yunmo possesses only a rudimentary understanding of doctrine, leadership, and methodology, lacking systematic study. However, what constitutes celestial influence and terrain? Celestial influence encompasses the interplay of yin and yang, the vicissitudes of cold and heat, and the constraints of time. Terrain encompasses distance, peril, accessibility, expanse, and the dichotomy of life and death. Above this battlefield swirls a palpable miasma of baleful energy, inspiring awe even through a screen. Yunmo, well-versed in the 5 elements, endeavors to discern the opportune timing and advantageous terrain amidst this seething aura, striving to deduce the most favorable course for her side, a feat she can barely accomplish. The hexagrams determine the auspiciousness of the intended direction. When divining for oneself, the self-element is taken as the guiding spirit. When divining for others, judgment is based on the relationships of the 6 kinships. The corresponding element represents the destination. One observes the influence of the corresponding element and the moving elements within the hexagram on the guiding spirit. Those that nurture or harmonize with the guiding spirit are auspicious, while those that counteract it are inauspicious. Upon closer scrutiny, her selection of the 500 elite soldiers reveals careful consideration. In addition to selecting those whose birth dates align harmoniously, these soldiers share a common trait, the prevalence of the courier bone or general bone, indicating favorable prospects and fortune. If only a few survive this battle, they are most likely to be among them. Thus, she is not sending them to their deaths, but rather seeking to achieve the greatest victory with minimal sacrifice. However, the battlefield is ever-changing, and the baleful energy fluctuates in response to the strategies of both sides. Instructor Zhang only perceives her seemingly effortless arrangement of coins. Unaware of the hundreds, even thousands, of calculations she performs internally, constantly adjusting her deductions in response to the enemy's maneuvers. In truth, this assessment taxes her mental fortitude no less than fortune-telling. Regarding the fortress of Viterre, the principles of feng shui often encompass the concepts of dragon, cave, sand, and water to encapsulate the dynamics of a location. The terms left green dragon, right white tiger, front vermilion bird, and rear black tortoise correspond to these four elements. Generally, an auspicious arrangement dictates that the green dragon should be lower than the black tortoise, yet higher than the white tiger. Should the dragon's sand exceed this balance, it indicates a position of misfortune where calamity swiftly ensues. The fortress of Viterre already exudes an air of decay. Furthermore, concerning the pivotal figure in this scenario, Colonel Irith, the quartermaster, his palace of official fortune bears scars, radiating a dark hue. Analyzing this through the lens of the 6 lines, it suggests he harbors conflicts with the superior, possibly even facing death threats. Taking all these elements into account, UNMO deduces that this place is likely a point of breakthrough. However, when explaining to the judges, such candor is understandably inappropriate. UNMO carefully contemplated her words, striving to present them with a more palatable explanation. Prior to the examination, a classmate recounted the Battle of Zerith, and subsequently, others delved into the biographies of his 2 lovers, discovering that one was unfaithful, with crucial evidence stemming from this woman. Initially, such trivialities elicit a mere chuckle. Yet, in the context of this battlefield and at this juncture, I cannot help but suspect that General James's dismissal harbors ulterior motives. Upon encountering Colonel Irith today, I believe I grasped the situation. A general's removal benefits the strikingly handsome young colonel, and given that such a minor figure cannot sway a colossal entity, it is evident that he must be backed by someone formidable. I have heard that the guardian of the eastern city is a lady, which perhaps suggests the existence of other undisclosed relationships behind the scenes. The centipede, though dead, does not curl up. To bring a general down from his steed would undoubtedly unleash a torrent of blood and chaos. As long as there are fissures within their ranks, their defenses may falter, presenting us with an opportunity. A sudden assault by our foot soldiers can disrupt their formation in the least conspicuous manner. Once we capture the Whitley Fortress, the subsequent supply lines to the eastern city will be compromised, leading to mutual suspicion and blame among the politicians. To shatter their seemingly indomitable alliance is my strategy. UNMO concluded, calmly surveying the panel of judges. This conclusion, upon reflection, has indeed come to pass. However, the reasoning behind it is fraught with flaws, riddled with gaps. If one must articulate it, this is a strategy based on psychological judgments, derived from conjectures about the relationships among the enemy leaders. Lien furrowed his brow. Your speculation is audacious, yet each hypothesis may lead to entirely different conclusions. Have you considered what if it is not so? Upon closer examination, Yunmo's assertions can only be attributed to conjecture, a gamble of sorts, which might very well be erroneous, reliant solely on fortunate luck. My conjecture appears tenuous and indeed carries an element of chance, yet from a results-oriented perspective, I have succeeded. Have I not? In the theater of war, nothing is absolute. I posited a hypothesis, proceeded based on that premise, and the outcome you have all witnessed. After Yunmo's words, the 5 judges fell into a contemplative silence, their eyes scrutinizing her intently. Even Zhang Gu, who was merely an observer, was left momentarily speechless. This student possesses remarkable audacity. UNMO remained composed. After a considerable pause, the 5 deliberated briefly, ultimately leading the elderly judge with white hair to speak. Indeed, your analysis is distinctive. However, it is regrettable that your strategy heavily relies on chance and luck. Although the outcome validates your assertions, I cannot condone a commander wagering the lives of soldiers on a gamble. I apologize. UNMO nodded in acknowledgement, but felt compelled to defend her stance. Esteemed judge, there are numerous battles that cannot be elucidated through theory. The battlefield is ever-changing, and seizing vital information that others overlook can often lead to triumph with minimal sacrifice. Is not the intuition honed by seasoned warriors also an inexplicable phenomenon? The elder nodded. I acknowledge your perspective. Yet, I hope that through your future studies, you will be able to provide a more theoretical explanation that will persuade me of your strategies. I believe I would be inclined to hear more of your insights. With the announcement of the assessment results, Fang Hongqin was appointed as the commander of the blue team, while Milia was designated as the commander of the red team. UNMO could not afford to dwell on the implications of Milia's appointment. Her emotions were tumultuous. The unfinished business of the original host must be resolved. and the revival of Blue Star has now become her mission. However, through this encounter, Yunmo truly realized the nature of the profession she was about to engage in. Commanding, when executed well, may take another's life, and when poorly managed, could cost one's own. Regardless, the profession of a commander is undoubtedly steeped in ominous energy. Yunmo felt ensnared in a dead end. As a master of metaphysics, she had always strived for benevolence and alignment with the celestial order. Yet the career she was destined for involved the act of taking lives, akin to compelling a monk to commit murder. Tossing and turning, she found slumber elusive. Sleep, sleep, still sleeping. Like a pig. It seemed to be the voice of an old man. His lips moved, uttering something. Startled awake, she was drenched in cold sweat. I have lost my mind, she sighed, spreading her palms wide. On the day Manjushri attained enlightenment, he vanquished 100,000 demon armies. The paths to the Great Way are myriad, each capable of leading to enlightenment. The way does not separate from warfare, nor does warfare separate from the way. They are merely different routes leading to the same destination. Henceforth, she would indeed embark on a path where ominous energy and virtue coexist. Chapter 65. The drill commences upon learning that Yunmo had failed the assessment. Huichuan wore a complex expression, feeling a profound disappointment. In recent days, he had absorbed numerous battle explanations from Lu Weiban. With similar cases laid before them, Yunmo seemed perpetually able to forge a new path, her reasoning chillingly meticulous. She excelled in evading direct confrontation while luring the enemy into a position of disadvantage, often winning with fewer forces. How to describe it? Yes, her style appeared to always place her in the most favorable conditions, achieving victory through overwhelming advantages, even without systematic training. Her grand perspective and comprehensive control were far from that of a novice. Even Lu Weiban, who initially took on the role of a mentor, found himself humbled by her capabilities. As the two individuals faced considerable setbacks, they attributed it to their innate talents. How could you have failed? Huichuan inquired. Yunmo had just completed a strenuous armed cross-country course. She was drenched in sweat, her complexion somewhat pallid. She waved her hand dismissively at Huichuan, remarking, "It's merely fate and luck." Bah, she scoffed. "It's fine. Even if I cannot be the overall commander, there is still a chance to join Fang Hanchen's team." Lu Weiban, panting heavily, caught up with them. Yunmo regarded him with an impassive expression. "Are you unaware of your own predicament?" "What?" Lu Weiban responded, finally grasping the situation. "Being around you has severely affected my fortune, dear. Were it not for my profound abilities to counteract it, do you think life would be this easy?" Yunmo rolled her eyes at him. Lu Weiban seemed struck by an arrow to the chest, staggering back and trembling as he pointed a finger at her. Yushun-Ti hit the face. Yunmo fixed her gaze upon him, nodding repeatedly. Lu Weiban felt a shiver run down his spine under her scrutiny, stammering, What are you doing?" Yunmo bared her teeth. Pointing at Huichuan and Lu Weiban, as well as Lin Fanqing nearby, "You three are not getting away. It's straight to Malia for you." "What? That can't be." Lin Fanqing exclaimed, his voice nearing a falsetto. "I'm innocent." Yunmo, possessing a slightly better mental fortitude, took a moment to devise an alternative plan. She plopped down on the ground and tilted her head back, drinking water to replenish her energy. Huichuan stepped in front of her, casting a shadow over her. "You are blocking the light," Yunmo remarked, waving her hand to fan herself. Huichuan, exasperated, expressed his disappointment. "Why are you not the least bit anxious?" Yunmo looked up. "What should I be anxious about?" Huichuan. "Scores. Do you aspire to firmly claim the position of last place?" He continued to outline the cards that Yunmo could play, noting the inadequacy of her endurance, her lack of explosive power, and the fact that she was a girl with grievances against Malia. With such physical capabilities, relying on relentless pursuits and ambushes to secure 80 kills? Dream on. Yunmo leisurely plucked a blade of grass and bit down on it. "I can endure until the end." Huichuan. "Blowing hot air, keep it coming." Lu Weiban interjected, "Enough of this. The commander has made the decision, and the subordinates will most likely be assigned by the commander. Malia has undoubtedly prepared your coffin. Every road leads to the underworld." Yunmo was momentarily rendered speechless by his words, and after contemplating for a long while, she could not find a counterargument. Thus she took out a coin and asked Lu Weiban, "Shall we consult fate?" Lu Weiban. "Are you attempting to transfer your suffering onto me?" Whether one is an underachiever or a high achiever, after enduring the long and arduous military training, everyone holds a mysterious anticipation for the drill. This is a stage. And before stepping onto it, all believe they could become the pivotal figure in the unfolding conflict. This stage is not trivial. It involves strategy, maneuvering, and a grand feast of collaboration between command and individual soldiers. Oh, it may also play a significant role in the continuation of humanity, as the soldiers, hungry and uncertain of what to eat, might yearn for a taste of love's bitterness. Here, they find it easier to showcase their personal charm. The training ground at Longyi is vast, making it suitable for such a large-scale exercise. In the final 3 days, other students gradually arrived, their spirits soaring. Everyone engaged in lively discussions and preparations for the blue and white factions. The students have determined their respective factions through a lottery system. As Yunma had anticipated, all 4 of them belong to the Milia faction. Indeed, it is urban warfare, and they find themselves in a dire situation. The robots have meticulously recreated the battlefield as it transpired in historical conflicts. Mountains, rivers, and ruins are all present. The red and blue teams draw lots to establish their initial status as either the defenders or the attackers, equipping themselves accordingly with the necessary weaponry. Unfortunately for Milia, their luck has run dry. They are assigned to the red team, initially positioned to face a comprehensive onslaught from the blue team. The objective of the red team is to break through the encirclement and seize an opportunity to counterattack, while the blue team aims to eliminate them as efficiently as possible. What constitutes victory or defeat? It is determined by the instructor. Personal scores? Predominantly based on the number of kills, with evaluations also conducted by the instructor. However, it is crucial to note that the victorious faction receives an additional 50 base points for each member, whereas the defeated faction incurs a deduction of 50 base points per member. Upon the announcement of this rule, Liu Yuebin and the others were visibly disheartened. The red team is inherently at a disadvantage in terms of resources compared to the blue team. Each member possesses only 10 basic bullets. Even if they were to seize several supply crates later on, ensuring every shot hits its mark and each member secures 50 kills, should the red team ultimately fail, their effective score would still amount to 0. In this exercise, achieving 50 kills is no small feat even with a small contingent of personnel from the materials, mecha design, and literature departments, non-combatants. When faced with the reality of individual combat, it becomes apparent that no one would likely attain 50 kills. Is it truly so simple to defeat 10 opponents single-handedly? Thus, their only hope rests with the red team's victory. This mindset is rather bittersweet. She wishes to eliminate me, yet I must pray for her success. As dawn gently broke, Instructor Zhang had already assembled the troops to elucidate the rules. The multitude stood at the foot of the mountain, as the sun timidly peeked above the horizon, casting delicate strands of golden light upon their brows and hair. Surrounding them were towering peaks and dense pine forests, while dewdrops swayed on the small daisies, dampening their pant legs. An air of excitement permeated the hearts of all present, evoking a sense of embarking on a journey through mountains and rivers, heading towards the distant Yuguan Pass. Instructor Zhang declared, from this moment on, the responsibility rests upon your shoulders. The instant you set foot on the target terrain, you are already entangled in the battle. Organize your rendezvous and strategize your breakout. The blue team boasted superior equipment, yet your numbers outmatch theirs. Make the most of your advantage. This exercise is a solemn collective endeavor. Regardless of whether your physical prowess is rated A or B, once you step onto this battlefield, the greater good must take precedence. A soldier's duty lies in obeying orders. Disobedience and complacency are intolerable. Do you understand? The final command seemed to echo explosively in Yunma's ears. Instructor Zhang undoubtedly was aware of her discord with Milia. Indeed, half an hour later, the faction battle commenced. The blue faction was commanded by Feng Hongqin, while the red faction was led by Milia. The blue team comprised 4,500 personnel, while the red team numbered approximately 5,500, essentially constituting a regiment. It was further divided into 10 battalions, with 600 individuals in each battalion. Each battalion was subdivided into 6 companies, and each company into 3 platoons, with around 30 individuals per platoon, omitting the squad level for simplicity in management. In summary, on the red side, Milia served as the overall commander, overseeing 10 battalion leaders, 6 company leaders, and 18 platoon leaders. She was to directly manage these 10 battalion leaders, subsequently issuing orders in a hierarchical manner. Of course, if she so desired, she could also opt for a more egalitarian approach, dispatching commands directly to everyone. Although the number of over 6,000 seemed substantial, it was hardly sufficient when dispersed across such a vast area. Fortunately, the instructor had made allowances, and the scattered red team still maintained basic operational units, which facilitated Milia's assignment of duties. Armed with the initial troop distribution map and the composition of key personnel in each region, she appointed the 10 battalion leaders. Milia's gaze lingered on the names of Hua Chuan and Yun Mo in the communicator, and a sweet smile graced her lips as she assigned them to the 10th Battalion. 6th Company, 18th Squad. Yun Mo, feeling bored, looked up at the sky. This girl was truly petty. She could make such a fuss over these minor positions. Was it really that significant? Upon examining their battalion structure, she noticed, quite coincidentally, that from top to bottom, it was entirely composed of staunch supporters of Miss Mi. Lin Ziyang was appointed as the battalion leader, while Tian Yafu served as the squad leader. It was quite remarkable how Miss Mi managed to arrange so many of her own people from a random distribution. Chapter 66. Anxiously awaiting everyone donned their protective gear as urban warfare commenced on the mountainside, with various buildings and bunkers providing perfect cover. Yun Mo indeed had only the basic equipment available, a rifle with 10 rounds of ammunition. The smart brain's signal remained jammed, and all communications were conducted through dedicated devices. Lin Ziyang led the personnel of the 10th Battalion to the designated location, situated at the foot of the mountain near the border between the two sides, where the buildings were arranged in an orderly fashion, making it the closest point to the enemy's defensive line. Milia certainly showed no fear of putting her own people at risk. Yun Mo stood still, switching the coin between her fingers, her expression slightly pensive. Hey, do you still have it? Hua Chuan crouched behind the window, gesturing towards Yun Mo. What? That. The magical artifact you used last time, Hua Chuan clarified. The paper talisman. Oh, you mean this? Yun Mo produced 4 triangular invisibility charms from her pocket. Yes. Give me one. Hua Chuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although Yun Mo had previously mentioned that she crafted it due to her calculations revealing a favorable position, she wouldn't have created such an item without reason. The belongings of a diviner might prove useful even here. 800 star coins. Yun Mo declared. I'll give it to you. Just wait until we're outside. Hua Chuan replied impatiently. Louis Weban and Lin Fanching exchanged bewildered glances beside them. Do you both want one? Yun Mo inquired. I only prepared 4. Yes. Louis Weban responded eagerly. Given the unfavorable circumstances, a psychological comfort would be beneficial. Hey, we need to devise a way to recruit some allies. Louis Weban remarked, observing the figures traversing the construction area with deep contemplation. I'll do it. Hua Chuan volunteered, familiar with the terrain. My sister here has too few points. Let us all look out for her. Since we're all part of the same team, meeting is fate. Once we're out, let us pick a shop at Shamishing Mall and casually browse. We can make some friends, which Chuan boasted with a flourish. A collective gasp echoed among the newcomers, who had merely sought a team, only to stumble upon a wealthy patron. Where's this Shamishing? And casually browse? Yun Mo gazed at Hua Chuan with a hint of reproach. With such extravagant spending habits, he hesitated to purchase her talisman for 800 star coins. No problem. We are all classmates, after all, and we were supposed to collaborate. One boy, brimming with confidence, said, All right, I will heed your words, and another girl echoed him. Malia had already begun her pre-battle rally, her words fervent and highly persuasive. The disparity in equipment only becomes apparent when ammunition runs low. In our initial state, we outnumber them by 1,000. The places where the enemy feels secure are precisely where I can strike most effectively. Let the foes positioned at F-15 shed the first drop of blood in this exercise. She was stirring up emotions when a sudden roar erupted over the communications. Everyone, take cover. Malia's face turned crimson, as if her throat had been constricted. Hua Chuan was bewildered, unsure of what had prompted Yun Mo's sudden exclamation. Before he could fully comprehend, she had already pushed him down, forcing him onto the unforgiving ground, the stones beneath causing discomfort to his face. Then came a thunderous explosion. The low building behind them collapsed, an assault by rocket fire in urban warfare. Damn, is the blue team so shameless? They attack before we are ready. Lin Ziyang exclaimed. Covered in dust, unable to contain his frustration, Zhang Yunpeng discarded his rocket launcher and turned to flee, shouting, We target you when you're unprepared. If you don't find a good position, who will be eliminated? Tian Yafu clutched her communicator, her head and face covered in sand. The beginning had not boded well. Had the enemy dared to approach closer, the casualties would surely exceed 10. Malia's expression darkened. It was one thing to be struck by the blue team. But if she was not mistaken, that voice on the comms had belonged to Yun Mo. After a brief period of chaos, the team gradually regained its composure. Yun Mo, how did you come by this knowledge? Milia began to hold her accountable. Why did you not report the information promptly? What were your intentions? Yun Imo narrowed her eyes. I feared you would not comprehend. Milia, somewhat irked, retorted. What did you say? She shouted into the communicator. State your reasoning, or you shall be deemed intentionally withholding information. I intend to eliminate any unstable elements that pose a threat to our operation. I trust no one will object to this. The implications of her words were laden with menace. In other words, she intended to filter Yun Imo out of the operation, leaving her to fend for herself. Yun Imo rolled up her sleeves and slung her gun over her shoulder. Do you believe I can calculate this? In the land of Een, Shun, Si, and Hai, the horse star is injured in the DUI palace. A limping horse can scarcely proceed. Encountering the Li hexagram, there is a flicker of fire. This place is void. All signs point to an impending enemy. Milia gritted her teeth. Don't tell me you deduced this? Lu Yu tugged at Yun Imo. She is the commander. The instructor will assess her. Yun Imo glanced sideways. If you find it unacceptable, then that is merely a feeling. I possess an extraordinary sixth sense. The crowd remained silent. Are you implying that you foresee the demise of the blue team? Yun Imo replied blankly. I do not speak falsehoods. Milia harbored resentment, deciding to tolerate her for the moment. After all, she was merely a pawn. Soon, Milia's voice echoed through the communicator, declaring her intent to take the offensive. The 10th Battalion, advance forward, F-15 positions, blue team stronghold, encircle. The 9th Battalion, push towards the northwest perimeter of F-15, engage upon encountering the blue team. The 1st to 5th Battalions will remain behind, laying ambushes at positions B7 and D11. Yuma stroked her chin, a slight frown creasing her brow. Were they truly so eager to send them to their demise? Upon noticing her demeanor, Huichuan immediately took up his weapon, standing guard beside her. Do you require protection? He inquired. Not necessary. Yunmo replied. It is evident that this is a path of no return. Surely not. We have only just begun, and I have yet to secure a single kill. Huichuan exclaimed. Incredulous. It was but the commencement. Lin Fanching murmured. We have already lost dozens of lives. Come on, what are you dawdling for? Do you intend to defy military orders? Tian Yafa shouted from the sidelines, urging them to keep pace. Lin Fanching took small, cautious steps, aligning himself beside Yunma. Following the recent events, he sensed a certain safety in this position. They were currently situated at the juncture of both factions, where tensions ran high, and any slight disturbance could ignite the conflict. The red and blue teams had not communicated prior, their strategies and speeds differing vastly. However, from the initial map, it was clear that their camp lay on the left flank of the blue team, a rather isolated position. Under such circumstances, it was unwise to advance alone. To sacrifice an entire camp merely to eliminate the four of them? Milia's perspective was decidedly too narrow. Yunma contemplated testing the waters of her potential for resistance. Yet her status on the communicator remained gray. Clearly, Milia wished to prevent a recurrence of the earlier incident, thus restricting communication privileges. Cloud approached Tian Yafu, requesting that she suggest to the commander a reconnaissance of the situation, as they were vulnerable to encirclement if the opposition had set an ambush. Our supply crate contains a drone. The commander has already ascertained the enemy's position. Proceed accordingly. Tian Yafa retorted dismissively. Cloud, concerned for her own safety, continued with patient persuasion, esteemed platoon leader Tian. Might I inquire as to the whereabouts of our supporting forces? When are they expected to arrive? Tian Yafu cast a sidelong glance, retorting with sarcastic undertones. Your sole duty is to obey orders and follow instructions. As Tian Yafu departed, Cloud, contemplating the situation, murmured, to perish under today's arrangement would be an act of sheer folly. Meanwhile, Huichuan, vigilantly observing their surroundings, inquired, what course of action do you propose? Cloud pondered, considering our current location and the hour, our battalion's talisman resides in the Li Fire Palace. Fire begets earth, rendering the talisman potent. When paired with ding signifies hasty actions, while the presence of the heavenly pillar alongside the injury gate portends casualties in overcoming the enemy. Conversely, examining the blue team's position, Gung metal resides in the Sunwood Palace, indicating a state of flourishing vitality. E coupled with G alongside the life gate suggests their intention to covertly withdraw, while the presence of the ninth heaven and the horse star indicates external impetus for their long-distance relocation. Who is instigating this? Given the current circumstances, it is undoubtedly our cannon fodder squad, Cloud asserted. We are currently situated at the base of the mountain, a precarious position. Based on my brief interaction with Fang Hanchun, I assess him as a prudent and comprehensive individual. He would not engage in battles without assurance of success. Our deep penetration into enemy territory inherently places us at a disadvantage. We must maintain cohesion and avoid dispersion. Is there any further intelligence available? Yun Mo turned to Lu Yuebang and inquired. Among them, his intelligence capabilities were the most formidable. I have no means to contact others, at least for now, Lu Yuebang replied. Yun Mo continued to gaze ahead, twirling a coin in his palm. In that case, when danger arises, flee towards the southeast. No, running in that direction would make us deserters. Lu Yuebang frowned. That direction is relatively safe. Besides, our ammunition is insufficient, and there are no supplies available. Should we engage the enemy head-on, our bullets would deplete rapidly, leaving us no chance to turn back once we penetrate deep into enemy territory. As the five of them walked on, they fell into deep contemplation, sensing that the situation appeared rather precarious. Chapter 67. The mantis catches the cicada. At this moment, a group of instructors sat together, listening to the arrangements of the two teams, somewhat disinterested. One instructor propped up his leg, exuding a childish demeanor, making it hard to imagine he had once experienced the same. A few are quite promising, albeit rather inexperienced. Zhang Jiyi's gaze remained fixed on the 10th Battalion. An instructor approached and clapped him on the shoulder. Old Zhang, what captivates you so? Zhang Ge lifted his eyes and replied, the 6th Company of the 10th Battalion stands alone. I fear the flames of conflict may ignite from here. The instructor chuckled while patting his shoulder. What about your student? I've heard about the assessment commander. I must say, it sounds a bit far-fetched. But with your student's physical stamina, you can't seriously believe she'll continue to win by mere luck, can you? The other instructors burst into laughter upon hearing this. Old Zhang, don't you have quite a few students? With so many special recruits, why is this one at the bottom of the ranks warranting your keen attention? Instructor Zhang curled her lip, noting that she wasn't the only one. There was also a privileged young master among them. One instructor chuckled. Oh, by the way, I've heard about a particularly unfortunate soul. This combination is indeed formidable. Instructor Zhang pondered. You may not realize, but Yun Mo, though appearing delicate and petite, possesses a remarkable determination, especially when paired with Huchuan. Both of them are not to be underestimated. Another instructor interjected. What can a mere soldier do if they continue to act out of line? Just wait and see. The truth will soon unfold. The red team was gradually taking their positions, with the 10th Battalion nearing the opposing mountainous terrain, facing no resistance along the way. Hold on. Don't move. Yun Mo whispered urgently. Hurry up. Why are you hiding at the back? I'll be the first to send any deserters packing. Tian Yafa threatened, her gaze stern. With her presence, any thoughts of slacking off were bound to be met with consequences. Wait, there is someone. Yun Mo waved her hand at them, signaling them to halt. Don't disrupt the morale. The scouts have already reported no enemy presence. Tian Yafu insisted, raising her gun to urge them forward. Listen. Yun Mo hoisted her sniper rifle onto her right shoulder and raised her left hand to her ear, counting down, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Barely had she finished speaking when the communications soldier began to exclaim, ambush. Soon after, those at the front shouted in alarm, my goodness, there are so many. Requesting backup. A collective shiver ran through the group as they looked towards Yun Mo, exclaiming, wow. She truly possesses a stroke of luck. The clash of arms erupted. Gunfire ringing out, a scenario the blue team had eagerly anticipated in their F-15 operations. The solitary unit lay exposed on the left flank of the blue team. Even if they chose not to engage, Fang Hanchen would not relent. He dispatched 2 battalions, instructing his troops to maintain cohesion and provide flanking support. Advancing with an overwhelming force, Milia was already apprised of the situation. She was somewhat taken aback by the ambush strategy. 2 battalions? Report. S8 position is unoccupied. The urgent voice of the 8th Battalion commander rang out. Report. The central route has identified a Blue Army stronghold, approximately 4 battalions strong. They intend to launch a full-scale assault. As the battle commenced, they could not afford to relinquish their forces. Upon receiving Milia's orders, Yunma led his team in a hasty retreat. The enemy did not pursue excessively. By the time they regrouped in a wooded area halfway up the mountain, the 15th squad had already lost around 10 personnel, and Tian Yafu appeared somewhat disheveled. Milia traced her finger across the map, noting that the blue team's 3 battalions had encircled the red team's 10th battalion. At this moment, the screen flickered ominously and went dark. The drone had been shot down, freezing the map in the previous moment. Commander, what are our orders? The anxious voice of her aide broke the silence. The 10th Battalion is surrounded. The nearest reinforcements will take at least 10 minutes. We need to act swiftly. There's no rush, Milia replied calmly. The enemy clearly seeks to encircle and cut off our reinforcements, luring us into their trap. She continued to strategize with composure. 9th and 10th Battalions. Retreat to the coordinates of Wangji Peak. The 8th Battalion will proceed to Wangji Peak in 5 minutes to intercept their eastern squad, Milia directed. Her plan was unambiguous. 10th Battalion, engage as you will, I shall forsake you. Yet outwardly, she had to instill confidence in the 10th Battalion, leading them to believe that she was employing a strategy of encirclement to rescue them from their predicament. The red team's battalion occupies 3 battalions of the blue team, thus allowing me to reap the benefits from your diminished forces. This transaction is exceedingly advantageous. Lin Yangzi, after a prolonged wait, received no word of rescue. Instead, he was met with orders to charge forth. The commander has instructed us to advance, Lin Yangzi reported. They have successfully drawn the main force of the blue team. As long as we hold our ground, the blue team will retreat. Indeed, the blue team will surely withdraw. But is it prudent for the commander to abandon us so easily? Yun Mo interjected. The atmosphere here feels amiss. The winds have shifted, presenting a disadvantage to us. Do not sow discord among the troops, Tian Yafa retorted, displeased. Sowing discord? She pointed her finger. Thus far, the enemy has deployed 3 battalions. In a 3-to-1 scenario, why are we still hanging on by a thread? Do you believe the enemy to be incompetent, or are we simply too formidable? With such substantial gains, how could they refrain from pursuing us? Tian Yafu braced herself. How could I possibly know? Yun Mo turned to the others, her tone deliberate and forceful. Apart from conspiracy, I can conceive of nothing else. Beyond serving as bait, I find it difficult to identify any further significance to our survival. She abruptly thrust her gun into the ground. If my conjecture holds true, and the main force chooses not to fall for the trap, with us ensnaring 3 of their battalions, this deal is indeed advantageous. I would accept the commander's decision to abandon us. However, should they intend to forsake us, it is excessive to deny us the chance to struggle. Yun Mo leaned closer to Tian Yafu. Inform the commander that since both sides regard us as bait, we ought to consider the optimal methods for utilizing that bait. The moth flutters towards the flame, lured by the bait of cannon fodder, which offers her no advantage. To persuade Malia not to abandon them, she must raise the stakes. Yun Mo gazed at the sky, her fingers deftly gesturing, and spoke swiftly. Is it conceivable that someone as astute as Fong Hongxin would truly allow his main force to fall into a trap, merely to eliminate a single battalion of ours? Does the blue team lack drones in their arsenal? The absence of any signs of our support indicates that they would retreat at the slightest provocation. In such a scenario, a swift resolution here would bear no significance for them. 1 remaining battalion would suffice to contend with us. We must take measures to save ourselves. Do you understand? The hope for breaking the deadlock lies in time. Our self-rescue is a means to gain time. The blue team's advantage lies in their equipment, making them ideally suited for a stronghold battle, with a small force capable of distracting many from the red team. I do not oppose Malia's desire to ensnare the cicada, but the peak of anticipation is not an advisable location. Yun Mo's gaze sharpened. The layout there, with its 9-fold damage gates and the stargate's murmurs, appeared as a foregone conclusion, yet it may not come to fruition. The listeners, having absorbed her words, felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Her statements were mere conjectures, devoid of evidence, akin to her earlier intuition. Having undergone similar experiences, why could they not envision this palace intrigue? Tian Yafa continued to counter, asserting. The commanding officer also possesses drones, allowing for real-time awareness of the blue team's distribution. Yun Mo, growing anxious, interjected, inquire whether the drones are still operational. If such an obvious detail has gone unnoticed, they must have been shot down. Tian Yafa posed a question over the comms, and her expression soured thereafter. The individuals behind Yun Mo shuddered in unison. She had indeed guessed correctly once more. Yun Mo stated, if my assertion is accurate, then this position should only have a single battalion, capable of utterly annihilating us without compromising the overall combat effectiveness of the blue team. What exactly are you aiming to achieve? Tian Yafu, feeling a surge of irritation, was reluctant to face an early elimination. Request support from above, or at least feign the appearance of receiving assistance. She rolled her eyes, ultimately deciding to heed Yun Mo's advice. It was not that she genuinely agreed, but rather that she wished to avoid elimination. Convincing Malia to alter her decision would be a mutually beneficial outcome. Lin Fanching and the other boys exchanged glances, increasingly convinced that a conspiracy was afoot. The red team was already in a state of pursuit, and their adversaries had laid out a treacherous banquet. Should the red team approach, they would consume the support with 3 battalions. If the red team refrained from advancing, they would dismantle 1 battalion, while simultaneously targeting the main force of the red team. The vantage point Malia had chosen, Mount Wangji, was adorned with fortifications, representing the blue team's greatest leverage. At that moment, the group gazed at Yun Mo as if they could see the clever expression above her head, signaling her awareness of the entire scheme. Seemingly to alleviate Malia's concerns, Fang Hongchen's team commenced a vigorous assault. Proceed with the original plan, Malia commanded over the comms. Yun Mo's words went unheeded, compelling her to reassemble her weapon and maintain a vigilant watch on the distant jungle. Hey, what's the situation? Lu Fanqing crawled over, fully disguised. They are most likely putting on a show, but if we confront them directly, we will become like a donkey stripped of its millstone. With 100% probability of being slaughtered, Yun Mo frowned. Chapter 68. The yellow sparrow lurks behind Lu Yueban, concealed behind a grand tree, lowered his voice and inquired. What shall we do? Where is young Master Hua? Yun Mo turned her head. Why are you calling your brother? Huchuan was not far off. How many people have you gathered now? Yun Mo asked. About 40 to 50, Huchuan replied. The higher-ups have instructed us to charge. Inform Tian Yafu that we shall advance towards the south. The south is a retreat. Lin Fanqing murmured softly. Silence. The commander has yet to specify our direction of attack, Huchuan retorted, summoning the group as they followed Yun Mo in a rush. Tian Yafu intended to keep them within her sight, yet the opposing forces were executing military orders, leaving her without a valid reason to intervene. Surely, it would be too conspicuous to say that others should battle, yet require personal instruction? Yun Mo's words stilled the trembling of an instructor's legs. As they observed the shifting dynamics from their vantage point, the instructor furrowed her brow, pondering how Yun Mo had discerned the situation. Instructor Zhang snorted dismissively. Just wait and see. This individual possesses an acutely perceptive instinct. Brother Fang, they have taken the bait. Zhang Yupeng stood beside Fang Hongchen, assisting in the strategic analysis. Fang Hongchen's fingers traced the map, contemplating the severed tails of survival. He had not anticipated the abandonment of this battalion. The 1st and 2nd battalions would serve as the left flank, restraining the enemy while safeguarding the left side, while the 4th and 5th battalions would constitute the right flank, tasked with the primary assault. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, amidst the dense underbrush, the adversaries lay in wait. With young Master Hua present, unity prevailed among Yun Mo's contingent, as they positioned themselves in ambush at her designated location, poised for the impending assault from the enemy. We are in close proximity to the 2nd and 3rd ranks, primarily on the defensive. We must maintain composure. There is little cause for concern. Should any issues arise, we shall retreat towards the southern direction, where safety is more assured. Yun Mo deftly spun a coin between her fingers. Our current position is governed by the elements of metal and earth, with the blue team stationed in the Sunwood Palace, while the red team occupies the Leaf Fire Palace. There exists no antagonism between the two sides, suggesting that significant conflict is unlikely. The group tightened their grips on their weapons, all nodding in agreement. They were not kept waiting for long. The rustling of leaves signaled the approach of footsteps. The opposing side was well-equipped and advancing swiftly. Yun Mo aimed her firearm at the foremost individual. Bang. With the first bullet discharged, the gunfight commenced. The cacophony of gunfire echoed through the jungle. Yun Mo held a positional advantage. Her chosen location was undoubtedly the most concealed and strategically beneficial for launching an attack. The enemy advanced with great fervor, yet the narrow terrain impeded their ability to deploy their forces effectively. The opposing squad leader gestured for a gradual retreat towards the east. What audacity! They VE overestimated us by sending 3 entire ranks. As the enemy formation spread out, it became evident to the onlookers that Yun Mo's assessment was accurate. Had they engaged in a direct confrontation earlier, they would have had little chance of survival. Amidst the chaos, a cacophony of voices reported back to Lin Yangza. He was taken aback and promptly relayed the information upwards. Are we to retreat? Huchuan held his breath, weapon at the ready, straining to listen. No, Yun Mo commanded. Remain still. The atmospheric dynamics of this location remained unchanged. They found themselves in a realm of diminished malevolence. The forest fell momentarily silent, save for the faint rustle of insects. The gunfire, initially distant, suddenly grew closer and more intense, signaling an imminent assault. What should we do? If they advance, we shall be surrounded. A male student exclaimed in desperation. Yun Mo reassured him, do not panic. This is merely the retreat towards Wangji Mountain. They will not force us in that direction. This is most likely their final probe, seeking to advance through a feigned retreat. Hold your positions firmly and retaliate vehemently. Do not spare the ammunition. With each flicker of movement, bullets surged forth like relentless parasites. Indeed, the standoff persisted for nearly 5 minutes, and the red team was on the brink of depleting their ammunition, causing the boys to grow increasingly anxious. Do not falter. Expend all your rounds. Do not reveal your doubts. Yun Mo shouted. The barrage intensified, seeming even more ferocious than before. Fall back. Fong Hongchen finally issued the command, and the blue team began to withdraw. Lin Fanqing could not suppress a sigh of relief as he slumped against a tree trunk. 2 more minutes. If they can hold on for just 2 more minutes, we will be left defenseless. Tian Yafu, assist me in contacting Captain Lin, Yun Mo instructed. Tian Yafu, overwhelmed and frazzled, retorted, what do you want now? I have a plan for our escape, Yun Mo replied. Tian Yafu, unable to lift her head under the weight of enemy fire, insisted, the command is for us to charge. Yun Mo countered, have you charged? We are merely holding on by a thread. If we lose now, we will incur a penalty of 50 points. Can Malia compensate you for that? We have yet to score any points. Do you wish to be eliminated? What do you intend to do? Tian Yafu, increasingly agitated, felt the tension mounting on their side, leaving little room for discussion. Help me contact Captain Lin, Yun Mo reiterated. Tian Yafu gritted her teeth and established a temporary communication line. Captain Lin, grant me the authority. I can lead you all to safety, Yun Mo insisted. What? Lin Yangzi replied, his disbelief palpable. A mere soldier daring to usurp power? With the captain of the 5th Company already fallen and a vacancy present, appointing someone temporarily before the battle could hardly be considered excessive. Yun Mo was aware that all company commanders held the authority to appoint their subordinates temporarily, and it was unlikely that anyone would be elevated to a higher rank. It was essential to have a captain in name first. What I previously stated has been validated by the current circumstances. The enemy's forces far exceed ours. Sticking it out will inevitably lead to our demise. Rather than being encircled, why not take a gamble? Is there anyone else who can devise a way to lead us out? Yun Mo continued to raise the stakes. Lin Ziyang remained silent. He was reluctant to grant this authority, yet he was equally unwilling to concede defeat. The encirclement had already been firmly established. Milia believed that neglecting to rescue the 10th Company would spare her, but she had clearly underestimated Fong Hongchen. Although the 8th and 9th Companies were closest, they had no intention of providing support and were preoccupied with the main force of the blue team. The 10th Company had no choice but to rely on themselves. At this point, not only was advancing impossible, but even retreat was no longer an option. You have 3 minutes to decide. If you do not reach a conclusion in 3 minutes, we will meet outside, Yun Mo urged. Lin Ziyang gritted his teeth and replied, all right. From the external surveillance, it was evident that the sun had risen, the fog had lifted, and the layout of both camps was clear. The 2 battalions of the red team had completely entered the firepower range of the blue team, with the 9th Company suffering heavy losses. Their attempts to break through had been futile. Milia could disregard the 10 battalions, but she couldn't afford to neglect the other 2. She urgently dispatched reinforcements, but they were delayed and ambushed en route. The signal for the blue team's all-out attack was imminent, and within minutes, the 2 red team battalions trapped in the ambush would be entirely decimated. When Yun Mo's voice reverberated through the comms channel, the entire platoon was momentarily stunned, followed by a surge of pride and excitement. A critical mission had been entrusted to them. The boys all turned to Yun Mo. Lin Yangzi was on the verge of collapse, his forces dwindling and teetering on the brink of defeat. The 10th Battalion's channel was a cacophony of coarse, urgent, and shrill voices from 100 individuals, intermingled with the sounds of gunfire and snapping vegetation, creating utter chaos. They were essentially a disorganized mob, completely disarrayed. Yun Mo gestured towards Lu Yu, beckoning him over, and pointed to a winding stream in the distance, inquiring about its location. Napoleon once said that 3/4 of an army's fighting strength is composed of morale. When a group is in disarray, they will grasp at any semblance of hope. At such moments, what they need most is a charismatic leader. They need someone decisive and assertive to step forward, to guide them, to assure them that they need not contemplate, and to simply follow. Yun Mo understood this instinctively. She bellowed, issuing swift commands. Everyone, remain calm and listen to me. From now on, everyone retreats while fighting, moving towards the east and south as much as possible, but do so discreetly. You all know our platoon's position, and what I said earlier has been validated. I can discern a more secure route. Allow me to guide everyone to safety." Her voice, crystalline and imbued with assurance, resonated with an indomitable confidence. The lay of the land is paramount in anticipating the enemy's maneuvers, assessing the proximity of perils, and gauging distances, a cardinal principle for any commanding officer. Victory is assured to those who comprehend this and apply it in battle, while defeat awaits those who remain ignorant. The pervasive dread of being encircled by the opposing force gradually dissipated among the troops. Given her evident conviction and the sense that she held the situation firmly in her grasp, they reasoned, why not gamble and follow her lead? The battle had only just commenced. They would not allow themselves to be eliminated so readily. Milia, too, overheard Yunmo's pronouncements but refrained from interjecting. She was already overwhelmed, and the prospect of losing 3 entire battalions was enough to derail the entire exercise. At this juncture, morale was of utmost importance. Her distance prevented her from instilling a visceral sense of urgency, rendering her mobilization efforts less effective than Yunmo's. Thus, she deferred to her judgment. Chapter 69. Commanding through the commander, do not be alarmed. Withdraw in platoons, steadfastly advancing towards the east and south. Do you see the Gula River? That is our destination. Yunmo's thumbs ceaselessly manipulated and calculated, a habit honed in critical environments where she sought to seize any sliver of opportunity. With her composure and prodigious memory, she had essentially mapped out the battlefield within her mind. Were they panic-stricken? As novices, their apprehension was only natural. Chaotic? The reports flooding the channel, barely suppressed before resurfacing in a surge of agitation, attested to the disarray. However, Yunmo afforded them no opportunity to succumb to panic. Her directives, issued in rapid succession, drowned out the cacophony of desperate pleas. She seemed to possess an uncanny awareness of their positions and the likely locations of the blue team. Once or twice might be attributed to chance, but after 3 or 4 instances, they were compelled to acknowledge her prescience. Right then, everyone, devise a strategy to reach the vicinity of the Gula River. Steer clear of Sector S5, circumvent Grid B3, and maintain a distance of at least 20 meters from Zone A12. Should you encounter any resistance, promptly relay your location to me. Maintain cohesion and leverage our numerical advantage. You are merely 500 meters from the Gula River, a distance that could be traversed with a swift charge. However, I advise against a direct approach. Continuously update me with your coordinates, simultaneously issuing these directives. Yunmo gestured to her platoon to commence their relocation toward the Gula River. Rather than a direct route, she navigated a peculiar, winding path, at times brazenly traversing minor trails. Despite their numbers, they elicited only sporadic gunfire from the opposition, with no pursuit forthcoming. As the group followed, a sense of relief washed over them, a stark contrast to the earlier oppressive encounters. They were now able to attend to the reports of others. The clear, unwavering voice of a woman echoed across the open channel, providing decisive and rapid guidance. Feedback from others indicated that she seemed to consistently skirt the periphery of the opposing force's main contingent. It was akin to dancing on a razor's edge. The sentiment among the 300-plus individuals shifted from agitation to exhilaration. The thrill of knowing one is targeted for elimination, yet remaining elusive, even undetectable. Had she gained a bird's-eye perspective? She was exhibiting the traits of a truly charismatic commander. In this dire situation, they yearned for precisely such a figure. She appeared to be demonstrating through both words and actions. Follow me, and you shall find safety. Before the monitoring screens, the assembled instructors rose to their feet, listening intently. On the map before her, the mere 500 meters seemed like 5,000. Such was the elaborate route she traced. In the bygone era of the Great Earth, there was a legend of crossing the Chishui River 4 times. As I recall, the strategist of that endeavor remarked that to deceive the enemy, one must first deceive oneself. Could it be that this young woman was employing a similar tactic? Yet, observing her methods, it was evident that she was fully aware, her destination unequivocally the Gula River. How did she discern where the opposition intended to lay their ambush, and with such precision, traverse their rear? Yunmo's background was that of a common soldier. Her impromptu promotion to company commander was, to say the least, awkward. Lacking established authority, she, as a company commander, overshadowed the authority of the battalion commander, leading a contingent of over 200 souls on a perilous journey. Yet, she accomplished it, establishing her prestige in a remarkably short span. Granted, Huichuan had swayed many, and the familiar students from the Dragon Radiance base played a role, their relative inexperience rendering them susceptible to the sway of a person exuding unwavering confidence. Ultimately, however, it stemmed from her self-assurance and her almost freakish aptitude for strategy and planning. There, Lin Fanqing roared, having sighted members of another platoon. The two parties swiftly converged, advancing toward the Gula River. The military embodies the form of water. Water, in its form, avoids heights and seeks the depths. The military, in its form, avoids strength and strikes weakness. Water adapts its flow to the terrain, and the military adapts its victory to the enemy. Thus, the military has no constant power, and water has no fixed form. One who can adapt to the enemy's changes and achieve victory is called divine. If one were to describe the effect of Yun Mo's actions, it would be akin to these words. The vast majority of the 10th Battalion had indeed emerged, undetected, from the enemy's encirclement. They looked at one another, each experiencing the exhilaration of a miraculous escape. Yun Mo led them on a rapid march, winding through a mountain ravine before finally halting to rest. Yun Mo sat upon a large boulder, lost in contemplation. Sunlight illuminated her dark protective suit, evoking a sense of resilience and fortitude. Lin Fanqing approached, catching his breath, and inquired about the sensation of seizing power. Yun Mo cast a sidelong glance at him, cautioning him against reckless speech, asserting that she had not usurped authority but had been granted it willingly. Lu Yuban concurred, emphasizing the distinction between voluntary conferment and forceful acquisition. Lin Fanqing rolled his eyes, retorting that a soldier with no aspiration to command was hardly a worthy one. Yun Mo surveyed the remaining troops, numbering approximately 200, barely half a battalion. She lamented that the comrades of the 8th and 9th battalions had likely forfeited their scores permanently in those woods. She then pondered aloud whether, under such circumstances, she might have the opportunity to assume the role of overall commander. Lu Yuban disapproved, warning that such rebellious thoughts would incur a deduction of points. Students had already begun to gather around, seeking guidance from battalion leader Yun, expressing their belief in their capacity to accomplish great feats. With a raised eyebrow, Yun Mo remarked that a startup team of 200 was not insignificant. She then hailed the entire group via communications, prompting them to converge around her. Having witnessed the commander's godlike maneuvers, none wished to be outdone. Perchance, their masculine odyssey was to commence forthwith. Lin Xiang aspired to supplant her from her position. Yet the allegiance of the populace was likely beyond his jurisdiction. Yun Mo brandished a forefinger, prompting the assembly to gaze upon her. "Do you aspire to score points?" Yun Mo inquired. "We do. Do you believe that we, 200 strong, can triumph in this factional warfare?" Yun Mo continued. "We believe." The multitude roared, their throats aching. "Then follow me, and seize the MVP title in this exercise." Yun Mo declared. "I am the battalion commander here." Lin Xiang feebly raised his hand, his presence scarcely acknowledged. Yun Mo fluttered her eyelids. "Battalion Commander Lin, might we negotiate?" "What is it?" Lin Xiang recoiled involuntarily, unnerved by the predatory gazes surrounding him. "I am cognizant of your displeasure towards me, but these are exigent times. Disunity is unconscionable. Would you not concur?" Yun Mo smiled. "You are you?" Lin Yangzi regarded her with a hint of derision. "Indeed, I am not only aware of that, but also of your and Tian Yafu's machinations." Yun Mo gazed into the distance, where no trace of Tian Yafu remained. "What do you intend to do?" Lin Yangzi retreated a step. "Nothing of consequence. Have you heard the tale of coercing the emperor to command the feudal lords?" Yun Mo regarded him with a smile, the implication of her words unmistakable. This was a transparent stratagem. She was openly informing Lin Yangzi of her intent to usurp power, leaving him without recourse. Military personnel are duty-bound to obey orders. "If I were to issue you a command," Lin Yangzi began, but was cut short. Yun Mo placed her forefinger to her lips. "Anything that Milia can offer you, I can provide as well." She pointed at herself, "Divide." Then she gestured towards Huichuan, "Money." Next, she indicated Lu Yuban and others. "People. Additionally, regarding your sister's illness, I might have a solution. This individual's appearance is quite decent and could be swayed." "How do you know?" Lin Xiang exclaimed, as if struck by a sudden realization. How could she possibly be aware of his sister? His inclination towards Milia was largely motivated by the desire to utilize the most advanced medical system available through her family. "I have my calculations. Do you believe me? Now, I extend an olive branch to you. You may still maintain the title of camp leader, but everything must adhere to my directives. What if I refuse? Do you truly think I lack the means to ensure everyone's safety? Yunemo scoffed. Lin Ziyang was perplexed by her intentions. Yet as he scanned the crowd, it appeared that Tian Yafu and Malia's staunch followers were indeed absent. How was this accomplished? Unbeknownst to anyone, she had cleverly utilized the adversary's ammunition to ensnare her political rivals. How had she orchestrated all of this amidst such chaos? Terrifying. The strategy of this girl was utterly formidable. Chapter 70. Killing with a borrowed knife. How can I trust you? You lack medical knowledge. Can you truly assist my sister? Lin Ziyang inquired. Have you ever heard of the Third Hospital of the Federation? Yuan Mo decided to leverage this opportunity. The Third Health Specialty Hospital, renowned for treating cervical and lumbar muscle strain. Lin Ziyang was indeed familiar. In his quest to help his sister, he had inquired about every possible hospital. Yet he had never managed to reach that miraculous therapist. It's me, Yuan Mo declared, pointing to herself. Lin Ziyang felt utterly disillusioned. His countenance a blend of black and red. Are you serious? He inquired. Ah, all right then. After considerable deliberation, Lin Ziyang, somewhat disheartened, lowered his shoulders, resolving to trust her this once. In any case, even if he proved uncooperative, Yuan Mo possessed ample means to remove him from the equation. This camp was no longer his. Soldiers invariably reflect the characteristics of their leader. At the commencement of the campaign, he could still issue orders by virtue of his official position. However, this approach was no longer effective. These students, through the life and death crucible of this exercise, had already been won over by that girl, and he assessed that he lacked the capacity to inspire genuine obedience in short order. A pragmatist. Liu Yueban stepped forward, handing his communicator to Yuan Mo and switching it to intracamp communication mode. The assembled throng heaved a collective sigh of relief, verbally exchanging accounts of the enemy's perfidy, extending their regards to the blue team's relatives, and, incidentally, extolling the commander's sagacity. Yuan Mo did not interrupt them. In the aftermath of such a harrowing experience, this cathartic release was beneficial. Company Commander Yun, a male student, inquired with ardent eyes, "What's the plan?" Yuan Mo indicated several locations not far from their position. Liu Yueban, without hesitation, led his men to those spots. You, and you, your squads were previously dispersed. Elect new platoon leaders. The 5th platoon is relatively intact. Proceed to the periphery to establish defenses and scout for enemy activity. I will arrange regular rotations for you. Yes, ma'am. As a result of this engagement, the red team suffered the loss of 2.5 out of 10 battalions, without managing to extract any significant advantage from the blue team. The remaining 10th battalion. In accordance with Yun Mo's instructions, Lin Ziyang reported to Malia, exaggerating their position, the depletion of ammunition, and their entrapment within enemy lines. Malia's expression darkened, and she slammed her gun against the stone, exclaiming, "A bunch of fools." Her aide, taken aback, instinctively took a step back. Observing this, Malia contemplated for a moment before reopening the communication, her tone laden with concern. Lin Ziyang, I cannot dispatch any personnel at the moment. You must rely on yourselves. Remain covert behind enemy lines and look for opportunities. After severing the connection, Lin Ziyang cast a complex look at Yuan Mo and inquired, "Does this constitute a false report?" "Not at all," replied Yuan Mo, regarding him with approval. "Are we not within enemy territory? Have we not just exhausted our ammunition? Are we not surrounded? Have we not suffered losses?" Lin Ziyang retorted, "You are right. You are always right." He felt that when one desperately desires something, they must position themselves advantageously, compelling others to present it to them while simultaneously begging for it. He resolved never to trust women easily again. It is often said that a woman's heart is as inscrutable as the depths of the ocean, and this particular woman embodied that notion to the fullest. Following the defeat in the F-15 skirmish, Malia was seething with rage, nearly on the verge of spitting blood, her anger simmering with humiliation. While the disparity in combat power was one issue, the morale within their ranks had begun to wane. Should the enemy launch a vigorous assault, her elimination would be imminent. Though the remaining battalions refrained from voicing their thoughts, there was no shortage of criticism regarding her earlier blunders behind closed doors. I have heard that a girl discovered treachery from the opposing side. She remained undeterred. The cautious little soldier pointed above, conversing with her classmates. It is said that ultimately, it was this girl who led the 10th Battalion to victory. I truly wish to become acquainted with this heroine. Do you all know about this girl? I believe I am somewhat familiar. In what circumstances does one gain fame the quickest? Naturally, It occurs when there is a common adversary, rising to prominence by stepping upon that individual. Unbeknownst to herself, Yun Mo spread her renown in this manner. Melia orchestrated a second offensive, eagerly seeking to locate Fang Hongchen's main forces for a decisive confrontation. She dispatched the unscathed 1st and 2nd Battalions in 2 converging columns, advancing along their own lines to eliminate the blue team of the red camp first. However, upon discovering the vastness of the battlefield and the limited numbers, she called upon the 3rd Battalion to bolster the forward echelon. It is unclear what her thoughts were, as the 1st Battalion, positioned in the vanguard, was approximately 5 kilometers apart from the 2nd Battalion in the rear, which was still stretched out along the mountain path. After receiving intelligence from the scouts, Fang Hongchen decided to strike immediately for encirclement. At 5 in the afternoon, the blue team launched a sudden assault on the 1st Battalion. Simultaneously, a portion of their forces attacked the rear position of the 5th Battalion in the southeast to distract Melia. Concurrently, Fang Hongchen's main forces began a grand encirclement of the 1st Battalion, effectively severing the front and rear echelons and trapping them tightly within the jungle, launching a ferocious assault with overwhelming force. In an instant, chaos ensued, and the red camp was thrown into disarray once more. In truth, the earlier remarks from the silver-haired judge regarding Yun Mo would have been even more applicable to Melia. She is merely a reckless gambler, one who genuinely risks the lives of soldiers. It was evident that the blue team was on the verge of overwhelming their command center. Melia was somewhat discomposed, unconcerned with her own score, as she possessed ample means to compensate. However, if these individuals suffered a crushing defeat without securing sufficient enemy kills to mitigate the damage, the amplified penalty within the academic system would undoubtedly incite widespread discontent. Had she not been so distant, some might have been tempted to take a shot at her. As Melia's strategy echoed through the comms, Yun Mo began to shake her head. She has committed numerous cardinal sins today, Yun Mo stated. From the moment she abandoned the 10th Battalion, she forfeited the morale of her troops and embarked on a path to failure. Now, without ascertaining the enemy's formation and strategy, she is blindly attempting a head-on collision, with no coordination between the front and rear ranks. I cannot conceive of any reason why she might prevail. Company Commander Yun, what are your intentions? Lu Yu inquired obsequiously, his eyes gleaming. We only have 200 men. If the main force is annihilated, we cannot withstand them. Sooner or later, we will be finished. Guerrilla warfare alone cannot guarantee that each of us will obtain 50 points, Liu remarked. Yun Mo nodded. Let's go assist her. What? Absolutely not. Huochuan vehemently protested. Yun Mo smiled radiantly, patting Huochuan's shoulder. Be magnanimous. I cannot be magnanimous. Huochuan retorted with some vexation, brushing her hand aside. Is this the first thing you do upon assuming your position? You have deeply disappointed me. Assisting her is assisting ourselves, Yun Mo said, winking at him. Such a splendid opportunity. Perhaps she wishes to descend early and take a respite, sipping some tea. Lu Yu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Are you suggesting? Shill. The Buddha says, it must not be spoken, Yun Mo whispered, placing a finger to her lips. This individual was exceedingly bothersome. And with such a fine weapon in the hands of the blue team, how could they justify not utilizing it for Melia's sake? By wielding the blade of another. Perhaps the remaining members of the red team would express their gratitude. Chapter 71. Deception and Rescue. Lin Ziyang reported upwards, stating that they had emerged. Melia, however, was too preoccupied to pay him any mind, allowing him to proceed as he wished. Yun Mo led over 200 individuals, stealthily advancing towards the vicinity of the 5th camp. Here, Fang Hongchen had dispatched a small contingent to hold them at bay. Yet the morale within the 5th camp was wavering, making it difficult to extricate themselves. An opposing regiment approached, its insignia gleaming. It appeared to be commanded by Gao Xingkang. The blue team's mission was merely to contain, and they had not yet instigated a large-scale conflict, resulting in a somewhat dispersed force. The objective was clear, to confine them firmly to this territory. Upon receiving news that the 10th camp would provide support, the commander of the 5th camp was nearly moved to tears. Positioned in the southeast, the 5th camp had originally been arranged by Melia for the purpose of offering immediate assistance to other camps. In a bid to completely sever their support, Fang Hongchen had directed Gao Xingkang's troops to lead them further away, hoping to ensnare them with the strength of his elite forces. He was confident that, given Melia's disposition, she would lack the energy and inclination to rescue a camp deemed no longer useful. Thus, the 5th camp had effectively become a sacrificial pawn. This circumstance, however, presented an opportunity for Yunmo. Being far removed from the support of the red team also meant being distanced from the blue team's reinforcements. She charged forward with her forces. However, her actions left the following soldiers enveloped in confusion. You suggested she intended to conceal her whereabouts. Yet she deliberately snapped some branches underfoot. You claimed she aimed to create a diversion, making others believe her forces were abundant. Still, she went to great lengths to obscure the broken branches. Moreover, she instructed the 5th Battalion commander to abandon their current position and follow her lead upward. This implies that if the opposing side were to charge heedlessly, they would swiftly uncover the truth without encountering any peril. Nonetheless, those who ascend to the rank of commander invariably possess meticulousness and prudence as essential traits. Thus, as the foliage in the jungle rustled and the blue team pressed forward relentlessly, Gao Zhenkong sensed something amiss. "Commander, something feels off on the opposite side." A scout promptly reported back to Gao Zhenkong. There was an unsettling silence, causing him to hesitate. This was not how it should be. Although the red team lacked excess manpower, they ought to put up some form of resistance. A desperate battle should still create some commotion. The blue team's movements grew cautious, even initiating reconnaissance around them, thus granting Yunmo and the 5th Battalion precious time to strategize. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the woods. Fire! A cacophony of shouts erupted, their momentum formidable, and they spared no ammunition, revealing a densely packed formation. "Concentrate our forces, respond with caution," Gao Zhenkong shouted, cursing inwardly, realizing they had indeed fallen into an ambush. The empty city stratagem has deceived us. The blue team, now wary, quickly took cover behind trees, both sides searching for their respective targets to engage. With Yunmo present, the positioning of the red team holds an undeniable advantage, somewhat compensating for the risks posed by the lack of elite troops. "Who stands opposite? Do you recognize them?" Yunmo inquired of Lu Yueban. "I do not recognize them, but judging by the badge, they seem to be named Gao Zhenkong, not a special recruit. Send a communicator over and have a chat with him," Yunmo suggested. "What?" Lu Yueban turned his head, thinking he had misheard. "How do we send it?" Yunmo tilted her head towards the jungle, signaling for them to fashion a bow from branches. Lu Yueban quickly understood. She intended to send it using an arrow. 5 minutes later, a makeshift wooden bow was handed over. "Yunmo, do you think this will suffice?" Yunmo pulled back the bowstring for a test. The bow crafted from steel wire in the supply crate had decent strength. She stepped into the Kuan position, left foot forward, right hand drawing the bow, and aimed to shoot an arrow towards the distant location. Whoosh! What was that? "Take cover." A flurry of activity erupted in the opposing jungle as the blue team lay flat on the ground, waiting intently. One soldier's ear twitched. "Did you hear that sound? Something's out there. Let's investigate." A few of them rustled through the grass, moving towards the fallen object. "I am Yunmo from the red team. Please locate Captain Gao Zhenkong. We wish to converse." At this moment, both the red and blue teams remained in a tense standoff. The blue team eager to advance, but realizing the opposing position was poorly concealed for shooting, forcing them to lie low in search of an opportunity. "Captain Gao?" The soldier handed the communicator to Gao Zhenkong. Upon witnessing the scene for the first time, Gao Zhenkong was momentarily taken aback as the microphone continued its incessant broadcast. "I am the red team's Yunmo, seeking to speak with Captain Gao." Clearing his throat, Gao Zhenkong addressed the communication device. "What do you wish to discuss?" Yunmo inquired. "Are you Captain Gao?" The other end fell silent. But Yunmo paid it no mind, continuing, "Shall we arrange a convenient meeting?" Gao Zhenkong furrowed his brow, perplexed by her intentions. Who in the midst of a battlefield would entertain such conveniences? Lu Yueban, accompanying Yunmo, nudged her gently. Ignoring him, Yunmo twirled a coin and declared with conviction, "You may not recognize me, but you must have heard of Malia. Surely, no one at your institution is unfamiliar with her. Malia has a personal vendetta against me, and we can forge an alliance." Gao Zhenkong's frown deepened. "Are you delusional?" Yunmo replied, "Your objective is to delay me, allowing the main forces to eliminate the red team's core. However, they have considerable strength, and Malia is not one to leave matters to chance. Your strategy may prove ineffective. Our side boasts a majority of special recruits, possessing both superior combat prowess and numbers compared to yours. If this stalemate continues, you may find yourself sacrificed here." Gao Zhenkong let out a derisive chuckle, wondering if the other party considered him a fool. To achieve the greatest advantage with minimal cost is the essence of warfare. Is it not? Even in a galactic conflict, there must be a balance of dialogue and combat. We gain nothing by continuing this skirmish, so why not collaborate? There is no possibility of cooperation between us, Gao Zhengkong replied firmly. Indeed, Yun Mo remarked, there are no eternal enemies, only everlasting interests. Gao Zhengkong, intrigued, continued to listen as she elaborated. Yun Mo pressed on. Let me guess. You believe that our 1st and 2nd battalions cannot work in tandem. Hence you've dispatched a large force intending to eliminate them, while simultaneously assigning several battalions to stall any rescue attempts. Am I correct? However, you are uncertain of the locations of all our camps, resulting in a portion of your troops remaining idle. The effective strength on the battlefield is comparable between us, yielding no significant advantage. Your 4th and 5th battalions are positioned at S9 and F7, planning a surprise attack, aren't they? Do you think that if I report this, the presence of our 3 mobile battalions might alter our respective positions in this confrontation? Gao Zhengkong broke into a cold sweat. How could she possibly know about the stealth operations of the 4th and 5th battalions? If I were to allow you passage, you would at least gain a 10% higher chance of success, wouldn't you? The commander of the 5th battalion began to fidget, bewildered. What is happening? Is there a traitor among us? Surely, this exercise cannot include a third identity of spies? The opposing side had ceased firing, suggesting they were receptive to her words. Everyone, panting heavily, restrained themselves from turning on one another, urging her to continue her persuasion. Cooperation is only viable when both sides have a vested interest, Yun Mo asserted. You've spoken so selflessly, Gao Zhengkong scoffed. Of course, it is conditional, Yun Mo replied. Did I not mention that I harbor a personal vendetta against Malia? Her defeat is inevitable, and we shall accept the negative 50 base points. Yet, I cannot swallow this humiliation. Allow her to linger for just a quarter of an hour, and she may well accumulate additional points to compensate for her foundational errors. Yet, this is predicated upon our willingness to serve as mere cannon fodder. How could I possibly permit her such ease? Would you not agree? Gao Zhengkong blinked, casting a glance at those beside him, feeling perplexed by her intentions. Commander, she means she wants to eliminate Malia. Eliminate their commanding officer? Gao Zhengkong could hardly believe his ears. He had never encountered someone so deranged. Yet, it is often said that when women lose their wits, they become particularly irrational. What depths have their personal vendettas plummeted to? The 5th Battalion commander grew increasingly agitated. Feeling that something was amiss as his gaze darted suspiciously toward Yun Mo, was there any truth to her claims? Regardless, the 5th Battalion commander dutifully relayed the enemy's troop situation upward. Now, it was in the hands of Commander Me. Chapter 72. Luring the enemy deeper. Gao Zhengkong's eyes flickered as he continued to probe. What do your personal grievances have to do with us? Yun Mo replied. We can collaborate. On what grounds do you propose such a collaboration? Gao Zhengkong scoffed. Did you not just state that your ambush plan has failed, and you may even be encircled? In that case, you are merely bargaining with me. Yun Mo responded. Regrettably, that is no longer the case. Gao Zhengkong glanced at the communications. He had long since reported the intelligence. Oh, Yun Mo remained unfazed. I will let you go. This is my new bargaining chip. Do you truly believe we cannot win? Gao Zhengkong remained skeptical. No, the odds are 50-50, but if there are evidently superior options, why collide head-on? I have no desire to rescue Malia. From this perspective, your forces are squandered. And what about you? What do you wish for? Since victory is assured, wouldn't it be splendid to acquire points? Gao Zhengkong pondered for a long while, realizing that this bait was indeed enticing. I am a soldier, you understand. I cannot act on my own, you must stated. Gao Zhengkong retorted, nonsense, you still recognize your identity as a soldier. As for my sincerity, I will reveal Milia's location to you. In a confrontation, eliminating the commander holds significance, and I believe you understand this better than I. What are the conditions? Gao Zhengkong inquired, somewhat intrigued. Simple. Just retreat eastward, Yuma replied. Retreat? So it all comes down to this, Gao Zhengkong remarked. You can assess the value of my information. Yuma responded. 2 minutes later. Speak, and I shall comply, Gao Zhengkong declared. You must first retreat 100 meters to the east. Yuma insisted. That is unacceptable. What if you renege on your promise? Gao Zhengkong was not a fool. Very well. I will divulge half of the information if you retreat 50 meters, Yunma proposed. You must speak first, Gao Zhengkong shouted. The commander of the 5th Battalion nearly charged out to stop Yunma, but was firmly restrained by Hu Chuan. Milia is not located within the 1st or 3rd Battalions. The 2 battalions you are targeting are not too far from our support. Is that all? Gao Zhengkong questioned. This is my sincerity. The rest is up to you. Yuma stood firm. I will retreat 10 meters, and then you continue, Gao Zhenkong negotiated. Agreed. After retreating 10 meters, the distance widened, and Gao Zhenkong shouted, What news? The 4th Battalion on your left flank is in peril, Yunma continued. And then, Gao Zhenkong shouted, retreating 10 meters. And Yun Mo echoed his call. After 20 meters, our main force had already gathered towards the left flank. Miss Mi's plan involved sacrificing 2 additional battalions to eliminate your 4th and 5th battalions, which are highly likely to be annihilated. You still have time to leave now. Yun Mo shouted. Gao Zhenkong continued to retreat, asking, What else? What? I can't hear you. Is the wind too strong? Yun Mo's voice wavered. Nonsense. We could clearly communicate through the radio. However, having already chosen to withdraw, it was evident that the commander of the blue team had taken notice. Gao Zhenkong gritted his teeth and turned to charge forward. Regardless of the authenticity of her information, she had accurately identified the locations of the 4th and 5th battalions. And the commander had spoken. It was worth investigating. The trembling-legged instructor had already stood up, his gaze sharp. Was I witnessing the scene where the merchant Zheng Gui used 12 oxen to retreat from the Qin army? Goodness, this fellow could easily deceive others and lead them astray. I was almost swayed myself. Was she truly intending to betray the commander? An instructor found it hard to believe. Instructor Zhang remarked, No, did you listen carefully? She didn't reveal any particularly useful military intelligence. From my understanding of this student, she would not engage in actions that could leave her vulnerable. First, she employed a strategy of feigned weakness, then made exaggerated threats, and once the opponent wavered, she tossed out seemingly impulsive remarks about internal discord. Her psychological tactics were executed remarkably well. I have reason to suspect that if she intended to eliminate the commander, it would be a mix of truth and deception, with a greater likelihood of misleading the blue team. However, let us wait and see. Even if she intends to wield another's blade, the outcome will undoubtedly be a seamless progression. The instructors sighed in unison, acknowledging the talent involved. Command is indeed a matter of merciless hearts. Yun Mo finally found the opportunity to visit the captain of the 5th Battalion, informing Milia that a battalion had been dispatched to the eastern ambush zone. Why didn't you mention it yourself? She queried. We are not on good terms, haven't I told you? Yun Mo regarded him incredulously. What? You were actually telling the truth just now? The captain of the 5th Battalion felt disillusioned, just when he believed the other to be a trustworthy comrade. His illusions were shattered. Yun Mo looked at him in disbelief. What is your field of expertise? Mecha design, replied the captain. No wonder. Yun Mo patted his shoulder. It is the blend of truth and falsehood and intelligence that is most readily accepted. You have chosen an excellent discipline. The captain felt as if he had been struck by an arrow in the chest. What was the meaning of that? Was she implying he was dim-witted? Louis Weban also followed suit, checking his pockets. Having repeatedly witnessed Yun Mo's eloquence, he belatedly realized that the 800 star coins he had been deceived in departing with were not a loss at all. What the other had been misled into might very well be lives. As for Milia, she posed a question to the captain. Where did you acquire this information? A girl mentioned it. Her name is Yun Mo, the captain replied. Huh. Milia turned and immediately issued a command over the communications, 4th and 6th battalions. Retreat from the eastern route and continue to assist the 1st and 3rd battalions in the central area. Yun Mo sensed her potential rejection and was taken aback that she would not even conduct reconnaissance. Such a young one was utterly uncooperative. Milia's subsequent remarks further ignited Yun Mo's ire. If this commander possessed even a modicum of magnanimity, she could collaborate to secure victory in this counteroffensive. Yet, it has become evident that she is not the type to foster unity. How outrageous. It is not the blue team that is holding us back. It is clearly the blue team that is hindering them. Lin Xiang and Captain Wu exchanged glances, pondering whether they had become scapegoats. Commander me. If the enemy is stationed on the eastern front, with merely 1.5 battalions at our disposal, it would likely result in a futile endeavor. Captain Wu mustered his courage to advocate for himself. Obey the orders. Commander Milia declared imperiously. Captain Wu, incensed, waved his fists in the air. He turned to Lin Xiang, seeking guidance. Lin Xiang and the others then looked towards Captain Yun. Captain Wu appeared somewhat disoriented, inquiring, What is the situation? He awaited a response from the opposing battalion leader, who seemed to be waiting for the captain's pronouncement, all while the others maintained an air of nonchalance, as if it were the natural order of things. Hey! Captain Yin stepped onto a large rock, narrowing his eyes. With such a lack of vision, ambition, and strategy, how could one possibly pass the assessment of the overall commander? The University of Rochester has indeed fallen into decline. Inside the monitoring room, a heavy silence hung in the air. Instructor Zhang expressed his disappointment. Alas, this underscores the importance of unity within the military. Another instructor nodded in agreement, emphasizing the significance of a commander's vision, for the battlefield is no place for personal sentiments. Instructor Zhang remarked, the Federation must undergo some transformation. The chaotic state of the Red Team had already begun to spread. The still intact 4th and 6th battalions were being shuffled about, perpetually in a state of frantic motion, visibly fatigued. A certain instructor minimized the map to gain a broader perspective, unable to suppress a sigh, and had to admit that the young man from the Fong family was indeed remarkable. His talents had earned him the esteem of General Nie Yunning, which spoke volumes of his exceptional capabilities. Another instructor remarked that, however, in the absence of comparison, the young lady from the Mi family was also far from ordinary. It was a pity. The disparity in command levels between the two parties was so vast that the outcome seemed inevitable. Yet, Instructor Zhang hesitated, gesturing with his finger. There is still a 5th company. The first instructor concurred, noting that it appeared the young woman had managed to secure the strength of an entire battalion. Over 500 soldiers, if utilized effectively, they could put up a struggle. Numerous battles have demonstrated the triumph of the weak over the strong, yet given the students' capabilities, the prospects seemed rather dim. For reasons unknown, there was a desire to witness the unfolding events. The instructors adjusted their communications to the Red Team, eager to hear the young lady's forthcoming strategies. Yun Mo pointed forward, declaring, the points they do not want, we shall claim for ourselves. Currently, the main force of the Blue Team is in the center, with 2 battalions on the left flank. Our 2 battalions have just withdrawn from the left. This is insufficient. My intention is to lure the enemy deeper and lead the Blue Army towards our main force's rear. The 5th Company commander was not trained in command, yet his selection by Melia was likely due to his relatively high scores in military training. Furthermore, Melia probably preferred not to have subordinates whose skills surpassed her own. Thus, when Yun Mo spoke, he was left with no choice but to nod in agreement. Commander Yun, you lead the way. We shall follow your lead, countless young men echoed enthusiastically. With a wave of her hand, Yun Mo commanded, let us depart. Chapter 73. The perfect ambush. We are quite passive in this situation, with 1.5 battalions pursuing them, Yun Mo remarked. So, Captain Yun, what do you suggest? How do we create confusion? The 5th Battalion commander nodded vigorously. We must cultivate an atmosphere of ambush, convincing the Blue Team that the intelligence I provided is authentic. Yun Mo stated, pulling up a rudimentary map. A small contingent would occupy several positions, firing a shot and relocating swiftly. That involves both the 4th and 5th battalions. You must be jesting, Lin Xiang exclaimed, taken aback by her fanciful notions. Simply follow my proposed route. Whether you fire blank rounds or create the illusion of a bustling crowd, just run along this path. You can safeguard your personnel, Yun Mo asserted confidently. But the commanding officer has ordered us to pursue the Blue Team. I never said we shouldn't pursue them, Yun Mo replied, tracing an arc on the map. Isn't this pursuit? Lin Xiang retorted. You're pursuing in the wrong direction. However, it was evident that no better options existed. It was more prudent to obey orders and follow commands than to decipher her convoluted reasoning. As for the Blue Team's 4th and 5th battalions, reporting to the commanding officer, I have evacuated from S9. Reporting to the commanding officer, I have evacuated from F7. Fong Hongqian inquired over the communication. Have you encountered an ambush? No signs of one. They likely have not been here. Fong Hongqian cautioned, do not let your guard down. Remain vigilant to prevent the enemy from luring us into a trap. At that moment, a series of intermittent gunshots echoed, followed by the crunching sound of branches and leaves underfoot. Take cover and conceal yourselves. The 4th and 5th battalions must promptly report their situation to the general command via communications. We've encountered an ambush, but the number of hostiles is unknown. Proceed with caution and reconnaissance. Something doesn't feel right about this ambush, mused Fong Hongqian. Ambush tactics shouldn't be executed in this manner. Gao Zhenkong, what's the status on your end? Gao Zhenkong led the Blue Team on a frenzied dash, slowing their pace as they neared the left flank, cautiously advancing. There were no impediments along the way. What's going on here? The entire Blue Team was perplexed. An ambush occurred where it shouldn't have, and no ambush was present where it should have been. 4th and 5th battalions, Intensify your firepower and probe forward. Fang Hongqian commanded decisively. Rat-tat-tat. Report. No hostiles found. Concurrently, Milia received feedback. Report. A significant number of Blue Army forces, approximately 2 battalions, have been spotted on the eastern flank. The second-in-command clenched his right hand, sighing in resignation. They've missed their opportunity. Milia felt uneasy, her gaze darkening. 4th and 6th battalions. Halt and be aware of the 3 approaching Blue Army battalions. The 4th and 6th battalion commanders, panting heavily, were incensed upon hearing the order. From the outset, they had been running incessantly, encountering not a soul and scoring no points. What was happening now? The 4th battalion commander inquired, "Commander, what are our next instructions?" Milia responded, "Find a concealed position and await the passage of the 10th and 5th battalions, then encircle them completely." Her intention was to use the 10th and 5th battalions as cannon fodder to hold the enemy at bay, while the others converged from the surrounding area. Compelled by military orders, Yun Mo and Gao Zhengkong's forces engaged in direct confrontation. Fang Hongqian has come to realize that the opposing side is employing a strategy of feigned retreat. The commander of the red team must be aware of the positions of the blue team's 4th and 5th battalions. However, instead of orchestrating an ambush, she has opted to create a diversion. It is likely that this small contingent, which serves to confuse the enemy, is not the work of the esteemed General Mi. With insufficient forces and a rearward position, they appear to have finished their engagement and retreated, presumably the 5th battalion that has arrived from the west, corresponding to Yun Mo's position. If this is indeed the case, then the opposing side either lacks the capacity to summon additional troops or has experienced a fracture within their ranks. Regardless of the circumstances, a vigorous assault remains the most prudent course of action. The 4th and 5th battalions halted, continuing their advance as per the original plan. Gao Zhengkong. Rendezvous with the 4th and 5th battalions. Commence the assault. Understood. Yun, there are too many of them. We are not their match. Yun Mo's troops have already entangled themselves closely behind Gao Zhengkong, and the battalion commander is growing apprehensive, concerned that their firing accuracy is insufficient, akin to delivering provisions to the enemy. I understand. Engage for 5 minutes, then withdraw towards the center. Our comrades are positioned there, Yun Mo instructed. The gunfire was sporadic as they fought and retreated simultaneously. Fang Hongqian closed his eyes, pressing his fingers against his forehead, simulating the entire battlefield scenario in his mind. The current situation is exceedingly clear, and the enemy's strategy is apparent. The center will inevitably fall into their hands, though the left flank remains somewhat uncertain. After a moment's contemplation, Fang Hongqian ordered, "Send out 2 companies to probe the enemy, while the others remain poised for action." Meanwhile, on Yun Mo's side, only 2 companies were deployed to engage with the blue forces, while the main contingent stealthily advanced towards the red team's 4th and 5th battalions, refraining from reporting their position to Milia. After all, they adhered strictly to Miss Mi's directives, engaging the blue team's battalion. The ambush team, led by Liu Weban and Hua Chuan, primarily consisted of specially recruited individuals whose skills were relatively superior. They comprised 2 squads, and with Yun Mo's prescient choice of routes, their strength appeared enigmatic and unpredictable. Gao Zhengkong was taken aback upon facing them directly. This small unit alternated between tenacious resistance and an offensive posture, making it exceedingly difficult to discern their true intentions. Fang Hongqian also sensed something amiss. An ominous premonition stirred within him. Exercising caution, he requested Gao Zhengkong's team to rendezvous with the other 2 battalions. With a larger force, their confidence would be bolstered. The 3 battalions surged forward, nearly unstoppable. Yet despite seizing several locations, they could not locate the main force of the red team. Gao Zhengkong found himself being led in circles, his agitation mounting unnoticed. He reported to command, questioning if the opposition had lost their minds. They were merely harassing them, wasting ammunition, and he urged for a decisive strike to eliminate them. "You handle it," he was told. The red team had already suffered a devastating defeat in the center, and Milia commanded a retreat to the foothills. Meanwhile, on the left flank, after nearly an hour of skirmishes, it was still a trivial probing. Fang Hongqian felt he had perhaps been overly cautious. Regardless of the enemy's circumstances, their total troop strength was evident, and they could not employ any clever tactics. Gao Zhengkong also perceived the adversary as a disorganized rabble, attempting to mislead, and boldly detached from the other 2 battalions, advancing directly forward to decisively eliminate this swarm of flies. Excellent. Notify the 4th and 6th battalions. Points will be awarded. Once Gao Zhengkong had fully entered the ambush zone, Yun Imo designated the 5th Battalion as the primary assault force, initiating a surprise attack from the north. Meanwhile, she led her team to retreat from the front and maneuver to the rear. Advance. Gao Zhengkong commanded with a wave of his hand, prompting the blue troops to surge forward. Suddenly, several gunshots rang out. Damn it! Gao Zhengkong exclaimed, swiftly shouting into the communicator, "We've fallen into their trap. They are encircling us." Yun Imo followed suit with a resounding declaration, "It is time for us to score. Be advised, we are surrounded on all sides. I will not accept any outcome that allows them to break free at this moment." Caught off guard, Gao Zhengkong could only attempt to break through. Yun Imo had already issued orders, driving them toward the 4th and 5th battalions, effectively cutting off all escape routes for the blue forces. Hearing that Gao Zhengkong was encircled, the 2 battalions of blue troops rushed to his aid, only to be halted by the ambush from the 10th Battalion. They could not advance a single step. Even though the 4th and 5th battalions had not received orders to retaliate, they were compelled to engage in defense. Surrounded on all sides and with bullets flying indiscriminately, Gao Zhengkong's battalion struggled for a moment before ultimately conceding defeat. The news of his demise echoed through the communications, leaving Fong Hongchun in a prolonged silence. Zhang Yunpeng was also taken aback. "Brother Fong, how could this be? What a skillful ploy to lure the enemy, feigning weakness to draw us into their trap." Fong Hongchun mused, shaking his head. "This is certainly not Milia's style." Zhang Yunpeng, somewhat bewildered, recalled that Gao Zhengkong had previously mentioned a personal vendetta with Yun Imo. Fong Hongchun furrowed his brow. This individual should not be underestimated. Zhang Yunpeng nodded. "The red team is in utter disarray, fighting for power amidst wartime?" Another battalion leader chimed in. "Indeed, this Yun Imo is quite formidable. Not to mention the peculiar yet brilliant victory during the command assessment. Speaking solely of the League, I was nearly ensnared by her machinations. It was she who pried open my fingers and plunged me into that abyss. That Louis Weban was also among them." Zhang Yunpeng recounted this with a touch of vexation. Fong Hongchun, too, couldn't help but shudder, recalling the scenes of his own descent. A spectacle of beauty almost too exquisite to bear. Fortunately, however, the situation remains under control. The more chaotic the opposition, the better. This was a resounding victory. The 4th and 6th Battalion commanders exchanged furtive glances, contemplating an approach to Yun Imo, yet uncertain of how to broach the subject. Yun Imo had already extended a warm invitation. "Come, esteemed commanders." Huachuan couldn't resist a facepalm. The tone was so irritating. Yun Imo, employing her silver tongue, a blend of coercion and cajolery, led these 3.5 battalions into her own reign of dominance. Chapter 74. Author's Musings on Publication. It seems I am to be published on April 1st. In truth, I find myself at a loss for words. I have always been drawn to the mystique of the occult, yet so many tales involve the macabre, which I find somewhat unsettling due to my timidity. Simultaneously, I harbor a profound admiration for commanders and often find myself bereft of reading material. Ultimately, I resolved to take up the pen myself. Before embarking on this endeavor, I envisioned a stockpile of 500,000 words before unveiling my work. Alas, I couldn't contain my eagerness. I perpetually vowed to amass a reserve, yet I find myself constantly writing without a safety net, my progress hindered by the demands of my day job. As I wrote, I exhorted myself to persevere at least until publication, to avoid succumbing to mediocrity, and with much ado, I have arrived at this juncture. One does not truly comprehend the extent of one's own insecurities until one undertakes the act of writing. I extend my sincere gratitude to the ardent readers for each generous contribution, every insightful comment, and each supportive vote. During moments of discouragement, I find renewed motivation in revisiting your feedback. My heart swells with appreciation. The work will be available for purchase starting April 1st with a reverse fee structure. Chapters will be monetized from approximately Chapter 74 onwards, so those who have already perused the content need not subscribe. Writing is a labor of love, undertaken for personal enjoyment and for the pleasure of those who appreciate it. My aspiration is to impart a sense of positive energy. Many have expressed a desire for more frequent updates, a sentiment I share. I shall endeavor to increase the frequency of releases, with the inaugural paid chapter likely to be published around midday on the release date. I am filled with trepidation. Chapter 75. Farewell. Miss me, the members of the blue team who had been eliminated witnessed their protective suits automatically transforming to white, and under the guidance of the instructors, they descended the mountain. To this moment, they remained perplexed as to how events had transpired in such a manner. They had been firmly convinced that a team so deeply divided could not possibly engage in mutual assistance. Yet, contrary to their expectations, the opposing factions had seemingly collaborated. Could it be attributed to the unassuming young woman? Feigned attacks, strategic retreats, and well-laid ambushes? They were utterly bewildered, unable to discern her true intentions. "Let's go," the instructor uttered, his expression tinged with complexity, as he felt an irresistible urge to observe the young woman amidst the crowd. Her level of proficiency far exceeded that which one would anticipate from a newly matriculated military academy student. An entire battalion, comprising over 500 individuals, trailed behind the instructor, creating a spectacle of considerable magnitude as they descended the mountain in a unified array of white protective suits. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, they discovered a multitude of spectators awaiting them at the exit. The red and blue factions distinctly demarcated, yet the atmosphere remained somber. Although the majority of the eliminated students belonged to the red team, the looming prospect of defeat left everyone feeling uneasy. Had it not been for the instructor's insistence on remaining assembled, they would have preferred to leave immediately. The members of the red team hung their heads, disinclined even to glance at their scores. It was not until an observant student exclaimed, "What is happening? Am I colorblind?" that the others finally looked up, only to be astounded by the sight before them. Over 500 individuals from the blue team? Had the opposition self-destructed? Given their previous lackluster performance, this seemed fantastical. The blue team members were silent, still grappling with the situation themselves. "Hey, what on earth happened to you?" inquired the red team's sacrificed platoon leader, momentarily invigorated. Gao Zhenkong stared blankly at him, muttering, "Women. Terrifying women." "What women?" the red team captain questioned. "Have you encountered a seductress?" Gao Zhenkong remained taciturn, while the other blue team members lamented their predicament, incredulous that such a trivial exercise had spiraled into a conspiracy. "What? A change in command? Who informed you of this? A mere private as the commander? You must be jesting." "Pinch me, who? Yunemo? Who is Yunemo?" Every special recruit knows her, the one with abysmal physical abilities. Could it be that intelligence is inversely proportional to physical prowess? The earlier casualties from the blue team were equally bewildered, pointing at Gao Zhenkong. "When we departed, the situation was exceedingly favorable. Not to say we were invincible, but surely we weren't on the brink of total collapse?" The few remaining red team members who had sacrificed themselves exchanged knowing smiles, maintaining an air of mystery as they observed the heated debate, reveling in the blue team's frustration. The large screen indicated that the blue team retained 8.5 battalions, while the red team had 6. Despite their disadvantage, the red team could still mount a formidable challenge with astute command. A prolonged silence ensued within the blue team's communication channels. "Commander, what is our course of action?" Zhang Yuping inquired. "From the current perspective, it is highly probable that the opposing force has fragmented, if the intelligence we previously acquired holds true, and discord exists between the factions. It presents an exceptional opportunity for us," Fang Hongqian analyzed. "Indeed, Yun Mo commands the left flank, while Milia is in charge of the center. Based on my understanding of Milia, she would not provide assistance if the left flank were attacked. But Yun Mo would undoubtedly rush to its defense if the center were targeted," Zhang Yuping stated. Fang Hongqian concurred. "Given our numerical advantage, concentrating our forces to assault their left flank is our most advantageous option." Yun Mo stood at the forefront of her troops, dissecting the situation, her lips moving incessantly. She meticulously assigned tasks to everyone, from the battalion commander down to the lowliest soldier. The 6th Battalion commander, initially unfamiliar with them, anticipated a period of adjustment. However, after listening for a short while, he felt as though his worldview had been shattered and pieced back together repeatedly. At that moment, he profoundly realized the disparity between individuals. The young woman's cunning and resourcefulness made him acutely aware of his own uprightness and sunny disposition. The original commander, in the presence of this individual, seemed destined to be utterly crushed. It is often said that a commander relies on profound military wisdom. If he once believed he possessed the capability to assume such a role, at this moment, his conviction had waned significantly. When it comes to scheming, this person is a master. Observe her actions. How did she know that the opponent had a slightly lagging battalion? She could have easily taken that battalion for herself. Why then did she choose to lure Milia's forces instead? How did Yuma report it? Reporting to Commander Milia. We have discovered a solitary 4th Battalion at position S9 and request to engage directly. The 5th Battalion commander remained expressionless before the communication. Milia was seething with unacknowledged fury, a frustration that stemmed from being pressed into a corner. S9, her deputy, pointed it out to her. Isn't that on our right? It's only 2 kilometers from our 2nd and 3rd battalions. Let us move the 2nd and 3rd battalions there, Milia commanded. Commander, are you also going? Her deputy expressed surprise. They had not relocated the command post. Should they be caught in transit by stray fire, it would be an unfavorable outcome. Milia narrowed her eyes, well aware of the underlying thoughts of her subordinates. If she did not make an appearance soon, it would become increasingly difficult to manage the situation. She needed to secure a significant victory to silence their doubts. Let us go, depart. Milia charged towards the position of the 4th Battalion, accompanied by her personal guard. In terms of tactics, Fang Hongchun was equally formidable. The S9 position was precisely where their 4th Battalion had recently maneuvered, deliberately leaving behind ample traces to ensnare the enemy. Milia, accompanied by 2 battalions, loitered on the periphery, displaying no urgency for engagement. If she calmed her demeanor, one could discern her competence. A report reached the command, indicating enemy presence at position F7, seemingly from the same group, as reiterated by the captain of the 5th Battalion. Milia's finger hesitated momentarily. Was this a ploy to sow doubt? Deploy the 5th Battalion to test their resolve, she commanded. 10 minutes later, the captain of the 5th Battalion, breathless, implored for reinforcements, stating that the opposing force was overwhelming. Milia scoffed softly, turning to indicate position S9. Advance. The main force is engaged with the 5th Battalion. Here we face merely a small contingent of enemies. The outcome was evident. Fang Hongqin did not adhere to the gentlemanly tradition of yielding to women. On the contrary, he was adept at delivering merciless blows to the beleaguered. Miss Milia soon found herself encircled, overwhelmed to the point of being unable to raise her head. Yunemo, leading a substantial force, seized the opportunity to harass them while they were embroiled in combat, retreating as foes pursued. After a prolonged skirmish, they succeeded in rescuing the main forces, but left only Miss Milia and her close attendants behind. The captain of the 5th Battalion observed closely, listening intently to Yunmo's meticulous strategies. This young woman possessed an astute understanding of the battlefield's dynamics, particularly the potential responses of Commander Milia. The captain's mind screamed in terror. Women were frightfully formidable. Fortunately, he would never find himself in combat. Milia, with a white flag thrust into her back, pointed menacingly at Yunemo. You traitor! How dare you? Commander, you have misconstrued my intentions. I cannot accept such an accusation, Yunemo replied resolutely, her finger forcefully gesturing towards the crowd. I have been rigorously adhering to your directives. You may consult surveillance records or even solicit professorial evaluations. We have neither disseminated false information nor engaged in dereliction of duty. Furthermore, disregarding our personal safety, we hastened to your rescue when you were besieged. What is the significance of a 5-kilometer armed cross-country run in 20 minutes? Observe these soldiers, their legs trembling and breaths labored. Can you, in good conscience, utter such words? Milia, rendered speechless and flushed with embarrassment, turned and stormed away. As Sun Tzu articulated in The Art of War, all warfare is based on deception. The role of a command post is to secure the greatest victory at the least cost. The S9 position on the blue team was indeed her objective. She merely cast a net to achieve 2 goals with 1 action. Even without Milia, she would have seized the S9 position. However, since Commander Mi insisted on walking into the trap, she has no one else to blame. Yunemo gazed skyward, squinting, and exhaled deeply. The path of command is fraught with intrigue, yet the azure star resides in her heart. This is the commencement of her journey. She has no alternative and will persevere. Await me, grant me time. Chapter 76. Pocket Tactics. The red team students from Yamaguchi were genuinely astonished to see Milia. However, they also felt a sense of vindication. Yunemo was akin to their hero. Regardless of the ultimate outcome, they had finally vented their pent-up frustration. The few red team members privy to the truth secretly exchanged a fist bump. I surmised the blue team commander could scarcely imagine that by eliminating Miss Me, they had, in effect, forfeited their greatest ally. What are you saying? Isn't Milia the commander? How could she possibly be an ally of the blue team? A member of the red team turned around, a smile of utmost satisfaction gracing her face. She is merely a figurehead. The crowd remained perplexed, and as the battle progressed, discussions grew increasingly fervent. At this moment on the mountain, power was being redistributed. Yun Mo had already become the uncrowned king, and the atmosphere within the red team was exceptionally lively. We are at a disadvantage when facing the enemy head-on, Yun Mo stated. Then, beautiful yet cunning Commander Yun, what do you propose? Lu Yu, eager to ingratiate himself, inquired. This battle has been exhilarating. Surround them with 10, attack with 5. He finally comprehended the meaning of this phrase. Strike unexpectedly to create opportunities. Although we may be outnumbered, Yun Mo continued, we also possess advantages. What advantages do we have? Huichuan, equally pleased, pressed on. Yun Mo gestured toward herself. You have a commander. The crowd collectively hissed at her, yet the atmosphere became significantly more harmonious. As Sun Tzu's Art of War states, thus, those skilled in warfare bring the enemy to them, but do not seek to be brought to the enemy. They advance where the enemy least expects. Commander Yun, though I may not fully understand, I am obedient. Please, tell us how to proceed, a battalion leader approached. Let me analyze our current situation. Yun Mo surveyed the young faces under the night sky and spoke with calm authority. We have approximately 3,000 remaining, while our opponents likely still have around 4,000, leaving us with a deficit of 1,000. Alas, in the throes of exhilaration, I failed to perceive the less-than-ideal circumstances. Now, with composure regained, I realize the situation is not as favorable as initially envisioned. No, Yun Mo demurred. Their vantage point atop the mountain afforded them a panoramic view of the entire region. Indeed, a question has long eluded my comprehension, Yun Mo articulated, her voice measured. Namely, why are the red and blue factions each ensconced upon separate peaks? What purpose does the base serve? A base is only as good as its defenses. Our numbers are insufficient, and these mountainous terrains are too vast to permit comprehensive fortification. With such an extensive line of engagement, our meager forces. Lu Yueben concurred. The realization dawning upon him, and the group collectively lapsed into contemplation. Verily, the blue team's incursions into their territory were as effortless as traversing their own backyard. What purpose? Then, does an indefensible encampment serve? A prolonged silence ensued. Yun Mo continued. In summation, our current encampment has ceased to be an asset, instead becoming an encumbrance. Precisely. The 1st Battalion commander affirmed, concurring. The disparity in numbers is too great. Our adversaries can maintain a passive stance, prolonging the engagement until its conclusion, thereby ensuring our defeat. The assembly listened intently, a sense of foreboding permeating the air. We are now compelled to actively seek out our adversaries, yet any such initiative risks affording them further opportunities. The 2nd Battalion commander added. Yun Mo pondered for a moment, then declared, at present, an opportunity presents itself. Pray tell, the 3rd Battalion commander inquired eagerly. Supplies. Yun Mo simply stated. Lu Fanqing promptly rubbed his stomach. I hadn't noticed it until you mentioned it, but now I'm ravenous. After a long day of searching, we found numerous ammunition boxes, yet food remained elusive. Where's that? Yun Mo's hand pointed to a location nestled between 2 mountains. Lu Yueben stood beside her, discerning the spot. N5, an excellent ambush site, but the blue team would not venture there, just as Lu Yueben had articulated. Such an overt location would not attract the blue team without reason. Yet, Yun Mo's left index finger trembled with conviction. No, they will definitely go there. It was said that in ancient Earth times, people would endlessly spin ornamental walnuts, which had a certain charm. Commander, why? The several battalion leaders inquired, perplexed. There is a high probability that location will be the drop zone for food supplies. How do you know? Lu Yueban's lips curled into a smirk. Yun Mo had no intention of elaborating further. She had calculated it. At this revelation, Lu Yueben instinctively recoiled, fearing she might follow up with, do you want to ask? Yun Mo gazed at the battalion leaders. My intuition tells me there must be something to gain there. Lu Yueben comprehended, realizing that her extensive discourse boiled down to a singular notion, to shift the camp line from this forested area to N5. The battalion leaders exchanged glances. Commander, have you considered the risks associated with N5? Yun Mo smiled faintly. I am aware that position is not deeply entrenched. If we were encircled without a steady supply of resources, defeat would be inevitable. Then you still wish to take the risk? One battalion leader inquired, somewhat bewildered. We must proceed. Trust me, the battle will not endure for long. It is nighttime, and if the other party has not arrived, we still have a chance to remedy the situation. Yun Mo, with gentle persuasion, sighed and informed them of her calculations, which no one believed. She insisted on taking a circuitous route, articulating a logically coherent explanation. Commander, although I do not concur with your viewpoint, your achievements compel me to place my trust in you, declared the 6th Battalion leader. After much contemplation, others recognized that the opposing forces were currently concentrated and could devise no better alternatives, thus expressing their agreement. Excellent. Let us now teach them the essence of pocket tactics. Yun Mo reorganized the team, dividing personnel into 6 battalions, with the special recruits forming an independent assault unit. She meticulously outlined the overall strategy on a makeshift map, her instructions succinct and the layout clear, comprehensible to nearly everyone present. The 1st Battalion was to advance to the southern side of N5 as a vanguard, the 2nd Battalion to flank the southern side of N6, the 3rd Battalion to sever the rear at N7, while the 5th and 6th Battalions were stationed to the north. The assault team was to obstruct their reinforcements. Move out. Chapter 77. A match of equal rivals. The group set forth with great momentum towards their objective. N5, N9, this location was not only seldom visited by the blue team, but was also rarely approached by the red team. Besides being over 10 kilometers away from their own camp, the terrain was too conspicuous, making large-scale movements easily detectable. To advance stealthily would pose a significant challenge. Although the interstellar personnel possessed remarkable physical attributes, and after more than a month of military training, they had grown accustomed to climbing and traversing rugged terrain. That particular region was far from welcoming, even to those who had attained AS-level physical fitness. Night had completely fallen, and a gust of wind, seemingly from nowhere, heralded a downpour. The red team members, without shelter, felt the chill and mire despite their protective gear. As they reached the 1/3 mark, the tempestuous wind and rain caused the trees to sway precariously, and the path grew increasingly slick. The team, weary and famished after a day's march, found their firearms exceedingly cumbersome in the inclement weather. Soaked to the bone, Yun Mo shivered and nearly lost her footing on the rocky terrain. Yun Mo, Lu Banyu, close by, shouted as he seized her hand, pulling her upright. Are you all right? Lu Banyu asked, his eyes squinting against the deluge. Without a word or a halt in their march, Yun Mo felt her foot and pressed on. Finally, after half an hour, they reached position N5. The group sought refuge behind wind-sheltered rocks, catching their breath with difficulty. The rain was finally abating, though the sky remained somber and a biting wind whistled through the landscape. Having come this far, they couldn't risk exposing themselves by lighting a fire. So they huddled together, drenched and shivering, awaiting orders. The decision had been their own, and no one grumbled. They couldn't even muster a hint of doubt. Whenever they felt they couldn't endure any longer, they would glance at the composed girl among them, drawing resolve from her air of quiet confidence. Victory at all costs. The red team members clenched their fists. Assault team, prepare yourselves. It won't be long. Be ready to seize the supplies at the first opportunity. Yun Mo commanded over the comms. Huan was taken aback. What? Before he could make sense of the situation, a brilliantly illuminated hover vehicle approached and settled at position N5. The doors swung open, and supplies were tossed down from the cargo hold. Goodness! God, Commander! Are you using cheats? Whispers of excitement filled the air as the morale of the team soared. What does it feel like to follow an astute leader? Regardless, they were exhilarated beyond words. The heavy rain posed a challenge not only for the red team, but also for the blue team. Thus, he had set an ambush in the most strategic location, yet no one appeared until the rain ceased. The opposing commander remained somewhat elusive. Zhang Yunpeng, visibly fatigued, pondered that anyone who remained motionless in the water for half an hour would not fare much better. The rainy weather represented their best opportunity, and they had let it slip away? Fang Hongchen was equally perplexed. Had he been in charge, he would certainly have seized the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. Commander, look, supplies. A scout shouted. Where are they headed? All eyes turned to the hover vehicle. Supplies. Whoever reached them first would gain a significant advantage. Without hesitation, Fang Hongchen waved his hand and swiftly set off, determined to secure the supplies ahead of the red team. Brother Fang, we have a numerical advantage. That position is easily defensible. We could set up an ambush, Zhang Yupeng suggested. Follow my orders. 1st and 2nd Battalions, occupy N5, 3rd and 4th Battalions. Approach from the east. 5th and 6th Battalions, block the western entrance. Such a splendid opportunity was one Fang Hongchen would not let pass by. He and Yun Mo concurred that this terrain was ideally suited for an ambush. The red team was already on high alert. with the assault troops having swiftly gathered the supply crates at N5. With the blue team still several minutes away, they even had time for a quick bite. Are we prepared? Yunmo's crisp voice cut through the air. Excellent. If I were Fang Hongqian, I would certainly race here to set up an ambush. But he's unaware that we're already here. Louis Weban, proceed to position N9. Yes, sir. The blue team moved with remarkable speed. Louis Weban had barely arrived, still catching his breath, when he made contact with a small detachment of the blue team, and a firefight erupted. Boom. The instructors in front of the monitors finally straightened up. The screens before them displayed a comprehensive view of the two commanders' tit-for-tat strategies, conveying a sense of an epic showdown. Fang Hongqian, this is an ambush. They've taken the initiative. We need to withdraw. Yunmo, they outnumber us. Let their vanguard pass and engage their main force. Fang Hongqian, we have the advantage in numbers. Maintain a concentrated force and break through. They won't succeed. Yunmo, in every battle, concentrate an overwhelming force to strike only a portion of their troops. Fang Hongqian had never fought such a frustrating battle. It seemed that every move he made was anticipated by the opposition. How were they able to navigate through the labyrinth of feints and strike directly at his weak points? This vexation even led him to suspect that someone had divulged his strategies. Fang Hongqian, a man of meticulous prudence, had undoubtedly incorporated contingency plans into his scheme. Yet Yunmo was resolute in denying him any recourse. Even before the main force had been entirely ensnared, she intended to compel their ingress. They've entered the perimeter, she exclaimed. Engage. Assault. Her pronouncement was immediately followed by a cacophony of shouts and the sharp reports of gunfire, which reverberated throughout the woodland. We have fought our way to this point, and this is our ultimate confrontation. Let each of your positions serve as your stronghold. As long as we do not yield, victory shall be ours. Yunmo's voice, now raspy with exertion, initiated the attack. This position, as only Yunmo was aware, was exceptionally advantageous. Her forces had laid a trap, capitalizing on the terrain and circumstances. Charge. Break through. Fang Hongqian, brandishing his firearm, had swiftly discerned Yunmo's strategy. Realizing retreat was impossible, Fang Hongqian pivoted to confront the situation head-on. Charge in. Our numbers surpass theirs. Seize the high ground and counterattack. Both sides engaged with fervent intensity, leading to a precipitous decline in the number of participants. The students stationed at the base of the mountain idled, their gazes fixed on the dwindling head count displayed on the screen. Suddenly, a cry of astonishment erupted. What's happening? A throng of onlookers gathered, their faces eager with curiosity. The tallies for both the red and blue teams plummeted at an alarming rate. Simultaneously, an ear-splitting roar echoed from the mountain. What's that sound? What are they yelling? It sounds like kill. As military cadets, they found themselves excluded from this exhilarating contest, an exclusion they could scarcely endure. Fight, fight, fight. Yunmo, shouldering her rifle, unleashed a torrent of gunfire, punctuated by her impassioned battle cries. Disregard who the warriors opposite are. Do you recognize them? They are our adversaries. Seize their points. Claim their lives. Yunmo roared. The boys, inflamed with fervor, had their eyes ablaze, fingers firmly gripping the triggers. The red team, almost heedless of concealment, charged forward valiantly, with some, devoid of ammunition, grappling fiercely with the enemy. The sight was so astonishing that even the instructors before the screen were taken aback. For the first time, I witnessed such ferocity in my students. This girl is truly extraordinary. Instructor Zhang muttered. This is indeed her style. What do you mean? Another instructor inquired, perplexed. Her stamina is on the brink of depletion. Moreover, the red team has been on a long-distance assault, while it seems they have achieved considerable results. Both their weaponry and endurance have suffered tremendous strain. In this rapidly shifting battlefield, with an opponent like Fang Hongqian, prolonging the engagement would yield no benefits. The blue team is formidable. Their command and battlefield response are swift. It's quite unfortunate. The first instructor shook his head. No. This terrain is highly advantageous for the red team. Just wait and see. Instructor Zhang pointed at the screen, and as his words fell, massive characters appeared on the display: blue team versus red team. Red team wins. Ah, how is this possible? Ha ha ha, we won. How can I believe this? Chapter 78. The exercise concludes. In a brief span of time, the mountainous area lay strewn with students in disarray. Due to the recent intensity of the battle, the students were still catching their breath, some with ears ringing, unable to extricate themselves from the aftermath of the fierce encounter. Is this truly over? Is it really finished? The boys gazed longingly at the arena, Ah, what an exhilarating experience. How many opponents did I ultimately defeat? The members of the blue team appeared somewhat dejected, yet they continued to wander amidst the crowd. Where is the commander of the red team? I heard she is a girl. Let me behold this deity. Does she possess extraordinary powers? Did she vanquish our squad leader? Lin Fancheng emerged from the thicket, exclaiming, "Ah, the beautiful and wise Commander Yun." He dashed excitedly towards Yun Mo. Lin Fancheng's voice was somewhat loud, prompting nearby members of the red team to follow suit. "Ah, Yun, the Supreme One. A goddess." Yun Mo leaned against a stone, her gun resting on the ground, supporting her weight, utterly exhausted. Upon seeing them, Yun Mo waved, her smile radiant. Does winning feel exhilarating? Absolutely. The group exchanged glances, struggling to contain the tumult within. They rubbed their hands together, eager to lift Commander Yun high into the air. However, they failed to elevate the Supreme One, and instead, Lu Yu, standing beside her, bore the brunt of their enthusiasm. 8 boys stepped forward, utilizing all limbs to hoist him up, throwing him repeatedly into the air. Victorious! 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 Lu Yuebon's face was flushed crimson. As he was hoisted into the air, the cool breeze rushed against him, and he joined in the shouts. As if only in this way could he vent the immense elation in his heart. Huachuan stood rooted to the spot, staring at his trembling hands. Having been accustomed to having almost everything he desired since childhood, and having seen so many fine things, he had grown to believe that nothing could particularly gladden him. Yet at this moment, this very instant, the victory that belonged to him alone was so incredibly stirring. Huachuan clenched his fist tightly and turned to look at the girl. At the same moment, 2 heads appeared from below the cliff. Huachuan, startled, roared instinctively. The blue team commander is here. Quick, attack! The crowd swiftly sought cover, then instinctively loaded their weapons, preparing to fire. Everyone had forgotten about Lu Yueban, who was still floating in the air. What the? Do you have no conscience? Lu Yueban landed on the ground with a thud, his face bruised and swollen. Had he not been in good shape, he would have fractured a bone long ago. Lin Fancheng chuckled dryly twice, ignored him, and turned to Fong Hongchen, saying, "Commander Fong, pardon our impoliteness." Fong Hongchen. He smiled and greeted everyone. Then his gaze settled on Yun Mo. Fong Hongchen said. Yun Mo propped up her unsteady legs, looked up, and smiled. Her long eyelashes cast shadows on her face, conveying no sense of threat. Fong Hongchen extended a hand. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Fong Hongchen. I am Zhang Yunpeng. Greetings." Yun Mo exchanged handshakes and nodded with a gentle smile. "You are truly impressive," Fong Hongchen remarked sincerely. He had observed numerous drills and studied countless cases. Even his grandfather acknowledged him as a genius in command. Yet today, this seemingly delicate girl had unveiled to him the notion that there are always greater talents beyond one's own. This particular battle had left him feeling quite constrained. The sensation of being anticipated at every turn weighed heavily upon him. Nevertheless, he would not remain defeated forever. "Mutual understanding," Yun Mo replied. "See you at school." Noticing her evident fatigue, Fong Hongchen refrained from further pleasantries and took his leave. He hurried down the mountain, where students were already queuing, and the instructor urged them along. "Commander Yun, shall we go together?" The crowd eagerly inquired. Yun Mo smiled. "I need to rest a bit. You all go ahead. See you tomorrow." The group waved to her with lingering reluctance. Huachuan observed her actions as she rubbed her leg, and his attention was drawn to her noticeably swollen ankle, impossible to overlook. He recalled just moments ago when she had been at the forefront with her weapon raised. Gazing down at her, he felt a swirl of complex emotions. She was indeed a remarkably resilient and reassuring companion. "Are you all right? Can you manage?" he asked. "I'm fine," Yun Mo replied, showing a hint of her teeth. Lifting her gaze with a feeble strength still left to descend, Huachuan swallowed hard. "Do you need my assistance?" With his support, Yun Mo leaned on her gun and limped down the mountain. In the crowd of onlookers, Tian Yafu's gaze was frigid as she spat in disdain, deeming the individual a complete physical waste. Yun Mo, however, paid her no heed. The classmates who had once clustered around Tian Yafu now appeared somewhat uneasy, subtly shifting aside. This minor injury was something Yun Mo could tend to herself. Before descending, she had realigned her bones and infused herself with a nourishing solution, rendering her as good as new by the next day. The summary meeting was scheduled for the following evening. The weather was delightful, with a gentle breeze wafting through the air, and as darkness fell, a moon adorned with silver rings rose into the sky, evoking a sense of chill and solitude. Lu Fancheng turned the pages of his diary, each stroke revealing his tears. He perused through day after day, finally longing for this concluding day to arrive. When Yun Mo arrived at the assembly ground, a perceptive student immediately recognized her. The former members of the blue team lifted their heads. The girl before them was remarkably fair-skinned, and aside from her enigmatic smile, she bore no apparent extraordinary traits. They whispered among themselves, finding her rather feeble. In stark contrast, the reaction from the former members of the red team was entirely different. In their eyes, this commander was both charming and roguish, perfectly aligning with their tastes. The red team members eagerly approached her. "Commander Yun, you have arrived," they exclaimed. "Commander Yun, where did you go this weekend? Commander Yun, do you still need leg accessories?" Immediately, someone beside them chimed in, "Brother, I could also serve as an accessory." Yun Mo casually picked up a bottle of water, glancing at their thighs, and thought to herself that she truly required a steward from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. A member of the red team stepped back, declaring, "No, I am an only child." With a wave of her hand, Yun Mo commanded, "Step back." Laughter erupted among them as they playfully shoved each other away, casually offering Yun Mo a few autumn spinach leaves. Hua Chuan approached, handing her a report card. Yun Mo's expression darkened slightly at the sight of the glaring red negative score. Though it was merely -3, it stood out nonetheless. Hua Chuan raised his eyebrows, teasingly remarking, "Commander Yun, how does it feel to become an immortal figure through a single misstep?" "Not too bad, but I fear you may be courting disaster," Yun Mo replied. Hua Chuan took 2 steps back in surprise. "What do you mean?" She advised, "I observe a pallor upon your brow. You should exercise caution today to avoid unforeseen accidents, particularly regarding traffic safety. Do not wander alone." Hua Chuan sensed something was amiss. "Are you intentionally trying to mislead me because my score surpasses yours? Am I that kind of person?" Yun Mo scoffed dismissively. "Yes," Hua Chuan exclaimed loudly, finding it difficult to discern the truth in her words. "Believe it or not, that is up to you." Hua Chuan fell silent. After a moment's contemplation, Yun Mo retrieved a folded triangular piece of paper from her pocket and slowly stated, "As friends, I gift you this talisman for good fortune. Priced at 800 star coins, make sure to account for it." Hua Chuan replied, "Wasn't this supposed to be a gift?" Chapter 79. Her speech. Yun Mo and Hua Chuan were engaged in a lively exchange of banter when a waft of fragrant air swept through, abruptly altering the atmosphere. "Oh, Commander me," Yun Mo remarked with a playful smile. "If I have erred in any way, please speak candidly. Why must you act so deliberately?" Milia gazed at her intently. "What brings about such a statement?" Yun Mo blinked innocently. Yesterday? Had it not been for Captain Wu's report, I would not have fallen into the blue team's trap. Captain Wu was following your orders." As Milia spoke, her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Upon witnessing this, Yun Mo thought to herself, "Goodness, this is the classic tactic of the White Lotus and green tea bitch. If she starts crying, it will be disastrous for me." The venue was filled with numerous high-ranking officials from various schools. Who could tell if any members of the Mi family were present? Should some misguided soul feel compelled to uphold justice, it would spell trouble for her. Without waiting for Milia to shed a tear, Yun Mo pinched her thigh sharply, instantly reddening the tip of her nose. A single tear escaped, trailing down her left cheek. "Hey, what is wrong with you?" Hua Chuan was taken aback. After all this time, despite being pushed by Instructor Zhang to hone her skills, he had never seen her cry. What could have caused such an outburst? His voice, though not overly loud, drew the attention of many. Members of the red team quickly encircled her. "Yun Mo, what is the matter?" I'm fine. She waved her hand dismissively, hastily wiping her eyes with the back of her hand. "Just got some sand in my eyes." The assembled cadets were incredulous, questioning the presence of sand within the auditorium of such an advanced interstellar facility. They found it difficult to reconcile the composed and decisive leader they knew, who had faced dire circumstances on the battlefield with unwavering poise, with her current demeanor. They deeply admired Yun Mo, recognizing her as a hero who had not only rectified Milia's initial blunders but had also earned their profound respect. The thought that she might be targeted simply for succeeding Milia as commander was unsettling. Their minds raced, their speculations leading them astray, and their gazes towards Milia became tinged with animosity. "Don't feign innocence. I've done nothing to you," Milia retorted, her tone laced with disgust. "It's nothing, really. As I said, it has nothing to do with Milia. It was my own." Milia seethed inwardly, frustrated that Yun Mo had stolen the very words she intended to utter. "What's wrong?" a deep, resonant voice inquired. "Instructor Zhang." The cadets responded in unison. "Is that so?" Zhang replied noncommittally. Milia's face flushed with a mixture of embarrassment and anger. Instructor, I'll go sit over there, she said. Go ahead, Instructor Zhang nodded. Before departing, Milia cast a malevolent glare at Yun Mo, who merely gazed skyward with an innocent expression. Instructor Zhang smoothed his trousers and took a seat beside Yun Mo, his penetrating eyes fixed upon her. A commendable performance, he remarked. Life is but a stage, Yun Mo replied serenely. The outcome is far better than suffering physical harm, and it preserves harmony. She refrained from further explanation and settled into her seat with composure. Didn't you notice how incensed you made her? Instructor Zhang questioned. Perhaps you've only preserved your own harmony? Yun Mo remained silent, focusing on regulating her breathing. The previous day's battle had yielded significant gains. The surging power of faith inundated her consciousness, leaving her in a state of unparalleled euphoria. Trust, too, embodies a form of belief. It seems her profession has serendipitously aligned with this notion. Did you learn from yesterday's drill? Instructor Zhang inquired, unable to contain his curiosity as he turned to her. Strictly speaking, not really, Yun Mo replied. Then how did you manage to win this battle? Zhang's intrigue deepened. He had observed her tactical maneuvers throughout the confrontation and, upon reflection, recognized that, in the same circumstances, he could not command the situation as she did. The red team appeared to possess a godlike perspective. How was she able to discern subtle clues and subsequently interpret her formation? Are you aware that as long as the debriefing has not been conducted, military training is not considered complete? Zhang's tone conveyed palpable skepticism, laced with a hint of menace. Yun Mo merely smirked. I can calculate. Do you wish to inquire further? At that moment, Hua Chuan and Lu Yu collectively shielded their eyes. It was Lin Fansheng who, unable to bear the tension, interjected, Excuse me, instructor. I shall take it upon myself to educate this one. He rose and led Yun Mo to a secluded corner. Confused, she asked, What is the matter? Instructor Zhang is our combat instructor this semester. Yun Mo's expression shifted as realization dawned upon her. All she could think was, damn it. She had thought she had finally escaped the temple of the base, only to find herself ensnared in another's grasp. Lin Fansheng, confronted by her resentful gaze, shrugged his shoulders in a gesture of resignation. Taking a deep breath, Yun Mo pinched her cheeks to elevate her spirits, revealing a flawless smile. Instructor, where were we? Instructor Zhang muttered, I'm utterly exhausted. I no longer wish to speak. Lian Yi ascended the podium to deliver a summary of the military training. Standing there, his tall figure cast a long shadow upon the ground, and his deep, dark eyes seemed fathomless, exuding an overwhelming aura. The audience felt as though they had taken a sip of icy water, their spines straightening significantly. Military training marks the commencement of your campus life. Over the past 30 days, I have witnessed your daily growth, which fills me with immense gratification, particularly during yesterday's drill. I perceived in you a long-lost fervor and glimpsed the hope of the future. Your performances were commendable, especially those of the commanders of the red and blue teams. As Lian Yi spoke, a smile crept onto Milia's lips. After all, no matter how high the military rank, respect must still be accorded to the Mi family. Milia was preparing to express her gratitude. However, he continued, Fang Hongqian and Yun Mo exhibited exceptional performance. They demonstrated profound contemplation amidst chaos, strategizing effectively even when infiltrating the enemy camp, displaying sharp reflexes and an indomitable spirit. They, along with many of you, already embody the demeanor of a federal soldier. After thorough deliberation by the school committee and instructors, it has been decided to award Yun Mo an additional 50 points and Fang Hongqian an additional 40 points. As a form of encouragement, the moment these words were uttered, the applause erupted throughout the venue. Milia's nails nearly dug into her flesh, her expression shifting dramatically. Lian Yi. Now, I would like to invite Yun Mo from the red team to share her thoughts as a representative of the students. Please welcome her. Wow. Commander Yun. Once again, the air is filled with fervent applause as the members of the red team rise spontaneously. Their eyes fixed on her as she ascends the podium step by step. Standing at the center, Yun Mo blinks her eyes and waits for the crowd to settle before she begins to speak. However, her opening words only deepen the silence enveloping the room. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yun Mo, hailing from Blue Star. I hold a profound love for my homeland, and I take immense pride in my planet. Each of us has our own hometown, a belief that underpins our duty as warriors to protect our home and country. Yun Mo's tone is cool yet soothing. reminiscent of a distant melody that stirs the soul. She elaborates at length, encouraging the students to fight for their nation. Only those intimately familiar with her, like Huachuan, can discern that her lengthy discourse serves merely to cloak her singular message. She is from Blue Star, and she cherishes her homeland. Lu Yu, with a slightly dampened nose, experiences a weight of love he has never known before. When an individual bears too many burdens, they unconsciously become resolute. At this moment, the figure of that girl appears extraordinarily grand. A few students from Blue Star can no longer restrain themselves, raising their fists to their eyes. It turns out that while they perceive themselves as inferior, bowing their heads in humility, others can boldly declare their identity as Blue Star citizens. While others strive, so too can they. In closing, she asserts, I may possess only a B-level physique, but I firmly believe I can create miracles. We all can. Do you believe it? With a gentle smile, Yun Mo gracefully descended from the podium. That somewhat slender silhouette, however, left a profound impression on the hearts of her students. In the presence of others, she appeared perpetually formidable, exuding a charming confidence that instilled a sense of reassurance. Yet, in truth, she possessed merely a B-level physique. She diligently employed her strengths to obscure her weaknesses. At this moment, through her mere performance, she garnered the recognition and allegiance of numerous students. Do they believe in miracles? At this moment, the students wished to exclaim, yes. A subtle smile danced at the corners of Yun Mo's lips as she strode away. I have a dream. That one day, Chapter 80, business arrives. The military base remained steeped in an atmosphere of cold rigor and iron resolve. The figures weaving through the jungle embodied tenacity and strength. It was a place where relaxation felt impossible, perpetually tense, and at times, even loathed. Yet, as they prepared to depart, a tinge of reluctance surfaced. Lian Yi and Zhang Gu stood elevated, watching as the guiding spacecraft carried them away. Captain, what do you think? Zhang Gu inquired with a smile. Not bad. The one named Yun Mo is a promising talent. Keep an eye on her, Lian Yi replied. It's a pity about her background, Wei Wei concurred, also recognizing the student's potential. A flicker of what seemed like derision crossed Lian Yi's gaze, though it quickly vanished. As long as there was no explicit mandate to reject all D-level resource stars, there remained room for maneuvering. Zhang Gu and Wei Wei nodded in agreement. The Federation indeed needed a semblance of change. The return journey aboard the spacecraft continued with the same audacious maneuvers. However, this time, the crowd merely paled momentarily before swiftly regaining their composure. One cannot help but commend the remarkable effectiveness of the military training. As they disembarked from the vessel, the clamor of the mundane world enveloped them. Lin Fanqing patted Yun Mo's shoulder and, witnessing their exuberance, pondered whether to surprise them. What? Yun Mo inquired with a smile. Lin Fanqing retrieved a whistle from his pocket, which he had obtained from the instructor. Yun Mo stepped away from him, pointing at him from a distance. I feel you're about to get beaten. Lin Fanqing grinned mischievously, turning his back to the others, and then, the whistle's sound resonated, melodious and lingering. The students, who still bore smiles on their faces, suddenly tightened their expressions, standing at attention with their legs straight. After waiting for an eternity and realizing there was no further instruction, they came to the realization that the training had indeed concluded. Who could it be? The boys, filled with frustration, cursed as they chased Lin Fanqing into the distance. Yun Mo couldn't help but smile slightly. A new chapter of life was about to begin. Countless missed communications flooded her smart device, most of them from 3 numbers. Qinmu, hello, when will you have signal? Qinmu, I have an urgent matter. Contact me at the first opportunity. Qinmu, I'm nearly frantic. How much longer will it be? Reply swiftly. Qinmu, hello, are you there? Shonan, sis, I'm in class. Shonan, sis, I'll come find you after your training is over. Unknown number, master, it's an emergency. Unknown number, master, help. The individual on the other end answered almost instantaneously, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps, as if someone were being sought after. Yumo? Qinmu asked, uncertainty lacing his tone. It's me. Yumo responded, and in that moment, Qinmu felt a palpable sense of relief wash over him. He swiftly recounted the situation. It concerns my colleague, Wang Mingtao. Do you remember him? The one who has been eager to meet you. I remember, Yunma replied, acknowledging that clients with incompatible astrological signs were not particularly common, especially one who had extended an olive branch first. His sister is unwell and wishes for you to take a look at her. Qinmu quickly summarized the circumstances. Wang Mingtao's sister, Wang Mingyi, had visited their hospital a month prior, where she was diagnosed with mere fatigue, with no other symptoms present. However, 2 weeks ago, she suddenly exhibited signs of mental disarray and excessive sleepiness, yet no indicators beyond fatigue could be discerned. The medical chamber had undergone several model changes, and various psychiatric specialists had consulted on the case, yet to no avail. Until one day, while making rounds, Qin Mu touched her forehead. At that moment, Wang Mingyi was still connected to the monitoring equipment, which registered a spike in data as Qin Mu withdrew his hand. "Wait a moment, a Mu," Wang Mingtao exclaimed, his keen eyes catching the anomaly. "Try it again," he urged. "Try what?" Qin Mu inquired, perplexed. With palpable excitement, Wang Mingtao grasped his hand and placed it once more upon his sister's forehead. The data fluctuated significantly again. This alteration sent the Wang family into a frenzy of exhilaration. "Dr. Qin Yu." Qin Mu was equally astonished. Could it be that he had unknowingly developed a healing ability? "Dr. Qin, could you please hold on to her?" Mr. Wang implored, his gaze fixed on Qin Mu as if he had grasped a lifeline. This situation was rather significant, bordering on miraculous. Had they not been in a VIP ward, they would have surely attracted the attention of curious onlookers, akin to rare creatures on display. This was unexpected, even for Qin Mu, who was taken aback by the turn of events. The incident had even drawn the attention of the hospital director. The director took Qin Mu to the hospital's most advanced facilities for a comprehensive examination, drawing several vials of blood, only to discover that she was an ordinary person. Could it be that their magnetic fields resonated with one another? Moreover, it was impractical for Qin Mu to remain there indefinitely. One must eventually rest and attend to personal needs. "Mu, is there something on you?" Wang Mingtao said suddenly, as if struck by a revelation. "Didn't the deity mention you would encounter misfortune?" This remark left Qin Mu momentarily speechless. "Something? What could it be? Could it possibly be the jade pendant around my neck?" The very piece he had initially dismissed, yet had grown increasingly fond of? Uncertain yet resolute, Qin Mu decided to give it a try. He placed the jade into Wang Mingyi's hands. Indeed, the readings halted at the previous level and ceased their downward trend. The Wang family exchanged glances. "Do you possess a solution?" After Qin Mu spoke, he hesitated to inquire further, not wishing to burden Yun Mo unnecessarily. "I need to assess the situation in person to ascertain the details," Yun Mo replied. "Very well, shall I come to fetch you? Can it be done swiftly? The jade piece has cracked, and recently the data has plummeted. We were nearly frightened to death." Qin Mu continued to ramble on. In the background, one could faintly hear the hushed conversations between men and women. "All right, I'll wait for you." With that, Qin Mu ended the communication. Yun Mo approached Huichuan with steady steps, and the ostentatiously extravagant extended LK hover car from the Hua family awaited at the school gate. "Young Master Hua, could you take me to the Federal Third Hospital?" Yun Mo inquired. She did not enter the vehicle, but instead stroked her chin, circling his car twice. "Do you have other vehicles?" Huichuan asked. "I suggest you take a less extravagant car today," Yun Mo replied. "Why?" Huichuan queried, perplexed. "Haven't I mentioned? You need to be cautious about traffic safety today. It's not a big deal, just a financial loss," Yun Mo advised. "That's nothing. Money is of little concern." Huichuan waved his hand grandly. "Get in." Yun Mo thought to herself, these insufferable wealthy individuals. She truly feared that one day she might succumb to the temptation of robbing Huichuan. Despite Huichuan's carefree demeanor, his palm was tightly gripping the talisman, and his eyes frequently darted outside, inexplicably anxious. Until the hover car came to a halt, nothing untoward occurred. He couldn't help but release a quiet sigh of relief. Was the fortune teller ineffective? "Quickly, get out, hurry!" Yun Mo shouted as she dashed outside. Bang! Just as a few of them rushed out a couple of steps, the sound of the hover car colliding echoed behind them. Huichuan struggled to maintain his composure. "Damn, this is truly unbelievable." Chapter 81. The Mountains and the healer. Huichuan entrusted the matter of the hover car to Jiang Haitao, insisting on accompanying Yun Mo to visit the patient. This fellow was rather enigmatic. If one were to argue that she possessed genuine skills, her clear heart incantation was clearly a form of deception. Conversely, if one suggested she was a fraud, she consistently seemed to provide accurate insights. Thus, Huichuan's feelings toward Yun Mo had become rather intricate. He had now confirmed that she was most likely the shameless individual from WB, Call Me Daddy, the one who had swindled him out of 100,000 star coins. This person had a demeanor thicker than the city walls. He yearned to ascertain up close whether this so-called sorceress truly had authentic abilities or was merely a charlatan. As they pushed the door open, Wang Mingyi's parents were present, along with Wang Mingyao. The expressions of the four were far from pleasant, particularly that of the middle-aged lady, whose exhaustion over the past few days had rendered her unable to even tidy her meticulously tailored attire, which was now crumpled and marred with creases, indicative of her sleepless nights. Wang Mingyi's condition was dire. Her complexion was a ghastly pallor. Various tubes protruded from her body, with opaque fluids circulating to sustain her fragile existence. Her eyes were tightly shut, her eye sockets deeply hollowed, and a dark aura enveloped her. Yunemo furrowed her brow in recognition. Was it truly her? The one who appeared to possess longevity yet was being consumed from within. Upon catching sight of Yunemo, Mrs. Wang immediately understood that this was the divine being spoken of by Qin Mu. Yet, such a youthful and tender visage hardly inspired confidence. The greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. Mrs. Wang's disappointment was palpable, failing to conceal itself before Yunemo, who merely responded with a serene smile, unfazed by the sentiment. Have you arrived? Qin Mu hurried over to greet her in a hushed tone. Yunemo nodded and leaned forward, eager to see more clearly. The Wang family did not intervene, but the doctor nearby glanced at her with evident discontent, asserting that this was an intensive care unit, not a place for family members, and ordered her to leave. Yunemo turned to look at him. He wore a name tag that read Sun, and he was a department head. Leave, Director Sun said sternly, directing his displeasure toward Yunemo and her companions. Hua Chuan had never encountered such rudeness. His temper flared, and he nearly erupted, only to be restrained by Yun Mo's firm grip. Director Sun, this is my daughter's friend. She's come to visit her. Mingyi is still unconscious, and having someone familiar might just help bring her back. As Mrs. Wang spoke, her eyes glistened with tears. Wang Mingtao quickly stepped in to comfort her. Mom, please don't panic. There will be a solution. Mr. Wang echoed his reassurances. No need to rush. With the stellar medical resources available, fatigue is not a grave ailment, and solutions will surely present themselves. The Wang family was no ordinary clan. They held considerable stature on Central Star. It was unbecoming for Mrs. Wang to utter such despair, and it was only fair to show her some respect. After suppressing his frustration for a considerable time, Director Sun could no longer contain himself. Mr. Wang, the changes in her condition are, in fact, irreversible. The likelihood of your daughter awakening is exceedingly low, and even if she does, no, my sister will be fine. Wang Mingtao, despite knowing the truth in Director Sun's words, refused to accept it. Mingtao, you are a doctor. You must comprehend the implications of what I am saying. Upon hearing Director Sun's words, Mrs. Wang burst into tears, while Mr. Wang's refined countenance was etched with sorrow, seemingly aging him instantly. Even Hua Chuan felt a pang of sympathy. After a few minutes of heavy silence, Mr. Wang finally inquired, Dr. Sun, please be candid with me. What are the chances of my daughter regaining consciousness? Director Sun paused thoughtfully before replying. Her physiological functions are currently sustained entirely by the medical pod. She possesses virtually no autonomous respiratory capacity. Even if she were to awaken, it is improbable that her cognitive faculties would be fully restored. No, my Mingyi. Mrs. Wang could no longer contain herself. Anxious not to disturb her daughter, she covered her face and fled the room. Mom, Wang Mingtao exclaimed, rushing after her. During their exchange, Yunemo had essentially discerned the situation. She withdrew her hand from Wang Mingyi's wrist. Within the esoteric five arts, there exist both mountain and medicine. Mountain denotes the Taoist practice of self-cultivation, employing methods such as elixirs, alchemical formulas, arcane texts, martial arts, and incantations to refine the physical and spiritual essence, what is often referred to as appropriating the energies of heaven and earth, seizing the power of creation. Medicine, on the other hand, involves the utilization of prescriptions, acupuncture, massage, and spiritual healing to treat ailments. In ancient Chinese medicine, there existed the 13 departments of Zhu, which encompassed a form of spiritual healing. Perhaps I could attempt it, Yunemo suggested. Is that truly possible? Mr. Wang's head shot up, his eyes revealing blood vessels and barely concealed tears, betraying his fervent hope. At this juncture, regardless of who it was, if they offered even a modicum of hope, he was prepared to pursue it. Little girl, do you understand that practicing medicine requires a qualification certificate? What if something goes awry because of your reckless words? Director Sun was visibly displeased. He turned to Mr. Wang, stating, the condition of your precious daughter has been managed by our hospital all along. Please consider your actions carefully. Do not engage in folly, as it is detrimental to the patient. Mr. Wang remained silent, his gaze still hopeful as he looked at Yun Mo, waiting for her to say something. After a lengthy monologue, Director Sun, noticing the lack of response, grew increasingly uncomfortable. Your family should not engage in such nonsense. ISN T. Wang Mingtao, a doctor as well. Do not tamper with the instruments. Any incorrect parameter could cost a life. What does a young girl know about this? Yun Mo paid him no heed, as she was already devising a feasible plan in her mind. Wang Mingyi's vitality was still waning, unless the root cause was addressed. She would remain in this state. Yun Mo did not intend to reveal too much in front of strangers, yet her medical skills could still be utilized. Mr. Wang, have you heard of acupuncture? Yun Mo inquired. Acupuncture? The term was unfamiliar to him. Yun Mo gestured to her wrist, indicating that he should first understand the basics. The results regarding acupuncture appeared swiftly. It was a product of ancient earth, involving the use of metallic needles or moxa sticks applied to specific points on the body to treat ailments and alleviate pain. I am from Blue Star, and I possess ancestral acupuncture skills. It can be worth a try, Yun Mo stated, leaving her words intentionally vague. This is utter nonsense. Director Sun's face turned pale with anger at their self-dialogue. You are referring to traditional Chinese medicine, aren't you? I observed you just took her pulse. Is it truly possible to discern pathology solely from the strength and weakness of arterial pulsations? I have heard that in ancient times on Earth, traditional Chinese medicine was deemed pseudoscience. Given that interstellar civilizations possess such advanced medical facilities yet still struggle with healing, what makes you believe you can succeed? Of course, Yunma is aware that conventional Chinese medicine is inadequate for ordinary ailments. She merely employs it as a guise to subtly rectify Wang Mingyi's physical condition. Regarding the so-called brain injury, she indeed exhibits signs of mental collapse. However, Yunma is experienced in this matter. By transforming her own spiritual energy into a calming force and channeling it into Wang Mingyi's body, she aims to soothe the turmoil within her mental state. Yunma raised her hands in a gesture of indifference. Director Sun, feeling utterly disregarded, was on the verge of exasperation. Young lady, practicing medicine without a license is a criminal offense. Oh, Yunma replied dismissively, her two words igniting Director Sun's face with indignation. You simply. Many people say I am modest, wise beyond appearance, and possess a subtle brilliance. Director Sun was rendered speechless by her shameless self-praise, his finger pointing at her in disbelief. All right. Yunma had already discerned that this doctor had a conflict with Qin Mu, and out of respect for his remaining medical ethics, she had shared so much with him. Nevertheless, such individuals are exceedingly obstinate, overly reliant on science, and refuse to accept anything beyond their comprehension. She chose not to respond further and instead turned her attention to Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang showed no hesitation. In that case, I shall promptly arrange for Mingyi to be transferred to a rehabilitation hospital specializing in mental health, which can also provide ongoing medical care, thus facilitating a more convenient process. My family operates a rather reputable hospital. If you trust it, I can facilitate contact for you. At a critical moment, Huichuan spoke up. He had remained silent, akin to a wooden figure, though he too felt a sense of hopelessness. However, the stage for Yunma cannot be dismantled. The moment he opened his mouth, it was evident that he possessed a measure of confidence. Director Sun had been left quite uncomfortable by their remarks. Very well, Mr. Wang. I sincerely hope you do not come to regret this. I truly wish to avoid any tragedy. Oh, by the way, regarding the acupuncture needles, can anyone think of a solution? Yunma addressed the Wang family. Wang Mingtao, accompanied by Mrs. Wang, entered from outside, instinctively interjecting, I have some. I acquired them at an auction not long ago. Chapter 82. The erosion of XM. Yunmo requested a room for herself, preparing for what lay ahead. From Wang Mingyi's demeanor, it appeared as though she had been the recipient of borrowed fortune. However, it was, in truth, a waning of vitality due to the depletion of her spiritual energy, rather than a traditional borrowing of luck. In Taoist practice, there existed methods of fortune borrowing, typically occurring voluntarily among loved ones, encapsulated by the notion of vast seas returning to shore and the void traversing the azure sky. During the Three Kingdoms period, Master Zhuge attempted to extend his life through the external 7-star constellation technique, lighting 49 lamps for as many days, hoping to prolong his existence by harnessing celestial energies. Yet, he ultimately met with failure. There have also been instances where individuals, burdened by their own ill fortune, sought out dubious practitioners to forcibly seize the fortunes of others. However, such arcane practices contravene the celestial order and are the domain of heretical cultivators, inflicting severe repercussions upon the practitioner. Consequently, they have gradually fallen into obsolescence. Yunemo had only encountered analogous records within the tomes sequestered in her family's library. Thus, this marks Yunmo's inaugural encounter with such a phenomenon. Nevertheless, the efficacy of the jade carving depicting the Listen divine beast attests that the formation can, to some extent, impede the dissipation of mental energy. However, further investigation is warranted to ascertain the specifics. Yunemo, how fares it? Is there aught else required? Qinmu inquired, knocking upon the door. Within the adjacent chamber, Wang Mingyue had been settled, her corporeal form so enfeebled as to appear on the precipice of expiration. The visages of the Wang family were far from sanguine. I shall attend to her, Yunemo responded. Once all had entered the sick room, she gestured to Huochuan to secure the door, then addressed the Wang family. I must first ascertain the circumstances. Madame Wang hesitated momentarily. What circumstances? Her mental energy exhibits signs of dissipation. I must discern from which region it is emanating. I implore you to maintain silence, Yunemo stated, as she poured a glass of water and approached Wang Mingyue. I require a few drops of her blood. Huochuan, ever the obliging attendant, promptly retrieved the adjacent blood-drawing device and presented it to Yunemo. Yunemo grasped Wang Mingyue's hand, pricked her middle finger, and expressed several drops of blood into the water glass. The others evinced a degree of astonishment. What is the purpose of this? This is not the manner in which one conducts a blood test. The Wang family tarried for a moment, refraining from utterance. Qinmu felt compelled to interject and caution Yunemo, who had already commenced pacing within the room. In the corner of the room, she placed several talismans, and Yunma's typically smiling face suddenly turned grave, causing an immediate shift in the atmosphere, as everyone grew tense. The natural order of heaven and earth dispersed the vile energies. The invocation of the spiritual talismans echoed through the 9 heavens. The incantation of the Zhongshan deity, however, prolonged illness. The malignant impurities dissipated, while the righteous qi remained ever present. Yunma's voice was cool and clear as she moved, deftly forming hand seals. Evil spirits of the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest manifest swiftly, as commanded. With a rustling sound, the items hanging around the sick room began to sway of their own accord, as if imbued with sentience, sending a chill creeping up the spines of those present, raising the hairs on their arms. Following Yunma's final incantation, she struck her hands upon the cup, and the trembling of those objects gradually subsided. Yet the room remained enveloped in profound silence, with no one daring to utter a word. Qinmu and Huochuan stood agape, beads of sweat forming in their palms. This defied all scientific explanation. Even more astonishing was the slow, deliberate ascent of the blood-like liquid, creeping over the rim of the cup towards a corner of the room. Its direction unmistakable, halting approximately a yard away from the vessel. What could this mean? What lay within the liquid? How could it move of its own volition? Wang Mingtao pointed at the cup on the table, his lips quivering, unable to articulate his thoughts. If not for his sister and parents being present in the room, he would have fled. It had been ages since animals were allowed to attain sentience. How could such fantastical events transpire? Was it still daylight? This was utterly terrifying. Huochuan gazed at the girl in the center, feeling an overwhelming urge to kneel before her, to cling to her knees and cry out for her protection. No matter how this enigmatic sorceress achieved such feats, in that moment, he was genuinely frightened. Yunemo then retrieved the talisman from her pocket. Come, someone. Please light this for me. The tense atmosphere instantly dissipated with her words. Huochuan was left in a state of bewildered amusement. Goodness. You could ignite it with just a flick of your wrist. Just as he was getting into the spirit of the performance, she abruptly concluded it. To not even carry the act through to the end was quite unprofessional. Qinmu took a moment to steady his wildly racing heart, trembling as he ignited the talisman for her. Thank you, gods of all directions, please grant me your guidance. At that moment, the ashes of the burnt talisman fell onto the pool of blood, and the entire crimson line transformed into black smoke, intertwined with the talisman's subtle golden glow, soaring directly towards the window. Goodness! Someone could no longer contain their astonishment and plopped down onto the floor. This light was not merely the ethereal energy described in metaphysics. It was discernible to the naked eye, startling several individuals in the room. The 13 needles of the Ghost Gate, the first needle at Rinzhong, the second at Yinbai, the third at Xiling Liang, the fourth at Shunmai, the 5th at Fengfu, the 6th at Jiache, the 7th at Xinjiang. Yunmo's needlework was not a mere procedure. She infused it with her spiritual energy, sealing the mental breaches emanating from the Naiwan point. As she continued, the depletion of her spiritual energy was palpable, causing her complexion to turn ashen. Beads of sweat rolling down her forehead. Those nearby, wanting to speak, hesitated to interrupt. At that moment, an imperceptible bulge suddenly appeared on Wang Mingyi's abdomen, ascending from her lower belly, resembling a swelling. Yunmo, quick to react, sealed off every possible escape route of the bulge. Ugh. Ugh. Wang Mingyi, lying on the sickbed, suddenly reacted. Madame Wang's tear-filled eyes widened in an instant as she rushed forward. Yunmo had already supported her, delivering a firm pat on her back. Suddenly, a foul-smelling, black substance fell to the ground, emitting a hissing sound as it began to disperse. What is this? Qin Mu tugged at his trouser leg and leapt back, nearly on the verge of tears. Without any warning, it almost crawled up his pant leg. The dark mass was ensnared in the center of a talisman, still striving to break free. Burn it, Yunmo urged in a low voice. Fortunately, the room was well equipped, and without a moment's hesitation, Huichuan tossed in a spark. The mass emitted a squeak, rolled about, and then vanished. Everyone gazed at the faint traces left on the ground, feeling as though they had just awoken from a dream. What on earth was that? Huichuan asked boldly. I truly do not know, Yunmo replied, perplexed. It resembled a kind of worm, yet not entirely so. Mingyi, is this the cause? Madame Wang inquired cautiously. Does this mean she will recover? One thing is certain, we have identified the reason for her mental collapse, but I remain uncertain about what this entity is. It seems to desire the fusion of her mental energy, a sensation Yunmo perceived during the needlework process. It not only seeks to blend with Wang Mingyi's energy, but also with hers. Fusion. Fusion. Upon hearing these words, both Madame Wang and Mr. Wang turned pale. Is what you say true? Is it indeed fusion? I feel quite well indeed. Yunma is perplexed as to why they are so agitated, yet honesty prevails. Could it be? The two exchanged glances, fear mirrored in their eyes. Huaxiao, does this hospital possess XM erosion detection instruments? What did you say? Huichuan seemed startled by the inquiry. XM erosion? How could that be? That only occurs during the invasion of the Star Alliance. Huichuan staggered back a few steps. Disbelief etched across his face. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, he swiftly departed to arrange for the instruments. What exactly is XM erosion? Yunma was not well informed on the matter. What is the Star Alliance? She had encountered discussions about it on the Star Network, but had not retained a profound impression. The Star Alliance originated as beings of frail physicality yet possessed remarkable intelligence. They incessantly merged with other races, evolving upon the genetic foundations of their conquests, believing themselves to be the ultimate direction of cosmic evolution. Throughout the vast expanse of time, numerous intelligent life forms have been assimilated by them, effectively leading to their annihilation. Humanity has become their next chosen target. They disdain the fragility of humans, yet the potential of humanity captivates them. Many individuals have been abducted for fusion experiments, commencing with mental erosion. This erosion may result in becoming their puppets or serve as sustenance for their psychic energy. 2 centuries prior, we paid a heavy price to sever their path of invasion. If they are physically weak, why did we endure such significant sacrifices? Yuma was perplexed. Their mental assaults were nearly insurmountable, which elucidated why humanity placed such immense value on the spirit of 5S. Individuals of lower rank could scarcely withstand their encroachments. Mr. Wang felt a lingering dread. Understanding this, Yunma nodded. At that moment, a few hurried individuals followed Huichuan, carrying an antiquated device. In a mere minute, the instrument yielded its analytical results. It was indeed XM erosion, terrifying. Based on Wang Mingyi's condition, it appeared she had been reduced to a source of mental sustenance. For the Star Alliance to survive in the central star and maintain the human form, they must consume vast amounts of spiritual energy daily. Thus, the extraction of sustenance was paramount to their existence. They had mistakenly believed that the universe had enjoyed such prolonged peace that such occurrences were improbable, leading their treatment strategies astray, yet they had not anticipated. Mr. Wang furrowed his brow, realizing he must report this upwards. He hoped their fears would not materialize. Even if XM erosion was present, it could merely be an anomaly. Meanwhile, in the office of the principal of the Rochester Military Academy, Principal Shui pressed his pale face against his palm, grappling with a persistent, agonizing pain that contorted his features, compelling him to bite down hard to stifle any sound. Something had gone awry. His eyes narrowed as he pondered the extent of time and sacrifice it had taken for him to awaken here. The migration point had been fraught with cosmic turbulence, and the fractured gravitational field had nearly obliterated them all, barely managing to parasitize this body before his demise. He was compelled to incessantly extract the mental energy of others to sustain his life due to its frailty. This time, he was indeed hindered by unforeseen circumstances, unexpectedly. That girl's physique was so delicate. A careless oversight. That Yunmo, however, posed a considerable challenge. Headmaster Shui sat in his chair, his hands clasped together, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. He was not particularly apprehensive about his situation. Having successfully concealed himself for so long, he could eliminate her without a trace before anyone noticed. Beep. Headmaster Shui calmly answered Taipu's call. Though inebriated, Taipu strained to open his swollen eyes upon seeing the caller ID. Headmaster Shui, you should not be contacting me. Is that so? Let's converse, Headmaster Shui retorted. You are the headmaster of Leicester, and I am General Tang's supply officer. We should have nothing to discuss. I believe we can discuss the shielding material for Planet 186. Headmaster Shui sneered. Where shall we meet? Taipu shoved aside the woman beside him and hurried to his study. 2 o'clock this afternoon at Bremen House. I await you, Headmaster Shui concluded before ending the call. The shielding material for Planet 186. However, rather than sending that imbecile Taipu into the starfield, he was more concerned with the events that would unfold afterward. Huachuan trailed behind Yunmo, a sense of unease washing over him. Hey, aren't you worried? Huachuan inquired. Does worry serve any purpose? Yunmo countered. Huachuan was taken aback by her response. Aren't you skilled in divination? Can you ascertain the whereabouts of the Covenant's members? Yunmo nodded, then demurred. I entertain a suspicion, which is, however, amenable to verification. What suspicion? Huachuan escorted her to a chamber, drew up a stool for her to sit, and inquired with palpable urgency. Headmaster Shui. Yunmo murmured. What? Huachuan sprang to his feet, exclaiming, Impossible. He possessed some knowledge of Headmaster Shui's character, a quintessential benevolent soul, devoid of any discernible ambition. Yunmo raised her right index finger, shaking her head gently. You possess his birth date, do you not? Though lacking precision, I can attempt to divine. Huachuan scrutinized her intently. Perceiving no levity in her demeanor, and acceded to her request by retrieving Headmaster Shui's profile. Yunmo's countenance assumed a solemn cast, the hexagram before her. A transformation of Zhe Huagu into Zhe Tianguai, portending the demise of the official spirit Cho Earth, now vacant, and further transmuted into offspring, a harbinger of death. This divination resonated almost identically with Yunmo's prior misgivings. Headmaster Shui was not destined for longevity, yet remained hale and hearty. Thus, it was highly probable that misfortune had befallen him. Huachuan felt a creeping dread, this matter transcending his comprehension. Are you certain? He pressed, still incredulous. Yunmo herself was loath to believe it, her thoughts dwelling on broader implications. When precisely did the incident involving Headmaster Shui occur? Given the Covenant's rate of spiritual corruption, how many individuals have already fallen under his sway? For the time being, maintain silence on this matter, Yunmo cautioned Huachuan. Why? Do you seek death? Yunmo retorted. How many individuals do you believe would lend credence to our words? Do you imagine that divulging this information would enable us to apprehend him? Does the Federation possess the means to discern the truth? Might he resort to even more perilous actions? Or perhaps simply obliterate us? Are we to remain idle, then? Huachuan inquired. Nay, Yunmo mused, the fortune of this realm has yet to wane. A significant crisis is not imminent. Therefore, I surmise their strength is insufficient. Merely exposing Headmaster Shui, allowing the others to remain concealed, is not as advantageous as following the clues to their source. You make it sound simple. With just the two of us? Huachuan retorted. Of course not. Yunmo quipped. They will refrain from overt actions for the time being, or if they do, they will be subtle machinations, not the kind to betray their presence, so we still have time. Huachuan watched as those delicate lips parted and closed, devising a myriad of arrangements and contingencies to resolve a crisis that terrifies the world into nothingness. Huachuan nearly buckled at the knees. He felt that kneeling would be more comfortable.